Jiang Muwen harbored a secret infatuation for Wen Yichen for 2 long years, and finally, at the time of the class placement examination, she achieved her heart's desire by entering Class A alongside him. However, during their tutoring sessions, Wen Yichen, in a fit of frustration, slammed his pen down and exclaimed, "Jiang Muwen, how on earth did you manage to get into Class A?" Jiang Muwen replied, I turned over a few lucky fish before the exam, and here I am." Wen Yichen retorted, "If lucky fish were truly effective, then why bother with effort at all?" Yet, the day before the exam, Wen Yichen secretly opened a social media app and inquired, "Jiang Muwen, was it this lucky fish that you turned over?" At the end of August, the summer sun still blazed down on City A as Jiang Muwen lay on her desk, basking in the cool air, drowsily fighting sleep. Suddenly, the sound of animated chatter outside her door banished her drowsiness. "Wenwan, I heard the class placement results are out. Which class did your daughter get into?" The voice belonged to Su Yu, Wen Yichen's mother, while Wenwan was Jiang Muwen's mother. Jiang Muwen knew her mother had been friends with Su Yu for many years, their closeness evident as they both lived in the same neighborhood, same building, and even on the same floor. They were of similar age, and their children were in the same grade. Soon as Su Yu finished speaking, Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beaties. Today was the day the class placement results would be announced. City A's first high school was among the finest in the region, and every year, at the end of the first semester, the school conducted an exam, misleadingly dubbed the class placement exam, which essentially sorted students into various tiers before assigning them to teachers. "I don't know. With my child's nature, he probably forgot all about it." When Wan teased lightly, "Which class did your son get into?" she casually asked. "Class A. I didn't expect that boy, who hardly studies, would end up in Class A?" Su Yu remarked, her tone laced with disbelief. Class A was the elite class of the entire school, an extraordinary entity unto itself. "Your son is intelligent. Getting into Class A is no small feat," Wen Wan replied with a smile. While the two mothers conversed happily outside, Jiang Muwen felt an intense anxiety within her bedroom. She opened her phone, navigated to the school's website, and with trembling fingers, clicked on the grades inquiry section, entering her personal information. The tension she felt was akin to that of checking her high school entrance exam results. Her palms were already slick with cold sweat, and logically, she shouldn't be this anxious about something so trivial. However, her determination to enter the same class as Wen Yichen stemmed from the simple truth she liked him. For 2 years, she had kept this secret buried deep within, never daring to share it with anyone. The fluttering feelings she had at the tender age of 15 or 16 were treasures she guarded closely within her heart. Now, Wen Yichen had entered Class A, a class she had never dared to dream of, and Su Ye's words felt like a wall that separated her from him. Yet even so, she clung to a glimmer of hope, trembling as she whispered to the screen, "Class A, Class A, Class A." Jiang Muwen chanted, praying that heaven would be merciful and hear the longing of her heart. Outside, the two mothers were engrossed in conversation when suddenly, the sound of a door opening pierced the air, interrupting their dialogue. They both looked up, and Wen Wan stared at Jiang Muwen in confusion. "Darling, what's the matter?" Jiang Muwen stood at the bedroom door, dazed and seemingly struck by some monumental news. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Mom, I got into Class A." The textbooks for sophomore year were significantly thicker than those of freshman year, and faced with these daunting tomes, Jiang Muwen felt an unexpected surge of anticipation. Sophomore year was wonderful. She could finally be in the same class as Wen Yichen. It seemed like ages since they had studied together. She recalled their last study session back in junior high, when her grades barely qualified her for a regular high school in City A. Fortunately, Wen Yichen, in a rare display of kindness, had offered to tutor her for a junior high subject, helping her gain admission to City as first high school. Of course, it was during that time that Jiang Muwen proudly realized her feelings for Wen Yichen. After all, such a handsome and intelligent person was a rarity in this world. She truly admired him. His thoughts were clear and organized, and every word he spoke was AGEM. In her eyes, Wen Yichen was like an angel adorned with a halo, sent by the heavens to rescue her from her own struggles. Although they had grown up as neighbors and played together since childhood, their paths began to diverge once they entered junior high. This was partly due to not being in the same class, and partly because they were both maturing. It was common to see girls banding together and boys doing the same, which made it awkward for them to maintain the closeness they once had. Thus, the childhood friends gradually drifted apart, until the junior high homeroom teacher informed Wen Wan that Jiang Muwen's grades were barely sufficient for a regular high school. If she performed poorly on the exam, she would undoubtedly face rejection. Wen Wan was alarmed by the teacher's words and relayed this to Su Yu, who enthusiastically invited Jiang Muwen to their home and insisted that Wen Yichen tutor her. In retrospect, Jiang Muwen was immensely grateful to her junior high homeroom teacher. Without her, there would be no Jiang Muwen who had entered Class A alongside Wen Yichen. Today, thus, in anticipation of a new school year, Jiang Muwen, filled with excitement, climbed into bed early. To avoid oversleeping, she set multiple alarms, only to find herself unable to sleep. Just as she finally began to drift off, the alarms rang in unison, creating a symphony of sound that echoed in her ears. It was only when her bedroom door was gently knocked upon and her mother's voice floated in that Jiang Muwen suddenly sprang up from her bed. Oh no. She had overslept. With her hair tousled, she rushed in the bathroom, and after getting ready in a flurry, she hurriedly prepared to leave for school. With a bun in her mouth, she slipped on her shoes and was about to push the door open when her mother called out, "Sweetheart, don't rush. Take the milk, one bottle for you and one for Wen Yichen." As when Wan spoke, she handed Jiang Muwen the milk. Clutching a bottle in each hand, Jiang Muwen anxiously pushed the door open, still with a bun in her mouth, only to see Wen Yichen, a tall figure standing at 1.80 m, stepping out from next door. Chapter 2. On the bus before her stood a young man clad in a short-sleeved school uniform. He turned, closed the door, and raised his gaze, meeting Jiang Muwen's eyes. Her heart raced heavily for a moment before she lifted the hand holding the milk. "Oh, I brought you this," she mumbled, her words muffled by the bun clenched between her teeth, resembling an incantation. Wen Yichen furrowed his brows slightly, his attention shifting to her mouth. Reluctantly, he raised his hand and mercilessly extracted the bun from her grasp. "Speak clearly," he instructed. "My mother asked me to give you the milk." As Jiang Muwen chewed on the bun, she extended her hand, offering the milk. However, Wen Yichen did not take it directly. Instead, he adjusted the strap of his backpack and turned to walk towards the elevator. "Didn't you say you don't like milk? Why did you bring 2 bottles? He casually inquired. Indeed, Jiang Muwen had never been fond of milk, but she thought, isn't this good for growth? She concocted a flimsy excuse, well aware of Wen Yichen's fondness for the beverage. Thus, she was slowly attempting to embrace it herself. After all, if they were to live together in the future, she would need to. "You should drink more of it," he remarked. Just as the fleeting image of their married life began to take shape in Jiang Muwen's mind, only to be cruelly shattered by Wen Yichen's voice. "Jiang Muwen, what are you thinking? If you don't come in soon, I'll close the door," he called out coldly, one hand gripping the bun she had bitten into, the other pressing the elevator button. The elevator descended steadily, its emptiness punctuated only by the presence of the two of them. Aside from the sound of their own breaths, the silence enveloped them. Wen Yichen, the milk. Jiang Muwen raised her hand, attempting to pass the milk into his grasp. Upon speaking, Wen Yichen's gaze fell upon Jiang Muwen's hand. He obediently uttered an "oh" and accepted the milk. "Moreover, my bun." Jiang Muwen awkwardly gestured towards the bun in Wen Yichen's hand, which he seemed to have entirely forgotten, having been bitten into by her. Had she not mentioned it, he might have carried it into the classroom without a second thought. As her words lingered, an atmosphere of awkwardness descended upon them. At the moment the door opened, Wen Yichen swiftly thrust the bun into Jiang Muwen's hands, then strode out of the elevator with purpose. Wen Yichen, tall and long-legged, moved briskly, compelling Jiang Muwen to quicken her pace just to keep up. Naturally reticent, Wen Yichen was not one to initiate conversation, while Jiang Muwen felt hesitant to chatter incessantly like a little sparrow beside him. Thus, they traveled in silence to the bus station. At last, Wen Yichen broke the quiet with an unexpected remark. "Once we arrive at school, do not let anyone know we are neighbors." Jiang Muwen looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind Wen Yichen's statement. Why? She still did not understand. There is no reason. The bus is. It seemed Wen Yichen had no intention of elaborating further, and as the bus came to a halt before them, he stepped aboard. Unbeknownst to Jiang Muwen, during their 3rd year of junior high, Wen Yichen was not in the same class as her, yet he devotedly tutored her each day. As the news spread throughout the classroom, she would hear her name, Jiang Muwen, echoed by her classmates during the day, and at night, she would hear herself lamenting her inability to solve problems. Throughout that entire year, Wen Yichen marveled at the miracle of his own growth amidst such circumstances. The Monday morning bus was perpetually overcrowded. Wen Yichen, being tall, effortlessly grasped the overhead strap, whereas Jiang Muwen found herself at a disadvantage. In this sardine can of a bus, not only could she not secure anything to prevent herself from falling, but she also struggled to breathe in the fresh air above. The mingling scents of breakfast, perfume, and various aromas surrounded her as the bus jostled along. Eventually, after much effort, she managed to squeeze her way next to Wen Yichen. With great caution, her small hand reached up and gently grasped the hem of his school uniform. Positioned near the back door, it was convenient for him to disembark. Upon feeling a tug at his clothing, he instinctively glanced down. Their eyes met, and in a moment of fluster, Jiang Muwen quickly averted her gaze, awkwardly stammering, "I have nowhere to hold on." Although the bus was cramped, she knew that if the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, she might lose her balance and fall. Thus, It seemed wiser to cling to Wen Yichen, providing her with a sense of security. Upon concluding her words, silence enveloped the air, and an awkward atmosphere began to permeate the surroundings. Jiang Muwen felt a sudden sense of unease as the crowd thickened around her, pressing in uncomfortably. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, adjusting her stance in search of a more comfortable position. Gradually, she transitioned from standing upright to a sideways posture, and ultimately to leaning against others. After a brief moment, Wen Yichen let out a soft sigh, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. His warm breath gently cascaded over Jiang Muwen's head, and in a low voice, he murmured, "Come here." Startled, Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat, momentarily caught off guard. She gazed at Wen Yichen, observing him create a small space in front of her. This felt rather inappropriate, didn't it? A twinge of embarrassment washed over her. Would this not evoke a sense of undue intimacy? Sensing her thoughts, Wen Yichen inquired, "Is this our first day of acquaintance?" Jiang Muwen stared blankly at him. Shaking her head, reluctant to step closer, she steadied herself and cautiously lifted her gaze to the reflection of Wen Yichen in the glass window, bathed in the gentle sunlight. The boy's features appeared strikingly handsome, despite the lack of expression on his face and the hint of impatience typical of one enduring a crowded bus. Yet, in that moment, she found herself inexplicably drawn to him. The bus was overcrowded, and with each turn, Wen Yichen found himself unconsciously leaning closer to Jiang Muwen. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, imbued with the warmth of early autumn sunshine, which brought an immense sense of comfort. Chapter 3. Self-Introduction After Enduring Various Hardships. The bus finally reached its destination. Jiang Muwen followed closely behind Wen Yichen as they squeezed off the bus. The surrounding air instantly felt much fresher, prompting Jiang Muwen to inhale deeply. However, she quickly reminded herself to refrain from doing so, as they were already late for class. Wen Yichen spoke with an air of indifference, his sharply defined hand instinctively resting on her head, reminiscent of a steering wheel. With a gentle twist, he guided Jiang Muwen in a new direction and strode ahead. Yet, Jiang Muwen stood there in a daze, the seemingly mundane action igniting a tempest within her heart. After a few strides, Wen Yichen noticed that Jiang Muwen had not caught up, and his delicate brows furrowed slightly. "What are you still doing there?" He walked briskly, almost too fast for her to keep pace. "Could you slow down a bit?" Jiang Muwen called out, trying to match his hurried steps. With only 5 minutes until the school gates closed, it was evident that Wen Yichen had no intention of waiting for her. "I refuse to wait for you." Jiang Muwen hurried after him, feeling somewhat exhausted. "But you walk so fast. Then why not run?" And thus, the two of them hurriedly made their way through the school gates just in time. Throughout the journey, Jiang Muwen found herself daydreaming about Class A. Having long heard of its extraordinary reputation, some even likened this class to a celestial realm. Naturally, she had gathered some information, yet to a student of her standing, Class A remained an unattainable aspiration. She had never envisioned that one day she would step into the classroom of Class A, let alone alongside Wen Yichen. In Jiang Muwen's eyes, it seemed that the students of Class A were exempt from the rigors of study. Of course, it was plausible that she had never witnessed the diligent side of Class A. Perhaps the students seized the early hours to clandestinely engage in their studies. Or perhaps they burned the midnight oil in pursuit of knowledge. However, all her preconceived notions about the studious nature of Class A crumbled the moment she entered the classroom. It appeared that few students were engrossed in their books. Instead, many reclined on their desks, catching up on sleep or leisurely finishing their breakfast that they hadn't had time to consume earlier. An air of distinctiveness permeated Class A, reminiscent of a retirement class specially curated by a city's prestigious high school. Although such a comparison may seem somewhat incongruous when applied to these vibrant young individuals, they undeniably imparted to Jiang Muwen a curious impression of languor. Had it not been for the sign indicating Class A at the classroom entrance, she might have genuinely believed she had wandered into the lowest performing class. As she crossed the threshold, Jiang Muwen spotted Baisu seated at the back of the room. Baisu was also an exceptionally bright student, having shared classes with Wen Yichen throughout both middle and high school. Over time, his friendship with Wen Yichen naturally extended to Jiang Muwen as well. Upon catching sight of Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen, he joyfully waved at them. Upon noticing Baisu, Wen Yichen made his way directly to him, effortlessly shedding his backpack and settling down beside Baisu. Observing Wen Yichen take a seat, Jiang Muwen followed suit. Oh my goodness. Jiang Muwen, you made it too," Baisu exclaimed, her bright eyes sparkling with an unexpected delight. Perhaps Baisu's exuberant reaction momentarily caught Jiang Muwen off guard, for she managed a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. This year's Class A admitted only 30 students, and she was fortunate enough to be the 29th. Soon, the time for class arrived. The atmosphere in Class A was remarkably relaxed. As the teacher entered the classroom, the air fell into a familiar silence, yet it felt less tense than usual. Standing at the podium was the homeroom teacher, who offered a brief self-introduction before relinquishing the floor to the students, inviting them to introduce themselves in turn, under the pretext of fostering acquaintance. One by one, the students rose from their seats to share their introductions, and at last, it was the turn of the girl seated next to Jiang Muwen. With her simple ponytail and well-defined features, she appeared, from the side, akin to a delicate doll. My name is Gun Yichen. Gu is my surname, and Yin is my given name. My family hopes for me to be a girl filled with hope, hence the name She. Sunlight gently cascaded upon her profile, casting a soft and enchanting glow. Jiang Muwen observed as Gun Yichen took a seat. Their gazes met, and the girl graciously bestowed upon Jiang Muwen a gentle smile. Jiang Muwen had never been adept at self-introductions. Her timidity often overwhelmed her, and she felt there was little of significance to share. With an empty seat before her, it soon became her turn after the person in front had introduced themselves. Awkwardly, she rose to her feet, and as the surrounding atmosphere gradually hushed, she began to speak. My name is Jiang Muwen. My father's surname is Jiang, and my mother's surname is Wen, hence I am called Jiang Muwen. As her words echoed, a ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd, for such a warm name was indeed rare. What will your future husband's surname be then? If he is a Wen? A voice unexpectedly chimed in, prompting a wave of laughter that was not mocking, but rather endearing, causing Jiang Muwen's ears to flush with embarrassment. Wen Muwen? Wen Mumu sounds quite adorable, haha. The more her classmates reveled in the discussion, the more self-conscious Jiang Muwen became. Unbeknownst to them, the reason for her rosy cheeks remained a mystery. The homeroom teacher, perceiving the girl's shyness, chuckled and remarked, Jiang, your name is wonderful. Please take a seat. Next. However, after the teacher's words, the boy seated behind Jiang Muwen lingered, hesitating to rise. The next homeroom teacher leaned forward, her gaze landing on Jiang Muwen's back, and she smiled, seemingly amused by the shyness of the young man. Once she finished speaking, the boy in the back slowly stood up. I am Wen Yichen. Chapter 4. Going home together. As his words echoed in the classroom, a wave of astonishment swept through the students. Such coincidences were indeed rare. Who would have thought that the very first day of school would present such an occurrence? It was akin to a girl named Xiachi having a penchant for swimming, or a boy named Yu Yong being fond of chess. What do you plan to name your future children? A voice unexpectedly chimed in, causing Wen Yichen's ears to flush involuntarily. Though unspoken, it seemed the classmates had already begun to pair Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen in their minds. Yet, amidst the teasing, he found himself seriously contemplating the names he might bestow upon his future offspring. Is there anything else you wish to introduce? At last, the homeroom teacher spoke, and the surrounding atmosphere fell into a tranquil silence. Wen Yichen lowered his gaze. No, nothing more. As the sky on the opposite side gradually blushed with a beautiful rosy hue, the melodious school bell rang cheerfully. Jiang Muwen was momentarily taken aback. Only upon hearing Wen Yichen's words did she suddenly come to her senses, promptly shoving the books from her desk into her backpack, frantically organizing them, while shouting no, 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 like a frantic telegraph. However, Wen Yichen paid her no mind, and turned to leave the classroom with Baisu. In response to Wen Yichen's demeanor, Jiang Muwen appeared to be rather accustomed to it. She did not exhibit any urgency. In fact, her movement slowed considerably the moment Wen Yichen stepped out of the classroom. Jiang Muwen, you and Wen Yichen. Gun Yinchen's voice drifted softly into Jiang Muwen's ears, gradually diminishing in volume, as if she were probing with uncertainty. We are. Before the word neighbors could escape her lips, Jiang Muwen abruptly halted, respecting Wen Yichen's unspoken wish for silence. It was merely a matter of convenience. Well then, shall I take my leave? Gun Yichen nudged her chair and gestured farewell to Jiang Muwen before departing the classroom. At last, Jiang Muwen organized her backpack with care, leisurely slinging it over her shoulders. She ambled out of the classroom, treading upon the sunbeams scattered across the floor. Are you enjoying coffee in there? Why haven't you left? Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze to meet Wen Yichen's, his dark pupils adorned with the iridescent hues of the setting sun. Baisu trailed behind Wen Yichen, and as he reached Jiang Muwen's side, he tilted his head slightly. Isn't he just waiting for you to finish packing? In truth, Wen Yichen had no desire to wait. It was all due to his fervently caring mother. Since he learned that Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen were attending school together, she insisted that he escort Jiang Muwen to and from school. After all, Class A did not dismiss at the witching hour. Yet Suyu remained apprehensive for Jiang Muwen's safety, frequently voicing her concerns about a girl traveling alone. Who knows what calculations are brewing in Suyu's mind? In Wen Yichen's eyes, Jiang Muwen seems to be her own daughter, while he is akin to a child received as a promotional gift for topping up credits. In reality, Wen Yichen could have chosen not to comply with Suyu's suggestions. She neither threatened nor enticed him, merely repeating her request a couple of times over the span of several days. Consequently, he obediently incorporated accompanying Jiang Muwen to and from school into his daily routine, as they were neighbors and it posed no inconvenience. The journey was quiet, but walking alongside the taciturn Wen Yichen for an extended period not only failed to foster familiarity, but rather drove one to distraction. All right then, Wen Yichen agreed readily. After he spoke, Bai Su's gaze shifted back to Jiang Muwen, classmate Xiao Jiang. Would you like to join us? Naturally, Jiang Muwen could not engage in the games the boys played. She had attempted to play a couple of rounds before, only for her teammates to plead with her to uninstall the game. After all, she comprehended none of the concepts discussed by the teacher in class today. She felt like a mere mortal amidst a gathering of celestial beings, pretending to be divine while attempting to decipher the esoteric texts together with them. It must be said that Chinese culture is indeed profound and intricate. While she recognized every character spoken by the teacher, the assemblage of those words left her utterly bewildered. Did you all understand today's lesson? Bai Su casually inquired. This question, rather than being innocuous, seemed to strike at the very core of Jiang Muwen's discomfort. Before she could respond, Wen Yichen interjected with a non-committal sound. Is the teacher covering material beyond the syllabus? Bai Su pressed further. Wen Yichen emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement. In the exchange between the two academic prodigies, Jiang Muwen, lacking the courage to interject, merely stood by, trembling in trepidation. The material that was within her grasp was already daunting enough. The advanced topics were far beyond her comprehension. After skillfully avoiding the evening rush hour, Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen swiftly arrived at their residential complex. Wen Yichen, did you understand everything the teacher discussed in class today? Jiang Muwen inquired tentatively. Suddenly, the atmosphere became thick with silence. Perhaps Wen Yichen's remark was too impactful, rendering Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless. Instinctively, Wen Yichen cast a glance at Jiang Muwen. Having known each other for over a decade, he could decipher her unspoken thoughts through her expressions. After a brief pause, he averted his gaze and casually asked, "Is it that you find the teacher's lessons difficult to comprehend?" Chapter 5. The new classmate. This statement, seemingly innocuous, bore a weight when uttered by someone of Wen Yichen's intellectual caliber, causing Jiang Muwen, a struggling student, to feel a twinge of embarrassment over her inability to grasp the content of the lessons. His words undoubtedly struck a nerve, mercilessly trampling upon her self-esteem and intellect. Well, it's somewhat profound. Jiang Muwen sought to salvage her dignity. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen could not help but chuckle. If you don't understand, you don't understand. There's no need to call it profound. As his words lingered in the air, Jiang Muwen appeared to freeze, her lips twitching subtly beneath the setting sun. Alas, individuals possessing both high intelligence and emotional acuity are rare. Typically, boys with elevated intellects often exhibit lower emotional intelligence, and Wen Yichen was no exception. This young man is not only sharp-tongued, but also a master of the cutting retort. During her third year of junior high, while enduring the relentless crushing of her intellect, she honed a remarkable skill in swiftly adjusting her mindset after encountering his biting remarks. Wen Yichen, do you not feel a twinge of conscience when you utter such words? Before long, the elevator doors slid open, and Jiang Muwen stepped in alongside Wen Yichen. As the doors closed, she cautiously inquired, Wen Yichen, may I ask you about some questions I don't understand? Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Yichen replied, no. Upon observing the disappointment in Jiang Muwen's eyes, he quickly added, I have plans to play games with Bai Su tonight. I should be quite busy. Noticing her silence, he further reassured her, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you may come to me. After speaking, Wen Yichen leaned slightly closer to Jiang Muwen, instinctively seeking to gauge her reaction. His clear eyes cautiously darted toward her, only to find her gaze lowered, seemingly disheartened. In the next instant, his hand unconsciously found its way to her head, ruffling her hair in a haphazard manner before the elevator doors opened. He seemed to take great delight in this act. Each time he saw Jiang Muwen's hair tousled and unruly, a peculiar sense of satisfaction washed over him. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen glanced at her reflection in the elevator mirror. Her once smooth hair, now a chaotic mess. She lifted her gaze, an expression of mild annoyance crossing her features. As she gazed at the irritable Jiang Muwen before her, Wen Yichen could not suppress a chuckle. Just as the elevator doors swung open, he playfully remarked, "Keep it up, little pufferfish," and nimbly slipped out of the elevator. "Wen Yichen, you are truly insufferable," Jiang Muwen retorted defiantly, chasing after him. Upon reaching his front door, Wen Yichen paused in his action of retrieving his keys as she spoke, momentarily halting before finally extracting the key. "If you think I'm insufferable, don't come asking me for help with any problems in the future." While this statement might have been inconsequential to Wen Yichen, it struck Jiang Muwen as an unabashed threat. "Wen Yichen, how petty of you!" she exclaimed. After her words, Wen Yichen's movements stilled again, and he turned to face Jiang Muwen, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her with an almost lethal gaze. Startled by the intensity of his stare, Jiang Muwen chuckled nervously. "No, I was just joking." After a brief silence hung in the air, Wen Yichen finally turned away, his refined profile catching Jiang Muwen's eye. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a cryptic smile that left her perplexed. "See you tomorrow." He simply bid her farewell before stepping inside and closing the door behind him. The following morning, as Jiang Muwen entered Class A, she was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of languor, which, under its influence, led her to join the ranks of those indulging in a much-needed slumber. It may be hard for others to believe, but the reason Jiang Muwen felt so drowsy that morning was due to her late-night study session, during which she clutched her textbooks until the early hours. They say that a dull bird must take flight early, and diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Yet despite her fervent efforts, she found herself stagnating for several hours, unable to grasp the complexities of her lessons. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a cacophony of sounds intruded upon her dreams, disrupting her fragile peace. The irritating noise, heard in that hazy juncture between wakefulness and sleep, left Jiang Muwen feeling quite irked. Finally, she opened her bleary eyes, instinctively yearning to discover the source of the commotion. Before her, she encountered the sight of a classmate in front of her. At the moment her gaze lifted, her eyes collided with those of a boy who appeared fair-skinned, yet radiated a certain roguish charm. The earrings adorning his ears led Jiang Muwen to unconsciously associate him with delinquents. His bright eyes were fixed intently upon her, a scrutiny that sent shivers down her spine. He uttered not a word, yet his gaze bore down on her, as if she were a wayward child who had erred. Perhaps it was the aura exuded by this boy that rendered Jiang Muwen suddenly devoid of the courage to ask him, "Classmate, could you be a bit quieter?" She feared the repercussions of her words. Thus, they remained locked in a momentary gaze until, unexpectedly, the boy burst into laughter. A smile that seemed innocuous only deepened Jiang Muwen's reluctance to speak. "I mean Lija," he introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Muwen stood there, stunned, her heart confirming that he was indeed someone not to be trifled with. As she finished speaking, Lija directly faced Jiang Muwen, straddling the chair with an expression of intense curiosity. "By the way, I have something for you." With that, Lija reached into his pocket, and after a few seconds, he retrieved several pieces of candy, placing them on Jiang Muwen's desk. It was difficult to imagine that a boy like Lija would carry such items in his pocket, and Jiang Muwen seemed somewhat perplexed by his gesture. "What is this?" "A token of our meeting," Lija responded with a smile, turning away without regard for whether Jiang Muwen wished to accept the gift, leaving the candies resting on her desk. At that moment, as he turned, Wen Yichen entered the room. The instant Wen Yichen stepped in, his gaze seemed to be fixed upon Lija, who, upon noticing him, did not shy away but comfortably leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips, his expression imbued with a hint of languor as he regarded Wen Yichen. Chapter 6. Avoid playing with him. The atmosphere grew subtly charged, as if something was amiss, yet no one could quite articulate what it was. "Little Wen, do you know him?" Wen Yichen spoke softly, as though wary of being overheard by Lija. She feared Jiang Muwen might not know whom she was referring to. Gently pointing at the Lija seated before her, Jiang Muwen and he, of course, were not acquainted. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen obediently replied, "Oh, so you don't know each other." Indeed, Jiang Muwen was unfamiliar with Lija, yet Lija carried himself as if they had known each other for an eternity. After sharing a piece of candy with Wen Yichen, she suddenly recalled Wen Yichen, who was seated behind her. She casually picked up another piece of candy and gently placed it on Wen Yichen's desk. The sound of the candy landing captured Wen Yichen's attention, and in the next moment, his gaze shifted to the treat on the table. He remained silent, and the atmosphere instantly fell into a hushed stillness, which rendered Jiang Muwen somewhat awkward. She cautiously pushed the candy towards Wen Yichen, saying, "This was brought from America. I want to eat it." Wen Yichen interjected before she could finish her sentence. Jiang Muwen stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Sunlight cascaded onto his stern face, yet it offered no warmth. Was Wen Yichen upset? "Only little girls enjoy such things," Wen Yichen murmured softly. "Only little boys throw tantrums," Jiang Muwen echoed, imitating his tone. She spoke lightly, believing he hadn't heard her, and when she turned away, she naturally did not observe Wen Yichen's expression. Little did she know that at the very moment she turned, his expression faltered, as if she had inadvertently unveiled a secret that should have remained hidden. On the eve of the holiday, Jiang Muwen patiently organized the holiday assignments, each teacher adhering to the principle of assigning one manageable exercise per day. This resulted in Jiang Muwen receiving a multitude of assignments, totaling over a dozen papers and countless pages of practice questions. The sudden mention of Xiao Wenwen caused Jiang Muwen to tremble slightly. She seemed momentarily stunned, halting her actions of zipping up her bag, and gazed blankly at Yin Lizhe, momentarily at a loss for words. "If there are no plans, why not go out and have some fun?" Yin Lizhe suggested, his eyes sparkling with an uncontainable excitement, as if he had long awaited this moment. However, Yin Lizhe had merely anticipated the opportunity to ask Jiang Muwen if she could join him in an outing. As for whether they could actually go together, that prospect was, of course, non-existent. With so much homework to complete, how could there be any time for leisure? Jiang Muwen tactfully declined. Yin Lizhe spoke with such conviction that he nearly deceived Jiang Muwen, but fortunately, her mind remained clear, preventing her from getting ensnared in his words. "The sea of learning is boundless." "What are you implying?" Jiang Muwen nearly voiced the phrase unreasonable disturbance, but hesitated, concerned that Yin Lizhe's brash demeanor might lead to his displeasure. Observing her sudden pause, Yin Lizhe looked at her with curiosity. "What is it?" Wen Yichen remained silent throughout their journey, leaving Jiang Muwen uncertain whether he was simply reticent or in a melancholic mood. Fortunately, Bai Su, ever the loquacious one, kept the atmosphere lively. Otherwise, the situation would have turned quite awkward. However, Bai Su was not their neighbor, and after alighting from the bus, he parted ways with them. Jiang Muwen trailed alongside Wen Yichen, enveloped in silence. The late summer and early autumn weather still bore a trace of warmth, with an occasional breeze carrying a hint of heat, yet it lacked the oppressive intensity of summer winds. Jiang Muwen raised her gaze and glanced at Wen Yichen beside her. His profile was exquisitely chiseled, yet his expression remained as impassive as ever. Walking in tandem with him, the very air around them felt undeniably stifled. It was a peculiar sensation, one she had never encountered before. "Are you unhappy?" Jiang Muwen ventured cautiously, her voice breaking the silence like a stone disturbing the calm surface of a pond. The ripples of her inquiry reached Wen Yichen, whose gaze fell upon her. He parted his lips slightly, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. "You." At the sound of his words, Jiang Muwen's heart raced, filled with anticipation. "What is it?" she inquired, expecting him to continue. Yet, he suddenly fell silent, as if his thoughts had been interrupted, akin to a computer freezing mid-operation. Jiang Muwen's curiosity was piqued, only to be met with Wen Yichen's abrupt dismissal of the topic, leaving her feeling despondent, like a meal tantalizingly close to her lips, only to be snatched away. How could he simply let it go? Jiang Muwen persisted, her gaze fixed intently on Wen Yichen, who quietly pressed the elevator button without uttering a word. A profound sense of discomfort welled up within her. How disheartening it was to have half-spoken words. After a moment, Wen Yichen finally broke the silence. "I simply feel that Yin Lizhe is rather irresponsible. You should refrain from associating with him too much. Otherwise, when your grades plummet, do not come crying to me for tutoring." In Chapter 7, Little Pig George, Wen Yichen himself was bewildered by his own words to Jiang Muwen. Perhaps it stemmed from a long-standing friendship of over a decade, a desire to prevent his friend from descending into the depths alongside a wayward companion. He was uncertain why the sight of Jiang Muwen socializing with Yin Lizhe unsettled him. Perhaps it was a genuine concern that she might become distracted from her ambitions. Indeed, that must be it, Wen Yichen reassured himself. If not for their years of friendship, he would not have invested himself in her affairs. "What are your plans for the holiday?" Jiang Muwen casually inquired. In response to her offhand question, Wen Yichen dutifully reported, "Tomorrow, I will be out with Bai Su. And the day after, I will visit my grandmother. And what about the day after that?" She pressed. "Not yet arranged," he replied succinctly. Following this brief exchange, a heavy silence enveloped the air once more. "What about you?" Wen Yichen countered. "Tomorrow, I shall visit the park with Gunyanshi, and the day after, we will go to my grandmother's house. As for the following day, there are no plans yet. Perhaps we could." Just as Jiang Muwen was about to suggest a place for an outing, the elevator door chimed open, revealing Siyu's cheerful visage. "Hello, Auntie." Fortunately, Jiang Muwen reacted swiftly. Refraining from continuing her previous thought, Siyu hummed a light-hearted tune as she stepped into the elevator. Thus commenced the joyous mid-autumn holiday. Embracing the spirit of "I will finish my homework after a bit more fun," Jiang Muwen did not touch her assignments that evening. On the first day of the holiday, she frolicked in the park with Gunyanshi, and on the second day, she accompanied her parents to her grandmother's home. Strangely enough, during both outings, she encountered Wen Yichen each time. Despite the abundance of homework assigned by their teacher, he appeared utterly unperturbed. The adults quickly gathered to converse, leaving the two children behind. "Wen Yichen, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Jiang Muwen inquired tentatively. "Playing games," he replied. It was unclear whether Jiang Muwen found it difficult to engage in conversation with Wen Yichen or if he simply had a knack for extinguishing any dialogue. Upon his response, she found herself at a loss for words. The two walked side by side, and after a brief silence, Wen Yichen broke the stillness. "Have you finished your homework?" A single, simple question, yet it ruthlessly shattered the once pleasant atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Jiang Muwen slowly spoke. "Not yet." "Oh, I finished it a long time ago." Jiang Muwen froze for a moment, her gaze lifting to gaze blankly at Wen Yichen. The streetlight's glow cascaded over his face like silk, bestowing a soft silver edge upon his exquisitely handsome features. She should have anticipated that this extraordinary being, Wen Yichen, would have completed his assignments long ago. Sensing the astonishment emanating from Jiang Muwen, as if struck by lightning, Wen Yichen involuntarily glanced in her direction and inquired, "You haven't done any of it, have you?" Jiang Muwen remained silent. "Are you not worried about not finishing your homework?" Wen Yichen probed further. "Isn't there still a whole day left until tomorrow?" Jiang Muwen reassured herself, believing that the next day would be consumed entirely with either eating or completing her assignments, which should be manageable, right? However, while her thoughts were filled with optimism, reality proved to be harsh. A full day would not suffice. Even if Jiang Muwen neglected her meals, she would still be unable to finish as she lacked the knowledge to do so. She sat in her room, staring at the papers, her gaze fixed until 3 in the afternoon. Time had run out. If she did not seek help from Wen Yichen now, she feared she might never see the sun rise again. She gathered all the papers into her bag, shouldered it, and cautiously knocked on the door of Wen Yichen's home. The door was opened by Siyu, who, upon seeing Jiang Muwen, beamed with a delightful smile. "Has little Muwen come to play with my little piglet?" As soon as Siyu finished her words, Wen Yichen ambled out in his slippers. Having spent the entire day at home, he was still clad in his pajamas, loose and simple attire that invited a gentle touch. Upon noticing Jiang Muwen, he showed no hesitation, casually strolling over to the water dispenser with a mug in hand. "Mom, how many times must I tell you not to call me little piglet?" Siyu took great pleasure in calling Wen Yichen little piglet, and the reason was quite simple. He had an insatiable appetite when he was younger, devouring everything in sight. Leading Siyu to question, if only for a moment, whether she had given birth to a pig. Wen Yichen interjected before Jiang Muwen could finish her thought. Noticing her backpack and surmising it contained anything but toys. "You can't possibly be struggling with your homework?" His bluntness momentarily left Jiang Muwen taken aback, and she chuckled awkwardly. "Well, I was hoping you could help me." Having expressed her request, Jiang Muwen remained at the doorway, understanding that humility was essential in the pursuit of knowledge. Observing that Jiang Muwen lingered at the entrance, Wen Yichen straightened up, turning with his mug in hand as he headed toward his bedroom. "Come in. It's obvious this dimwit of yours needs assistance." Chapter 8. The little sister next door. The sole amusement of Wen Yichen seems to be the relentless teasing of Jiang Muwen. Upon hearing his remarks, Jiang Muwen obediently responded with a simple "oh," slipped into her slippers, and quickly followed him into the bedroom. She had grown accustomed to Wen Yichen's sharp tongue throughout their entire third year of middle school. The number of times he had called her a fool could indeed circle the globe several times. Naturally, aside from fool, Wen Yichen had unlocked a plethora of similar jibes, such as, Did you leave your brain on your desk when you got out of school today? Or if you do that again, I will demand compensation for mental distress. And what on earth made me agree to tutor you? Yet, despite his words, he unfailingly set up a chair beside Jiang Muwen every day, tutoring her through rain or shine, indulging her relentless challenges to his patience. As Jiang Muwen stepped into Wen Yichen's room, a wave of familiarity washed over her. It felt as though she had not entered this space for nearly a year. However, the contents of his room appeared largely unchanged, still characterized by its simplicity and a faint, comforting aroma. Perhaps due to the lengthy absence, she did not immediately take her seat at the writing desk, but instead began to survey her surroundings. The curtains were drawn halfway, casting a dim light throughout the room, while the soothing background music of a game echoed softly from the speakers. Have you finished your tour? Once you're done, kindly take a seat. Wen Yichen continued, his tone laced with a hint of impatience. Jiang Muwen obediently took a seat, well aware of the subtle emotion in Wen Yichen's voice, and therefore refrained from speaking. Silently, she unzipped her backpack and retrieved her examination paper. Just as she placed the paper on the desk, a sudden voice erupted from the speaker nearby. Wen Yichen, where are you? The unexpected sound startled Jiang Muwen, causing her to flinch. She stared at the speaker, then glanced at the game interface on the computer screen, her gaze inevitably shifting to Wen Yichen. Her mouth slightly parted. She was about to utter something when the speaker blared again. Wen Yichen, how could you be so treacherous? You abandoned us. The voice did not belong to Bai Su, but rather to another classmate. Wait, what had Wen Yichen just said? A visit? Are guests coming to your house? As the voice faded, Bai Su's voice followed. Guests? It couldn't be. His tone grew increasingly mischievous, but before he could continue, Wen Yichen abruptly approached Jiang Muwen, instinctively resting his hand on the desk, effectively encircling Jiang Muwen in front of him. The little girl next door came to ask me about the questions. Wen Yichen concocted a casual excuse, determined to conceal Jiang Muwen's presence from his classmates. As he spoke, his warm breath gently cascaded over Jiang Muwen's head, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, the classmates across the screen naturally believed him. Yet Bai Su was acutely aware that there was no little sister next door, only Jiang Muwen. He chuckled. A little sister? Huh? Take your time teaching her. We shan't intrude, hee. Bai Su's remark was so amusing that both Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen could discern the mischievous glint in his eyes through the screen. The classmates, upon hearing Bai Su's comment, instinctively assumed that Wen Yichen shared some clandestine connection with the little sister next door. Following Bai Su's words, a male voice chimed in. A little sister, huh? This big brother is quite impressive. You should learn well from him. Oh, why has the little sister fallen silent? She's rather shy. You all continue to have fun. I'll take my leave for now, Wen Yichen remarked before promptly shutting off the audio and exiting the game. In the next moment, he pulled up a chair and, as before, settled beside Jiang Muwen. Now then, which problems do you find perplexing? Wen Yichen adjusted himself comfortably against the chair's back, awaiting this little one's inquiries. If I say, I don't understand anything, what will happen? Jiang Muwen murmured softly. Perhaps Jiang Muwen's words were too faint, for Wen Yichen could not quite catch what she said. To ensure he heard her clearly, he deliberately scooted his chair closer to her. What did you say? Speak up a bit. It seemed that Wen Yichen had possessed a certain aura since childhood. His sudden approach rendered Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless, partly due to her affection, which made her somewhat shy to speak, and partly because she feared that repeating herself would irritate this impatient boy. Seeing Jiang Muwen remain silent, Wen Yichen spoke again. Speak, I won't devour you. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and exclaimed loudly, I can't do any of them. After she spoke, the air was filled with an enigmatic silence. Wen Yichen seemed taken aback, and after a long while, he slowly said, Do you know? This is the first time I've encountered someone who can proclaim their complete incompetence with such conviction. Didn't you ask me to speak louder? Jiang Muwen muttered to herself, feeling aggrieved. It seems that's right. Hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen said nothing more. He picked up those pristine white papers and examined them one by one. After a moment, he inquired, You can't do any of them? Jiang Muwen timidly hummed an affirmation and then remained silent. The surrounding air gradually settled, and Jiang Muwen seemed to foresee a cosmic explosion in the next few seconds. However, to her surprise, Wen Yichen did not get angry. Jiang Muwen cautiously glanced at Wen Yichen, who was momentarily stunned. Perhaps this was the so-called state of being utterly astonished. At last, Wen Yichen spoke, his face a portrait of disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Muwen. seemingly seeking confirmation. You can't do any of this? Jiang Muwen replied with a faint hum. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, two large letters of despair instantly etched themselves onto Wen Yichen's face. He slammed the test papers onto the table and, in the next moment, rose from his chair. Jiang Muwen was alarmed by Wen Yichen's sudden movement. She regarded him with trepidation. You promised to help me with my studies. I am not dismissing you, Wen Yichen retorted, moving toward the bedroom door. Then what are you doing? His hand paused at the doorknob. I asked my mother to prepare an extra dinner. Chapter 9. Childhood Betrothal with that. Wen Yichen casually opened the door and, clad in slippers, stepped out of the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he returned in the same manner. The sound of the door closing echoed in Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her heart to race heavily, as if she were a prisoner awaiting judgment, despite having done nothing wrong. Moments later, the scraping of a chair reached her ears, followed by the soothing sound of his voice, warm and reminiscent of a savior. Which question do you not understand? After a brief silence, it seemed that Wen Yichen realized he had erred in his inquiry. He perhaps should not have posed the question in such a manner. After a pause, he rephrased his question. Which paper shall we begin with? Seeing her in silence, his distinctly defined hand randomly pulled out a paper, his gaze lingering for a moment on the blank sheet. Before a look of incredulity surfaced on his clean-cut face. Can't even tackle the first question? Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen suddenly found herself devoid of the courage to admit her inability. His tone suggested that even a fool could solve such questions. She managed a wry smile and said, No. Let me take a look. As Jiang Muwen spoke, she picked up a pen, feigning concentration as she pretended to read the question, then began to scribble on the paper. However, she could maintain her facade only momentarily. Soon, the pretense crumbled. Believing that Wen Yichen thought she was earnestly attempting the problems, she was unaware that he had seen through her act long ago. Would you like me to lend you a couple of colored pencils to add some color? Wen Yichen's voice floated into Jiang Muwen's ears, startling her into a slight shiver. Noticing her silence, Wen Yichen appeared somewhat resigned. If you can't solve it, just tell me. I won't bite. How do you know I can't solve it? At last, Jiang Muwen cautiously spoke. After her words, Wen Yichen let out a sigh, leaning back in despair against his chair. Your drawing was incorrect from the very start. Wen Yichen had initially thought he could help Jiang Muwen finish explaining a set of questions in an hour, but given the current situation, that notion seemed increasingly far-fetched. Resigned, he straightened up, pulled a pen from the holder, and inscribed a series of elegant characters on a scrap of paper. Do you understand this concept? Jiang Muwen gazed at the string of characters for a while, then softly remarked, I don't understand. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen did not lose his temper. Rather, he exhibited remarkable patience and inscribed another set of characters. What about this knowledge point? After a brief pause, Jiang Muwen timidly replied, I don't understand. Subsequently, Wen Yichen wrote yet another string and then turned his gaze intently upon Jiang Muwen. Surely you comprehend this one? Jiang Muwen, hesitant to speak, cautiously shook her head. It appeared that Wen Yichen's patience was gradually wearing thin. He set down his pen and inquired, Jiang Muwen, just how many knowledge points have you missed? After uttering these words, he seemed to realize he had erred and promptly revised his question. How many knowledge points do you actually understand? I don't know. With this statement, Wen Yichen fully grasped the situation. It was evident that Jiang Muwen had not comprehended the teacher's explanations since the very first day of school. As the semester had progressed, the numerous assignments posed a considerable challenge for Jiang Muwen, akin to asking her to wrestle a polar bear. I will explain all the knowledge points to you from the beginning. Pay close attention, for I shall only say this once. As he spoke, Wen Yichen retrieved a clean sheet of paper from the side. The waning rays of the setting sun gently filtered through the curtains, lazily casting their glow upon the desk where the pristine paper already bore elegant notes. He meticulously connected all the disparate knowledge points and presented them cohesively on the page. At that moment, he appeared to her as a savior adorned with a halo. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, as if she had stumbled upon a great bargain. Wen Yichen, how are you so remarkably skilled? The material that the teacher lectured on for nearly a month, you managed to elucidate in just a few hours. Such praise from Jiang Muwen caused Wen Yichen to feel a touch of bashfulness. He deliberately cleared his throat and then averted his gaze, inadvertently noticing the alarm clock placed to the side. It's time for dinner. As he spoke, he set down his pen and rose to walk towards the bedroom door. Wen Yichen was not much older than Wen Yichen, his clean face adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was impeccably dressed, the very embodiment of a refined, abstemious male god. However, this description only suited Wen Yichen when he was quiet. Once he began to speak, that sense of abstinence vanished. The brothers' personalities were diametrically opposed, one taking after their father, the other after their mother. At the dinner table, the adults conversed with great pleasure, Wen Yichen seated next to Wen Yichen, who in turn sat beside Jiang Muwen. Children never seemed to be able to interject into the adults' conversations. Thus, at the dinner table, the adults were responsible for discussing everything under the sun, while the children were responsible for focusing on their meal. However, somehow during the adults' conversation, the topic of childhood sweethearts reached Wen Yichen's ears, causing his hand holding the chopsticks to tremble slightly. "Do you still remember the childhood engagement we arranged for the children?" So you casually mentioned. "Yes, indeed. And the more I look at these two children, the more I feel they are a perfect match." So you continued, ahem. At that moment, as Wen Yichen took a sip of his drink, he found himself caught off guard by Su Yu's words. Just as the beverage reached his throat, he was unexpectedly choked. His surprise evident. This reaction naturally drew the attention of Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen cast a sidelong glance at him, then couldn't he help but chuckle softly. The next moment, he leaned towards Wen Yichen and said, "If you don't want it, you can give it to me." Chapter 10. The suspicious Andy smiled just as Wen Yichen prepared to take another sip, when Yichen's teasing remark caused his hand, which held the cup, to hesitate in midair. Although he was acutely aware that Wen Yichen's comment was merely a jest, he found himself momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He neither accepted nor outright rejected Wen Yichen's playful offer. For reasons unbeknownst to him, when Wen Yichen spoke those words, he felt a momentary jolt, perhaps struggling to accept the notion of calling someone younger than himself sister-in-law. Observing Wen Yichen's conflicted expression, Wen Yichen suddenly let out a light laugh, seemingly unnoticeable to the adults around them. "I'm just joking. Why so serious?" Wen Yichen remained silent, focusing intently on the food in his bowl. Although Wen Yichen had said nothing of consequence, a faintly suspicious blush began to bloom on Wen Yichen's ears, a change that Jiang Muwen keenly observed. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Muwen gazed at the slowly reddening tips of his ears and gently inquired, "Have you had enough to eat?" After the meal, Wen Yichen called Jiang Muwen into the bedroom under the pretext of needing help with his homework, just as she was about to indulge in mooncakes. However, the absence of mooncakes weighed heavily on Jiang Muwen's mind, as if her inability to taste them drained her motivation to continue with her studies. "Wen Yichen, do you see the moon tonight? It's round and plump. Doesn't it resemble the mooncakes Andy prepared for me?" Observing the almost enchanted expression on the young girl before him, Wen Yichen couldn't help but sigh and reluctantly rose to his feet. "What flavor do you want?" His question seemed to leave Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless as she pondered which flavor of mooncake would be best. She wished to sample them all. Yet she knew that indulging in every flavor would surely leave her unable to eat further. "Never mind, I'll bring all of them to you," Wen Yichen declared, turning to exit the bedroom. As he shuffled away in his slippers, Jiang Muwen found herself envisioning their life together in the years to come. Though Wen Yichen might feign disdain, his actions would betray him as he dutifully served her tea and water. This thought brought an uncontrollable smile to Jiang Muwen's face, reminiscent of an aunt's affectionate grin. Fortunately, Aunt Su Yu had just mentioned their childhood betrothal at the dinner table, igniting her imagination of a future together. Just as Jiang Muwen reveled in her daydreams, a sudden ring from a voice call shattered her delightful reverie, startling her into a moment of alarm. His gaze fell upon the mobile phone beside him, belonging to Wen Yichen. The prominent character Xiao Mian on the screen caused Jiang Muwen's heart to tremble involuntarily. Xiao Mian was a classmate, and her name alone indicated her gender. In Jiang Muwen's eyes, Xiao Mian was quite attractive. And it was rumored that shortly after the school year commenced, whispers of a boy harboring a secret crush on her began to circulate. The incoming voice call from Xiao Mian tightened Jiang Muwen's nerves. It seemed that Xiao Mian had resolutely decided to engage in a phone conversation with Wen Yichen. As long as the call remained unanswered, the ringtone persisted. Whose call could it be? Finally, Wen Yichen's voice resonated from behind Jiang Muwen. "Xiao Mian." Jiang Muwen responded. In the next moment, the sound of a plate being placed on the desk reached Jiang Muwen's ears, followed by Wen Yichen's long fingers gently swiping across the phone screen before pressing the speakerphone button. The fluidity of his movements suggested an ease, as if he were entirely unbothered by Jiang Muwen's presence, as if he were alone in his room. After seamlessly connecting the call, he casually picked up a mooncake, settled into his chair, one hand cradling the mooncake while the other held a pen, scribbling something on paper. In Wen Yichen's perspective, he and Jiang Muwen had grown quite familiar. Showcasing trivial matters openly felt far more comfortable than concealing them. Yet, Wen Yichen did not exhibit much reaction, taking a bite of the mooncake and responding with a casual mm. In an instant, the atmosphere was steeped in silence, as if Wen Yichen had no intention of continuing Xiao Manman's train of thought. After a few moments, Xiao Manman cautiously broke the quietude. Wen Yichen, I'm having some difficulty with certain problems. Would you be willing to tutor me? Upon hearing Xiao Manman's request, Jiang Muwen was instinctively taken aback. She couldn't shake the feeling that Xiao Manman's call held a purpose beyond mere academic inquiry. Xiao Manman was no simpleton. She often assisted her classmates with their studies. How could she suddenly find herself so inept in Wen Yichen's presence? Nevertheless, Jiang Muwen kept these thoughts to herself, maintaining a facade of diligent study as she attentively listened to their exchange. Shortly after Xiao Manman's plea, Wen Yichen's voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears. I apologize, but I am unavailable today. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but feel a surge of elation. She lowered her head, an irrepressible smile gracing her lips. Ah, is that so? Very well then. A hint of regret seemed to lace Xiao Manman's voice on the other end of the line. Wen Yichen responded with a curt mm, and after a brief farewell, he ended the call. Are you planning to spend the night at my house? Idiot. Wen Yichen muttered softly, his gaze drifting towards the examination paper. Apart from the problems he had just explained to Jiang Muwen, she had not written a single word. It seemed like an age since she had last heard Wen Yichen address her in such a manner. Upon hearing the term once more, she felt a pang of nostalgia. These words seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Shortly after he uttered them, she involuntarily envisioned a scene of the two of them several years hence, with him affectionately chiding her as a simpleton while diligently attending to her needs. Lost in her reverie, an extended silence enveloped them after Wen Yichen finished speaking, creating an atmosphere that made him slightly uneasy. He glanced at Jiang Muwen and was taken aback by a hint of an ambiguous, maternal smile gracing her countenance. Jiang Muwen, what on earth occupies your thoughts? Wen Yichen wondered, perplexed. He had playfully called her a simpleton, but her current reaction seemed somewhat askew. Sometimes, Wen Yichen felt an urge to dissect Jiang Muwen's mind to comprehend its contents. He was genuinely curious about what she excelled at, given her nature. Perhaps she was skilled at fantasizing. However, Wen Yichen, being emotionally obtuse, did not consider that aspect. What are you smiling about, then? He inquired. Jiang Muwen stammered, caught off guard by Wen Yichen's question. In desperation, she offered a flimsy excuse. I'm happy. Wen Yichen regarded her with bewilderment. What makes you happy? The mooncakes are delicious, so I'm happy. Jiang Muwen replied meekly, adding, Is that not allowed? Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen found himself momentarily at a loss for response, staring blankly at her, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Well then, could you hasten to complete your homework? It would bring me some joy as well. Time slipped away, each second ticking by. Jiang Muwen gazed at the daunting pile of assignments before her, her scalp prickling with anxiety. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and even if she could manage to complete one paper every half hour, there was no way she could finish all these papers and countless practice questions before midnight. Moreover, many of the problems were beyond her grasp. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen timidly called out to the boy seated beside her, who reclined lazily in his chair, leisurely indulging in a mooncake. Blissfully unaware that Jiang Muwen expected her understanding to mirror his own, assuming she would grasp concepts after a single explanation. No, Jiang Muwen replied, her voice tinged with difficulty. This prompted Wen Yichen to lift his head, curiosity dawning in his clear eyes as he regarded her. Jiang Muwen looked at Wen Yichen, her expression a mixture of inner turmoil and unvoiced thoughts. Wen Yichen, I see you playing every day. How do you find time for your homework? Yet, this was not the question she truly yearned to ask, as it felt too daunting to articulate. I finished it the night before the holiday, Wen Yichen casually replied. He had already completed the problems in his practice book, and the papers posed no challenge for him. During dull moments in class, he would solve a couple of problems, and by the time school ended, he had already accomplished a significant portion of his assignments. Could you possibly lend me your homework for a moment? After a prolonged silence, she finally mustered the courage to voice her request, albeit hesitantly. Despite their long acquaintance, she found it daunting to ask, akin to seeking answers from a teacher during an examination. Have you managed to solve it all? Wen Yichen inquired languidly. Not at all. To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Muwen forced a smile at Wen Yichen, fully aware that she was utterly at a loss, which was precisely why she sought his assistance. The intensity of his gaze felt oppressive. I was merely jesting. Look at how startled you are. Driven by an instinct for self-preservation, Jiang Muwen felt compelled to utter a light-hearted comment. She turned her head, redirecting her focus to the exam paper, adopting a serious demeanor as she scrutinized the questions. Suddenly, the sound of her phone landing on the desk broke the silence, followed by Wen Yichen's voice. Is there anything you still don't understand? Having known her for over a decade, he could discern some of her unspoken thoughts. It was evident that she was struggling with the material. I honestly don't know. Jiang Muwen lamented as she stared at the homework, her brow furrowed in distress. Strangely, while she grasped the concepts when Wen Yichen explained them, attempting to solve even a couple of problems left her bewildered. Yet, she felt too embarrassed to admit this to him. So, she arbitrarily pointed to a question. Resigned to the fact that she could not solve any of them, any choice would lead to the same outcome. Once she clicked, a long sigh reached her ears. Wen Yichen, in resignation, picked up a pen and opened the drawer, intending to retrieve a sheet of white paper. At the moment the drawer was opened, Jiang Muwen's gaze inadvertently fell upon it. She was taken aback, not because the boy's drawer was more meticulously organized than a girl's, but because of a greeting card nestled within. That card was a birthday card Jiang Muwen had given him during their 3rd year of middle school. At the time, she had wished to present him with a birthday gift, but was at a loss for what to buy. The inexpensive ones seemed unappealing, while the attractive ones were beyond her means. She vividly recalled the numerous searches in her browser for what gifts to give a boy, a quest that yielded no fruitful ideas after several days. Consequently, on his birthday, she settled for a greeting card, justifying it with the saying that it's the thought that counts. She remembered his slightly disdainful expression upon receiving it, never imagining that he would keep that simple card for nearly 2 years. However, it seemed that Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen were not on the same wavelength. After extracting a sheet of paper, he closed the drawer and casually grabbed a pen. Listen carefully. I will only say this once and will not elaborate further. Jiang Muwen responded with an "oh," seemingly unconcerned, as he had uttered the same phrase during their first tutoring session that afternoon. At that moment, Wen Yichen felt a twinge of weariness, pondering the folly of choosing to explain problems to this little tyrant rather than enjoying the comfort of his bed at a reasonable hour. He cast a glance at Jiang Muwen's homework and was astonished to discover that she had completed merely 2 sheets. At this pace, even an all-nighter would not suffice to finish. Ultimately, he chose to acquiesce to Jiang Muwen's prior suggestion, and furthermore, he resolved to implement additional measures to expedite the completion of the assignments. He retrieved his own test papers from his bag, divided them in half, and handed a portion to Jiang Muwen. Subsequently, he extracted several corresponding pages from her test papers. Jiang Muwen was left dumbfounded by Wen Yichen's actions, staring at him in disbelief. What are you doing? Without uttering a word, Wen Yichen grasped his pen and transcribed the answers to multiple-choice questions onto the sheets, helping you with your homework. Chapter 12. Thank you. Brother, the sudden influx of happiness left Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and copy. Wen Yichen cast her a sidelong glance before returning his focus to the papers. For Wen Yichen, who strived to secure a full 8 hours of sleep each night, 10 o'clock marked the hour he typically retired to bed. At this moment, he ought to be comfortably nestled under his covers, yet here he was, unprecedentedly seated at the desk, laboring on homework for his little ancestor, Jiang Muwen. He had previously believed nothing could impede his slumber, only to realize, upon encountering Jiang Muwen, that his earlier convictions were profoundly misguided. Now, he found himself almost 10 sheets of paper away from his bed. The audacity of human nature is perhaps epitomized by Jiang Muwen, whose procrastination knew no bounds. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen interjected, causing him to pause mid-stroke. He ceased writing, lifted his gaze, and met the eyes of the girl beside him. But our handwriting is dissimilar. Won't the teacher discern that you completed my assignments? Do you genuinely believe the teacher will scrutinize each individual paper? Wen Yichen countered, with such a plethora of holiday assignments, I highly doubt the teacher will meticulously grade each one. Wen Yichen's reasoning seemed plausible. His words assuaged Jiang Muwen's concerns, and she resumed transcribing the assignments with renewed confidence. It was, in fact, her inaugural experience of copying Wen Yichen's work, an experience that evoked a rather peculiar sensation. By the time the duo had replicated all the assignments, it was nearly midnight. Upon completing the final character, Wen Yichen cast his pen onto the desk, slumping against the chair as if devoid of all energy. His gaze, vacant and distant, stared into the void. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have relinquished the assignments to Jiang Muwen much earlier. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen whispered his name, her voice slightly gentle and soft, perhaps due to her prolonged silence over the past few hours. Wen Yichen responded in turn, his voice seemingly emanating from the depths of his throat, tinged with a subtle huskiness. Thank you. It seemed an eternity since Jiang Muwen had expressed gratitude towards him. This unexpected utterance of thanks prompted Wen Yichen to instinctively turn his head. He gazed quietly at Jiang Muwen, and then a serene smile broke across his face, as if a millennia-old glacier had finally cracked open, allowing gentle sunlight to seep through, casting shimmering reflections all around. After the two had completed their morning rituals, it was already the early hours of the morning. When they awoke the next day, both were still enveloped in drowsiness, their eyes resembling those of lethargic fish. As they encountered each other at the door, Wen Yichen cast a glance at Jiang Muwen, lacking even the energy to utter a simple greeting. Yet, even in his disheveled state, Jiang Muwen found him strikingly handsome in a uniquely captivating way. He was akin to her spiritual sustenance. Once her gaze fell upon him, her entire demeanor brightened, lifting her spirits considerably. It was as though the moment he appeared, all the sunlight converged upon him, dispelling the surrounding gloom and evoking a sense of beauty. However, the moment when Yichen spoke, he banished all traces of that beauty with his cold, detached tone, clearly harboring a surfeit of morning irritability. What are you still doing there? Let us go? Upon arriving at school, Jiang Muwen settled into her usual seat. Patiently, she retrieved her books from her backpack, preparing to take out her pencil case. Oddly enough, where's my pencil case? When she first failed to locate it, she peered into her backpack, diligently searching through its contents. After searching thoroughly, she still could not locate her pencil case. Emerging from her backpack, she suddenly remembered that she had left it on Wen Yichen's desk yesterday. She intended to inquire if he had seen her pencil case, but as she turned around, she unexpectedly discovered Wen Yichen resting his head on the desk, his eyes peacefully closed in slumber. His long, thick eyelashes gently adorned his face, while the early autumn sunlight lazily draped over him, as though bestowing a soft golden halo upon his figure. At that moment, it seemed as if all surrounding sounds had been filtered out by Jiang Muwen, and everything around her gradually dulled in her perception. In the sunlight, she could almost see the tiny specks of dust dancing around Wen Yichen, along with the subtle rise and fall of his body with each breath. At that moment, he resembled a docile cat, basking in the sun and sleeping serenely. He embodied the very essence of beauty. His mere presence rendered all her troubles insignificant, as if even the air itself carried a sweet, cotton candy-like fragrance. Such an exquisite young man. How could she not be enamored? Jiang Muwen was captivated, lost in admiration of Wen Yichen's striking features, when suddenly a male voice intruded upon her reverie, shattering the idyllic atmosphere she had painstakingly created. Xiao Wenwen, hurry up. Homework. I need the papers and practice books. It was Yin Lijia's voice. Yin Lijia burst into the room with an energetic fervor, swiftly tossing his backpack onto the desk. As soon as he settled into his chair, he turned around and exclaimed, Hurry, hurry. I'm in dire need. Jiang Muwen, taken aback, stared at him in a daze, completely bewildered. Why are you so slow? Yin Lijia seemed genuinely anxious. Noticing Jiang Muwen's prolonged silence, he stood up, approached her side, and crouched down to retrieve her holiday assignments from her desk. She dared not utter a word in his presence, nor scold him, for he exuded an undeniable aura of someone not to be trifled with. It is often said that those who leave their holiday homework until the very last night are brave souls. Yet at this moment, Jiang Muwen witnessed someone far more formidable. Observing Yin Lijia furiously scribbling away, she found herself both amused and exasperated. The notorious scion of privilege was, astonishingly, in such a state of disarray while tackling his assignments. Before long, Yin Lijia returned all the papers and exercise books to Jiang Muwen. She opened her mouth, ready to commend his swift copying, but was interrupted by his exuberant shout, Thank you, big brother. The exclamation nearly startled Jiang Muwen out of her wits. Chapter 13. The Secret of 5 Individuals. Seeing Jiang Muwen's bewildered expression, Yin Lijia couldn't help but chuckle. From now on, you are my big brother. Upon hearing Yin Lijia's words, Jiang Muwen appeared startled, repeatedly declining. No, I am not some big brother. She had no desire to assume the role of a big brother, especially not one of Lija's stature. A responsibility she felt ill-equipped to bear. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do come to me. I shall certainly assist you. Yet, Lija disregarded Jiang Muwen's protests, finishing his remarks before turning away and resting his head on the desk, succumbing to slumber. Thus, the two boys, one after the other, slept soundly through the morning. By noon, the remaining students surged towards the cafeteria like sprinters in a race, leaving behind only the soundly sleeping Wen Yichen and Lija in the classroom. A faint aroma of dishes wafted through the packaging, subtly permeating the air. Wen Yichen, drowsily opening his eyes, was greeted first by the sight of a lunchbox perched on the corner of the desk, the steam rising gently and brushing against his cheeks, accompanied by a hint of delectable curry fragrance. The method to awaken Wen Yichen was quite simple, aside from beating drums in his ear. Placing a bowl of fragrant food before him would suffice to rouse him. Glancing at the lunchbox, his gaze drifted sideways, and upon seeing Jiang Muwen seated directly across from him, he was momentarily taken aback, as if he had not anticipated her presence there. Aren't you going to eat? Wen Yichen's voice was still tinged with sleepiness. The cafeteria is too crowded, so I opted for a lunchbox, Jiang Muwen replied, gently pushing the box towards Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen seamlessly accepted the lunchbox before him, casting a glance around the classroom, which was eerily empty. Apart from the gentle Jiang Muwen and the slumbering Lija, only Guanyin remained. Where's Baisu? Baisu. He must have dashed out the moment the dismissal bell rang. He was likely still in the cafeteria, vying for lunch. In the cafeteria, Jiang Muwen's words had scarcely left his lips when Lija awakened, as if from a deep slumber. He languidly straightened himself, stretching with a yawn, and his eyes practically sparkled upon noticing the lunchbox on the table. He took it, instinctively believing it to be a gift from Jiang Muwen. Thank you, big brother, for bringing your little brother lunch. As soon as Lija finished speaking, it caught Wen Yichen's attention. He glanced at Lija and then at the visibly embarrassed Jiang Muwen. For some inexplicable reason, Wen Yichen felt a slight discomfort at Lija's words, though he could not precisely articulate the source of his unease. It seemed no one responded to Lija's remark, and the atmosphere fell into a thick silence. This is what I bought for you. At last, Guanyin broke the silence, gently correcting Lija. Upon hearing her voice, Lija lifted his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking for a moment before he smiled at her. Thank you, Guanyin. In truth, Lija was not as intimidating as he appeared to others. His inherent roguish aura led his classmates to instinctively maintain a certain distance from him. In the eyes of his classmates, he resembled a ferocious lion, capable of devouring anyone who displeased him on a whim. As soon as a morsel of food reached his mouth, Jiang Muwen called out to Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen raised his gaze, only to meet Jiang Muwen's outstretched hands, leaving him momentarily perplexed by Jiang Muwen's actions. After swallowing his food, he pondered that perhaps Jiang was inquiring about money for a lunchbox. Is my pencil case with you? Jiang Muwen gently inquired. He surveyed the surroundings, then set down his chopsticks and opened his backpack, proceeding quietly as if engaged in a clandestine endeavor. After a brief moment, Wen Yichen retrieved a soft, pink plush pencil case from his bag. Unfortunately, Baisu, known for his candidness, became overly animated at the sight of Wen Yichen's actions. Oh my gosh, Baisu exclaimed, instantly disregarding the other two individuals, focusing solely on Wen Yichen. Was it really little one who tutored at your place yesterday? Observing Baisu's inquisitive expression, Wen Yichen instinctively shot him a glare, frustrated that his little secret was so recklessly unveiled. In an instant, the three of them appeared frozen in time. The other two, upon hearing Baisu's words, felt their ears flush with embarrassment. It was only when faced with Wen Yichen's deathly stare that Baisu realized his earlier slip of the tongue. Indeed, words once spoken resemble water that has been poured out. Once he uttered those words, everyone heard them. In the classroom, apart from the three individuals who stood in stunned silence, there were two others equally taken aback. After all, the school term had only just commenced, and everyone was still in a state of unfamiliarity. Yet, Jiang Muwen had already gone to Wen Yichen's home for extra tutoring, an astonishing revelation for those unaware. Xiao Wenwen, you and Wen Yichen. Guanyin voice trailed off, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Jiang Muwen. At this point, it seemed certain matters could no longer be concealed from everyone. The air felt as if it had solidified in that moment. Silence enveloped the room, rendering it somewhat uncomfortable. Wen Yichen slowly shifted his gaze to Guanyin and, seizing the rare opportunity with fewer witnesses, finally spoke. Jiang Muwen and I are neighbors. The moment he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen's heart raced heavily. Although Wen Yichen merely stated their neighborly relationship, it felt as though he had publicly disclosed a significant secret. This secret, which Wen Yichen had long been reluctant to reveal, was ultimately voiced by him. Following his declaration, silence once more fell upon the room. "Can you all keep this matter to yourselves?" Wen Yichen added. Upon his words, Lija's voice rang out. "We won tea. This is a secret among the 5 of us." Chapter 14. This position is mine. With that single utterance, Lija bound the 5 of them together in a shared understanding, and their relationships began to shift subtly from that midday moment onward. From that moment forth, Class A of the second year began to relish privileges unattainable by other classes. While students from different classes were ensconced in their classrooms grappling with perplexing and obscure questions, the entirety of Class A had already departed from the campus, embarking on an extracurricular journey that aroused envy and resentment among their peers. This week's expedition involved a visit to a museum. To facilitate this, the school had arranged a charter bus exclusively for Class A. The teacher did not organize a group boarding. Rather, they merely provided a designated time for students to arrive at the bus. "Hurry up, Xiaowen." Wen Yichen's voice resonated from the restroom door. "I'm almost done," Jiang Muwen replied, hastily rinsing her hands under the faucet. She had not even had the chance to dry her damp hands before she hurriedly exited the restroom. The girls' movements seemed to always lag a bit behind those of the boys. As the 2 girls reached the bus, they realized that most of their classmates had already gathered. Ahead of them walked Xiao Man and Zhou Yao. In Jiang Muwen's eyes, Zhou Yao resembled a shadow trailing Xiao Man, perpetually following her around. Just as Jiang Muwen's gaze settled on Wen Yichen, Xiao Man halted in front of him. Observing the vacant seat beside Wen Yichen, she politely inquired, "May I sit here?" While posing her question, she gestured towards the empty seat next to him. Upon hearing her voice, Wen Yichen lifted his gaze, looking at Xiao Man. In his clear eyes, a flicker of reluctance seemed to emerge. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing it immediately. The air seemed to crystallize in that moment. Just as Wen Yichen was about to decline, Baisu gracefully maneuvered past Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen. In the next instant, he deftly brushed aside the standing figures of Xiao Man and Zhou Yao, seamlessly sliding into the vacant seat. My apologies, this seat belongs to me," Baisu proclaimed as he settled next to Wen Yichen. At that moment, Xiao Man's expression darkened, revealing a hint of displeasure that seemed to linger on her face. "Why did you arrive so late?" Wen Yichen inquired naturally, as though he had been waiting for Baisu for quite some time. "One must attend to urgent matters." Baisu chuckled lightly, then pulled out his phone. Once Xiao Man found a seat, he leaned slightly towards Wen Yichen and lowered his voice. "Brother, how do you plan to repay me?" Baisu was well aware that the seat beside Wen Yichen was not reserved for him. Although their relationship was amicable, he always graciously relinquished the spot to Jiang Muwen whenever he was present. Noticing Wen Yichen's silence, Baisu pressed on. "Has Annie missed me lately?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen understood Baisu's intentions. After a moment, he replied languidly, "If you wish to see my mother, then come to my house for dinner tomorrow." At this, a smile of fulfillment finally graced Baisu's face. "All right then." As they engaged in conversation, Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen were searching for seats in front of them, reluctant to occupy those, while the rear seats were fully occupied, leaving only the last row available. In that row sat Lija. Whether it was due to his formidable presence or an aura of intimidation, it seemed that everyone was somewhat apprehensive of him. As Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen glanced around, Lija's gaze immediately fixated upon them, gesturing, "Over here, guys." He shifted 2 seats outward, his restless hands tapping the soft seat twice, as if beckoning them to sit where he indicated. Naturally, this gesture also drew Wen Yichen's attention to Lija. Observing Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen approach him, Wen Yichen felt an odd sensation, as if something had lodged in his heart, rendering him uncomfortable. His gaze gradually followed Jiang Muwen towards Lija. While Wen Yichen scrutinized Jiang Muwen, Baisu's attention was directed at him. Finally, as Jiang Muwen settled next to Lija, Baisu distinctly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere around them, an indescribable feeling enveloping the space. Wen Yichen sat there, his expression intricate, until Jiang Muwen seemed to perceive a pair of eyes intently fixed upon her. When she glanced up, her gaze inadvertently met Wen Yichen's for a fleeting moment, prompting him to immediately avert his eyes and turn, resting against the back of his chair. "Chenggu, are you feeling unwell?" Drawing closer to Wen Yichen, Baisu inquired in a hushed tone, conveying his concern. "I'm all right," Wen Yichen replied with a serene demeanor. Bai Su had intended to say more, but upon observing Wen Yichen's countenance, he promptly fell silent. A moment later, he tactfully diverted the conversation. "Shall we engage in a game together?" Upon hearing Bai Su's proposition, Wen Yichen simply responded with a faint affirmation. Bai Su glanced at him instinctively, yet Wen Yichen was never one to wear his emotions on his sleeve. Despite Bai Su's prolonged observation, he could not discern whether Wen Yichen was indeed displeased. However, he was certain of one thing. The young man's spirits were low at that moment. Wen Yichen lowered his gaze and retrieved his phone from his pocket, his soft bangs cascading down, casting a delicate shadow upon his face. The afternoon sunlight, akin to silken threads, graced Wen Yichen's profile, accentuating its exquisite features to near perfection. Yet, even so, it could not dispel the subtle sharpness that lingered upon his face. Having known Wen Yichen for quite some time, Bai Su was well acquainted with his temperament. The young man possessed an air of composure, yet when his mood soured, it heralded a calamity. This calamity might not be directed at any particular individual, but rather be unleashed elsewhere, such as in a game. Bai Su recalled the last time Wen Yichen was vexed when they played a game together. Wen Yichen had transformed into an untamed steed, uncontrollable and unrestrained, leading to a situation that bordered on chaos. To prevent a recurrence of such an event, Bai Su wisely opted out of a team match. "Brother Chun, shall we engage in a one-on-one duel?" Wen Yichen let out a faint hum. The bus slowly began to start, and just a few minutes later, the vehicle was filled with cries of anguish, all emanating from Bai Su. "Brother Chun, be gentler with your strikes." "No, no, please, Brother Chun, show mercy. I was wrong. Please don't chase after me." Chapter 15. Come inside. The bus journeyed towards the museum, and as they reached their destination, Wen Yichen's displeasure gradually dissipated. Upon disembarking, everyone began to explore the exhibits freely within the museum. Jiang Muwen naturally wandered about with Gun Yinshi, trailed closely by a shadow. In Lija, he followed quietly, resembling a bodyguard, for his mere presence seemed to deter other classmates from approaching them. Suddenly, Jiang Muwen's gaze fell upon a glass display case nearby, its contents seemingly imbued with a magnetic allure that drew her closer. In an attempt to gain a better view of the exhibit, she instinctively bent down and tilted her head to the side, just as she was about to truly appreciate the items within the case. Her head collided abruptly with that of another person nearby. Though the impact was not particularly painful, Jiang Muwen instinctively straightened up, raising her hand to cradle her forehead. "Ouch," she murmured, rubbing her forehead, her brows slightly furrowing. The museum's lighting was somewhat dim, and the gentle shadow cast before her enveloped her in a shroud of twilight. Subconsciously, she raised her head and noticed that the classmate she had collided with was also rubbing his forehead. He lowered his gaze, quietly observing the girl before him. It was Wen Yichen. Their eyes met, and after a moment of silence, Jiang Muwen's cheeks flushed involuntarily. The surrounding atmosphere was somewhat delicate, yet not quite awkward. Seeing Jiang Muwen rubbing her forehead, Wen Yichen smiled instinctively. His eyes sparkled with clarity, reflecting the dim light in fragmented glimmers. His smile held a hint of helplessness, but no trace of reproach. He found amusement in the coincidence and felt not the slightest annoyance. Wen Yichen's smile prompted Jiang Muwen to giggle foolishly in response. And so, Wen Yichen remained by Jiang Muwen's side throughout, accompanied by 3 others. The 5 of them seemed to have formed a fellowship, viewing the exhibition together. For Jiang Muwen, the exhibition proved immensely satisfying, so much so that her steps felt lighter. Though Wen Yichen remained mostly silent, his mere presence instilled a profound sense of security. After a restroom visit, they boarded the car one after the other. Upon entering, she spotted Wen Yichen sitting in the back, but curiously, Bai Su was not beside him. As she looked at Wen Yichen, he, too, happened to be looking at her. His gaze fixed upon her and did not waver. He stared at Jiang Muwen expressionlessly, making her feel somewhat uneasy. Moments later, Jiang Muwen hastily diverted her gaze, obediently making her way to the back row. She instinctively assumed that the seat next to Wen Yichen was reserved for Bai Su, thus she had no intention of sitting beside him. As she took a few steps towards the rear of the bus, it felt as if something had tripped her, causing her to stumble forward unsteadily. Just as she was about to fall, a strong hand grasped her arm, steadying her with a firm grip. When she turned to see the owner of that hand, she discovered it was Wen Yichen. She intended to express her gratitude, but noticed that his gaze was fixed intently on a particular spot. Thanks to Zhou Yao's simple glance, Jiang Muwen understood that Zhou Yao had likely tripped her on purpose. Wen Yichen continued to hold onto Jiang Muwen's arm, showing no intention of releasing her. "You should sit here," he murmured softly, his voice resonating in her ears. For a moment, she seemed taken aback. "Huh, please, take a seat," Wen Yichen patiently reiterated, attempting to guide her to the window seat beside him. His words naturally caught the attention of Xiao Man and Zhou Yao, who turned their heads in unison to observe Jiang Muwen as she effortlessly settled into the coveted window seat, one that Xiao Man had been denied twice. As soon as Jiang Muwen settled beside Wen Yichen, she felt a sudden surge of astonishment, caught off guard by the unexpected happiness of being so close to the boy she admired. However, the moment she sat down, her mind went blank. She yearned to engage Wen Yichen in conversation, but struggled to find a suitable topic. Finally, she softly uttered, "Thank you." Before she could finish, Wen Yichen interjected, seemingly aware of what she intended to say. He had observed everything, including the fact that Zhou Yao had deliberately tripped Jiang Muwen. Her motivation for such an action likely stemmed from envy, as she watched Jiang Muwen revel in the joy of sharing the exhibition with Wen Yichen, laughing and conversing happily. To Zhou Yao, it must have felt akin to a plump cabbage left unharvested, instead being uprooted by a pig, Wen Yichen being that flourishing cabbage. "Where's Baisu?" Jiang Muwen glanced around, but he was nowhere in sight. "He went to the restroom," Wen Yichen replied nonchalantly. "Then why didn't he go earlier?" Jiang Muwen murmured under her breath. Wen Yichen seemed unable to catch her words. Chapter 16. Sleeping side by side after speaking, Jiang Muwen hurriedly turned her head, deliberately shifting her gaze to the window. Outside, she unexpectedly spotted Baisu emerging from the restroom adjacent to the venue. At first, Baisu seemed oblivious to Jiang Muwen, perhaps due to the intensity of Jiang Muwen's gaze. Eventually, he became aware of Jiang Muwen seated in the vehicle. As he approached, his expression morphed into one of profound astonishment, for Jiang Muwen had usurped the position that rightfully belonged to him. He lifted his head, his lips slightly parted, and his bright eyes were filled with a mixture of confusion and dismay, along with a hint of incredulity. Finally, propelled by that sense of disbelief, Baisu stepped into the car, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Yichen, as though he felt betrayed by him. He meandered to Wen Yichen's side and chose a seat in the same row. After a brief interval, the vehicle began to move slowly. Initially, the atmosphere inside was filled with laughter and chatter, but soon those sounds began to fade, as if fatigue had claimed the students one by one, leading them into slumber. Jiang Muwen stared blankly out of the window, surrendering to the encroaching drowsiness. Moments later, she succumbed to sleep, her eyelids gently fluttering shut as her body swayed with the rhythm of the bus. Noticing the sudden stillness beside him, Wen Yichen instinctively turned his head to glance at Jiang Muwen, who was now lightly dozing, her head bobbing gently with the jolts of the bus. As she inched closer to the window, Wen Yichen instinctively leaned closer, reaching out his hand to prevent her from inadvertently bumping her head against the glass. At the moment when Jiang Muwen's head was about to make contact with the glass, Wen Yichen instinctively placed his hand between the glass and Jiang Muwen, then cautiously guided her head toward him. His intention was for Jiang Muwen to rest comfortably against the seat and fall asleep. However, to his surprise, as soon as he released his hand, Jiang Muwen began to lean toward him, propelled by inertia. Unbeknownst to Wen Yichen, after he had let go, he straightened his posture, completely oblivious to Jiang Muwen's gradual approach. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, sending a gentle tremor through his heart. He carefully turned his head, only to discover that Jiang Muwen had peacefully nestled against him. Sunlight streamed through the car window, lazily cascading over Jiang Muwen, and as he gazed at her, he could even catch a whiff of the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from her hair. Her bangs gently tilted toward him, with strands of hair yet to be tamed, appearing particularly soft in the sunlight. Moments later, Wen Yichen lifted his hand, attempting to gently nudge her head away from his shoulder. However, as he raised his hand, it became apparent that he was at a loss. He was uncertain how to assist Jiang Muwen without it feeling awkward. From his angle, it seemed clumsy. Yet from another perspective, it would require him to grasp her head and shift her over, which felt rather inappropriate, akin to a floundering octopus. Suddenly, the car jolted violently, causing Jiang Muwen's long, thick eyelashes to flutter slightly, and even her brows furrowed momentarily. Before long, Wen Yichen let out a gentle sigh and acquiesced to her whims. The two had grown up together, and as she leaned against his shoulder in slumber, he deemed it permissible for her to rest. With this thought, Wen Yichen straightened his posture, and settled into a comfortable position against the back of the seat. She slept soundly, as if the mere presence of Wen Yichen beside her brought an unparalleled sense of security. The bus was enveloped in a tranquil silence, and soon, fatigue began to envelop Wen Yichen, leading him into a gradual slumber. When he next awakened, it was due to a jolt from the bus that roused him from his dreams. With bleary eyes, he blinked in confusion, still caught in the haze of sleep. It was then that he realized he was leaning against Jiang Muwen. His heart skipped a beat, jolting him into full awareness. In a state of sudden clarity, he sat upright, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the window. They were nearing the school. He glanced at Jiang Muwen beside him and gently nudged her shoulder, saying, "Wake up." Wen Yichen arrived. Jiang Muwen seemed still ensnared in her dreams, her eyes fluttering open in a daze, her voice soft and languid. This utterance struck Wen Yichen like a thunderbolt to the chest. Her voice was akin to cotton candy, both delicate and sweet. It was rare for him to hear Jiang Muwen speak in such a manner. He feigned a cough, then raised his hand, unceremoniously propping her head up. Time to rise. Wen Yichen reached the school. Oh! Jiang Muwen appeared somewhat bewildered, as if still in a daze from her slumber. She sat upright, her eyes devoid of focus, gazing ahead, awaiting the bus to come to a gentle halt. Observing the scene, Jiang Muwen was taken aback. Why were they stuffing clothes into their bags? Father, mother. Jiang Muwen looked at the couple with confusion. Her parents' sudden decision left her utterly unprepared. Even if she disapproved, there was little she could do. Friday arrived as anticipated. After class, Baisu accompanied Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen to the campus, entering the apartment building. Thankfully, Baisu's presence enlivened the atmosphere considerably. The elevator ascended slowly to the 11th floor, and then the doors opened. As they walked, Wen Yichen retrieved his keys from his bag. Noticing this, Jiang Muwen also unzipped her backpack, beginning to search for her own key. However, despite arriving at the door, she had yet to find it, while Wen Yichen had already inserted his key into the lock. Observing her actions, Wen Yichen casually inquired, "Did you forget your key?" Chapter 17, What are you running from? At this question, Jiang Muwen instinctively trembled, as if he had struck a sensitive chord within her. After a brief interlude, Jiang Muwen's head emerged from her bag, and she offered Wen Yichen a wry smile. "No, it must be hidden quite deep. I'll have another look." Disinclined to concede defeat, Jiang Muwen initiated a fresh search. Alas, even after emptying the entire bag, the key remained elusive. "How peculiar," she murmured incredulously, her gaze fixed on the empty bag. "I distinctly recall placing the key in my bag this morning." As time inexorably marched on, Jiang Muwen, legs crossed, found herself seated at her doorstep, cradling the emptied contents of her school bag, slowly resigning herself to the reality that she had forgotten to place the key in her bag. She was overcome with a profound sense of despair. Her eyes, devoid of animation, stared blankly ahead, as if she were a soul weathered by the vicissitudes of life, having peered into the abyss of mortality. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Muwen, teetering on the precipice of slumber, was abruptly roused by the sound of a lock being manipulated next door. Startled, she instinctively gathered the scattered books from the ground and stuffed them back into her bag. Just as she had haphazardly crammed the books into her bag, Wen Yichen's door swung open. First to emerge was a pristine hand, clutching a bag of refuse. The sound of the garbage bag hitting the ground was followed by Wen Yichen's voice. "Why are you still here?" Upon hearing Wen Yichen's inquiry, Jiang Muwen feigned nonchalance and plunged her hand into her bag, looking for my key. The words were barely out of her mouth when she regretted them, for they lacked even a semblance of credibility, even to her own ears. "It's been half an hour already. Should I perhaps conjure it with an incantation?" Wen Yichen had long seen through Jiang Muwen's deceit. With his arms crossed, he leaned leisurely against the door frame, exuding an air of nonchalance. His gaze languid and a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. One could not help but acknowledge the sheer foolishness of Jiang Muwen's clumsy performance. Yet Wen Yichen had no desire to expose her. If it were as simple as reciting a spell for it to appear, I would have done so long ago. Murmured Jiang Muwen, her gaze lowered as she zipped up her backpack. "Come in," Wen Yichen said, instinctively pushing the door wider. His reaction seemed to catch Jiang Muwen off guard. "Oh, if you're not coming in, then so be it," he remarked, grasping the doorknob and preparing to close the door. Just as the door was about to shut, Jiang Muwen sprang to her feet and hurried toward it. "I'm coming." However, having sat cross-legged for too long, she suddenly forgot the numbness in her legs due to her impatience. As her legs gave way, she stumbled forward, losing her balance and nearly falling into Wen Yichen's embrace. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, and a myriad of images flooded Jiang Muwen's mind, visions of her collapsing into Wen Yichen's arms. To her utter astonishment, just as she was about to topple into him, he deftly sidestepped, evading her grasp. He had evaded her. Perhaps it was due to his firm grip. The subtle ache radiating from his arm compelled Jiang Muwen to gently massage his shoulder. "Thank you," Jiang Muwen murmured softly. After closing the door, Wen Yichen leisurely made his way toward the bedroom. Noticing that Jiang Muwen lingered in place, he halted, gazing at him as if he were an enigma. "What are you still doing standing there?" Jiang Muwen, slightly embarrassed, replied, My foot has gone numb." "Then change your shoes and come in when your foot feels better," Wen Yichen said, before slipping into his bedroom, leaving Jiang Muwen standing awkwardly at the threshold, much like a child being reprimanded by an adult. As the unbearable sensation in his foot gradually subsided, Jiang Muwen slowly crouched down to remove his shoes. Then, feeling at home, he retrieved a pair of pink slippers from the shoe cabinet, specially prepared for him by Aunt Suyu. Upon entering the bedroom, Jiang Muwen spotted Bai Su reclining on a lazy sofa, engrossed in a game on his phone. "Jiang Muwen, come play with us," Bai Su called out without lifting his gaze from the screen, absorbed in the game. "Just download it. With us guiding you, what do you have to fear?" Bai Su insisted. At last, encouraged by Bai Su, Jiang Muwen opened the game and joined Wen Yichen and Bai Su for a 5v5 team battle. Due to Jiang Muwen's rather lackluster skills, Wen Yichen requested that he select a supportive character, colloquially known as a healer. As the game commenced loading, the soft voice of Wen Yichen pierced the tranquil air. "Jiang Muwen, just follow me later and don't wander off. If you're chasing me, how could I not flee?" Jiang Muwen's explanation seemed rather reasonable. Noticing that Jiang Muwen only cared for Wen Yichen, Bai Su felt a twinge of imbalance within. "You are our team's healer. Can't you spare a bit of attention for me?" Chapter 18. She is mine. Upon Bai Su's remark, Jiang Muwen belatedly realized the implication. However, at that moment, a message from another teammate popped up in the dialogue box, the tone and wording as if they had just detonated a bomb. "Hey healer, are you an idiot? If you can't play, just leave." As soon as the message was sent, the three individuals in the room took notice. Jiang Muwen, inherently sensitive and often referred to as having a glass heart, felt her spirits plummet upon reading the harsh words, yet she chose to remain silent, pretending not to see it. The sender of the message was unknown to them, and Jiang Muwen was acutely aware of her own shortcomings in gameplay. Moreover, she felt unable to contend with such criticism, so she instinctively disregarded the message. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. It seemed everyone had witnessed that message, yet not a single person dared to speak. In the next moment, another message appeared in the dialogue box, this time from Wen Yichen. "Mind your words. You're not exactly a paragon of skill yourself." The room remained enveloped in silence, as the two young men appeared reluctant to broach the topic of their recent verbal skirmish. Aware of Jiang Muwen's temperament, they opted to refrain from discussing the matter, instead engaging in a subtle exchange of jabs within the game interface. After Wen Yichen had spoken, Bai Su chimed in. "You aren't even the MVP, yet you still have the audacity to complain?" Their remarks only served to further irk their teammate, who retorted, "What does using a healer have to do with you? Who appointed you to defend her?" Wen Yichen replied, "I apologize, but she is on my team." Upon hearing this, the provocateur fell silent, leaving only Bai Su's string of 66,666 to resonate in the chat. In the wake of Bai Su's message, a flurry of responses flooded the screen, which suddenly left Jiang Muwen flustered. A warmth crept to her ears, though she suspected that Wen Yichen had intentionally provoked the other player. She couldn't help but feel a polite sense of embarrassment. Once the game concluded, the trio resumed as if nothing had transpired, with no one daring to mention the earlier exchange. "Shall we play another round?" Bai Su inquired. Jiang Muwen quietly exited the game, as if still haunted by the previous incident. "Never mind. You all continue without me." Observing Jiang Muwen's departure from the game, Wen Yichen tossed his phone lightly onto the bed. "I want to play either. You can go ahead." Upon hearing Suyu's comment, Wen Yichen's expression instinctively stiffened. Su Yugong noticed several pairs of shoes on the floor, and soon after, two voices called Annie from the bedroom. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen leisurely entered Wen Yichen's room. After Jiang Muwen finished speaking, Wen Yichen's expression stiffened. According to Jiang Muwen's remarks, noticing Wen Yichen's silence, Jiang Muwen felt a moment of surprise. Her sensitive heart instinctively assumed that he was caught in a dilemma. After a brief pause, she gently broke the silence between them. If you don't want to. Did I ever say I didn't want to? Wen Yichen interrupted her before she could finish. It seems not. Observing Jiang Muwen's silence, he continued, I'll inform my mother shortly. Thank you for your trouble. At Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen's gaze instinctively fell upon her. Are we just acquaintances? Why this formality? He casually inquired. Believing that having grown up together, it was quite reasonable for her to stay at his home for a few nights. After speaking, their eyes met. And the glow of the streetlight spilled softly around Wen Yichen, enveloping him in a halo. His eyes sparkled with clarity, as if the warm yellow light had sprinkled delicate reflections within his pupils. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, seemingly lost in thought, unaware that her heart was already racing. Suddenly, Wen Yichen's peripheral vision detected a blinding light. Although he was fully aware that the vehicle would not collide with Jiang Muwen, he instinctively pulled her, who was walking on the outer side, into his embrace. However, Jiang Muwen, absorbed in the moment, remained oblivious to the impending danger. She staggered 2 steps towards Wen Yichen, propelled by his gentle force, and unexpectedly found herself in his arms. The suddenness of this happiness took her by surprise. She had not yet prepared herself for such an encounter. Her small hands hovered awkwardly in the air, seeking a place to rest. A buzzing sensation filled her mind, swiftly followed by a profound blankness. Rationality urged her to escape, while emotion tempted her to seize the moment and indulge in the fleeting intimacy, for such opportunities were rare. Caught in this internal conflict, Jiang Muwen was at a loss. Wen Yichen emanated a subtle fragrance, distinct from the overpowering scent of expensive perfumes. It was a gentle aroma reminiscent of laundry detergent. Strangely, this scent was precisely what she adored, evoking the bittersweet essence of first love, as if she were 16, on the cusp of romantic awakening. Although she had never experienced love, this particular fragrance, lightly sweetened, stirred something within her. The air settled into an extraordinary silence, quiet enough for her to hear the rhythmic thumping of her heart, leaving her momentarily unsure whether the sound originated from her own chest or from the boy before her. In Chapter 19, The Flash, Jiang Muwen's sudden lunge left Wen Yichen momentarily stunned, his gaze lowered as he stared at the girl before him. After a brief pause, he deliberately cleared his throat. A somewhat abrupt cough startled Jiang Muwen, prompting her to instinctively take 2 steps back. There was a car just now, so Wen Yichen hurriedly clarified, as if fearing that Jiang Muwen might misinterpret his words. Once he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen, her ears flushed crimson, murmured in acknowledgement. She subconsciously raised her hand, flustered, tucking loose strands of hair behind her ears. Wen Yichen's explanation led her to ponder the true meaning behind his words. Was he subtly suggesting she express her gratitude, or did he simply wish to prevent any misunderstanding? After a considerable pause, Jiang Muwen finally managed to utter a soft thank you. This unexpected expression of gratitude seemed to catch Wen Yichen off guard. It's nothing. Upon returning home, they found Suyu lounging on the sofa, leisurely examining photographs on the coffee table. She was carefully selecting one, occasionally nudging her son Wen Yichen with her elbow. Son, do you think this one should go in the little piglet's bedroom? Or perhaps this one? Wen Yichen cast a glance at the photo in Suyu's hand and shook his head helplessly. Mom, are you planning to sneak more photos into Wen Yichen's room again? What are you up to now? Wen Yichen asked, having changed into slippers and glancing at the coffee table. Perfect. Little Wenwen should stay with us for the next few days. I'll let Warming know shortly. Before Wen Yichen could finish, Suyu interrupted him, her delight unmistakable as though she had just received some extraordinary news. As Suyu spoke, she beckoned both Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen to the tea table. Xiao Wenwen. Take a look. Which one do you prefer? This one or that one? Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen's gaze naturally fell upon the 2 photographs. At first glance, she was taken aback. She had expected scenic views, but to her surprise, Suyu was holding photos of her and Wen Yichen from their childhood. The moment Jiang Muwen laid eyes on those images, her heart raced. Why had Wen Yichen's mother chosen to print these photographs? However, it must be said that Wen Yichen was undeniably charming as a child, resembling a delicate little girl, with striking features that explained his good looks as an adult. Seemingly sensing Jiang Muwen's confusion, Suyu continued to arrange the photos, explaining, I found these pictures to be quite adorable, so I couldn't resist printing them. Then why print 2 copies? Wen Yichen inquired, perplexed, as he casually picked up one of the photographs for closer inspection. Isn't it just one for you and one for Xiao Wenwen? Suyu replied, gently taking the photo from Wen Yichen's hands. You 2 have been engaged since childhood. It's only fitting that each of you has a copy. With that, both Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen exchanged bewildered glances, clearly confounded by the revelation. Meanwhile, Wen Yichen stood by, stunned, as he realized that this childhood engagement was not merely a jest among adults. The air seemed to solidify in that moment, creating an atmosphere that was palpably awkward, so much so that even the slightest exhalation felt jarring. "Oh, don't just stand there. Go about your business. I shall prepare pajamas for little Wen," Suyu said, gathering the photographs from the coffee table before rising and departing from the sofa, leaving the three children clustered around the table. "I'm off to play games," Wen Yichen remarked, feeling somewhat out of place amidst them, and similarly stood to leave. "I'm going to take a shower," came another voice in near unison. With that declaration, the air descended once more into discomfort. "You go ahead. I'll retreat to my room to play games," Wen Yichen stated as he stood and made his way into the bedroom. By the time Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen had completed their showers, it was already past 10 in the evening. Clad in loose-fitting, casual pajamas, Wen Yichen lazily walked into the bedroom, towel in hand, drying his damp hair. Jiang Muwen sat at her desk, observing as Wen Yichen slowly approached her, stopping beside her. He bent down, extending a hand to rest upon the phone on the desk. In that fleeting moment, she felt the warmth emanating from him, mingled with the rich scent of the shower gel that clung to his skin. Instinctively, Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze, only to find his well-defined profile before her. Droplets of water gliding down his cheek and trickling towards the collar of his light gray pajamas, leaving a darkened patch upon the fabric. Perhaps it was her intense gaze that made Wen Yichen acutely aware of a pair of eyes fixed upon him. He turned his head slightly to observe Jiang Muwen while simultaneously grasping his mobile phone from the desk. "What's the matter?" he inquired, startled by Wen Yichen's question. Jiang Muwen hastily diverted her gaze and offered a vague response. "Nothing, I just noticed you washed up quite quickly." At her remark, Wen Yichen chuckled softly, then turned and settled into a nearby lounge chair, lazily sinking into its embrace. The atmosphere once again fell into a serene silence. Jiang Muwen sat there, uncertain of what to do. She wished to tackle her homework, yet seeing Wen Yichen so engrossed in his activities made her hesitant to retrieve her assignments from her backpack. "Wen Yichen, aren't you going to do your homework?" she finally ventured, tentatively. "I don't feel like it." The conversation ended abruptly, akin to a whirlwind. One must admit, Wen Yichen's talent for extinguishing dialogue had grown increasingly formidable over the years. Unbeknownst to him, he remained blissfully unaware of this fact as he reclined comfortably in the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through Weibo. Suddenly, a notification appeared, capturing Wen Yichen's attention. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from Bai Su. "By the way, bro, there's something I forgot to show you." Flash photo, curiosity piqued. Wen Yichen clicked on the image. Displayed on the mobile screen is a photograph, the protagonists of which are none other than himself and Jiang Muwen, peacefully entwined in slumber, blissfully deep in sleep. Chapter 20. Coexisting in the same room. Although this photograph was obliterated 5 seconds later, for Wen Yichen, it is a memory he fears he shall never forget. His head rests gently against Jiang Muwen's, both of them sleeping serenely under the warm embrace of sunlight, which casts a soft halo around them in the image. Everything appears tranquil. However, for Wen Yichen, it is far from pleasant. If one were to characterize Wen Yichen's current state, it would surely be akin to a disgruntled cat. Bai Su, not satisfied with just one message, sent another after the first. "Not only will I not delete it, but I have also made a backup." "Hiki." Wen Yichen. Smile. "Bai Su, I'm going to sleep now. Good night." Driven by an intense survival instinct, Bai Su cleverly used sleep as an excuse to conclude the conversation. After Wen Yichen replied with a good night, he too put away his phone, contemplating. Wen Yichen then spoke softly. "For the next few days, you shall sleep in my bed, while I will share a room with Wen Yichen." As he said this, he moved towards the bedroom door, but just as his hand grasped the doorknob, a thought seemed to strike him, causing him to pause in his tracks. After a brief moment, he slowly spoke. "By the way, what my mother just mentioned about childhood betrothal was likely just a jest, so do not take it to heart." He slightly turned his head, intending to gauge her reaction. However, halfway through his motion, he halted, decisively pressing down the doorknob. After wishing Jiang Muwen a good night, he closed the bedroom door. At that moment, Wen Yichen was engrossed in a game in his own room. When Wen Yichen entered, he was too absorbed to notice, his captivating eyes fixated on the computer screen, one hand gripping the mouse and the other deftly navigating the keyboard. "You're here?" Wen Yichen replied with a nonchalant hum, casually walking to the bedside with his phone in hand. and comfortably settling down, lazily declaring, "I'm sleeping with you tonight." However, it wasn't long before Wen Yichen's voice reached Wen Yichen's ears. "No, move aside." Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen lifted his head in confusion, looking at the engrossed Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen, too preoccupied with his game, continued, "I do not enjoy sharing a bed with men." In response, Wen Yichen scoffed lightly, "As if I even wanted to sleep with you. Why don't you sleep in your own room?" Wen Yichen asked casually. After uttering this, a pang of discomfort struck Wen Yichen's heart, though he recognized it was merely a jest. He couldn't shake the feeling reminiscent of a child whose toy had been snatched away. Wen Yichen spoke with utmost seriousness, his expression unwavering, as though the mere absence of that package of napkins rendered him unable to find solace. However, as soon as he stepped into the bedroom and located the coveted napkins, the door to the room was swiftly shut, followed by the unmistakable sound of the lock engaging, echoing in Wen Yichen's ears. He abruptly turned around, only to realize he had fallen victim to Wen Yichen's scheme. Striding determinedly to the door, Wen Yichen incessantly jiggled the doorknob, yet the door remained obstinately locked. "Wen Yichen, what on earth are you doing?" His voice reverberated, yet there was no response. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen in disarray within the confines of the bedroom. At last, Jiang Muwen's voice drifted from behind Wen Yichen. "Your brother." "Hold on, let me call him." Wen Yichen interrupted Jiang Muwen, simultaneously retrieving his phone, the moment the call connected. Wen Yichen's somewhat impatient voice resonated from the other end. "What do you want?" Hearing this, Wen Yichen felt a surge of indignation. "Shouldn't that be my question to you?" He pressed the phone closer to his mouth, deliberately lowering his voice. "Have you lost your mind? Aren't you contributing to your brother's lifelong affair? For your sake, I must endure the plight of solitary confinement tonight." Wen Yichen's remark left Wen Yichen in a state of bemusement. "You might as well save it. Do you think I won't tell Mom about this? Mother will be playing mahjong with the tenants upstairs these 2 days. If you wish to avoid reprimand, it would be wise to remain unobtrusive." Upon hearing this from Wen Yichen's expression darkened significantly. "Wen Yichen, you," he began, but fatigue overcame him, and he added, "Good night." Before Wen Yichen could finish his thought, Wen Yichen interjected and decisively ended the call, leaving Wen Yichen alone in his room, bewildered, holding his phone. "What did your brother say?" Jiang Muwen inquired with concern as Wen Yichen hung up, turning to face her but remaining silent. Wen Yichen contemplated whether to disclose Wen Yichen's words to Jiang Muwen. Certainly not. His silence only piqued Jiang Muwen's curiosity further. She watched him as he despondently approached his desk, then plopped down in his chair and retrieved his homework from his bag. "He said I should help you with your assignments tonight." Chapter 21. Tutoring you. As Wen Yichen spoke, he extracted a pen from the holder and opened his workbook, lazily spinning the pen while glancing at the questions. Jiang Muwen, seizing the opportunity to work alongside an academic prodigy, also took out her workbook, determined not to let this chance slip away. Time trickled by, and gradually, the distance between their progress widened. Jiang Muwen had barely completed a few small problems, while Wen Yichen had already finished a substantial question. Turning her head, she quietly observed Wen Yichen's paper, lost in contemplation. Sometimes, the distance between Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen seems to hinge solely on the presence of a clever mind. Jiang Muwen has often questioned whether what rests upon her neck is indeed a head or merely a sphere, perhaps captivated by her thoughts. She sensed a gaze as Wen Yichen subtly turned his head, only to find her vacantly staring at her homework. "Have you seen enough? Which problem eludes you?" Wen Yichen's voice resonated in her ears once more. Such a familiar inquiry momentarily stilled Jiang Muwen's heart. Truly, no one understood her better than Wen Yichen. Noticing Wen Yichen's eagerness to assist her, Jiang Muwen seized the opportunity. "Since you were so keen on helping me with my studies, why don't we go back to our 3rd year, and you?" "No way." Before Jiang Muwen could finish her sentence, Wen Yichen promptly rejected her. The abruptness of his refusal dimmed Jiang Muwen's expression. "I hadn't even completed my thought. Even without your conclusion, I can surmise your intention." Wen Yichen replied coldly. Despite Jiang Muwen not finishing her statement, he was well aware that she wished for him to tutor her. However, for Wen Yichen, such a proposition was utterly impossible. It would never be feasible. He had no desire to squander his vibrant youth assisting others with their studies. Seeing the resoluteness in Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen's demeanor softened. With a cautious tug at his sleeve, she implored, "Wen Yichen, please help me. Can you bear to witness your childhood friend falter due to an inability to complete her homework?" Despite Jiang Muwen's earnest entreaty, Wen Yichen remained unmoved, unflinchingly resuming his studies. His composure suggested an unwavering resolve not to tutor her. The rigor of high school coursework far surpassed that of junior high, and for a young man of limited patience. Merely assisting Jiang Muwen with her assignments was taxing enough. Extending his tutelage beyond that, even if within his capabilities, exceeded his tolerance. A hush descended upon the room. Jiang Muwen, finding gentler methods ineffective, prepared to adopt a more assertive approach. Wen Yichen, she began, a mischievous grin playing upon her lips. Are you aware that our classmates have been gossiping about our relationship? At her words, Wen Yichen's pen faltered, pausing momentarily on the page. Its tip leaving a small blot of ink in its wake. They don't seem to know that we. Jiang Muwen attempted to elaborate, but Wen Yichen swiftly interjected. Every Friday at 7 in the evening, come to my house for tutoring, he conceded, as if a misdeed had been uncovered. Reluctantly, he drew his chair closer to Jiang Muwen. Now, which problem are you struggling with? Upon Wen Yichen's acquiescence, Jiang Muwen offered a dry smile. Could we perhaps begin with this one? She inquired, her finger indicating. The very first question? Did you not already solve it? Wen Yichen gazed at the correct answer in the blank space, puzzled as to why Jiang Muwen insisted on him explaining it once more. Upon hearing his inquiry, Jiang Muwen felt a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to admit that she had merely glanced at the answer. I just don't fully comprehend it. She offered a vague excuse. Wen Yichen cast a sidelong glance at her, fully aware of her character. Had she truly grasped every question, she would not be in her current predicament. Nevertheless, instead of exposing this truth, he extracted a blank sheet of paper and patiently began to elucidate the concepts for her. This arrangement suited him well, for Wen Yichen had confined them to the bedroom, and since they could not share the same bed, it was perhaps more prudent to complete their homework together. Yet, this was merely a beautiful fantasy of Wen Yichen. For a boy who retired at precisely 10 each night, the approach of midnight invariably brought on drowsiness, softening his tone as he instructed Jiang Muwen. In the dimly lit bedroom at 1 in the morning, illuminated only by a solitary desk lamp, the gentle glow sculpted the tranquil silhouettes of the two, resembling a serene painting. If you can solve this problem, then proceed to the 20th one. It's of a similar nature, Wen Yichen murmured beside Jiang Muwen's ear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen obediently acknowledged with a soft "oh." Minutes later, she gradually set down her pen, uncertainty creeping into her voice as she queried, Wen Yichen, is this how it's done? However, Wen Yichen did not lean in as before to meticulously review each line of her work, nor did he bluntly declare that her answer was incorrect. Instead, he left Jiang Muwen enveloped in an unsettling silence. In the stillness, she seemed to perceive the steady sound of breathing. Jiang Muwen turned towards the source of the sound, and was unexpectedly met with the sight of Wen Yichen, who lay with his head resting on the table. His eyes gently closed, and his long, thick lashes delicately resting upon his cheeks. For reasons unknown, she felt an irresistible urge to lean closer to Wen Yichen. The soft glow of the lamp caressed his face, and she could almost sense the rhythm of his even breaths, catching sight of the fine, soft hairs upon his visage. Emotion and reason clashed once more. Emotion urged Jiang Muwen to steal a kiss, while reason incessantly intervened to halt her advance. She slowly leaned towards Wen Yichen, on the verge of kissing him, only to unexpectedly discover a mosquito perched upon his cheek. With the thought that such a handsome face should not be marred, she instinctively raised her hand. The sound of her palm was not loud, yet Wen Yichen was undeniably roused from his slumber, not gently awakened, but rather startled awake by a slap to his face. Having lived for over a decade, this was the first time he had been awakened in such a manner. He lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a blend of drowsiness and annoyance. Jiang Muwen, what are you doing? Chapter 22. Come sleep with me. Wen Yichen's brows furrowed tightly, his pupils revealing an inexplicable expression, still tinged with remnants of sleepiness. However, even though the young man appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, the aura radiating from him, coupled with his deathly gaze, made Jiang Muwen acutely aware that she had landed herself in a predicament. You might find it hard to believe, but, just now, there was a mosquito on your face. As soon as she spoke, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. It was already October, and Jiang Muwen's words elicited disbelief from Wen Yichen, who, slightly irritated at being abruptly awakened, muttered under his breath, calling her foolish. Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen cautiously called his name. What is it? He kept his head down, engrossed in his homework, seemingly too preoccupied to glance at her. His voice laced with a hint of impatience. Could you help me check this problem? Am I correct? Despite his incessant complaints, Wen Yichen was remarkably honest in his actions. As soon as Jiang Muwen finished her request, he obediently leaned closer, diligently examining her work line by line. His sudden proximity sent a tremor through Jiang Muwen's heart, akin to a deer passing by and pausing at the edge of a serene pool. Bowing its head to gently lap at the tranquil surface, creating ripples that danced across the water. The faint scent of shower gel wafted into her nostrils, as if it could dispel the weariness she had accumulated throughout the night. After a brief moment of stillness, Wen Yichen's voice emerged softly, tinged with a note of surprise. "Oh, when did you become so perceptive?" Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen realized that she had indeed answered the question correctly. A flicker of delight surged within her, and soon she found herself floating in the moment. It was thanks to teacher Wen's exceptional guidance. After a few minutes, Wen Yichen continued to speak with fervor, and when Jiang Muwen nudged him awake, he became increasingly animated, shaking off any remnants of drowsiness. However, the opposite was true for Jiang Muwen. As the night deepened, her mind began to slow, and grappling with such complex mathematical concepts felt like an insurmountable challenge. By the time Wen Yichen was only halfway through his explanation, she found herself succumbing to sleep. That night, it seemed destined to be a solitary celebration for Wen Yichen. After a while, Wen Yichen sensed something amiss. While scribbling formulas on paper, he inquired, "Have you truly grasped everything I have said thus far?" His question was met with silence. The room was enveloped in stillness, so quiet that Wen Yichen could hear the subtle, mechanical ticking of the clock. Something was indeed not quite right. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to find Jiang Muwen slumped over the desk in slumber. This sight surprised him. Yet it was entirely within reason. The soft glow of the lamp illuminated her face, casting gentle shadows as her delicate lashes rested upon her cheeks. As Wen Yichen gazed at her, a complex expression flickered across his features, part reproachful, part resigned. Suddenly, Wen Yichen recalled the slap that Jiang Muwen had bestowed upon him while he was dozing off. The more he pondered, the more imbalance brewed within him, and a fervent desire for retribution compelled him to instinctively raise his hand, which he then callously pressed against her face. It must be admitted that Jiang Muwen's face was soft, and squeezing it was indeed rather pleasant. However, for Wen Yichen, mere squeezing was insufficient. He escalated his actions, shaking her face with a mischievous vigor. The unexpected pain jolted Jiang Muwen awake, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the gleeful expression before her. Instinctively, she swatted Wen Yichen's hand away, casting him a reproachful glance. "Wen Yichen, what are you doing?" Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, a triumphant smile crept onto Wen Yichen's face. He feigned an innocent demeanor, mimicking her earlier pitiable expression. "You might not believe it, but I was just squashing a mosquito." This phrase struck a familiar chord within Jiang Muwen, reminding her of the previous conversation she had tried to explain to Wen Yichen, who had remained skeptical. However, she could not bring herself to believe his claim of squashing mosquitoes. Historically, whoever caught a mosquito by squeezing it with their hands? If he intended to squeeze, he should just say, "So squashing mosquitoes indeed." Jiang Muwen pouted, muttering under her breath. Wen Yichen failed to catch her previous words. His inquiry made Jiang Muwen feel suddenly guilty, as if she had been caught speaking ill of him. Alarmed, she quickly responded, "I said squashing mosquitoes is great." So full of personality. Time seemed to slip away as both individuals succumbed to a deep slumber, likely due to their profound fatigue. One had nestled into sleep, and the other soon followed suit. After a hearty meal, a wave of drowsiness often envelopes a person, and Wen Yichen was no exception. Upon entering the bedroom and laying eyes on the expansive bed, an inexplicable weariness washed over him. Instinctively, he flung himself onto the bed, as if it had been days since he last rested upon it. However, just as he comfortably closed his eyes, Jiang Muwen's voice drifted from beside him. "Wen Yichen, I too wish to take a nap." Her words were softly spoken, as if treading on thin ice, yet Wen Yichen heard her clearly. Upon hearing her, he opened his eyes, a hint of sleepiness already evident in his bright gaze. The gentle sunlight poured into the room, casting an ethereal glow around him, making Jiang Muwen feel as though she were in a dream. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if his peaceful dreams had been disturbed by her presence. With a large hand, he gently patted the bed before closing his eyes once more, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "Come sleep over." Their familiarity was profound, to the extent that Wen Yichen considered it perfectly natural for them to share a brief afternoon nap on the same bed. Chapter 23, Falling Onto Him Yet? Despite Wen Yichen's casual invitation, Jiang Muwen hesitated to take such a bold step. In the stillness surrounding her, Jiang Muwen stood there in a state of bewilderment, acutely aware of her heart pulsating fiercely. Sharing a bed with Wen Yichen, sleep seemed an unattainable luxury. After a moment, Wen Yichen appeared to sense her presence. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Muwen, who stood awkwardly beside him. "Aren't you supposed to take a nap? Why are you still standing there?" The exchange of glances prompted Jiang Muwen to shyly avert her gaze. This subtle shift made Wen Yichen realize the propriety of their situation. In the next instant, he sat up, an air of irritation evident in his demeanor. As he walked toward the wardrobe, he remarked, "You can sleep on the bed, and I'll take the floor. Does that work for you?" His question left Jiang Muwen feeling embarrassed, her ears tinged with crimson, as she stammered, "It's fine. I can sleep on the floor." After uttering those words, Wen Yichen hesitated momentarily in his actions, his body slightly recoiling as he turned his head to fixate on her. With his eyes narrowed, remnants of sleep still clouding his pupils, Jiang Muwen felt an inexplicable chill, as if he might soon voice his disdain for the complexities of women. The weight of his gaze compelled Jiang Muwen to timidly suggest, "Perhaps I should sleep on the bed." She followed this with a nervous chuckle. Seeing Wen Yichen spread the bedding on the floor, Jiang Muwen dutifully climbed onto the bed. Just before drifting off, she cautiously leaned over the edge to glance at the boy lying on the floor. Wen Yichen lay atop the bedding, his hands leisurely cradling his head, resembling a carefree youth basking in the gentle warmth of early autumn sunlight, evoking a sense of beauty. The softness of Wen Yichen's bed was infused with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of his own scent, intertwined with a hint of sunlight, which brought a sense of comfort to Jiang Muwen. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon Jiang Muwen succumbed to a deep slumber. She tossed and turned on Wen Yichen's bed, as if it were her own. Yet, this was not her bed. In a haze, she instinctively turned over, only to suddenly find herself plummeting into emptiness. The abrupt sensation of falling jolted Jiang Muwen awake. Before she could grasp anything, she tumbled to the ground. Rather than landing on the floor, it would be more accurate to say she fell onto Wen Yichen. A soft exclamation escaped his lips. Though Jiang Muwen was not heavy, her unexpected descent bore a certain weight. Her arrival felt akin to a boulder crashing onto his chest, the sudden pain prompting him to open his eyes in distress. Realizing she had landed atop Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen instinctively attempted to rise. But as her hands hurriedly pressed against the bedding, Wen Yichen's sleep-laden gaze met hers. In his clear, serene eyes lingered a hint of drowsiness and a trace of displeasure from being abruptly awakened. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the girl before him, all emotions seemed to fade away, leaving only a sense of astonishment and a faint blush gradually rising on his cheeks. The two of them locked eyes, staring blankly at one another, as if momentarily lost in their thoughts. "Jiang Muwen, are you trying to kill me?" Finally, Wen Yichen spoke, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of reproach and a touch of bewilderment. Jiang Muwen could indeed conjure 100 ways to rouse him from slumber, whether by tempting him with the aroma of delectable food, swatting his face under the pretense of a mosquito resting on it, or even unceremoniously crashing onto him. In any case, none of these methods would be deemed reasonable by a rational individual. "No, not at all," Jiang Muwen replied, and the air fell into an enigmatic silence. Soon, Wen Yichen mercilessly shattered this tranquility. "Do you enjoy this position?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen felt an undeniable warmth creeping to his ears. Not really. As he gazed at Jiang Muwen, Wen Yichen suddenly turned his head, deliberately casting his eyes elsewhere. "Then why don't you get up?" In that fleeting moment, as Wen Yichen turned away, Jiang Muwen caught sight of a faint pink hue on his face. Was he shy? Fortunately, there was a boy in her class whom she admired, which imbued her daily academic life with a hint of anticipation. Every day, she looked forward to studying alongside him, especially since he happened to sit just behind her. However, after a few days of classes, Jiang Muwen began to sense an unusual atmosphere in the classroom. Her classmates seemed to be engaged in hushed discussions, casting furtive glances in her direction from time to time. One day, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Jiang Muwen lightly tapped on Wen Yichen's desk. The sound of her pen striking the surface caught his attention, prompting him to lift his gaze and await her inquiry. "Wen Yichen, do you know what the classmates have been discussing lately?" she asked softly, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Don't you want to know?" he replied, pausing momentarily as the tip of his pen hovered over his notebook before he resumed writing. "I do not wish to know. Do not wish to know." Just as Jiang Muwen was about to voice her thoughts further, Wen Yichen interjected, "It's best not to indulge too much in gossip. Curiosity can be perilous." They were, of course, aware that the subject of their classmates' conversations was none other than the two of them. The gossip that Wen Yichen referred to had originated from Zhou Yao, who had spread the word that the genius Wen Yichen had affections for the seemingly naive Jiang Muwen, a fine cabbage indeed caught in the clutches of a pig. Chapter 24. Who provoked you? Despite the students' hushed whispers, the truth, inevitably, reached Jiang Muwen's ears through mysterious channels. Simultaneously, Wen Yichen also became privy to the gossip. The rumor, though confined to the classroom, spread like wildfire. While Jiang Muwen might have been gladdened by mere whispers of Wen Yichen's affection, the embellishments and incredulous tones with which some classmates recounted the tale, coupled with their added barbs about her perceived foolishness, left her disquieted. Zhou Yao was the instigator of it all. During a break, as Yinlis entered the classroom, Zhou Yao, who was seated in the front row, inadvertently knocked her pen astray. The pen rolled until it came to rest at Yinlis's feet, an unwelcome coincidence. Zhou Yao froze, still somewhat intimidated by Yinlis. Despite his never having addressed her directly, unexpectedly, Yinlis did not live up to her fearsome expectations. He glanced at the pen by his foot, then raised his gaze to meet Zhou Yao's. His eyes held an innate sharpness that discouraged prolonged staring. Deliberately, he crouched down, retrieved the pen, and then slowly straightened up. However, he did not immediately return the pen to Zhou Yao. He slowly raised his hand that wasn't holding the pen and casually placed it on Zhou Yao's desk. Then, he leaned in closer, his bright eyes fixed on Zhou Yao, a chilling aura emanating from his gaze. Without uttering a word, he caused Zhou Yao to instinctively recoil. "Who told you to move?" His frigid voice reached Zhou Yao's ears, causing her to obediently resume her previous posture. Zhou Yao timidly raised her eyes, only to meet the icy gaze of Yin Luze. He stared intently at her, as if he could devour her in the next moment. Is there something you need?" Perhaps intimidated by Yin Luze's aura, Zhou Yao stuttered involuntarily. Actually, Yin Luze didn't have anything in particular to discuss with Zhou Yao. He merely wanted to inquire, "Has the recent gossip been originating from you?" Yin Luze inquired. Zhou Yao gazed at Yin Luze, hesitant to say anything. Seeing Zhou Yao's reaction, Yin Luze took it as an admission and didn't press the matter further. His expression remained impassive as his slender fingers lightly tapped on the desk, making it impossible to decipher his current mood. "Listen carefully." Yin Luze's voice was soft, yet carried a warning as it echoed in Zhou Yao's ear. "If you ever embellish stories like this again, I won't be so lenient with you." Yin Luze's gaze never seemed to waver from Zhou Yao, remaining icily cold, as if it could release freezing arrows at any moment. In truth, what weighed heavily on Yin Lijia's mind was not the rumor propagated by Zhou Yao, claiming that Wen Yichen harbored feelings for Jiang Muwen, but rather Zhou Yao's embellishment, insinuating that Jiang Muwen was a fool, merely present in the class to bring down the average. Each time he overheard classmates disparaging Jiang Muwen in such a manner, an uncomfortable sensation settled within Yin Lija. The surrounding atmosphere gradually hushed, all attention seemingly fixated upon Yin Lija and Zhou Yao. Yet, none dared to approach and discern the substance of their conversation, as it appeared akin to a tyrant bullying a peer. In the next moment, he lifted the hand that grasped the pen, allowing it to fall onto the desk, producing a brief yet resounding sound that startled Zhou Yao into instinctively recoiling. Nonetheless, Yin Lija did not relinquish the pen immediately. He gazed intently at Zhou Yao, his eyes profound and inscrutable. After a moment, he finally released his grip and slowly made his way back to his seat. The instant he settled down, the surrounding noise erupted like a dam breaking after prolonged restraint. Curiosity ignited among the onlookers as they began to speculate about what transpired between Yin Lija and Zhou Yao, with some classmates discreetly approaching Zhou Yao to inquire about their exchange. Jiang Muwen, having observed the entire scene, instinctively leaned back upon witnessing Yin Lija's sudden turn, as if to distance herself from him. "Brother, the little brother has already informed the one who spread the rumors. She should refrain from speaking ill of you henceforth." Yin Lija's face radiated a triumphant smile, reminiscent of a child who, having behaved well, seeks a reward of sweets. At first, Jiang Muwen was taken aback by his words. She gazed at him for quite some time before finally uttering a simple thank you. "Why be so polite? As long as I am here, no one will dare call you a fool again," Yin Lija declared with pride. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Yichen, seated behind Jiang Muwen, instinctively lifted his head, his gaze swiftly settling upon the two figures in front of him. Jiang Muwen chose to remain silent, her eyes gradually lowering, her expression dimming. She was indeed not clever. Without Wen Yichen's support, her situation might have been far worse. The words of Zhou Yao had undoubtedly reopened her wounds, and soon, her classmates joined in, adding salt to her injuries with their taunts. Few students could endure being mocked for their perceived lack of intelligence, and Jiang Muwen was no exception. Oh dear, don't be upset. Upon noticing Jiang Muwen's silence, Yin Lizhe felt a pang of anxiety. Lacking the ability to comfort her, he obediently leaned over her desk, raising his eyes to cautiously observe her reaction. Don't be sad. I am right here behind you. As long as I am around, you will never be at the bottom. I am not sad. Jiang Muwen shot him a glance before retrieving her workbook from her bag and placing it on the desk. You're lying. You clearly have a stern face. How about I make a funny face for you? After Yin Lizhe spoke, he disregarded Jiang Muwen's reaction and made a grotesque face, baring his teeth. When he noticed that Jiang Muwen was ignoring him, he awkwardly managed to free a hand and patted her, exclaiming, "Big brother, look quickly. If you don't look, my face is going to cramp." Chapter 25. I dislike her initially. Jiang Muwen had no intention of raising her gaze, but Yin Lizhe's persistent patting on her arm compelled her to lift her eyes. Before her stood a boy making a silly face, baring his teeth in a comical display. It was truly hard to fathom that a boy of 16 or 17, perceived as a school bully by others, could present such a childish expression before Jiang Muwen. As she looked at Yin Lizhe, the shadows in her heart gradually dissipated, and in the next moment, she couldn't help but laugh, remarking, "You look ridiculous. If big brother is happy, little brother can make an even uglier face," Yin Lizhe replied, exaggerating his expression further. Despite his clean-cut appearance, he was intent on presenting himself as if he were preparing for a global ugly contest. Nevertheless, even though his grotesque visage was undeniably unappealing, it genuinely managed to amuse Jiang Muwen. Her spirits lifted, yet the mood of Wen Yichen, who sat behind her, appeared less than favorable. In the next instant, Wen Yichen suddenly stood up, exuding an air of tension, and strode toward the classroom door with purpose. His movement was not subtle, naturally drawing the attention of surrounding classmates, who were already aware of the recent gossip circulating in the class. Most had witnessed Yin Lizhe attempting to cheer up Jiang Muwen. As Wen Yichen stepped out of the classroom, the rumors that had been circulating seemed to gain undeniable credence. And after a brief moment of silence, the air was soon filled with hushed whispers. A few minutes later, Wen Yichen returned, clutching a stack of mathematics assignments. He quietly paused by the podium, placing the assignments on the desk before patiently distributing them to his classmates. Once he had handed out all the assignments, he proceeded, as usual, to deliver Jiang Muwen and Baisu's homework, making his way slowly to the back of the classroom. A glance at Jiang Muwen revealed her sharing laughter with Yin Lizhe, which caused a flicker of irritation to rise inexplicably within him. Perhaps he truly did not wish to witness Jiang Muwen descending into folly alongside a ruffian. When Wen Yichen reached Jiang Muwen's desk, he irritably tossed her assignment onto it. The sound of the homework landing on the desk interrupted the conversation between Jiang Muwen and Yin Lizhe, prompting Jiang Muwen to instinctively turn her gaze towards Wen Yichen. He then took his seat, maintaining a stern expression, and handed Baisu his assignment. Suddenly, a voice emerged from nowhere, compelling Wen Yichen's attention to shift away from Baisu. Wen Yichen, could it be that the gossip is really true? The question came from his other deskmate. Soft, yet audible enough for a small circle of classmates nearby to hear. However, this was not an ideal approach for him. After a brief moment of silence, a classmate leaned in closer and asked, "Wen Yichen, could it be that you truly harbor feelings for Jiang Muwen? If you like her yet fail to express your affections, aren't you concerned that someone else might sweep her away?" His voice was soft, as though he were probing into a significant secret. Both Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen heard this question. Yet, Jiang Muwen did not turn her head. Her body stiffened momentarily after the words were spoken. The answer to that question was, indeed, of utmost importance to her. "I don't like her," came a succinct 5-word response from behind, seemingly clarifying the matter. It was neither painful nor particularly impactful, yet it felt like a sharp blade piercing through Jiang Muwen's heart. Her eyes dimmed instantaneously. Even though she had anticipated that Wen Yichen would respond in such a manner and had mentally prepared herself for it, hearing him utter those words still left her feeling a profound sense of unease. An indescribable emotion surged within her, accompanied by a tinge of bitterness. Though she had never been in a relationship with Wen Yichen, that moment when those 5 words were spoken evoked a sensation akin to heartbreak. In Wen Yichen's heart, it seemed impossible for him to ever develop feelings for Jiang Muwen, and the very idea of liking her appeared to be an unfathomable notion. Before the classmate could say anything further, Wen Yichen took the initiative to speak. "We are merely good friends, so do not overthink it. As for who she likes, that is beyond my concern." Though it was merely a few simple exchanges, Jiang Muwen remained troubled by them until the end of school. On their way home, Wen Yichen walked silently beside her, and their mutual silence only served to heighten the awkward atmosphere. On the bus, Jiang Muwen deliberately broke from routine, avoiding the seat they had previously shared. After Wen Yichen settled in, she intentionally chose to sit behind him. "What is the matter with you?" Wen Yichen inquired cautiously. Noticing Jiang Muwen's silence, he stole a careful glance in her direction. Her expression was complex, leaving him perplexed about her thoughts. Little did he know that he was the boy she cherished in her heart, nor could he comprehend how long his words had weighed heavily upon her. The more she contemplated, the more her sense of grievance became apparent, slowly revealing itself on her face. Wen Yichen, not being foolish, felt a surge of panic upon seeing Jiang Muwen in such a state. He was not adept at comforting girls, and her distress left him feeling even more at a loss. "Did they speak ill of you, which is why you?" he ventured tentatively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen turned her face away. She wanted to deny it, yet the words remained trapped in her throat. Resigned, she could only weakly respond with a soft, affirmative sound. Following that, she cast her eyes downward, seemingly wishing to conceal the sorrow that lingered in her gaze from Wen Yichen. Before long, a distinctly skeletal hand extended towards her, and in the next moment, it gradually opened to reveal her most beloved chocolate nestled within its palm. Chapter 26. The preferences of a genius. When Yichen discerned that Jiang Muwen was evidently upset, her response to his earlier inquiry had been rather perfunctory. He was not oblivious to the fact that such matters were seldom sufficient to sustain her ire for long, yet given her recent reaction, it seemed likely that she was indeed angry with him. However, for Wen Yichen, amusing a young lady was not his forte. He lacked the knack for conjuring delightful distractions or the audacity to make silly faces like Lisa. The best he could offer was perhaps a piece of candy, reminiscent of a time when she had cried inconsolably before him after a fall at the tender age of 5 or 6, and he had resorted to a sweet treat to bring her cheer. The gentle autumn sunlight cascaded softly onto his palm, the wrapper of the chocolate shimmering under its glow, evoking a flicker of delight within Jiang Muwen. Slowly, she lifted her hand and delicately retrieved the chocolate from his grasp, unwrapping it before placing it into her mouth. "I haven't forgiven you yet." Jiang Muwen felt a twinge of grievance in her heart, the chocolate filling her cheeks, as she muttered softly, resembling an adorable little hamster. Wen Yichen naturally caught wind of her words, and a sense of surprise washed over him. With utmost caution, he stole a glance at Jiang Muwen and inquired, seemingly seeking confirmation, "What did you say?" Upon being asked by Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen suddenly found herself momentarily taken aback, as if she had inadvertently divulged a momentous secret. Clearing her throat, she awkwardly shifted her gaze towards the window and murmured, "It's nothing." Thus, Wen Yichen softly inquired, "So, are you angry with me?" This question caused Jiang Muwen's heart to skip a beat, and she turned her head to meet his gaze, responding with a subtle as if conceding to the truth. "Did I say something that upset you?" Wen Yichen queried, bewildered. He scrutinized Jiang Muwen, attempting to recall what he might have said that could have provoked her ire. Was it his remark this morning about her eating like a pig? Or perhaps his refusal to assist her with her mathematics problems at noon? Ultimately, a memory surfaced of her interaction with Lisa today. Could it be that he had tossed his notebook too forcefully? Or had she overheard his comments from earlier? Wen Yichen parted his lips, eager to offer an explanation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Muwen lowered her gaze and murmured softly, "You say, who I like is none of your concern. After all, we've known each other for quite some time, yet I never anticipated that our relationship would hold such little significance in your eyes." Her words grew increasingly faint. She had assumed that Wen Yichen would not catch them. To her surprise, however, he absorbed every word. "But if you truly have feelings for someone, would it even matter if I cared?" Wen Yichen's voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her to instinctively gasp in astonishment as she raised her eyes, a flicker of bewilderment shimmering within them. Indeed, when it comes to matters of the heart, one often finds themselves unable to exert control over their own emotions, let alone influence the feelings of others. What if I were to truly develop affections for a certain young man? Jiang Muwen spoke softly, her words laced with ambiguity, and as she continued, even she lacked the courage to finish her thought. She yearned to understand how Wen Yichen would react if she were to fall for someone else. Yet, even without Jiang Muwen articulating her complete sentiment, Wen Yichen discerned the essence of her unspoken words, and a profound silence enveloped the air around them. For Wen Yichen, it was indeed a challenge to fathom what his demeanor would be if Jiang Muwen were to express interest in another young man. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that the mere thought of Jiang Muwen with another, such as Wen Yichen, stirred a discontent within him, a sentiment perhaps best described as an aversion to witnessing someone else's happiness. The image of Jiang Muwen's potential affection for another left him grappling with an unsettling reality, prompting him to gracefully steer the conversation to a close. Before long, the gossip propagated by Zhou Yao began to wane with the passage of time, and the relationship between Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen gradually returned to its former state. On Friday, as the bell signaling the end of classes rang, the students within the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Amidst the clamor, the voice of a classmate from a diagonal seat pierced through the noise, clearly reaching Jiang Muwen's ears. Wen Yichen, what type of girl do you truly like? If that classmate had spoken of something else, Jiang Muwen might not have paid attention. However, the moment the name Wen Yichen was mentioned, she instinctively perked up her ears, quietly listening. Her concern for Wen Yichen was no less than her concern for herself. Moreover, this inquiry pertained to Wen Yichen's criteria for a partner. How could she possibly let it slip by? After a brief silence, Wen Yichen slowly replied, I don't know. Is there no standard in your heart? For instance, gentleness and generosity, kindness and virtue. Upon hearing her deskmate's remarks, Wen Yichen pondered seriously for a moment, beautiful and intelligent. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen's eyes dimmed, a wave of disappointment washing over her. Everyone said that Wen Yichen resembled the character Jiang Zhishu from those idol dramas, clever and handsome. Yet, she knew he was not Jiang Zhishu, and she was not the fortunate Miss Yuan. Indeed, the preferences of a genius are distinctly unique. After his deskmate concluded, he continued. However, Jiang Muwen's gaze instinctively shifted to Gun Yinchi, and she casually took the notebook from Gun Yinchi's hands. Flipping through it briefly, she was met with neatly penned notes and clearly organized points of knowledge. A warm sensation surged within her, and Jiang Muwen carefully closed the notebook, then turned her gaze to Gun Yinchi. Thank you so much. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Gun Yinchi's exquisite face broke into a delightful smile. What is there to thank? I'm just glad to be of assistance. Such a remarkable girl left Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless, as he realized that there truly existed a blend of gentleness, beauty, and a warm-hearted spirit in this world. Lost in thought, the desk was gently tapped twice by Wen Yichen. Are you ready? She only caught the first half of Wen Yichen's statement. Perhaps she would never learn the latter part. However, if one truly falls in love with someone, who can definitively say what that person is like? Chapter 27. No one will mock you after bidding farewell to Gun Yinchi. Jiang Muwen followed Wen Yichen towards the classroom door. Just before exiting, they happened to encounter Wen Yichen, who naturally noticed the two individuals emerging one after the other. He approached Wen Yichen, instinctively pausing for a moment. When his gaze fell upon him, the air seemed to thicken with tension. Although no words were exchanged between them, Jiang Muwen sensed an unspoken confrontation had transpired. Wen Yichen responded nonchalantly, see you next week. After Wen Yichen spoke, his gaze naturally shifted to Jiang Muwen, and the sharpness in his eyes gradually softened. A faint smile graced his handsome face as he said, Xiao Wenwen, see you next week. Wen Yichen's sudden and complete change in attitude left Jiang Muwen momentarily taken aback. After a dazed acknowledgement, she obediently followed the path of Wen Yichen, who was walking ahead. As the clock struck 7, the anticipated tutoring session commenced. Jiang Muwen, clutching her bag that had yet to be unzipped, promptly rang the doorbell of Wen Yichen's residence. The door was opened by Wen Yichen, who had changed into comfortable attire. Upon seeing Jiang Muwen, his expression appeared largely unchanged. He merely uttered a calm invitation to enter before turning and retreating into his bedroom. Once Jiang Muwen settled at the desk, Wen Yichen's voice reached her ears. Please take out the math test from yesterday. The math teacher had unexpectedly administered a pop quiz, catching all students in Class A off guard. How did you know the math papers were distributed? Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen in disbelief, as though he should not have been aware that she had already received her test paper. Oh, right, she murmured softly. The paper had indeed been distributed by Wen Yichen, yet curiously, he had not handed Jiang Muwen her own. Presumably, the teacher had kept her paper separate in the office, requiring her to retrieve it personally. If that were the case, Jiang Muwen must have performed poorly on the test. Otherwise, the teacher would not have necessitated her visit to the office. However, Jiang Muwen remained oblivious to these details, believing she was the only one in the class who had received the math test in advance. "Take it out," Wen Yichen said, casually fiddling with the pen in his hand. Huh. Seemingly, Jiang Muwen was momentarily taken aback by Wen Yichen's words. Noticing Jiang Muwen's stunned silence, Wen Yichen spoke again. "Hand over the exam paper. I'll elucidate the questions for you." Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her hand fidgeted with the zipper of her school bag, as she was truly ashamed to present such dismal results. "I wouldn't want to trouble you with that. Weren't you the one who insisted I tutor you? Why the change of heart now?" Wen Yichen glanced at Jiang Muwen, and seeing her distressed expression, he couldn't bear to prick at her sore spot. However, if he didn't speak up, she certainly wouldn't offer it. "I'm aware your performance wasn't stellar. Rest assured, I won't ridicule you." Seeing Jiang Muwen's continued reluctance, Wen Yichen added, "Nor will I scold you." Only then did Jiang Muwen reluctantly open her school bag, fumbling for the exam paper while rationalizing her poor performance. "This exam seemed particularly challenging, didn't it? There were quite a few questions I don't recall you teaching me." After Jiang Muwen's explanation, Wen Yichen calmly hummed in acknowledgement. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Muwen deeply sensed the chasm between a scholastic deity and a scholastic underachiever. Perhaps, in their eyes, the difficulty of all questions was uniform, likely the sole point of convergence between her and Wen Yichen. Yet, there remained a distinction, in Wen Yichen's perspective. All questions were uniformly facile, while in Jiang Muwen's eyes, all questions were uniformly insurmountable. As Jiang Muwen's examination paper revealed a corner, Wen Yichen unceremoniously yanked it from her grasp. Instantly, a glaringly red score met Wen Yichen's eyes. In the next moment, his expression froze, as he stared in disbelief at Jiang Muwen's paper, struggling to comprehend how she could have possibly achieved such a score. Noticing Wen Yichen's silence, Jiang Muwen broke the ice with a wry smile, remarking, "It seems a bit low, a bit?" Wen Yichen echoed, "At this rate, you'll end up with no score at all." After uttering this, he scrutinized the paper from top to bottom, fearing that the teacher might have miscalculated. He examined it repeatedly, ultimately accepting the grim reality that he had not erred. The girl sitting beside him had scored merely 10 points. "Well," Wen Yichen managed a bittersweet smile. "HM? Well, what?" Jiang Muwen looked at him timidly, wondering if he had lost his wits upon seeing her score. "Well, at least it's still a double-digit score," Wen Yichen said in despair. Slapping the paper onto the table, "It's quite impressive to avoid so many correct answers. That's a skill in itself." "Wen Yichen, you promised you wouldn't mock me." "Did I?" Wen Yichen retorted, "I am merely praising you." Jiang Muwen gazed at him, desperately suppressing the urge to leap up and strike him. However, she ultimately restrained herself, forcing a composed expression. "So what score did you achieve?" "Not particularly high, merely an order of magnitude greater than yours." "An order of magnitude greater." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Muwen was thunderstruck. An order of magnitude greater than hers would imply 100? Jiang Muwen stared blankly at Wen Yichen, suddenly disinclined to converse with him. If there were a competition for the ultimate conversation killer, Wen Yichen would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Observing Jiang Muwen's expression, Wen Yichen surmised that she had suffered a significant blow. He chuckled softly, instinctively raising his hand to ruffle her hair in a consoling gesture. "It's all right. The exam wasn't easy. It's commendable that you managed to score 10, you simpleton." These words, in Jiang Muwen's estimation, were akin to twisting the knife. "Wen Yichen, is that your attempt at consolation?" Chapter 28, An Indescribable Song. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen paused, momentarily taken aback. "Otherwise what? So, should I express my gratitude?" Jiang Muwen, her hair disheveled from Wen Yichen's ministrations, gazed directly at him. "Gratitude is unnecessary. I merely hope you refrain from achieving such scores in the future, lest you startle me." Wen Yichen retrieved paper and pen, and while feigning disdain for the girl beside him, patiently elucidated the problems to her. Once all the questions had been thoroughly explained, Wen Yichen set down his pen, turned his chair, and elegantly rested his long fingers on the mouse. "You correct the answers for now, and call me when you encounter a problem," he said, as he activated the computer screen, shifting his gaze to the gaming interface displayed before him. Jiang Muwen glanced towards Wen Yichen, her eyes catching sight of the perfect score on his mathematics paper, then darting back to the gaming screen. A profound sense of unfairness washed over her. Why was it that some could be both intelligent and handsome, living such a delightful life? As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he might just as well give your head a little pinch, followed by the installation of a security window. This adage seemed perfectly suited to describe Jiang Muwen's situation. The sounds in the bedroom gradually softened, concerned about disturbing Jiang Muwen's studies, Wen Yichen intentionally lowered the volume of the game. In the room, only the rhythmic tapping of fingers on the keyboard filled the air, accompanied by the occasional scratch of her pen gliding across the white paper as she sketched. Suddenly, the chat icon in the lower right corner began to flicker, prompting Wen Yichen's gaze to instinctively shift in that direction before he opened the dialog box. The sender of the message was by Sue, who had shared a song with Wen Yichen, adding a note. This song is quite lovely. You must listen to it. My friend. Casting a brief glance at the song title, which happened to be in a foreign language, Wen Yichen did not dwell on it for long. Merely tapping out a few words on the keyboard, I will listen to it later. In the next instant, Bai Su's message popped up again. No. You must listen to it now. Wen Yichen remarked. Please wait a moment while I fetch a pair of headphones. Bai Su retorted, why bother? The speaker won't perish. With no other option, Wen Yichen acquiesced. Just before hitting the play button, he turned his head to Jiang Muwen and inquired, I'm about to play a song. I hope you don't mind? Jiang Muwen considered that listening to music while tackling practice questions might ease her nerves, thus she consented. In the next heartbeat, the mouse cautiously clicked the music playback button. Wen Yichen initially suspected a trick behind the melody, yet to his surprise, the tune was unexpectedly delightful. Realizing there were no ulterior motives, he felt reassured enough to increase the volume slightly. However, as the song progressed, he sensed something amiss. The lyrics, if one listened closely, seemed rather inappropriate for children. Naturally, Jiang Muwen also discerned the song's implications. As she listened intently, she involuntarily halted her writing. The atmosphere grew tense with an awkward silence. Both individuals, not oblivious to the song's meaning, sat in a quiet room where only the foreign tune played forlornly. The air around them appeared to shift subtly, yet neither dared to address the palpable tension. Suddenly, Wen Yichen straightened his back, his hand hovering over the mouse, poised to terminate the uncomfortable melody. However, upon glancing at the progress bar, he was taken aback to find that the song was nearing its conclusion, and the subsequent content bore no lyrics. After Wen Yichen realized that there were no more lyrics, he felt indifferent and, with the intention of finishing the song, leaned back into his chair once more. However, just as he settled against the backrest, the speakers emitted a series of indescribable sounds, soft and breathy. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify, leaving the two individuals enveloped in an overwhelming awkwardness. A solitary man and woman, confined in a room, with such an explicit song playing. The next moment, Wen Yichen swiftly changed the track, a hint of suspicious crimson rising to his ears. Perhaps we should listen to another song. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen softly responded with an mm. He wished to explain that the previous song had been recommended to him by Bai Su. Yet such an explanation seemed to only exacerbate the situation. The melody is rather pleasant. Jiang Muwen attempted to lighten the mood for Wen Yichen. Although she voiced this sentiment, Wen Yichen was acutely aware that his image as a respectable person must have completely crumbled in Jiang Muwen's eyes. Nevertheless, he feigned composure, responding with a casual mm and refraining from saying anything further. After a brief pause, Jiang Muwen's attention shifted back to the exam paper before her, scribbling and doodling as she muttered to herself, I never expected you to have such tastes. No sooner had she whispered this than Wen Yichen's indifferent voice reached her ears. I heard that. Startled, Jiang Muwen shivered. I will keep it a secret for you. As soon as the words fell, Wen Yichen could not help but chuckle softly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, curving upward in a delightful arc. It seemed tinged with a touch of helplessness, yet within that helplessness lay a rare warmth. Fool. He regarded Jiang Muwen, idly twisting the pen in his hand, pondering that instead of musing on such trivial matters, it would be far more prudent to consider how to approach the impending monthly examination next week. The announcement of the monthly exam arrived with the swiftness of a tempest, leaving the unprepared girl momentarily stunned. But, this. Jiang Muwen was so taken aback that words escaped her. Less than a week's time, and they expected her, someone utterly unprepared, to face the monthly exam? Do not worry, I will be here. Wen Yichen propped his head with one hand, while the other absently pressed the pen he held. His tone was languid, Yet he seemed resolute when it came to Jiang Muwen. Observing his nonchalance, she attempted to make him grasp the gravity of their situation. Wen Yichen, have you truly considered that in such a short time, teaching me would be akin to Nuwa mending the sky? No sooner had she uttered those words than Wen Yichen's voice rang out. No, it is I who shall lead you to create. In preparation for the upcoming monthly examination, Wen Yichen subjected Jiang Muwen to an intense regimen of tutoring. Within 2 days following the exam, the results were released. When the teacher summoned Wen Yichen to the office to discuss the scores, Jiang Muwen instinctively grasped the hem of his garment. He gazed at Jiang Muwen in perplexity, asking, "What is it? Could you take a glance at the scores for me?" Jiang Muwen spoke lightly, yet when their eyes met, Wen Yichen could sense a hint of tension in Jiang Muwen's gaze. "If you're curious, just check it yourself," she suggested. Wen Yichen appeared reluctant to assist Jiang Muwen in looking at the scores. If she possessed such courage, she would not have dragged him along to see the results. Her apprehension stemmed from the fear that they might be compelled by the teacher to individually analyze their papers after viewing their scores. As Wen Yichen entered the office, the teacher promptly handed him a steaming report card with all subject scores printed upon it. However, his attention was not fixated on his own results. His gaze instinctively drifted downward until it came to rest upon the 3 characters spelling out Jiang Muwen's name. Upon observing her score, a look of relief blossomed on Wen Yichen's face. "Wen Yichen, you performed admirably this time. Keep it up." The homeroom teacher presumed that Wen Yichen's joy was rooted in his own achievement, unaware that his happiness was derived from something else entirely. Wen Yichen responded with a simple yet his gaze remained anchored on Jiang Muwen's score. In his eyes, her performance was not particularly high, but it represented a significant improvement for her. The homeroom teacher graciously offered Wen Yichen an empty seat, allowing him to settle down and focus on the scores. As the pen tip descended upon Jiang Muwen's name, the homeroom teacher's voice wafted over from beside Wen Yichen, imbued with a hint of incredulity and a trace of pleasant surprise. "You know, this Jiang Muwen, she always seems to lack ability, yet unexpectedly. She performed rather well this time." Upon hearing the teacher's remarks, Wen Yichen instinctively paused, a charming smile gracing his otherwise serious countenance, akin to a millennia-old iceberg finally yielding to the warmth of the sun. In truth, Wen Yichen had played an indispensable role in Jiang Muwen's remarkable performance. In response to the teacher's words, he merely offered a subtle smile. "Teacher, I believe that those who can enter Class A must possess considerable capability, don't you think?" His reasoning prompted a chuckle from the teacher, acknowledging that indeed, the students in Class A were all exceptionally talented, with only 30 spots available in the entire grade. And most of those who studied there were indeed the CR de la CRME. When Wen Yichen relayed Jiang Muwen's score to her, she instinctively froze in disbelief. She perhaps could never have imagined that a student who had languished at the bottom could finally witness her own springtime. At last, one day, she ascended from the lowest ranks of her class to within the top dozen. As the report cards were distributed, Yin Lizhe immediately turned to her. Curiosity etched on his face. "Big brother, how did you fare this time?" Upon beholding Jiang Muwen's transcript, a panorama of emotions unfolded within Yin Lizhe's eyes, transitioning from astonishment to elation, and subsequently to bewilderment. It was perhaps beyond his comprehension that the very girl who had pledged to languish in mediocrity alongside him had now, without compunction, abandoned him to forge ahead, leaving him disoriented. "Eminent scholar, given your academic prowess, might you consider tutoring me?" Yin Lizhe implored, relinquishing Jiang Muwen's report card and fixing her with an entreating gaze. Well, Jiang Muwen hesitated, partly due to her own modest achievement, and partly because her recent success was attributable to Wen Yichen. "I am not that good myself. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere." Jiang Muwen proffered a pretext to decline Yin Lizhe's request, but he persisted relentlessly. "I do not aspire to be among the academic elite. I merely wish to avoid being at the bottom. If I were to seek guidance from someone too accomplished, I fear I would be overwhelmed." Observing Yin Lizhe's earnest demeanor, Jiang Muwen relented. "Very well then. Excellent." Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's assent, Yin Lizhe commenced planning a suitable appellation for their study cohort. "Shall we christen our alliance the Comeback Crew, or perhaps the Latent Talent League?" Yin Lizhe reveled in his planning, oblivious to the gaze emanating from Wen Yichen behind Jiang Muwen. Initially, he had intended to remain detached, but Yin Lizhe's ostentatious pronouncements compelled Wen Yichen to eavesdrop. "I find the brave squad quite enjoyable." Wen Yichen rested his head on one hand while absent-mindedly tapping his pen with the other. He gazed at the 2 individuals before him, his tone languid. Jiang Muwen was startled by a sudden sound from behind and turned to face Wen Yichen, seemingly perplexed by the implication of his words. Seeing the look of confusion on Jiang Muwen's face, Wen Yichen ceased his pen tapping, gently placing the pen on the table before shifting into a more comfortable posture. If you two are tutoring each other, isn't it simply a matter of one daring to speak and the other daring to listen? It was clearly a sarcastic remark. Yet to Jiang Muwen's ears, it sounded oddly peculiar. Was it merely a study group they were forming? Was Wen Yichen unhappy? After a brief silence, Gu Nianxi's voice chimed in from the side. I propose we form a study group, a one-on-one tutoring arrangement where we can discuss any difficulties we encounter. What do you think? No sooner had she finished speaking than Bai Su's voice piped up enthusiastically. Sounds great. I want in. As he spoke, he pulled in Wen Yichen's deskmate. Gu Chun is joining too. Thus, the 6-member study group was officially established. And what about my brother and me? Before Lizha could finish, Wen Yichen interjected coldly. Do you two really think you can learn effectively together? According to common reasoning, the distribution of members in this study group, Bai Su and Gu Chun, Gu Nianxi and Jiang Muwen, Wen Yichen and Lizha, seemed quite normal to everyone. However, Wen Yichen found himself inexplicably annoyed by Lizha. Upon encountering him, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Just as Lizha was about to speak, Wen Yichen interjected, stating, Jiang Muwen has always been under my guidance. I fear she may struggle to adapt to a sudden change in instructor. Chapter 30. It seems he likes you. What was merely an arrangement for group collaboration appeared to Jiang Muwen as an assertion of ownership. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, a faint blush crept to her ears. In that case, I will tutor Lizha, Gu Nianxi chimed in, turning to look at Lizha. Is that acceptable? Gu Nianxi seemed ever so gentle. Her bright eyes sparkled like a clear spring, making it difficult for Lizha to refuse. All right, I shall rely on you, Gu Nianxi. The sun on Friday was just right, casting a warm glow over the playground. Jiang Muwen and Gu Nianxi chose a sunny spot to sit on the grass, feeling as if it had been ages since they had enjoyed physical education in such delightful weather. During the free activity time in gym class, the boys would invariably congregate to play basketball, while the girls sought out a comfortable place to gather, chat, and bask in the sun. As Jiang Muwen settled down, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards a group of boys, seemingly in search of something. Gu Nianxi glanced at Jiang Muwen, then followed her line of sight. This had seemingly become a habitual action for Jiang Muwen, as she often found herself scanning the crowd for Wen Yichen, subsequently trailing her gaze after him. Seizing the moment when it was just the two of them, Gu Nianxi leaned in slightly closer to Jiang Muwen and whispered in her ear, Are you looking for him? The moment those words left her lips, Jiang Muwen felt her heart race, as if a significant secret had been unearthed. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes and replied, No. Observing Jiang Muwen's swift denial, Gu Nianxi couldn't help but chuckle. I haven't even mentioned who you were looking at. Why deny it so quickly? Jiang Muwen found herself momentarily at a loss for words due to Gu Nianxi's inquiry. Do you like Wen Yichen? Gu Nianxi cautiously probed. As soon as the question was posed, Jiang Muwen's mind buzzed, plunging into a state of blankness. Her long-hidden secret had finally been unveiled by Gu Nianxi today. Whether it was due to Gu Nianxi's question or the splendid sunlight on that day, Jiang Muwen felt her cheeks gradually growing warm. Jiang Muwen turned her head, coincidentally meeting Gu Nianxi's gaze, which was brimming with curiosity. After a moment, Jiang Muwen averted her eyes and leaned closer to Gu Nianxi, whispering, You must keep this a secret. At her words, Gu Nianxi couldn't help but smile, her delightful grin lifting the corners of her mouth and revealing charming dimples, illuminated by the autumn sunlight, as if everything were perfectly serene. In that moment, they resembled two children exchanging secrets, speaking with utmost caution, fearful of being overheard by a third party. Wen. After promising Jiang Muwen to keep her secret, Gu Nianxi gently called her name. Don't you think Wen Yichen likes you as well? Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Gu Nianxi, realizing that such matters were no trifling matter. For Jiang Muwen, the surprise was accompanied by a delightful thrill. How did you discern that? In response to Jiang Muwen's question, Gu Nianxi simply replied with 2 words, intuition. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to the group of boys, where she caught sight of Wen Yichen snatching a basketball from Lizha's hands. She couldn't shake the feeling that Wen Yichen harbored a certain animosity towards Lizha, a subtle bitterness that lingered in the air. Although Wen Yichen had never vocalized this emotion or admitted his feelings for Jiang Muwen, Some truths may only be apparent to those entangled within the situation. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but smile and teasingly remarked, "So you also claim it's intuition? This thing, my intuition is quite accurate." Before Jiang Muwen could finish her sentence, Wen Yichen interrupted her. Although Wen Yichen's assertion lacked substantial evidence, Jiang Muwen felt a surge of joy in her heart for quite some time. This, perhaps, is the most beautiful aspect of harboring a secret affection for someone, the delightful notion that the person I admire might also hold feelings for me. Such a rare and fleeting moment of happiness is indeed a blessing for Jiang Muwen. When one is enamored, it is astonishingly easy to find contentment, at least. That is how it is for Jiang Muwen. A mere casual remark from someone else, suggesting that they believe he likes her too, can elevate her spirits for an extended period. Thus, her cheerful demeanor persisted until school was dismissed. On her way home, she hummed a tune, her steps noticeably lighter than before. Naturally, Wen Yichen also noticed this subtle change in Jiang Muwen. Observing her as she bounced along, he felt an irresistible urge to reach out and steady this spirited girl. In the next moment, a gentle smile graced his lips as he raised his hand, playfully resting it on her head, just as he usually did. "What is you so joyful?" The instant when Yichen touched her, Jiang Muwen froze, resembling a cat whose neck had been gently grasped by fate, instantly becoming remarkably obedient. "Oh, it's nothing much, just the thought that it's finally Friday, which makes me quite happy." Jiang Muwen offered a casual excuse, refraining from revealing the true reason for her delight to Wen Yichen. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen surprisingly found himself believing her. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Muwen, a hint of a smile, one he was unaware of, appearing at the corner of his eye. After a brief pause, he playfully ruffled her hair with his large hand. "Is this all you've got?" Wen Yichen lowered his head slightly, observing the flustered Jiang Muwen, unable to suppress a chuckle. "All right, when you grow taller, I shall refrain from this." Jiang Muwen looked up, but alas, her height was insufficient. Even if she jumped, she could not reach Wen Yichen's hair. For her, the chance to unabashedly ruffle his hair and take sweet revenge seemed elusive, unless she were to walk over on stilts. However, the mere thought of Wen Yichen's hair being tousled by her hands made Jiang Muwen chuckle uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Yichen asked, puzzled. Chapter 31. A failed scheme leads to loss. Extra spicy. Wen Yichen chose to ignore her, casting a quick glance before shifting his gaze away, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, as if he were stifling laughter. "Wen Yichen, I am being serious." Jiang Muwen gazed earnestly at that handsome head of his, as if something atop it must be removed at all costs. Despite her insistence, Wen Yichen remained unresponsive. Little did she know that her thoughts had long been seen through by him. This girl, Jiang Muwen, often displayed a foolish tenacity when faced with an unfinished task. She simply would not relent. Upon reaching the station, Jiang Muwen persisted relentlessly. "Wen Yichen, if you do not believe me, once we board the train and everyone sees what is atop your head, do not blame me for not forewarning you." Perhaps unable to endure Jiang Muwen's incessant, Wen Yichen finally turned around, instinctively resting one hand on the rotating advertisement board at the station, positioning Jiang Muwen between himself and the poster. This unexpected gesture caught her off guard, causing her to shudder slightly in surprise. She lifted her gaze, still somewhat dazed. In the next moment, Wen Yichen bent down, obediently lowering his head. Wen Yichen's sudden proximity left Jiang Muwen astonished, her mind momentarily blank, uncertain of how to react. Noticing her silence, Wen Yichen raised his eyes. "Did you not insist on seeing? What do you see now?" His deep voice resonated softly in her ears, not loud, yet sufficient to stir the ripples of her heart into tumultuous waves. His clear, pure gaze remained fixed upon her, the sunlight casting a gentle glow, within which Jiang Muwen discerned a rare tenderness in the youth's eyes. "No," Jiang Muwen replied obediently. Despite it being autumn in City A, she felt an inexplicable warmth, or perhaps it was a sense of restlessness. "Then why did you keep insisting that I had something on my head?" Wen Yichen raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding her with keen interest. "I must have misseen. Is that not permissible?" Jiang Muwen deliberately averted her gaze. Having finished her words, Wen Yichen set his hands down, straightened his back with ease, and turned away. "I never expected you to be not only dim-witted but also to possess such poor eyesight." Jiang Muwen gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words, experiencing the sensation akin to a failed endeavor resulting in greater loss. As she observed the silhouette of this young man before her, Memories of Wen Yichen's words from earlier that day resurfaced, inexplicably lifting her spirits. He must possess some kind of enchanting magic. Each time he appeared before Jiang Muwen, he managed to elicit joy within her. It might sound incredulous, but in all her aspirations for the future, Wen Yichen's presence lingered. The evening tutoring session arrived as scheduled, and Jiang Muwen was punctual in her appearance before Wen Yichen. They began with the lesson, followed by assignments. Habitually, Wen Yichen dragged his chair closer to hers. As he patiently explained the concepts in her ear, Jiang Muwen found herself irresistibly reminded of Wen Yichen's remarks. On one side, Wen Yichen was fervently elucidating example problems, while on the other, Jiang Muwen was fervently contemplating whether he truly harbored feelings for her. Wen Yichen's suggestion seemed to hint at a genuine interest from Wen Yichen. After all, why would he tutor her otherwise? Yet, it felt as though she was coercing him, like a knife held to his throat. However, he had consistently allowed her to sit beside him on the bus. Caught in her own turmoil, she found herself utterly unable to focus on Wen Yichen's explanations. If presented with a bouquet in that moment, she could easily spend the entire night pondering this conundrum. Do you understand? Wen Yichen's voice suddenly penetrated Jiang Muwen's ears, followed by a profound silence. The unexpected inquiry caught Jiang Muwen off guard. If she were to answer truthfully at that moment, she feared he might cast her from the 11th floor. Wen Yichen observed Jiang Muwen for a while, guessing that she had once again drifted into her own thoughts. Have you become complacent after ranking 18th? No. What are you actually pondering? Wen Yichen inquired, perplexed, genuinely curious about what could so thoroughly occupy Jiang Muwen's mind. I was contemplating, she began. I heard that the school is hosting a sports meet in 2 weeks. She deliberately shifted the topic. And so? Wen Yichen asked nonchalantly. Are you aware of this news? I am not informed about the sports meet, but I do know that in 3 weeks, we will have our midterm examinations, Wen Yichen replied, then mimicked Jiang Muwen's expression, adding thoughtfully, did you know this? Upon witnessing Jiang Muwen's expression suddenly stiffen, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Moreover, there is a math test next week, and I've heard there will also be a physics assessment. Wen Yichen, before he could finish, Jiang Muwen interrupted him. Could you please explain that question again? For some inexplicable reason, this request momentarily displeased Wen Yichen. I have already gone over it once. Jiang Muwen is not foolish. She understands that Wen Yichen's implication is one of reluctance. Yet, what recourse does she have? After all, she must honor her ancestors. Could you please repeat that? She inquired. Feeling weary, Jiang Muwen cast a glance at Wen Yichen, then silently turned her head away, engrossed in the sample problems while harboring her quiet grievances. If he does not wish to speak, so be it. But to utter I'm tired, humph. Jiang Muwen muttered under her breath, deliberately imitating Wen Yichen's demeanor when she pronounced those 3 words. Naturally, all of this was whispered. Wen Yichen merely caught the sound of her murmuring, unaware of her exact words. What did you say? The moment the question left his lips, Jiang Muwen's heart quivered. I was going to ask you something, but since you feel that way, I shall refrain. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity within Wen Yichen. Go ahead and ask. I won't. If you don't ask, I shall not explain the problems to you. Jiang Muwen was taken aback. Was Wen Yichen threatening her? Since you insist on hearing it, I shall pose my question. Jiang Muwen set down her pen. Do you know why witches prefer to keep black cats rather than white ones? Because if they kept white cats, their garments would be covered in white fur. Bored and bewildered, Wen Yichen found himself at a loss for words in response to her remarks. He thought it far more advantageous to engage with a few mathematics problems than to ponder such trivial matters, for it would surely help him avoid the bottom ranks in the upcoming examination. However, after the tutoring session concluded, Wen Yichen reclined on his bed, reflecting on the cold joke that Jiang Muwen had shared earlier, and he couldn't help but chuckle. In the next moment, he retrieved his phone and sent a message to Bai Su. Do you know why witches keep black cats instead of white ones? Chapter 32. Quite heavy, the unexpected message took Bai Su by surprise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Have you gone mad from studying too hard? Wen Yichen replied. No, I merely wanted to ask you. Wen Yichen added a smiley face. Bai Su responded, wow, that's difficult. I can't guess. Wen Yichen, thank you for wasting those few seconds to humor me. Now, sleep. Although Bai Su initially had no desire to uncover the answer, Wen Yichen's words piqued her curiosity. So, what is the answer? Wen Yichen explained, because if they kept white cats, their clothes would be covered in white cat fur. Bai Su. Good night, sleep well. Bai Su truly never imagined that Wen Yichen could be so bored as to contemplate such things. Perhaps even Wen Yichen himself had not realized that after spending so much time with Jiang Muwen, he had gradually begun to adopt a more juvenile demeanor. 2 weeks later, the sports meeting commenced as scheduled. Jiang Muwen observed that everyone had signed up for various events, and thus, she too decided to enroll in a competition. However, she remained enigmatic, seemingly unwilling to reveal to Wen Yichen which event she had chosen. Noticing Jiang Muwen's reticence, Wen Yichen refrained from disclosing his own event as well. It was not until the day of the sports meeting, when Jiang Muwen appeared among the relay team clutching a baton, that Wen Yichen discovered she was participating in the 100-meter relay. He regarded Jiang Muwen with an expression of disbelief. Naturally, Jiang Muwen noticed his reaction and questioned him with a look that seemed to say, "What is that expression? You're in the relay?" Wen Yichen inquired, as if seeking confirmation. "Is that a problem?" "You." He began to articulate his thoughts, but hesitated, ultimately deciding that her happiness was what mattered. For Wen Yichen, it was indeed difficult to fathom that this petite girl, who often struggled to keep pace with him, was now competing in a relay race. Sensing his incredulity, Jiang Muwen promptly asserted, "I can run quite fast. Remember to wait for me at the finish line." Seeing her exude such confidence, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. "Then I shall await the outcome." Jiang Muwen was the last runner in the relay, positioned closest to the finish line. Shortly after the 1,000-meter mark, the relay race had commenced some time ago, and the baton had already passed through the hands of several participants. Yet Jiang Muwen had not caught sight of Wen Yichen. At last, the baton landed in her grasp. A surge of anxiety coursed through her as she clutched the baton and dashed fervently towards the finish line. "Go, big brother!" came the encouraging shout from Wen Yichen at the finish line, where he stood waving cheerfully at Jiang Muwen. Hadn't he been scheduled to run the 1,000 meters? The thought flitted through Jiang Muwen's mind as she summoned all her strength to propel herself forward. Perhaps her initial burst of speed had been too fervent. Upon crossing the finish line, her legs buckled, and she twisted her left ankle, causing her to lurch forward as if she had lost her balance. Before she could even comprehend the situation, she found herself in an intimate encounter with the track. By the time she regained her senses, Wen Yichen and Wen Yichen were rushing towards her, their concerned voices mingling with the sharp pain radiating from her wounds and ankle, tearing through her skin like a relentless assault. Classmates began to gather around, yet as Jiang Muwen scanned the crowd, she realized that Wen Yichen was conspicuously absent. He had promised to wait for her at the finish line, yet he had not appeared. Disappointment washed over her as she struggled to rise from the ground. The pain from her injuries intensified, causing her to gasp involuntarily. She had fallen hard, her pants torn from the vigorous friction, and she could feel the blood beginning to trickle down her leg. "Jiang Muwen, are you all right?" A familiar voice resonated from behind her, causing her heart to flutter involuntarily. She instinctively turned around to find Wen Yichen standing before her, appearing somewhat overheated and slightly breathless. In that fleeting moment of seeing Wen Yichen, all her grievances surged within her. If someone else had asked her that, she would have smiled and assured them that she was fine. But standing before her was no ordinary person, it was Wen Yichen. With her lips parted slightly, it took her some time before she finally spoke. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "It hurts." Witnessing Jiang Muwen in such distress, Wen Yichen felt a pang of discomfort in his own heart. His gaze fell upon her injured knee, and he stepped closer, slowly crouching down. With great care, he rolled up her pant leg, and the moment he glimpsed the wound, his eyes tightened. "Let's go. I'll take you to the school infirmary." With that, Wen Yichen rose and gently placed his hand on her arm. Thus, with Wen Yichen supporting her on one side and Wen Yichen on the other, they were followed closely by a deeply concerned Wen Yichen. Yet, despite their assistance, she still limped painfully towards the infirmary. "Wen Yichen, let go." Suddenly, Wen Yichen's voice pierced her thoughts. Before Jiang Muwen could fully comprehend, Wen Yichen released her hold, and in an instant, she was swept up in Wen Yichen's arms. The abrupt lift startled her, almost prompting a cry. As she regained her composure, she realized she was being carried by Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen in astonishment, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. "What are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face?" Wen Yichen suddenly inquired. Caught off guard by his question, Jiang Muwen hurriedly averted her gaze and mumbled softly, "You're the only one here. If I don't look at you, who else should I gaze upon?" "What did you say?" Wen Yichen's query sent a shiver through Jiang Muwen's heart. Fortunately, he had not clearly heard her previous words. "In nothing, I simply won't look at you," she stammered. Despite her words, It wasn't long before Jiang Muwen found herself unable to resist stealing glances at Wen Yichen, who appeared somewhat flushed, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Did you just participate in the 1,000-meter race?" After asking, Wen Yichen responded with a nonchalant "Then why are you still holding me like this? Aren't you tired?" Jiang Muwen ventured to inquire. "Am I heavy?" she added cautiously, genuinely concerned that the boy she admired might find her weight unappealing. After a moment, Wen Yichen cast a sidelong glance at her, then cleared his throat, as if to make a point. "You are indeed quite heavy." Chapter 33. The Relentless Sister 13. Observing Jiang Muwen's reaction, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. Though he teased her about her weight, he continued to hold her tenderly, taking measured steps toward the school infirmary. "If you find me heavy, then why not put me down?" Jiang Muwen muttered softly. Having spoken, Jiang Muwen suddenly felt an emptiness behind her, and her body began to descend. Alarmed at the prospect of being unceremoniously dropped by Wen Yichen, she instinctively reached out and clasped his neck. Unexpectedly, she did not fall. Instead, she remained securely embraced in Wen Yichen's arms. Observing Jiang Muwen's flustered demeanor, Wen Yichen could not help but chuckle softly. "You fool," staring blankly at him. Jiang Muwen felt her previously settled emotions ripple once more at the sound of his teasing. "I am not. How could I be a fool if I stumbled while running?" Following her words, Wen Yichen inquired. "Oh, I see. Your little brain hasn't fully developed." Jiang Muwen was momentarily rendered speechless by his remark, even feeling a surge of impulse to leap up and strike him. However, given the current circumstances, she had no choice but to remain nestled in Wen Yichen's embrace. Yet, lying there, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Having been teased by him so many times, few had been successful in retaliating. "Wen Yichen, you're quite bothersome. If you find me heavy, how do you still possess the strength to speak?" "I still have the energy to argue with you," he replied, leading her into the school infirmary. The faint scent of antiseptic filled the air, and the pristine surroundings stirred within Jiang Muwen a familiar dread associated with hospitals. After a brief moment, Wen Yichen carefully placed Jiang Muwen onto the adjacent hospital bed. "Stay here quietly for a while. I will fetch the doctor," he instructed before turning to leave the room. The atmosphere was tranquil, leaving Jiang Muwen alone on the bed. She slightly bent her legs to inspect her injury, but the searing pain made her involuntarily gasp. As she lamented the agony in her knee, Wen Yichen returned with the school doctor. Upon examining Jiang Muwen's wound, the doctor turned and began to prepare. "You've taken quite a fall. I'll disinfect it now. It might sting a bit, so bear with it." With a teasing tone, he continued, "It was just a sports meet, yet you've injured yourself so badly." As he gathered the necessary supplies, he slowly approached Jiang Muwen. "Now, let's disinfect it, brave girl." Just as the doctor's words fell, hydrogen peroxide was poured onto Jiang Muwen's wound. The sudden, excruciating pain nearly made her cry out, as if a ferocious beast were tearing at her skin. Following this, a fiery sensation coursed through her, spreading like vines around her. The relentless sting provoked tears to well up in her eyes. Unable to endure the torment any longer, she instinctively reached for Wen Yichen's hand, gripping it tightly in response to the pain in her knee. His voice carried a rare tenderness, interwoven with a hint of concern. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, the school doctor instinctively lifted his head, casting a glance at Wen Yichen, followed by the emergence of an indescribable smile on his face. "Youth is truly wonderful." The school doctor's remark left Jiang Muwen momentarily stunned, wondering if the doctor had misunderstood something. "No, that's not it. Teacher, we are not what you think," Jiang Muwen hastily explained. In response to Jiang Muwen's words, the school doctor could not suppress a chuckle. He turned away and retrieved another bottle of wound treatment medication, saying, "I understand. At your age, whatever feelings you possess are the purest." He glanced at the two youngsters once more and sighed with a smile. "Ah, discussing this with you now is of little consequence. You will comprehend it when you grow older." With that, the school doctor hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the room. Gradually, the surroundings fell into a serene silence, and the atmosphere became subtly charged. "Wen Yichen," Jiang Muwen softly called out. Is next Sunday your birthday?" Jiang Muwen's mention of the birthday caught Wen Yichen off guard, as he had momentarily forgotten that November 11th was indeed his birthday. "What do you desire for your birthday gift?" Jiang Muwen continued to inquire, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited him to enumerate his wish list. After gazing at Jiang Muwen for a moment, Wen Yichen nonchalantly replied, "If you can excel in your midterm exams, that would be the best gift for me." As soon as the words left her lips, the glimmer of anticipation in Jiang Muwen's eyes suddenly dimmed. Wen Yichen, could we perhaps discuss a more pleasant topic? She spoke while instinctively bending her leg, completely oblivious to her knee injury until a sharp pain surged through her, eliciting a gasp of discomfort. Observing Jiang Muwen's reaction, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Look at you, so reckless. Who would dare to marry you in the future? Perhaps someone would not only dare to marry me, but also cherish me dearly, Jiang Muwen retorted. At her words, Wen Yichen paused abruptly, realizing that this girl before him would indeed marry someday and form a family of her own. He had never truly contemplated who she might wed, naively assuming she would always linger in his life. The thought of her vanishing from his world was almost unimaginable. In Wen Yichen's envisioned future, every corner seemed destined to be graced by Jiang Muwen's presence. Yet, the mere idea of her walking down the aisle with another man stirred an unsettling feeling within him. Chapter 34. I will carry you, Wen Yichen. Huh. His gaze returned to Jiang Muwen, who looked at him curiously. Tentatively, she inquired, what were you thinking about? Wen Yichen slightly parted his lips, gazing at the girl before him who was tilting her head in his direction. It was as if he could envision her, years later, playfully entwined with another man's arm. However, the mere thought evoked an inexplicable sensation in his heart, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. Whether he attempted to swallow it down or force it out through a cough, discomfort persisted. You, he began to speak, only to halt abruptly. Certain words seemed eternally beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Muwen remained oblivious to his unspoken thoughts, sitting attentively, her demeanor inviting him to continue. The results of the math test were released a couple of days ago. Would you like me to check them for you? Jiang Muwen had anticipated a different response from Wen Yichen, and when she heard this instead, her gaze dimmed. Suit yourself. The sports meet lasted only half a day, and once it concluded, everyone dispersed. Seizing the rare opportunity of an early dismissal, Yichen called out to their study group of 6 as they prepared to leave the school. Since we're finishing this early today, let us go out for a meal. They decided on a nearby restaurant for lunch, and as the 6 of them gathered around a table, once the dishes were served, Yichen took the initiative to place a piece of fried chicken leg into Jiang Muwen's bowl. Here, have a chicken leg to replenish your energy. Yichen's attentive gestures were so overt that they caused Wen Yichen to narrow his eyes involuntarily. He could not quite comprehend why he felt averse to Yichen's kindness towards Jiang Muwen. In the next moment, Wen Yichen followed suit, adding some vegetables to Jiang Muwen's bowl, which soon obscured the chicken leg that Yichen had previously placed there. Given the state you're in, it's better to avoid greasy food, he remarked. Observing Wen Yichen's behavior, Jiang Muwen was momentarily taken aback. Was he genuinely concerned for her, or was he merely trying to undermine Yichen? The atmosphere gradually fell into a silence, the ambience seemingly shifting in an imperceptible manner, creating a sensation that was almost suffocating. Xiao Wuwen, don't listen to him. You should eat more. Bai Su's voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, followed by another dish being added to her bowl. Thus, amidst a chorus of encouragement and shared food, Jiang Muwen's once empty bowl began to resemble a small mountain. She herself could hardly fathom how she managed to consume so many dishes, only realizing upon leaving the restaurant that she was so full she could barely walk. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she limped alongside Wen Yichen. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, it seemed that Wen Yichen was walking unusually slowly today, as if he were deliberately waiting for her. As they strolled, Wen Yichen discreetly cast glances at Jiang Muwen, observing her struggle to walk. He felt an urge to offer her support, yet each time his hand lifted, it hesitated in the air, as if he were wrestling with some unspoken concern. It was only after they disembarked from the bus together that Wen Yichen finally spoke. Does it still hurt? Given your forthrightness, it was indeed unexpected, Wen Yichen mused. His gaze lingered on Jiang Muwen as she resolutely propelled herself forward. A pang of sympathy resonated within him. Wen Yichen unslung his backpack and swiftly advanced, halting before Jiang Muwen. His abrupt stop momentarily startled her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he extended his bag to her. Without inquiry, she dutifully accepted it. Then, turning his back to her, Wen Yichen crouched down. Hop on, he instructed. A moment of stunned silence ensued. Clutching Wen Yichen's bag, Jiang Muwen regarded his back with incredulity. Could his invitation to hop on truly mean what she dared to imagine? Hesitantly, she chose to remain still, awaiting further clarity. Jiang Muwen, I said hop on. Wen Yichen repeated, his voice clear despite its soft tone. Ah, she responded, still uncertain. Aren't you experiencing foot pain? Wen Yichen inquired casually. I'll give you a piggyback ride. Upon hearing those final words, Jiang Muwen's heart began to race. The suddenness of this unexpected kindness left her momentarily breathless. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? She asked, her gaze fixed on Wen Yichen's back, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. We've already embraced. He replied, his tone nonchalant. What's a piggyback ride to be shy about? Hearing Wen Yichen say such words, Jiang Muwen felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. Moreover, such a rare opportunity, if missed now, might not present itself again. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, with each step she took toward Wen Yichen. The fluttering sensation within her intensified. Ultimately, she could hardly comprehend how she found herself perched on Wen Yichen's back. Perhaps she had floated there. Suddenly, a surge of strength lifted her upward, and she found herself securely resting on his back. As she lay there, a faint smile involuntarily graced Jiang Muwen's lips, imbued with a touch of shyness and an undercurrent of secret delight, as though her desires had been fulfilled. Wen Yichen walked steadily forward, each step firm, allowing Jiang Muwen to experience an unprecedented sense of happiness, stable and serene, making her wish to remain on his back for a lifetime. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, gazing at his slightly flushed ears, and inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped him, her smile blossomed even more brilliantly. Unexpectedly, Wen Yichen turned his head, inadvertently catching sight of the blissfully smiling Jiang Muwen. What are you laughing about? His voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Jiang Muwen to flinch. She abruptly stifled her laughter, her ears warming involuntarily, as if Wen Yichen had unearthed a secret that should remain hidden. Is there something? Is there not? Wen Yichen countered, his tone inquisitive. Oh, I merely laughed. Being tall is indeed a blessing. Not only does it provide a broader view, but the air also feels fresher. Jiang Muwen casually fabricated an excuse to brush it off. Next time, perhaps chapter 35, ignoring the incantations of the foolish. There shall be no next time, Jiang Muwen whispered softly into Wen Yichen's ear. After all, taking a tumble is hardly pleasant, and no one wishes for a repeat performance. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's remark, Wen Yichen could not help but chuckle softly. That's uncertain, for a fool like you. Stumbling 5 or 6 times wouldn't surprise me at all. Jiang Muwen felt as though she had been critically wounded by Wen Yichen's words. Despite her hard work and achieving a commendable position, instead of receiving praise, she was mercilessly jabbed anew. Wen Yichen, as Jiang Muwen's retort lingered on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed it back, catching sight of the faint blush creeping to Wen Yichen's ears. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Although she couldn't outwit him, she could certainly create a scene. With that in mind, she began to stir up trouble. Resembling a child denied candy and resorting to a tantrum, I am not a fool. Though her actions were not grand, they momentarily flustered Wen Yichen, compelling him to halt. Jiang Muwen, don't move. Yet, the more he insisted, the more determined she became to oppose him. Not only did she refuse to stop, but she escalated her antics. I will move. We might fall. Ignoring the incessant chatter, Jiang Muwen remained steadfast in her resolve. Seeing her unwavering determination, Wen Yichen found himself at a loss. Verbal persuasion had proven futile. In an unexpected turn, he suddenly relaxed his grip. The abrupt sensation of falling startled Jiang Muwen, prompting her to instinctively reach out and clasp Wen Yichen's neck. She clung to him tightly, resembling a sloth ensconced in its arboreal embrace. This sudden gesture left Wen Yichen momentarily stunned, as a rush of warmth surged through his veins. Her head nestled into the crook of his neck, her warm, hurried breath caressing his skin, evoking a tantalizing sensation that spread around them. Wen Yichen's body tensed involuntarily, and a flush of crimson crept onto his cheeks, betraying his composure. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone but himself, he found himself in quite the predicament. The air seemed to crystallize in that instant as Jiang Muwen cautiously opened her eyes. Gazing at the boy before her, his cheeks had taken on a delicate hue, and his clear eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment. This unusual vulnerability elicited an unexpected sense of charm from Jiang Muwen. Wen Yichen, she inquired tentatively. Little did she know, beneath his seemingly calm exterior, he was anything but composed. Are you all right? Jiang Muwen asked with utmost care, sensing an unusual abnormality in his demeanor. Her recent actions were undoubtedly a critical hit to Wen Yichen, a naive young man. Jiang Muwen obediently responded with an "oh." She slightly adjusted to a more comfortable position and softly whispered in Wen Yichen's ear, "Then you must not let go again. Rest assured, I won't let go again. And so, Wen Yichen carried Jiang Muwen on his back, disregarding the gazes of others, and slowly made his way home. The journey was tranquil, and neither of them spoke. Jiang Muwen simply lay quietly on Wen Yichen's back, basking in the warm afternoon sunlight, watching the tuft of hair on Wen Yichen's head gently swaying in the breeze. What would have been a miserable experience due to the fall, Jiang Muwen now found a small joy, and this small joy was precisely the best gift that youth had given her. Finally, Wen Yichen carried Jiang Muwen into the apartment building. He raised his hand slightly and pressed the elevator button. Let's just go to my place today. Today was Friday, and since Jiang Muwen had injured her leg, Wen Yichen thought it best to carry Jiang Muwen directly to his house so that she wouldn't have to walk back and forth. After dinner, Wen Yichen tutored Jiang Muwen as usual. After turning on the desk lamp, he habitually moved closer to Jiang Muwen. The midterm exam is next week. Let me first go through the key points with you. After Wen Yichen pulled out a blank sheet of paper, he hesitated for a moment before suggesting, let us try a different approach today. The alternative method he proposed involved a question-and-answer format for knowledge consolidation, as he believed this would enable Jiang Muwen to retain the information more effectively. However, it was not long before Wen Yichen began to question the wisdom of his choice. Faced with Jiang Muwen's apparent lack of understanding, his initial doubts turned inward, first regarding his own capabilities, then concerning whether he had adequately conveyed these concepts to her at all. Ultimately, he found himself grappling with existential doubts. In a fit of exasperation, he slammed down his pen and exclaimed, Jiang Muwen, how on earth did you manage to get into Class A? Jiang Muwen, acutely aware of the boy's frustration beside her, timidly replied, I just turned over a few lucky charms before the exam, and that is how I got in. Sensing the displeasure in Wen Yichen's tone, she obediently lowered her head, refraining from saying anything further. Thus, in his quest to ensure that Jiang Muwen achieved commendable results in the upcoming midterm examination, Wen Yichen devoted several consecutive days to tutoring her. Even on the eve of the exam, Jiang Muwen steadfastly occupied Wen Yichen's desk, diligently reviewing the material he had meticulously organized for her, while he sat beside her, casually scrolling through his phone. Unbeknownst to anyone, at that moment, Wen Yichen discreetly opened a social media application and then gently poked the girl beside him, asking, Jiang, is this the lucky charm you turned over? Chapter 36. A day at the amusement park. The phenomenon of Wen Yichen sharing a koi before the examination was nothing short of remarkable for the students of Class A. A scholar who had always exhibited a nonchalant attitude toward exams surprisingly began to engage in the ritual of sharing koi. Following Wen Yichen's post, Bai Su commented, how can someone like you still be sharing koi? Are you aiming for a perfect score of 200? This remark was likely incomprehensible to many. How could a student, perceived as effortlessly mastering every subject, still feel the need to exert effort? Initially, he possessed considerable confidence in his abilities, but as he continued to study, his self-assurance waned. This uncertainty prompted Wen Yichen to share a koi the day before the exam. He worried that a single koi might not suffice for Jiang Muwen, so he kindly opted to share another. However, few were privy to this sentiment. Shortly after Wen Yichen's post, his comment section erupted. Let me join in. There's a scholar and koi here. This midterm exam is surely secured. Front row, count me in. Hey, I'll squeeze in beside you. Let us attract some good fortune. Yet, despite sharing the koi and aligning with the scholar, it proved futile. The forthcoming midterm exam was anything but straightforward. Many students emerged from the examination hall with expressions as green as Shrek's, and among them was Jiang Muwen. Little Wen, how do you feel about this exam? Wen Yichen approached her immediately upon exiting the venue. As Wen Yichen had just inquired, Jiang Muwen's expression momentarily froze. I am done for, aren't I? No sooner had she uttered these words than she caught sight of Wen Yichen passing by. It seemed he had overheard her remark. He slowed his pace slightly and glanced her way. He had been relentlessly tutoring Jiang Muwen, and if she truly faltered in her exam, he would likely lose his composure. Upon seeing Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen obediently sealed her lips, as if fearing that any further words might reach his ears. When he stood beside her, the surrounding classmates appeared to become animated, whispering amongst themselves and casting furtive glances towards Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen. Naturally, Jiang Muwen was acutely aware of these subtle actions from her peers, behaviors that had not been present before. With a perplexed expression, she turned to Wen Yichen and softly nudged her. Cici, are they watching us? In response to Jiang Muwen's inquiry, Wen Yichen seemed taken aback. You don't know? This question, in turn, rendered Jiang Muwen astonished. What was there to know? Noticing Jiang Muwen's clueless demeanor, Wen Yichen instinctively pulled her closer and leaned in slightly. During the sports meet that day, after you fell, didn't Wen Yichen carry you? Perhaps Jiang Muwen was unaware that, in that fleeting moment when Wen Yichen swept her off her feet, the surrounding classmates were utterly astonished. Caught off guard by the unexpected scene, reminiscent of a romantic drama between the lead characters. Even Wen Yichen, she was momentarily taken aback. As the two gradually distanced themselves, the classmates erupted into a flurry of whispers, and the extraordinary nature of the relationship between Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen quickly spread like wildfire. Now everyone was aware of the connection between you and Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen's voice echoed in Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her heart to flutter. Yet, both of them understood well that their bond extended no further than friendship. Perhaps there lingered a hint of deeper feelings between them, but neither dared to voice it. Wen Yichen's remark left Jiang Muwen feeling somewhat flustered. As the crowd thinned, Wen Li's boisterous voice broke through. Hey, are we going to the amusement park this Saturday? He halted abruptly in front of Jiang Muwen, producing several pristine tickets from his bag. Before Jiang Muwen could respond, Wen Li eagerly began distributing the tickets like a flyer distributor, exclaiming, "My dad's client gifted us a few tickets to the amusement park, just enough for 6. Let us go this Saturday." "Oh, isn't this the new amusement park that just opened here?" Wen Yichen scrutinized the ticket closely. "Indeed, the examinations have concluded. Let us all unwind together." Wen Li chimed in agreement. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Muwen instinctively cast a glance at Wen Yichen. He appeared rather expressionless, and given her prolonged acquaintance with him, it was evident that he was not particularly inclined to join. Just as Wen Yichen was about to decline, Jiang Muwen interjected, "That sounds splendid. We shall meet on Saturday." Wen Yichen began to protest, but Jiang Muwen pinched him firmly, causing him to pause momentarily, his brows furrowing in response. And all the words he had intended to voice were stifled. "What is the matter?" Wen Li inquired, observing him with curiosity. Jiang Muwen quickly proclaimed, "Wen Yichen is absolutely thrilled. He has long desired to visit this amusement park, and now he finally has the chance." Before Wen Yichen could utter a word, Jiang Muwen continued her enthusiastic narration. Noticing Wen Li's incredulous expression, she reassured him, "It's true. Wen Yichen is quite elated, isn't. As Jiang Muwen dramatically gestured with her brows and eyes, Wen Yichen decided against exposing her ruse, replying simply, "Yes." Jiang Muwen, momentarily taken aback by his acquiescence, managed a strained smile and added, "Join us for a day of fun on Saturday. Consider it a means to relax." Once Jiang Muwen concluded her plea, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. Observing her earnest and imploring demeanor, Wen Yichen finally yielded, "Very well. If you perform better on this midterm than you did on the previous monthly exam, I shall accompany you." Chapter 37. A twisted back, it was rumored that the results of the midterm examination would be released on Friday. Yet the teacher had not summoned Wen Yichen to record the scores. Although the teacher did not call Wen Yichen to the office, he still recalled his promise to Jiang Muwen. Just as he stood up to check the results, Jiang Muwen abruptly grasped his arm. Wen Yichen turned his head, looking at her in confusion. "I can check the scores myself. You just wait for me here," Jiang Muwen insisted, pulling him back into his seat. Observing her determination, Wen Yichen saw no reason to resist any further. He obediently sat back down and watched as Jiang Muwen exited the classroom. As soon as she settled down, Wen Yichen inquired, "How did you do?" "Top secret, hee." Jiang Muwen replied playfully. Sensing her mood, Wen Yichen chose not to press further. "Then be sure to wait for me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at your doorstep." Jiang Muwen interrupted before he could finish. Wen Li had taken them to a newly opened amusement park, which, despite its recent establishment, was bustling with activity. "Let us go ride the roller coaster," Jiang Muwen exclaimed, pulling Wen Yichen's hand and pointing towards the nearby attraction. "Sounds great," Wen Li enthusiastically replied. However, just as they were all in agreement, Wen Yichen unexpectedly declared, "You all go ahead. I'll wait for you outside." Wen Yichen's reluctance to ride the roller coaster was a disappointment for Jiang Muwen. Despite her persistent persuasion, he remained steadfast in his decision not to join. Steadfast as he was, just as Jiang Muwen was on the verge of surrender, Wen Li's voice resonated. "Since Wen Yichen has chosen not to participate, allow me to join my brother." Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen's countenance momentarily darkened. He feigned a cough and then declared, "I suddenly feel inclined to play." The group endured nearly an hour's wait before finally boarding the roller coaster. Interestingly, throughout the entire ride, Jiang Muwen observed that Wen Yichen displayed no changes in expression. The man maintained an unwaveringly stoic demeanor, appearing resolute as he boarded, only to emerge afterward with an expression akin to having been struck by lightning. Before Wen Yichen could regain his composure, Baisu interjected, "Friends, I've heard the haunted house here is quite exhilarating." It was said that the haunted house was themed, allowing only 6 individuals inside. As soon as Baisu's words fell, Wen Yichen's eyes narrowed. Still reeling from the first shock, he was about to encounter a second. He had certainly heard of this haunted house, notorious for its 5-star terror and scream ratings. Shortly after the amusement park's opening, the haunted house had garnered considerable attention on social media. Encouraged by Baisu's suggestion, Jiang Muwen eagerly chimed in, "That sounds great." At her enthusiastic response, Wen Yichen's expression froze momentarily. This girl, who would typically cover her eyes with a pillow during a horror film, now possessed the audacity to enter a haunted house. "Jiang Muwen, you?" Before Wen Yichen could finish his thought, Jiang Muwen interrupted, "The haunted house is all fake. It's nothing to worry about." However, these words were merely a fade for Jiang Muwen. The moment she stepped into the haunted house, a shiver coursed through her. This establishment, themed as a horror hospital, lacked a defined path. The sole objective was to escape its confines. Upon entering, they were greeted by an unsettling scent that pervaded the air, an amalgamation of disinfectant and an inexplicable stench of decay. The temperature within the house was significantly lower than that outside, and a chilling breeze grazed their skin, compounded by the anguished screams that echoed around them, sending goosebumps rippling across their bodies. Jiang Muwen walked alongside Wen Yichen, professing her fearlessness, yet her hands had already clutched tightly onto Wen Yichen's garment, her form almost retreating into Wen Yichen's embrace. "Xiaoxi, are you not afraid?" Jiang Muwen inquired softly, noticing that Wen Yichen had shown no signs of trepidation since their entrance. I am scared," Wen Yichen admitted, not being particularly audacious herself. Following Jiang Muwen's question, she reached out to entwine her arm with Jiang Muwen's, as if the act of huddling together would somehow dispel their fears. Liezhi and Gu Chun led the way at the forefront, while Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen closely trailed behind, followed by Wen Yichen and Baisu. The silence that enveloped them was palpable, an eerie quietude that heightened their unease. Occasionally, bloodied nurses and doctors moved mechanically past them, and a few nurses lingered nearby, their vacant stares fixated on the pair as they attempted to approach. "Liezhi, why have you fallen silent?" Jiang Muwen timidly called out to Liezhi. Typically, Liezhi, who could never remain quiet for even a moment, was unexpectedly silent at that moment. A stillness that made Jiang Muwen begin to doubt whether the person leading them was indeed Liezhi. "Little Muwen, it is possible that the one walking ahead is no longer Liezhi." Baisu's voice drifted softly from behind her. His words sent a shiver down Jiang Muwen's spine, causing her to instinctively shrink closer to Wen Yichen. "Baisu, don't speak nonsense. Don't believe me? Then call out to him." Baisu continued. Prompted by Baisu's insistence, Jiang Muwen, almost involuntarily, called out to Liezhi. At this, Jiang Muwen was understandably frightened. The boy before her was slowing down, and then gradually came to a halt. Jiang Muwen cautiously observed Liezhi's silhouette, just as she was intently watching. Liezhi suddenly turned around, his face illuminated by a ghastly light. "Wow!" This startling exclamation from Liezhi caused the already frightened Jiang Muwen to jump in alarm. She abruptly released Wen Yichen's arm, instinctively seeking refuge in a place she deemed safe and reliable. In her view, the only sanctuary was with Wen Yichen. In the next moment, she pivoted and leaped onto Wen Yichen, her movements fluid and instinctive. Before Wen Yichen could react, Jiang Muwen clung to him like a koala, catching him completely off guard. Her sudden embrace caught Wen Yichen completely off guard, causing him to stagger backward. A distinct click echoed as he landed, and Wen Yichen's expression immediately stiffened. His back had given out. Chapter 38. Happy Birthday. Jiang Muwen's reaction was utterly unexpected, plunging the atmosphere into an enigmatic silence. An excruciating pain radiated from Wen Yichen's lower back, contorting his face into a grimace as ghastly as any specter in the haunted house. He stood frozen, his hands suspended in midair, unsure of what to do, his expression akin to one struck by lightning, a hint of bewilderment clouding his clear eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Muwen was still lost in her own world, clinging tightly to Wen Yichen, refusing to let go. Her warm, hurried breath washed over Wen Yichen's neck, instantly dispelling the chill cast by the eerie surroundings. In the dim light, No one noticed the faint blush creeping up Wen Yichen's cheeks. Wen. Gun Yinxi's voice finally pierced the silence, tentative and soft, though her words were quiet. The eerie music of the haunted house lent Gun Yinxi's voice an inexplicable air of melancholy. Suddenly, an unexpected sound startled Jiang Muwen, causing her to instinctively tighten her embrace around Wen Yichen. This tightening involuntarily prompted Wen Yichen's slender fingers to tremble slightly. After a brief, he cautiously placed his hand on Jiang Muwen's back, murmuring, "Jiang Muwen, it's all right." His gentle patting resembled that of soothing a frightened kitten. It was only after this gesture that Jiang Muwen began to regain her composure. Eventually, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of grievance. "You scare me to death. You frighten me as well," Wen Yichen replied softly. Then he inquired, "So, can you let go now?" Yet, she did not comply. With no other choice, Jiang Muwen suppressed her embarrassment, obediently lowering one foot, followed by the other. She then released her hold, as though nothing had transpired, straightened her clothes, and quietly walked away from Wen Yichen, leaving him to grapple with his own disarray amidst the chilling wind. Time seemed to stretch until a group of individuals finally emerged from the haunted house. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and relieved smiles adorned their faces. However, Wen Yichen alone bore an expression that appeared rather grim, a testament to the recent ordeal he had endured. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his discomfort. Nonetheless, Jiang Muwen noticed his demeanor and asked, "Wen Yichen, are you feeling unwell?" "Alas, I have sprained my back." Wen Yichen candidly expressed his discomfort. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen felt a shiver run through her heart and cautiously inquired, "Could it be that I caused this just now?" After uttering these words, Wen Yichen cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Do you truly believe that anyone besides yourself would dare to rush in and injure my back?" Wen Yichen's words, though not intended to provoke, inadvertently made Jiang Muwen feel somewhat embarrassed. She chuckled awkwardly, resembling a child who had erred, and gently tugged at Wen Yichen's sleeve, asking, "Will you be able to walk? Would you like me to assist you?" Observing Jiang Muwen's solicitous demeanor, Wen Yichen couldn't help but smile in resignation and extended an arm, replying, "Yes, I would appreciate that." Due to his back injury, Wen Yichen found himself unable to partake in the myriad of attractions the amusement park had to offer. In truth, this aligned perfectly with his inclinations, as he had never been particularly fond of the rides. Now, he had a legitimate excuse to simply sit back and watch them enjoy. However, his well-meaning friends, with an exaggerated sense of pity for Wen Yichen, insisted on cramming him into the Dumbo ride. This particular attraction involved sitting in the seats of flying elephants, which, once the ride commenced, would slowly spin around a large axis while ascending and descending intermittently. This amusement was exceedingly popular among children, with each Dumbo accommodating two little ones, occasionally accompanied by a parent enjoying the experience alongside their child. However, only Wen Yichen had a small flying elephant all to himself. "Baisu, quickly help me out." Wen Yichen frowned, anxiously looking at Baisu. Unfortunately, due to his back issues, extricating himself from the flying elephant was an agonizing endeavor. "I won't." Baisu chuckled, gazing at Wen Yichen with amusement. "We managed to stuff you in there with our own skills, so why should we help you out?" No one truly understood the emotions that Wen Yichen harbored while enduring the ride on the flying elephant, but they were aware that, as the game concluded, all the children wore radiant smiles, as if the flying elephant had taken them on a delightful journey through the skies. Only Wen Yichen seemed as if he had been struck by lightning while soaring above. Subsequently, for all the remaining amusement rides, they deliberately chose gentle and non-stimulating options for Wen Yichen, culminating in the final carousel where he rode on diminutive horses. After dining, the group meandered through the amusement park for a while before dispersing. By the time Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen arrived at the community, it was nearly midnight. In the stillness of the night, only Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen remained in the community, their shadows elongated beneath the streetlights. Jiang Muwen supported Wen Yichen, observing their shadows, resembling an elderly gentleman and lady. As they approached the entrance of their building, Jiang Muwen suddenly halted, grasping Wen Yichen's arm and lifting her gaze. "Stay right here and do not move." Though Wen Yichen was perplexed by the intentions hidden within her words, he dutifully remained in place. Observing Jiang Muwen ascend a flight of stairs, she then turned to face him, their gazes meeting at eye level. The warm-hued lighting gently enveloped him, and he regarded Jiang Muwen with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, the clarity of his eyes shimmering with a hint of fragmented light. Moments later, Jiang Muwen retrieved a pair of cat ear headbands from her cross-body bag. Rising onto her tiptoes, before Wen Yichen could react, the headband was playfully placed atop his head. Wen Yichen, happy birthday. It's midnight, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. This marked the first time she had wished him a happy birthday at the stroke of 12. Directly in front of him. Let us celebrate every birthday together from now on. Chapter 39. The Clumsy Oaf. As soon as Jiang Muwen uttered those words, an unexpected silence enveloped the air. Wen Yichen seemed taken aback by her declaration of wanting to celebrate every birthday together, fully aware of its implications. He understood that as she matured and eventually married, their shared birthdays might become a thing of the past. The thought stirred a sense of reluctance within him, an unwillingness to accept the prospect of her belonging to another man. The brief silence left Jiang Muwen feeling a twinge of embarrassment, as if she had crossed an unspoken boundary. Gazing at the boy adorned with the cat ear headband, she slightly parted her lips, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. She longed to say something to alleviate the awkwardness, but found herself at a loss for words. Just remember to uphold this promise, she finally managed to say. Before Jiang Muwen could speak, Wen Yichen had already begun to converse, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Perhaps it was an illusion cast by the ambient light. But in his gaze, she discerned a rare tenderness. Witnessing Wen Yichen's reaction, the bewilderment in Jiang Muwen's eyes faded away, replaced by a gentle smile. She was certainly willing to uphold this promise, eagerly wishing to celebrate her birthday by Wen Yichen's side each year. With a sense of curiosity, Wen Yichen gently illuminated the living room, then leisurely made his way toward Wen Yichen's room. After speaking, Wen Yichen seemed to suddenly recall something, his gaze swiftly returning to Wen Yichen. Their eyes met. Wen Yichen looked at Wen Yichen with a puzzled expression, while Wen Yichen stared back, astonished. His mouth slightly agape as he fixated on the cat ear headband adorning Wen Yichen's head. Normally, his younger brother presented a serious demeanor, but today, with the cat ears, he exuded an unexpected charm. At last, Wen Yichen noticed Wen Yichen's gaze. What are you looking at? He inquired. Is that a gift from your little girlfriend? Wen Yichen smirked mischievously at the headband atop Wen Yichen's head. What? Wen Yichen was momentarily taken aback. I never imagined you would look quite adorable wearing such a headband. Upon realizing the situation, Wen Yichen promptly removed the headband from his head and made his way towards Wen Yichen, placing the headband on his brother's desk. Blushing slightly, he murmured, it's not like I'm some little girlfriend. As Wen Yichen approached, Wen Yichen naturally noticed his brother's peculiar gait and stride. His gaze followed the headband on the desk, then shifted upward to rest on Wen Yichen. What's wrong? Why are you walking so oddly? My back went out. How did that happen? Wen Yichen inquired further. And how do you think it happened? Jiang Muwen. He intended to say that a hug from Jiang Muwen had caused the injury, but midway through, Wen Yichen hesitated. It seemed that expressing it that way might lead to a misunderstanding with Wen Yichen. Little did he know that even leaving his statement unfinished could still spark confusion. Despite denying he was a little girlfriend, Wen Yichen shot a glance at Wen Yichen, and then casually diverted his gaze, clearly thinking of him as a clumsy oaf. Just as Wen Yichen was about to speak, his phone chimed. Instinctively, he pulled it out and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Jiang Muwen. Happy birthday. The cat ear headband is a birthday gift for you. I will send you another present. In this midterm examination, I secured the 10th position, he. As Wen Yichen perused the string of messages sent by Jiang Muwen, he could almost envision Jiang Muwen standing before him, beaming as he recounted these words, causing an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Noticing his younger brother's unusual mirth, Wen Yichen teased, still insisting he isn't your little girlfriend, yet smiling like a lovesick fool. However, a thought struck him. Today marked his brother's birthday. How could he, as an older brother, fail to acknowledge such an occasion? Pondering this, Wen Yichen inquired, do you know what day it is today? Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen pondered deeply before a look of realization dawned upon him. Oh, he exclaimed, promptly exiting the game. It's 11. No wonder there are fewer players online. I still have a keyboard in my shopping cart that needs clearing. Had he anticipated Wen Yichen's reaction, Wen Yichen would have refrained from asking. While lost in thought, his phone chimed again, prompting him to pick it up. Bai Su messaged, Brother Chun, happy birthday, accompanied by an image. The unexpected photo momentarily stunned Wen Yichen. Gazing at the thumbnail, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Finally, he clicked on the image, revealing a photo of himself seated on Dumbo, his expression one of indifference, occupying the ride alone, with eyes reflecting an undeniable sense of desolation. To add to the poignancy, Bai Su had thoughtfully inscribed a few words at the bottom of the image. Their joy is abundant, yet I possess nothing. A few moments later, Bai Su sent another message. A small gift, just a token of my esteem. Chapter 40. The Importance of the Waist. Wen Yichen gazed at the photograph, his face instantly adorned with a series of dark lines. Had he known, he would never have agreed to visit the amusement park. Not only had he strained his back, but he had also been immortalized as a meme. Wen Yichen, smile, I am not happy. Bai Su, how can one not be joyful on their birthday? Bai Su. Image, the warm light gently enveloped him. And it was a mystery how Bai Su managed to capture such a moment. In the photo, the great iceberg that was Wen Yichen was, surprisingly, smiling. The caption below the picture thoughtfully read, remember to be happy every day. Wen Yichen looked at his phone and then typed a few words to send. How many pictures did you take of me today? Just send them all over. He had assumed Bai Su had taken only a few shots, but shortly after sending his message, he was inundated with a flood of photos from Bai Su. In his despair, Wen Yichen realized there was little he could do about it. Unbeknownst to him, while he was chatting with Bai Su, Wen Yichen had quietly messaged Jiang Muwen. I heard you hurt my brother's back? Upon receiving the message, Jiang Muwen was momentarily startled, as Wen Yichen's words gave her the impression that the older brother was stepping in to defend the younger. Sensing her unease, Wen Yichen reassured her, don't be nervous. I was merely asking. Our parents are away these days, and there's no one to look after him. Wen Yichen had just sent a message when he added. Wen Yichen said he wanted to eat. Upon seeing the subsequent message from Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that it was probably Wen Yichen who desired the cake, rather than Wen Yichen himself. Nevertheless, Jiang Muwen dutifully brought the cake to Wen Yichen's residence. When Wen Yichen opened the door and caught sight of Jiang Muwen, a look of surprise flickered across his face. What brings you here? After speaking, he noticed the cake in Jiang Muwen's hands. After a brief pause, he continued, his tone laced with a hint of unexpectedness. This cake. Brother mentioned you wanted some, Jiang Muwen replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen let out a soft chuckle. He must be the one who wants it. By the way, how's your back feeling? Jiang Muwen inquired with concern, following Wen Yichen inside. From the looks of it, there seemed to be little improvement. Remembering that she was the cause of Wen Yichen's back injury, a wave of guilt washed over her. How about, I take care of you today? Oh, little Muwen is here. Wen Yichen exclaimed as he emerged from the bedroom. Just in time, I need to prepare lunch. Come help me in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jiang Muwen stood quietly to the side, watching as Wen Yichen skillfully chopped vegetables. Finally, she couldn't contain herself. Wow, I didn't know you could cook. After finishing her words, Wen Yichen's soft humming ceased, and she casually remarked, not at all. Observing Jiang Muwen's astonished expression, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. It's nothing. You'll get the hang of it. Before long, she shifted the conversation. By the way, how did you manage to dodge my brother's waist? Noticing Jiang Muwen's silence, Wen Yichen continued, do you realize how significant a man's waist is? The sudden inquiry left Jiang Muwen momentarily perplexed. Huh? Realizing that the girl might not comprehend the implication, Wen Yichen, determined to preserve her innocence, resumed chopping vegetables while saying, never mind. You'll be the one using it anyway. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, partially understanding his words, yet feeling a sense of ambiguity. After a moment, Wen Yichen cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Muwen, admiring her delicate beauty, and silently mused. How fortunate that lad is. Why haven't I experienced a childhood betrothal? Thus, the two engaged in light banter, while the vegetables on the stove became unceremoniously burnt. Initially intending to prepare a lavish and nutritious lunch for Wen Yichen, it regrettably transformed into a takeout meal. Following lunch, Wen Yichen nestled back into bed, and Jiang Muwen joined him. With no assignments after the midterm exams, the duo sprawled comfortably on the bed, indulging in a movie together. Wen Yichen, I have heard that there is a rather captivating horror film recently. Before Jiang Muwen could finish her sentence, she sensed a gaze from Wen Yichen, icy and tinged with a hint of resentment. It seemed that Wen Yichen would prefer to avoid anything related to horror films or haunted houses for the entirety of his life. Realizing the shift in atmosphere, Jiang Muwen quickly altered her statement. However, I am quite interested in watching a comedy. She merely mentioned it in passing, yet to her surprise, Wen Yichen earnestly began selecting a comedy, ultimately choosing a film that appeared quite appealing. The two settled in together to watch it. One must admit, Wen Yichen's skill in choosing films was rather lacking. As the movie progressed, Jiang Muwen found herself not only devoid of laughter but also increasingly drowsy. After a fierce internal struggle, she succumbed to the waves of fatigue and gently closed her eyes. While Wen Yichen was engrossed in the film, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, prompting him to divert his attention from the screen. Upon seeing Jiang Muwen's serene sleeping, he found himself momentarily reluctant to wake her. He gazed at her, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes revealing a tenderness he was unaware he possessed. Just as I was about to tuck her in, the door was suddenly knocked twice, and then pushed open by Wen Yichen. He gazed at the scene before him, swallowing the unspoken word chun that lingered on his lips. After a brief moment of astonishment at the warmth of the tableau, he wisely placed his hand on the doorknob, preparing to close the door. I wouldn't want to disturb you too. Please, continue. Chapter 41. A situation awry, additional update. Upon finishing his sentence, Wen Yichen shot Wen Yichen an indescribable glance before thoughtfully closing the door behind them, leaving Wen Yichen in a state of utter confusion. It seemed that Wen Yichen not only misinterpreted their situation, but had done so in a grand manner. Wen Yichen lowered his gaze to the sleeping Jiang and gently adjusted the volume of the movie, immersing himself in the quiet viewing experience. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon fatigue enveloped him. The tablet slipped from his grasp as he gradually closed his eyes, leaning against Jiang Muwen as they both drifted into slumber. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the sound of their synchronized breaths filling the air. Sunlight cascaded lazily upon them, and even without the comfort of a blanket, they could still feel the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun. As time passed, the sunlight gradually retreated from their presence. Feeling a gentle chill, Jiang Muwen slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she was still enveloped in drowsiness, her consciousness not fully awakened. She sensed a warm breath brushing against her forehead, akin to a feather softly caressing her skin, stirring a slight itch. Her gaze instinctively wandered around, eventually resting upon Wen Yichen. In the next moment, her awareness surged back. Wait, had she just been sleeping on Wen Yichen's shoulder? And he, too, was leaning against her? Since escape was futile, she decided against it. Adopting a pretense of slumber, her small hand cautiously wrapping around Wen Yichen's arm, she adjusted to a more comfortable position, and, while still feeling a trace of sleepiness, contentedly closed her eyes again. Strangely enough, holding on to Wen Yichen seemed to provide considerable warmth. He resembled a pillow, one with a built-in heating function. A faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils, a scent of laundry detergent mingled with a hint of lingering milk. However, it wasn't long before Wen Yichen awakened. Observing Jiang Muwen snuggled against him, his heart softened. She resembled a clingy little kitten, quietly embracing him, making no fuss or disturbance. Moments later, she inadvertently nudged her head against his arm, causing a tightening sensation in his chest, an indescribable feeling that suddenly surged within him. Although he could not quite decipher the nature of this sentiment, he sensed that something was amiss. The memory of Wen Yichen's reaction when she had opened the door earlier flooded his mind, and a telltale blush crept onto Wen Yichen's cheeks. It seemed that his feelings for the girl beside him had transcended the innocent bond of childhood friends, yet this emotion left him uncertain. The only thing he could confidently affirm was that his arm could no longer endure being brushed against by Jiang Muwen. Otherwise, the outcome might resemble that day when she had clung to his back. With this thought, Wen Yichen cautiously withdrew his hand, and at that very moment, Jiang Muwen stirred awake. Jiang Muwen opened her sleepy eyes once more, letting out a soft, melodious sound, akin to a tiny kitten stretching its little paws. "Did I disturb you?" Wen Yichen inquired, his voice still carrying a hint of huskiness from just awakening. Yet, this timbre seemed to possess an enchanting quality, igniting an irresistible urge in others to hear it once again. Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze, and by coincidence, her eyes met those of Wen Yichen. The youth's eyes sparkled brightly, resembling a clear pool of water, leaving Jiang Muwen feeling somewhat bashful. She straightened her posture, deliberately maintaining a certain distance from Wen Yichen. Before she could finish her sentence, Wen Yichen leisurely descended, slipped into his slippers, and prepared to exit the bedroom. Observing his deliberate pace, Jiang Muwen felt it inappropriate to remain seated, so she promptly jumped down, donned her slippers, and hastened to his side. "Are you heading out?" Seeing Jiang Muwen's enthusiastic demeanor, Wen Yichen felt no discomfort. "Yes, I'm just going to get a glass of water. You shouldn't strain your back. Allow me to fetch it for you," Jiang Muwen declared, dashing ahead to the kitchen, where she poured him a cup of warm water. Thus began her meticulous care for Wen Yichen. Whenever he felt thirsty, she would bring him a drink, and if it was too hot, she would replace it with another. If he wished to use his phone, she would rise to retrieve it for him, and when hunger struck, she would fetch him snacks. This attentive nurturing made Wen Yichen, who observed from the side, feel an overwhelming sense of envy, even tinged with a hint of jealousy. Initially, he had teased his younger brother for having strained his back. But his amusement gradually transformed into a longing to experience such care from Jiang Muwen himself. There was even a fleeting moment when he wished to strain his back just so he could receive the same treatment as Wen Yichen. Yet, as is often the case, ideals are alluring while reality is harsh. Even if his back were to ache as Wen Yichen's did, he would still have to muster his resolve to fetch his own water, retrieve his own phone, and seek out his own snacks. Wen Yichen reclined on the sofa, indulging in his mobile device for a brief while before carelessly placing it beside him. Gradually, he rose and gathered a few garments, sauntering leisurely towards the bathroom. Jiang Muwen, noticing Wen Yichen's movement, eagerly hastened to catch up. To be frank, having someone trailing behind him felt somewhat disconcerting, prompting Wen Yichen to slow his pace, bow his head, and gaze curiously at Jiang Muwen. "Why are you following me? Is your back not troubling you?" "I'm merely here to assist you," Jiang Muwen replied earnestly. Observing Wen Yichen's silence, she added, "What do you intend to do?" "I'm here to help." At her words, a momentary surprise flickered in his heart, and he halted, turning slightly to face her, his gaze steady and penetrating. In the next instant, a hint of mischief glimmered in his eyes, and he smirked slightly, revealing a mischievous allure that Jiang Muwen had never witnessed before. "I'm going to take a shower. Would you care to join me?" Chapter 42, Confession. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen's mind involuntarily conjured images of him in the bathroom, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. "No. Perhaps I shall wait for you outside," she stammered, offering an awkward smile before obediently seating herself on the sofa in the living room. As time trickled by, Jiang Muwen found herself idly waiting on the sofa. Suddenly, she noticed the screen of Wen Yichen's phone illuminating momentarily, followed by another flicker, and then yet another, as if someone were inundating him with messages. Her gaze instinctively fell upon Wen Yichen's screen, although she could not discern the specific contents of those messages. She was unexpectedly aware that they all originated from the same individual, Xiao Man. Jiang Muwen was acutely aware of Xiao Man's feelings for Wen Yichen, perhaps due to a keen insight into her rival, or perhaps owing to a woman's sixth sense. Every time she witnessed Xiao Man seeking out Wen Yichen, a nagging feeling would arise within her, a sense that Xiao Man harbored genuine interest in him, which invariably left Jiang Muwen feeling slightly unsettled. She longed to seize Wen Yichen's phone and send Xiao Man a message declaring, "Stop seeking him out. Just go away." Yet, she lacked the courage to act on such an impulse. Time passed without her noticing, until Wen Yichen called out for Wen Yichen from the bathroom. Reluctantly, Wen Yichen trudged in, only to emerge a few minutes later, his expression one of distaste. He plopped down beside Jiang Muwen, and an unmistakable scent of medicinal ointment wafted into her nostrils. This peculiar behavior piqued Jiang Muwen's curiosity, prompting her to gaze at Wen Yichen with slightly parted lips, yearning to inquire about something, yet feeling hesitant to voice her question. However, before she could muster the courage to speak, Wen Yichen broke the silence. Lazily scrolling through his phone, he remarked, "Little Muwen, when are you going to finally claim my brother for yourself?" As soon as the words fell, Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat. She was not foolish. She understood Wen Yichen's words immediately. However, she found herself momentarily at a loss, staring blankly at Wen Yichen. "Oh, you have taken him in, so I won't have to apply the ointment anymore." While speaking, Wen Yichen disdainfully sniffed the lingering scent of the ointment on his hand, furrowing his brows in distaste and gently shaking his head. For Wen Yichen, a man of steadfast demeanor, sharing a bathroom with a younger male sibling, and having to apply ointment to that bare-chested boy was an experience far from pleasant. Fortunately, the young man was his own brother. Otherwise, he would never consent to such a task. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's remark, Jiang Muwen felt a warmth creeping up her ears. But this isn't something that can be resolved just by me nodding my head to bring Wen Yichen into the fold. It seemed Wen Yichen perceived Jiang Muwen's subtle apprehensions. For the next moment, a knowing smile graced his face. "You children and your thoughts, I see right through them. Let me tell you, that taciturn fellow, Wen Yichen, I can tell at a glance that he..." Just as Wen Yichen was about to finish his thought, it was abruptly cut off by Wen Yichen's interjection. Jiang Muwen raised his head and cast a glance towards Wen Yichen. There he was, clad in casual sleepwear, with damp hair still clinging to his scalp. His distinctly defined fingers held a towel, methodically drying his wet locks. His bangs lay carelessly across his forehead, and a veil of mist seemed to linger in his clear eyes. This was not the first time Jiang Muwen had seen Wen Yichen emerge from the bathroom. Yet each encounter sent his heart racing like a startled deer. Wen Yichen, catching sight of Wen Yichen, teased, "Who else could it be but you?" Just as he was about to suggest that he might take the betrothal off Wen Yichen's hands, the latter's phone chimed with an incoming. Preoccupied with drying his hair, Wen Yichen glanced at the screen and instructed, "Please answer it for me." Jiang Muwen's gaze shifted to the phone, revealing that the caller was none other than Xiao Man. Had it been by Su calling, she would have undoubtedly answered without hesitation after Wen Yichen's request. But this was not by Su. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Muwen chose not to answer, stating, "It's Xiao Man calling." Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen's brows slightly furrowed, the fleeting gesture so subtle that none noticed. "Go ahead and answer it," he said. The phone continued to ring, yet Jiang Muwen hesitated, uncertain whether to answer. Perhaps the caller had a little secret to share with Wen Yichen. Would it be inappropriate to put the call on speaker? As Jiang Muwen wrestled with her dilemma, Wen Yichen had already reached out, answering the call and activating the speakerphone. "Hello?" A soft, melodious voice emanated from the other end. "I thought about it for a while and decided it would be better to wish you a happy birthday in person," Xiao Man declared. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen paused his hand, which had been running through his hair. For some reason, he felt that Xiao Man's call was not merely a simple birthday greeting. "Thank you," he replied. "By the way, did you see the messages I just sent you?" Xiao Man inquired further. "No," Wen Yichen stated bluntly, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further with Xiao Man. "I've been trying to chat with you these past few days. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you. I really like you." As soon as Xiao Man uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the air, and the movements of the three individuals came to an abrupt halt, resembling a still life painting. As the words of Xiao Man fell, the first to explode with astonishment was Jiang Muwen. She sat there in a daze, her eyes wide open, fixated on the screen of her phone, as if she could see Xiao Man through the device. At that moment, her heart raced heavily, and she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The second to react was Wen Yichen, who looked at his younger brother Wen Yichen in disbelief, unable to fathom that this usually reserved sibling could attract the affection of a girl. If Wen Yichen were to accept, wouldn't that mean a change in his future sister-in-law? Their gazes converged on Wen Yichen, who at that moment was slightly agape, seemingly unprepared for Xiao Man's unexpected declaration. After a brief pause, he spoke. "I'm sorry, my parents have already arranged a betrothal for me." Chapter 43. I like you. Jiang Muwen had envisioned countless reactions from Wen Yichen upon receiving a confession, yet she never anticipated this one. After Wen Yichen finished speaking, she stood there, stunned, as if she had just received earth-shattering news, struggling to regain her composure. The atmosphere turned palpably silent, and after a moment, a soft voice emerged from the phone, belonging to Xiao Man. "Do I know this person?" Upon hearing her question, Wen Yichen remained silent. "Is it Jiang Muwen?" Xiao Man inquired tentatively. Suddenly mentioned by name, Jiang Muwen was taken aback, a flicker of confusion surfacing in her eyes. "Cease your conjectures," stated with composure, conveying a reluctance to divulge certain matters to offering a subdued apology. A momentary pause ensued on the other end of the line, succeeded by his voice, marked by an astonishing tenacity. "It matters not. My affection for you suffices. By the way, you," preemptively terminated the conversation, cutting her off mid-sentence, before gesturing to disconnect the call. With alacrity, ended the call just as was about to speak. An abrupt message caused to momentarily freeze, followed by a sensation akin to plummeting from a great height. She gazed at her phone, struggling to decipher its intentions. Was employing the prearranged marriage as a shield? The message was abruptly truncated, leaving in suspense. Soon after, sent another message. "I spoke the truth just now." Stared at her phone, perplexed. Immediately following, a notification appeared, this time from Do Not Heed's Fabrications. Observing the exchange, felt a sudden urge to investigate the situation next door, bewildered by their actions. A moment later, Wen Yichen sent another message. "Trust me." Wen Yichen is followed by a string of jumbled characters. After sending this message, there was no further communication from him. Unbeknownst to them, in the adjacent room, Wen Yichen and Wen Yichen were embroiled in a fierce disagreement. In an effort to prevent each other from completely conveying their thoughts to Jiang Muwen, they were frantically chasing each other around the room, clutching their phones. At that moment, despite having strained his back, Wen Yichen was determined to maneuver his body, clawing desperately to seize Wen Yichen's phone. "Wen Yichen, don't run. How can you chase me with your back like that? And even if you didn't chase me, would I run?" Wen Yichen nimbly dodged Wen Yichen's outstretched hand. Observing Wen Yichen's labored expression, Wen Yichen felt a pang of guilt and decided to cease his antics. He placed his phone down and stood there, gazing curiously at Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen, I don't understand. What is wrong with this childhood betrothal? If you don't want it, just give it to me. I would no longer have to worry about finding a partner. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, a flicker of reluctance stirred within Wen Yichen, accompanied by a sudden sense of urgency. Who says I don't want it? In the stillness of the night, Jiang Muwen nestled under her covers, contemplating the messages Wen Yichen had just sent her. She stared at the chaotic jumble of letters, feeling that something was amiss. Although it was a scrambled sequence, the initial letters seemed untouched. She tentatively typed those few letters into the dialogue input box, and immediately, her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but at that moment, 3 words lay quietly in the input method. I like you. Jiang Muwen had heard the phrase, he likes you, from more than one person, and each time it was uttered, she couldn't help but feel a secret joy that lingered for quite some time. One morning, as Jiang Muwen entered the classroom, she noticed a bottle of milk perched on her desk. Curiously, she approached her seat, and just as she was about to sit down, her gaze fell upon the gifts scattered across Wen Yichen's desk. 5 or 6 presents in disarray, wrapped in delicate pink paper, unmistakably sent by girls. Jiang Muwen had heard whispers that several girls from other classes were quite fond of Wen Yichen, but she had brushed it off, as those girls had never approached him with love letters, and thus, she hadn't paid them much mind. Her eyes lingered momentarily on the gifts before she redirected her attention to the bottle of milk on her desk. Perhaps, this bottle was mistakenly placed here by some little admirer? Why must it be me again? Baisu seemed somewhat reluctant. Just as she voiced her thoughts, Jiang Muwen carefully picked up the bottle of milk and placed it gently on Wen Yichen's desk. Surely it must belong to you as well? After Baisu's earnest persuasion, Wen Yichen reluctantly accepted the bottle of milk. He opened the cap and took a sip, just as the drowsy Yin Lizha stirred awake. Yin Lizha stretched lazily before turning around to glance at Jiang Muwen's desk, a flicker of surprise passing through his drowsy eyes. Brother, have you already finished that bottle of milk I left for you? As soon as he spoke, Wen Yichen's gaze tightened in shock, the suddenness of it causing him to choke slightly. Cough, cough. Chapter 44. Reluctance to let go. Wen Yichen set down the milk, raising a hand to wipe away the remnants at the corner of his mouth, resembling a cat caught in the act of stealing, hurriedly erasing the evidence of its indulgence. He lifted his eyes to meet Yin Lizha's, his expression a mixture of astonishment and a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Muwen observed Yin Lizha with a wry smile. Thinking to himself, I assumed that the little fan had misplaced the milk intended for Wen Yichen. Thus, I inadvertently gave it to him. Baisu's words naturally caught Jiang Muwen's attention, prompting him to subtly lean back in order to hear their conversation more clearly. After Baisu finished speaking, Wen Yichen paused, then retrieved a book from his bag, casually flipping through its pages. Accepting a gift from a young lady would be unfair to her. For him, since he neither knew her nor held any affection for her, it was best to swiftly clarify their relationship. He disliked leaving any lingering hopes in the hearts of those young ladies, allowing them to believe there might still be a chance. Jiang Muwen stealthily listened from the side, her heart racing with anticipation. Wen Yichen, who never accepted gifts from other girls, received every present she bestowed upon him on his birthday, even a mere card he treasured in his drawer. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Baisu grew more intrigued and leaned closer to him, lowering his voice in curiosity. Pray tell, have you ever received gifts from any girl as you grew up? Year after year. This relentless pattern led Baisu to once question whether Wen Yichen harbored some aversion to gifts. Have I not? Wen Yichen retorted. Then do enlighten me. Which gifts from girls have you accepted? Following Wen Yichen's lead, Baisu pursued the inquiry further. As soon as he finished his question, Wen Yichen paused, seemingly oblivious until now. It dawned on him that all the gifts from girls he had collected throughout his life were, in fact, from Jiang Muwen. I accept gifts from friends, Wen Yichen replied nonchalantly, inwardly relieved that Baisu's probing had not ensnared him. Baisu gazed at Wen Yichen, and the glimmer of malice in his eyes seemed to intensify. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Jiang Muwen. Is it a friend? Baisu deliberately elongated his words, and just as he was about to utter the next syllable, Wen Yichen swiftly wrapped his arms around Baisu's neck, pulling him closer with a sudden force. Or what? At that moment, Baisu felt as if Wen Yichen had grasped the very nape of his destiny, rendering him momentarily immobile, in nothing. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile graced Wen Yichen's face. Just as Baisu intended to request his release, a soft female voice reached their ears. Wen Yichen. It was gentle and probing, tightening Wen Yichen's heart. It was Jiang Muwen. His expression remained, yet beneath that calmness lay a hint of surprise, mingled with a touch of awkwardness. After all, he had not only rejected Jiang Muwen's confession the previous day, but had also hung up on her call. Her appearance before him today, as if nothing had transpired, was indeed unexpected. "Yesterday was your birthday," Jiang Muwen said, carefully placing a gift on Wen Yichen's desk. "I wasn't sure what you would like, so I prepared a scarf for you." Wen Yichen silently regarded the delicate pink gift box, lost in thought. Before Shanmin's hand could lift from the gift box, Wen Yichen was already poised to return the present to her. "Shanmin, I understand." Before Wen Yichen could finish his sentence, Shanmin spoke, as though she anticipated his words. She glanced at him and softly uttered, in a tone meant solely for their ears, "I am aware of everything you said yesterday, yet I do not wish to give up. This is my own affair, and I willingly offer you this gift. I simply hope that you will not reject me a second time." After her words, Shanmin released her grip and turned to retreat to her seat. In his eyes, Shanmin resembled an indefatigable cockroach. It seemed that until she won Wen Yichen over, she would relentlessly pursue him. "Brother Chen, Shanmin is truly formidable," Bai Su remarked, observing Shanmin's retreating figure, evidently impressed by her tenacity. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen's brows furrowed slightly, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The mere mention of Shanmin's name irked him. In the next moment, he struck Bai Su on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Don't bother me." On one side stood Wen Yichen, troubled by Shanmin's antics. On the other, Jiang Muwen, whose exterior remained calm while her heart roiled with tumultuous thoughts. She gazed at Shanmin's silhouette, lost in contemplation, utterly oblivious to what Yin Lizha was saying. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Yin Lizha inquired with curiosity, following Jiang Muwen's line of sight. "Nothing," Jiang Muwen replied, her gaze returning to Yin Lizha. "What is it? I just asked you what you prefer to drink if you don't like milk. So, what do you enjoy?" Yin Lizha patiently reiterated his previous question. Chapter 45. A serious matter. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Yin Lizha's gaze shifted towards the source of the sound. He looked at Wen Yichen, seemingly momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, his attention turned to Jiang Muwen. "Elder brother, what flavor of juice do you like?" "Orange juice." Upon hearing Wen Yichen's voice once more, Yin Lizha's expression stiffened. Although he considered Wen Yichen a friend, there were moments when he felt an overwhelming urge to rise and confront him, especially when Wen Yichen interjected while he was conversing with Jiang Muwen. Yin Lizha could no longer contain himself. He glanced at Wen Yichen and remarked, "I was asking elder brother." As he spoke, his gaze returned to Jiang Muwen. Brimming with anticipation, "Elder brother, what do you love to drink? I'll bring some for you next time." She looked at Yin Lizha, managing a wry smile. "Orange juice." Yin Lizha. In this world, aside from her own parents, perhaps the person who understood Jiang Muwen the most was Wen Yichen. He was well aware of her preferences, be it what she loved or loathed, what she cherished or feared. The afternoon lessons invariably cast a soporific spell. And the moment the dismissal bell chimed, heralding the mathematics instructor's exit, the majority of the class succumbed to slumber upon their desks. Save for a scant few who remained upright, akin to the last vestiges of humanity following a zombie apocalypse. As she pivoted, book in hand, her gaze fell upon Wen Yichen, who was deeply immersed in slumber. The lad's eyes were shut tight, his thick, dark eyelashes resting delicately against his exquisitely sculpted face. The sunlight streamed in, tenderly outlining the contours of his cheeks. He was as serene as a priceless masterpiece, as if all that was beautiful had converged upon him in that instant. "Wen Yichen?" Jiang Muwen murmured softly. Yet, Wen Yichen remained unresponsive, gazing at the boy before her. A mischievous notion flickered through Jiang Muwen's mind, prompting her to suppress a giggle. In the ensuing moment, Jiang Muwen gingerly raised her pen and, with utmost care, brought it down upon Wen Yichen's face. To surreptitiously adorn him with the visage of a kitten would surely be endearing, she mused. It must be admitted, Wen Yichen occasionally possessed a feline-like inscrutability, yet despite this, he was deeply cherished by Jiang Muwen. To her, this young man was akin to a rare and precious gem. The pen gently descended upon Wen Yichen's pristine visage, first delicately tracing his nose, leaving behind a darkened. Subsequently, it glided across his cheek, inscribing 3 whiskers on one side, and then mirrored the action on the other. Just as she was about to transition to his forehead, unexpectedly, Wen Yichen's eyelashes fluttered twice, followed by a slight furrowing of his brow, as his large hand instinctively scratched his face. "Jiang Muwen, what are you doing?" Su's voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Jiang Muwen into a tremor. Su's tone was neither loud nor soft, yet it was potent enough to rouse Wen Yichen from his slumber. In the next moment, Wen Yichen opened his sleepy eyes, casting a glance at Su before turning his gaze towards Jiang Muwen. He gradually sat up, his eyes still imbued with 5 parts drowsiness, 3 parts languor, and 2 parts disdain. Su, what are you doing? Wen Yichen queried, his voice still carrying a hint of morning raspiness. Su, momentarily captivated by Wen Yichen's appearance, found himself momentarily speechless. His mouth slightly agape, the corners twitching. He suppressed a laugh and remarked, "Oh, nothing. Jiang Muwen seems to have a math question for you." However, the sight of Wen Yichen adorned in such a manner was undeniably amusing to Su. He feigned composure as he settled into his own seat, turning his back to Wen Yichen, and in the next heartbeat, he erupted into silent laughter, his shaking shoulders visible only to Wen Yichen's perspective. At this moment, Wen Yichen was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around him. With a bewildered expression, he gazed at Su and then shifted his focus to Jiang Muwen. What could Su possibly find amusing? Observing Wen Yichen's earnest demeanor, a smile crept into the corners of Jiang Muwen's eyes. He was simply too endearing in his confusion. "Oh, it's nothing," Jiang Muwen feigned indifference, as if nothing were amiss. Perhaps he was unwell? At Jiang Muwen's suggestion, Wen Yichen instinctively cast another glance at Su, noticing the latter's quivering silhouette, which prompted him to furrow his brow. Never mind, he decided, I shall disregard it. With that thought, he rose and made his way towards the classroom exit. As he stood up and took a few steps, the attention of his classmates converged upon him. Some whispered among themselves, while others stifled their laughter behind their hands. Wen Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by the peculiar reactions of his peers. The moment he stepped out of the classroom, a wave of laughter erupted around him. No wonder Su had turned his back, trembling as if seized by convulsions. No wonder his classmates regarded him with looks of curiosity. No wonder they couldn't help but steal glances at him as he traversed the corridor. It dawned upon him that the cause of their amusement was the artwork adorning his face. Unfortunately, the intricate patterns were drawn with a permanent marker, and he would not be able to wash them away in haste. As Jiang Muwen beheld Wen Yichen appearing at the classroom door, his gaze immediately fixed intently upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, he comprehended that within this class, aside from her, who else would dare to act in such a manner? Jiang Muwen. The dark mark upon his face had slightly faded, while remnants of moisture lingered on his fair complexion, accompanied by the faint crimson traces left after his incessant rubbing. Jiang Muwen, upon locking eyes with Wen Yichen, felt her heart flutter in trepidation. This was indeed a grave matter. Chapter 46. The big cat and the little cat. Perceiving the gravity of the situation, Jiang Muwen promptly raised her book, burying her head within its pages, feigning engrossment. Attempting to ignore the summons of Wen Yichen, she deliberately averted her gaze from him, her head bowed, her heart a tumultuous storm. The murmurs of her classmates filled her ears, rendering her blind to her surroundings, akin to a condemned prisoner shrouded in darkness, oblivious to when the execution would occur. A sudden gust brushed past her, gentle yet imbued with an ominous aura. In the next moment, the sound of a chair being dragged reached her ears. Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat. She stood frozen, uncertain whether Wen Yichen would be angered. After a brief moment, his voice pierced the silence, cold yet unnervingly calm, leaving her perplexed about his current state of mind. Didn't you say there were math problems you couldn't solve? What's this? Have you decided to self-study? Jiang Muwen maintained her previous posture, too apprehensive to move. Observing her prolonged silence, Wen Yichen reiterated, if you don't wish to study, then so be it. As Jiang Muwen listened, her heart trembled. She yearned to learn, yet given the current circumstances, did she dare to pursue it? Wen Yichen seemed to perceive Jiang Muwen's apprehensions. After a brief silence, his voice resonated once more. Rest assured, I will not harm you. His words fell like a soothing balm, allowing Jiang Muwen to gradually set her book aside. With a timid turn, she lifted her gaze and cautiously stole a glance at Wen Yichen. The young man before her bore a serene expression, rendering his thoughts utterly inscrutable. The remnants of black ink adorned his face, lending him an endearing quality that seemed at odds with his current demeanor. Wen Yichen's countenance was stern, his gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Muwen, resembling an irate kitten. Jiang Muwen stifled the urge to laugh, offering an awkward smile in his direction. Observing the young lad, she noticed him grasping a pen from the table, slowly elevating his hand. A sudden tension gripped Jiang Muwen's eyes. instinctively warning her that Wen Yichen's intention with the pen was anything but innocent. "Ah, it appears I can do it on my own now. I wouldn't want to trouble you." A fierce instinct for self-preservation compelled Jiang Muwen to retract her statement, just as she prepared to turn away. Wen Yichen's large hand seized her face, his fingers deftly pinching her cheeks. He firmly held her face in place. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, a flicker of panic surfacing in her eyes. This was a predicament indeed. Just as Wen Yichen was about to use the pen to draw upon her face, Jiang Muwen interjected, "Wen Yichen, did you not say you would not do anything to me?" She pouted reluctantly, her gaze fixed intently on Wen Yichen, her words muffled by his grip on her face. Her cheeks were soft to the touch, a sensation that brought him a certain comfort. The thought that she would soon transform into a little kitten eased much of the anger that simmered within him. In the next moment, a rare and mischievous smirk graced Wen Yichen's lips as he deliberately lowered his voice to a whisper that only they could hear. "But I have changed my mind." Jiang Muwen gazed at him, on the verge of tears. Wen Yichen's words were nothing but deceitful tricks. She shifted her head, attempting to escape from his clutches. "Do not move, or the drawing will be askew," Wen Yichen warned seriously as the tip of his pen gently touched her nose. At his words, Jiang Muwen found herself caught between laughter and tears. Even if he did not draw poorly, she would still protest. This was not makeup, and why should she be so compliant? Yet, she remained still, perhaps genuinely afraid that Wen Yichen would indeed ruin the drawing, making it even more unflattering. The tip of the pen brushed lightly against her skin, sending waves of unbearable ticklishness across her cheeks, accompanied by a slight chill. Wen Yichen concentrated on his task. Resembling an artist engrossed in his work, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her face, as if he were sculpting a masterpiece. She looked into his eyes and could even glimpse her own reflection within his clear gaze. Unable to see what exactly Wen Yichen was drawing on her face, she could only imagine the path of his pen. It seemed to resemble a cat. At last, he released the hand that had been grasping Jiang Muwen, leaving two faint crimson imprints on her fair cheek. Gazing at the little flower cat before him, Wen Yichen finally shifted his attention to the exercise book, his tone considerably lighter. "Which question do you find challenging?" Jiang Muwen, momentarily taken aback, stared at Wen Yichen for a few seconds before her gaze drifted to the exercise book, gently tapping on the problem. In the next instant, their heads drew closer together, one explaining, the other listening. However, this scene utterly stunned Bai Su, who watched from the side. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have envisioned such a tableau, as if not two individuals were seated across from one another, but rather a large flower cat and a small flower cat. Thus, Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen, adorned with their painted flower faces, endured the hours until school concluded. When they had initially adorned each other with the whimsical designs, they had been filled with joy, yet they could never have anticipated the sensation of walking amid the throngs of students afterward. It felt akin to a public. They walked in tandem, deliberately keeping their heads lowered, hastening their pace until they boarded the bus. Although the bus appeared sparsely populated, Wen Yichen soon discovered that nearly every seat was occupied. As he lifted his gaze to locate a seat, he happened to meet the eyes of several passengers. And before he could find a place to sit, Jiang Muwen emerged into view, asking, "Wen Yichen, have you found a seat?" As the words settled, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as if the air itself had congealed. In the next moment, an unbearable awkwardness began to spread within them. The two individuals walked with heads bowed, striving to conceal their flushed faces, yet at that instant, they inadvertently laid bare their embarrassment for all to see. Wen Yichen feigned an air of nonchalance, calmly making his way to his solitary seat nearby before coming to a halt. It appeared that this bus had but a single vacancy remaining. "Wen Yichen, please take a seat." Wen Yichen cast a glance at Jiang Muwen. Her invitation momentarily rendered him speechless. After all, it was rather unconventional for a girl to offer her seat to a boy. Moreover, when had she ever displayed such humility in his presence? He did not acquiesce and remained standing. Jiang Muwen observed him, a flicker of guilt evident in her expression. "It's all right, I can stand for a while." However, before she could finish her sentence, a sudden force at her wrist halted her mid-sentence. In the next instant, that very force pulled her toward the seat, followed by a downward pressure that was executed with seamless precision. Jiang Muwen had scarcely registered what was happening before Wen Yichen had firmly pressed her into the seat. Chapter 47, Gaining Ground, second update. Jiang Muwen sat there, momentarily stunned, unable to gather her thoughts. The bus was enveloped in silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating her figure and casting a delicate golden hue upon her hair. Wen Yichen lowered his head, gazing at Jiang Muwen, momentarily lost in thought. Had it not been for Jiang Muwen catching sight of this scene through the glass, she might have remained forever oblivious to the fact that this boy would secretly watch her. As she observed the large tabby cat reflected in the bus window, she found herself astonished by the unexpectedly endearing side of Wen Yichen. Noticing that Jiang Muwen was fixated on the glass, he curiously followed her gaze, only to inadvertently meet his own reflection. A sudden warmth crept to his ears, prompting him to deliberately avert his gaze and direct it elsewhere. Shortly thereafter, the bus came to a halt at the curb, and a wave of passengers surged aboard. Jiang Muwen, observing the throng, felt a twinge of unease. It was not the evening rush hour, so why were there so many people boarding? Wen Yichen, did the teacher not keep you after class today? She inquired, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The terminal station has opened a new exhibition today, welcoming its first batch of visitors at 5 o'clock, Wen Yichen explained. It was only then that Jiang Muwen recalled the exhibition, which had generated considerable buzz even before its public unveiling. Wen Yichen, when shall we go to see an exhibition together? She asked. Let us go. We're about to reach our stop, he replied. In the next moment, his hand rose to grasp the same pole as Jiang Muwen. Their proximity was close, had it not been for the backpack behind her. Wen Yichen might have found himself pressed against her. Suddenly, a gentle warmth brushed against my ear, and then the soft voice of Wen Yichen resonated beside me. If you can pass tomorrow's math test, I will accompany you to see the exhibition. The moment Wen Yichen proposed this condition, it was akin to issuing a challenge to Jiang Muwen. It is well known that the test papers in Class A are notoriously difficult. Although Wen Yichen would provide guidance, passing the test remained a formidable task for Jiang Muwen. Could there perhaps be a concession? Jiang Muwen cautiously inquired. Upon hearing his response, her expression momentarily froze. She sensed that Wen Yichen's swift agreement was not as simple as it appeared. All right, if you pass, we will go together to see the exhibition. But you must not go back on your word. In preparation for this math test, Jiang Muwen burned the midnight oil, yet despite her efforts, comprehension eluded her. Thus, she entered the examination hall with a resolute determination, only to emerge thoroughly defeated. Exhausted both mentally and physically from Jiang Muwen resembled a wilted cabbage as she walked alongside Wen Yichen after school, silent and withdrawn. Furthermore, with Baisu on duty today, the atmosphere between them was palpably quiet, so quiet that it seemed to evoke a sense of desolation in Wen Yichen. November in City A is capricious. Much like an unpredictable child, the morning may bask in sunshine, only for the afternoon to bring a sudden chill. As they walked, a subtle distance began to grow between them. Jiang Muwen trudged along, her spirit as withered as the yellowed leaves beneath her feet, occasionally kicking at them in an absent-minded manner. Her heart felt desolate, and now she found her body succumbing to the chill as well. The thought sent an involuntary shiver coursing through her. The cold wind cut through her, as if it were penetrating her very bones. Wen Yichen, noticing Jiang Muwen lagging behind, gradually came to a halt, turning to regard her with a gaze that instinctively tightened. Perhaps it was her petite frame that elicited a twinge of compassion within him, for her frail form shivered in the wind, evoking a sense of tenderness. After a brief pause, he took a step forward, making his way toward her. Are you cold? Wen Yichen inquired softly. Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze, shoving her hands into the pockets of her coat. Had she anticipated the sudden drop in temperature, she would have donned an additional layer. Observing Wen Yichen, bundled warmly in a mask and scarf, only intensified her sense of chill. Standing before her, he lowered his head and retrieved a mask from his pocket, gently placing it over her face with a considerate touch. His warm fingers brushed against her icy ears, causing her to shudder slightly. He wore a light gray scarf, not thick but exuding warmth. It was a scarf she had not seen before, likely a new addition to his collection. Just as she pondered this, Wen Yichen secured the mask, which had been nestled in his pocket, and she felt a fleeting warmth as he adjusted it on her. As the sun gradually descended in the west, Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze to the youth before her, the soft afterglow tenderly reflecting in his clear eyes, shimmering with mottled light. Lost in thought, she was suddenly brought back to reality by Wen Yichen's voice, low and tinged with curiosity. What are you thinking about? As he spoke, he removed the scarf draped around his neck, and in the next moment, he patiently wrapped it around hers. The unexpected gesture left her momentarily flustered. The scarf was soft and comfortable, imbued with the lingering warmth of Wen Yichen, and as it brushed against her skin, a warmth spread through her heart. The youth before her lowered his gaze, quietly adjusting the scarf around her neck, its fabric occasionally brushing against her chin. She could even catch a faint scent that was uniquely his, soothing and delightful. After a brief moment, Wen Yichen finally withdrew his hands. There, you shouldn't be cold anymore. His rare thoughtfulness prompted Jiang Muwen to be a bit greedy. Well, it's still a bit chilly. Chapter 48. The gift of a scarf. Observing the expectant expression on Jiang Muwen's face, Wen Yichen found himself at a loss for what to do. The cold wind swept past his tall figure, leaving him somewhat disheveled. He stared blankly at Jiang Muwen, as if contemplating something. After a moment of indecision, his hand finally slipped into his pocket, and he turned away. Well, it can't be helped. Who told you to dress so lightly? Now you realize it's cold? It is not as if I am unaware. Jiang Muwen followed closely behind Wen Yichen, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Had she known that today would bring such a sudden drop in temperature, she would have chosen a warmer outfit. Observing the pristine white turtleneck sweater beneath Wen Yichen's autumn uniform, Jiang Muwen could not help but feel a pang of envy. Her gaze lingered on the thick garment, her eyes nearly sparkling with desire. She found herself wishing fervently to seize the sweater from Wen Yichen at that very moment. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. Even if Wen Yichen were to stand before her and offer her the sweater, she would not have the audacity to accept it. She rubbed her arms in an attempt to generate warmth and hurried to catch up with Wen Yichen. As she walked, she buried her head into the scarf that Wen Yichen had lent her, seeking solace from the biting cold. Wen Yichen glanced down at Jiang Muwen and sighed in resignation. Her petite frame seemed even smaller when curled up like that. Are you really this cold? You would understand if you swapped your inner layer for a hoodie, she remarked. As Jiang Muwen spoke, she involuntarily shivered. She was dressed in only 2 layers, a hoodie and her autumn uniform, and the chill of a city's winds penetrated her clothing, chilling her to the bone. Just as she was speaking, a backpack suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Wen Yichen instructed, "Take it." Huh. Jiang Muwen responded with confusion, yet she instinctively extended her hand to accept the backpack. She had barely taken a few steps forward when a force from behind halted her, as if someone were gripping her backpack. Moments later, the next command from Wen Yichen reached her ears, "Take off the backpack." Although Jiang Muwen could not decipher Wen Yichen's intentions, she complied obediently once he released his grip. Soon after, the sound of rustling clothing, and in the next instant, warmth enveloped her from behind, causing her ears to flush and her heart to race uncontrollably. Wen Yichen had indeed draped his coat over her shoulders. "If this happens again, I won't lend you my clothes," he remarked, accepting the backpack from Jiang Muwen's hand. Noticing her stunned expression, he added, "What are you standing there for? Put on the coat yourself." At his words, Jiang Muwen suddenly came to her senses. "Oh," she exclaimed, quickly extending her arms into the sleeves of Wen Yichen's coat. The autumn uniform was considerably oversized, the hem falling past her hips, creating a sense of emptiness, while the long sleeves concealed her hands, resembling flowing water sleeves. In a moment of playful whimsy, she twirled the long, appearing as if she were a child who had stolen an adult's attire. After a brief pause, Wen Yichen's voice broke through once more. "Stop playing around and put on the backpack." Glancing at Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen, in a moment of inexplicable impulse, extended her hand, wordlessly requesting a piggyback ride. Wen Yichen, taken aback by this gesture, could only offer a wry smile. He approached Jiang Muwen and with a gentle motion, guided her hand through one of the straps of her bag. Then, holding the other strap, he stood waiting. Jiang Muwen, unable to see the strap, fumbled to find it. But to no avail. Wen Yichen's remark made her realize the absurdity of her actions, and she abruptly ceased her efforts, standing there, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Jiang Muwen's discomfiture, Wen Yichen decided to cease his teasing. He released the strap, allowing her to manage on her own. As twilight descended, the streetlights flickered to life, illuminating their path home. Upon reaching her doorstep, Jiang Muwen returned the school uniform to Wen Yichen, and then reached for the scarf around her neck, intending to return it as well. "Keep it," Wen Yichen said suddenly. Jiang Muwen looked at him, puzzled. "It's a gift." Jiang Muwen was overwhelmed, gazing at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the teacher lectured on mathematical problems, but Jiang Muwen could not focus. "How did you do on the exam, Jiang Muwen?" Gun Yinshi whispered. "I didn't do well. What about you?" In the presence of Gun Yinshi, Jiang Muwen found herself utterly devoid of the courage to share her mathematics score. It was disheartening, a mere 75 points. Observing Gun Yinshi's dejected expression, followed by the revelation of her own score, Jiang Muwen felt her heart plummet, as if struck by an unexpected blow. "What about you?" Gun Yinshi retorted. Ultimately, she could not escape the fate of being questioned about her results. Jiang Muwen glanced around before offering Wen Yichen a bittersweet smile. I scored even lower than you. No sooner had Jiang Muwen uttered these words than the voice of their mathematics teacher rang out. Jiang Muwen. The teacher's call sent a shiver through her. Since you are so eloquent, why don't you come up and solve this problem? Suddenly summoned by the teacher, Jiang Muwen felt a wave of panic. Perhaps in a past life, she had obliterated a planet, and now she was condemned to endure such torment. Reluctantly, she rose to her feet. Dragging her feet toward the podium, accepting the chalk from the teacher's hand, and then stood frozen before the blackboard. What is the matter? Hesitant to solve this problem? The mathematics teacher's voice reached her ears, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She had no idea how to tackle the problem on the board. Standing at the podium, Jiang Muwen felt completely petrified. After what seemed an eternity, she stiffly turned around and instinctively glanced at Wen Yichen. There he was, resting his head on his hand, lazily observing her from the podium, his gaze calm and inscrutable, leaving her to wonder what thoughts lingered in his mind. Chapter 49. The broken vinegar jar. A rare tranquility enveloped the air, as if all present were hesitant to utter a word, fearing the wrath simmering within the mathematics teacher. Have I been too lenient with you? Have I spoiled you? The teacher's voice resonated, shattering the stillness that had settled. Following her words, silence reigned once more. No student dared to respond. Some gazed down at their papers, others lifted their heads in sympathy towards the embarrassed Jiang Muwen at the podium, while one student, Wen Yichen, had already surrendered to slumber, resting his head on the desk. Jiang Muwen stood at the front, her hand clutching the chalk, beads of cold sweat forming as she fought back tears. Jiang Muwen, did you pass this exam? At last, the teacher's voice pierced through causing Jiang Muwen to flinch. After a moment of silence, it became painfully clear to everyone that she had indeed failed. In the next instant, the teacher's words cut through the atmosphere, each syllable piercing Jiang Muwen's heart like a dagger. I told you so. Pride precedes a just because you entered Class A does not mean you are exceptional. Look at your scores. Jiang Muwen could no longer muster the will to listen. She stood frozen at the podium, her mind buzzing, then descending into a void. A tingling sensation began to creep across her scalp as an indescribable feeling coursed through her veins, spreading throughout her body. Perhaps she was even unaware that she was trembling. However, all of this did not escape Wen Yichen's notice. His gaze tightened momentarily before shifting to the mathematics teacher, who was fervently reciting her lesson. Just as she was in the midst of her explanation, Wen Yichen unexpectedly raised his hand, interrupting her. Teacher, he began, drawing her curious attention. There is an error in this problem. With that, he redirected his gaze to the blackboard, his lazy demeanor now infused with a hint of determination. Where's the mistake? The teacher's focus shifted back to the board upon Wen Yichen's remark. The conditions are insufficient. It cannot be solved. After contemplating the board for a moment, the mathematics teacher sighed deeply. She picked up a piece of chalk and approached Jiang Muwen's side. You truly have exasperated me. Just go ahead and leave. For a girl of her pride, the recent events felt akin to a public execution, dragging her mercilessly into the depths of despair. The teacher's words lingered in her mind, leaving her in a daze until the end of the school day, when she remained despondent. Jiang Muwen sat listlessly at her desk. It was her turn to share duties with Wen Yichen, yet she could muster no enthusiasm. While he had completed his tasks with ease, she sat there like a wilted cabbage, devoid of energy. After observing her for a moment, Wen Yichen turned and exited the classroom, leaving Jiang Muwen behind alongside Wen Yichen, who was still asleep at his desk. Upon returning, Baisu unexpectedly encountered Wen Yichen, who looked at him with a hint of surprise in his gaze. Chengu, why are you buying orange juice after school? Wen Yichen hesitated, glancing at the orange juice in his hand. He longed to present it to Jiang Muwen to lift her spirits, yet the words remained lodged in his throat. I'm thirsty and want to drink it myself. Observing Jiang Muwen's distress, Wen Yichen felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He slowly leaned over Jiang Muwen's desk, concern etched on his face. Big brother, what's wrong? Jiang Muwen met his gaze momentarily, then lowered her eyes in silence. Don't be upset. I scored only 8 in math this time. I'm always here to support you. As Wen Yichen spoke, he casually retrieved a bottle of orange juice from his bag. This is specially prepared by my aunt. It's nutritious, fresh, and delicious. Would you like to try it? Glancing at the bottle on the table, Jiang Muwen softly murmured her thanks. It's nothing. After Wen Yichen spoke, he instinctively raised his hand, intending to gently touch her hair. However, this entire scene did not escape Wen Yichen's notice, who had just approached the classroom doorway. Witnessing Wen Yichen's hand slowly rise, An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Wen Yichen. He could not abide by this gesture. And with the bottle of orange juice sitting on Jiang Muwen's desk, his feelings of ire intensified. For a fleeting moment, he deemed it an utterly foolish act to buy a drink for Jiang Muwen in hopes of making her happy. The clattering sound shattered the tranquility of the moment as Wen Yichen discarded his drink into the trash bin. Jiang Muwen and Yin Lizhe were startled by the noise. She instinctively raised her head only to meet the displeased gaze of Wen Yichen. After a brief moment of eye contact, Jiang Muwen quickly averted her gaze. Feeling a twinge of guilt, his eyes were filled with a kind of displeasure she had never encountered before, different from his usual impatience. This discontent tugged at her heartstrings. He stormed over to his seat, seamlessly lifting his backpack, which caused the chair to be dragged out and awkwardly positioned in front of his desk. As Wen Yichen passed by Jiang Muwen, she could distinctly feel the gust of wind he stirred up. Watching him leave in anger deepened her sorrow, mingled with a sense of panic and confusion. Baisu observed Jiang Muwen and then glanced at Wen Yichen, shaking his head in resignation. Regardless of whether the two were aware of their feelings, Baisu was acutely aware that Wen Yichen's jealousy had erupted. He quickly approached his own seat, picked up his backpack, and as he passed Jiang Muwen, he leaned down to offer her some words of comfort. Don't take it to heart. Wen Yichen is just upset because he didn't ace the math test. Before Baisu could finish his sentence, Wen Yichen's sharp and icy voice cut through the classroom door. Baisu, what are you muttering about? I did not ask you to fetch the bag or to converse with her, did I? Chapter 50. Are you jealous? The words of Wen Yichen were laden with a palpable tension, causing Baisu to sit up straight in alarm, too intimidated to utter a farewell to Jiang Muwen. Merely managing a furtive wave, Jiang Muwen watched in dismay as Wen Yichen vanished from her sight, a pang of sorrow piercing her heart, akin to the feeling of being forsaken. Although Wen Yichen remained silent, she understood that his ire was directed towards her. With a cursory glance at the classroom floor, Jiang Muwen gathered the litter and made her way to the trash can. As she lowered her gaze, she was met with the sight of the orange juice bottle, the very one she cherished, lying discarded within the refuse. Her heart tightened at the sight, and she quietly tied up the trash bag, feeling a sorrow that transcended even the sting of reprimand from a teacher. What's wrong? Yin Lizhe approached her with concern, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Nothing. Jiang Muwen suppressed her sadness, setting the trash bag aside before turning to her seat to retrieve her backpack. The pangs of unrequited love could be both beautiful and torturous, often rendering one in a state of despair, yet this sentiment remained a secret, carefully tucked away in the depths of her heart, akin to a clandestine treasure. Upon arriving home, Jiang Muwen received a message from Wen Yichen. I am feeling unwell today and will not attend tutoring. Jiang Muwen stared blankly at her phone screen. In the past, Wen Yichen would occasionally lose his temper with her, but those moments would dissipate within minutes. Yet today, after such a lengthy interval, not only had he not calmed down, but he also seemed to wish to avoid her entirely. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Jiang Muwen restrained herself from voicing them, fearing he might find her bothersome. All right, then you should rest well. After dinner, Baisu unexpectedly received a game invitation, and the sender was none other than Wen Yichen. Baisu paused for a moment, ultimately deciding to accept Wen Yichen's request. In the next instant, a voice message from Wen Yichen followed. With a hint of suspicion, Baisu clicked to accept and brought the microphone closer to his lips. Oh, what a rarity for you to be free to play games today. Usually, at this hour. Aren't you busy tutoring the little sister next door? Baisu deliberately avoided mentioning Jiang Muwen's name. Yet even so, he could sense Wen Yichen's gaze tightening instinctively after his words. Today, he seemed displeased. As Wen Yichen spoke, he donned his headphones and entered the game interface. But it seems you find great joy in tutoring her. So why can you refrain from incessantly mentioning Jiang Muwen? After uttering this, Wen Yichen appeared to realize something, promptly falling silent. Even he was unaware of what was troubling him. Merely mentioning Jiang Muwen stirred feelings of irritation within him. Despite their lack of any real connection, he felt a strange sense of betrayal. Tell me, Wen Yichen, what on earth is wrong with you today? Baisu inquired with a hint of reproach. Upon finishing her question, Wen Yichen fell silent for a moment before speaking again. His tone and demeanor reminiscent of a child who has suffered an injustice. Don't you know? Jiang Muwen has truly gone too far today. What happened? At that moment, Wen Yichen appeared strikingly like a girl who had endured significant grievances. If Wen Yichen had not engaged in a voice conversation with Baisu today, she would have remained oblivious to this side of him. After a brief pause, Baisu's voice floated softly from the headset. Wen Yichen, Do you truly regard Jiang Muwen as merely a good friend? This question left Wen Yichen momentarily bewildered. He hesitated before responding. What else could it be? Then what are you upset about? Baisu pressed further. I am frustrated that after more than a decade of friendship, her reaction to my illness was so indifferent. Wen Yichen's voice trailed off, the last syllable lingering in the air as if he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Have you never considered why you are upset with her, and Lisa? Baisu continued to probe. Perhaps it's because I can't stand the thought of her being better than me? Wen Yichen's words faltered, his own certainty wavering. As soon as he finished speaking, Baisu's voice emerged from the headset once more. What you truly resent is that Lisa treats her well, isn't it? A single remark landed heavily, tightening Wen Yichen's heart. Before Lisa's arrival, it seemed he had never experienced such feelings, as if Jiang Muwen would never depart from his side. Wen Yichen, do you still not realize your feelings for Jiang Muwen? Baisu noted Wen Yichen's silence and continued, his tone tinged with exasperation, as if conversing with a fool rather than Wen Yichen. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Even I, as a mere bystander, cannot bear to watch. At Baisu's words, Wen Yichen's fingers, which had been poised over the keyboard, faltered momentarily, caught off guard, uncertain of how to proceed. His movements gradually slowed, marking the first time he found gaming to be such an agonizing experience. If you randomly pick a classmate, they would easily discern your affection for Jiang Muwen. You are merely jealous of Lisa. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen's fingers, previously resting on the keyboard, slackened. He remained frozen, staring blankly at the screen where his character succumbed to the relentless onslaught of enemies. And in the next moment, the screen dimmed. The countdown for revival appeared before Wen Yichen's eyes, followed by Baisu's desperate shout. Wen Yichen, what are you doing? Why are you giving away free kills? Annoyed, Wen Yichen removed the headphones from his ears, leaned back against the chair, and slowly closed his eyes. It seems that he has genuinely developed feelings for Jiang Muwen. It is unclear when this began, but he finds himself wanting to defend her when she is wronged, feeling anger when he sees her with other boys. And even when Charmin confesses her feelings for him, the first person who comes to his mind is her. Chapter 51. Has he experienced heartbreak? Perhaps he has harbored these feelings for Jiang Muwen for quite some time, only oblivious to them until now. Wen Yichen, with his eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, has long lashes that flutter gently as soft light cascades down, casting a delicate shadow across his face. Listening to Baisu's voice through his headphones only adds to his turmoil. How should he face Jiang Muwen upon their next encounter? Even though he likes her, he remains utterly unaware of her feelings towards him. What if she does not reciprocate his affections? What then? A barrage of questions bombards Wen Yichen's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. He feels as though he has never encountered such dilemmas before. They seem far more challenging than any complex problem he has ever faced. Wen Yichen, are you deaf? Can you hear me? Baisu's voice continues to resonate on the other end, though Wen Yichen certainly hears him. He simply chooses not to respond at that moment. As Baisu passionately continues his discourse, Wen Yichen gradually opens his eyes once more and puts his headphones back on, replying, I can hear you. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Baisu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he spoke again. Brother Chen, I was merely jesting. I no longer wish to play. You may continue on your own. Although the game was far from over, Wen Yichen sought to withdraw, his mind in disarray, utterly incapable of focusing on the game at hand. In the past, had Wen Yichen spoken to Baisu in such a manner, Baisu would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of rebuke upon him. Yet, today, the gravity in Wen Yichen's tone rendered Baisu hesitant to respond, compelling him to comply, lest he provoke Wen Yichen's ire. Having exited the game, Wen Yichen found himself devoid of interest in any other pursuits. He stared blankly at his phone screen, seemingly anticipating something. Moments later, the device vibrated slightly, and the screen illuminated with a notification. Wen Yichen straightened abruptly, his gaze narrowing as he focused intently on. However, upon opening it, disappointment washed over him, for the sender was not the person he had hoped for. The message was from Man. Brother Chun, I am struggling with some problems. Could you assist me? Following her request, she sent an image, highlighting the questions she found challenging. As Wen Yichen gazed at it, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. He let out a deep sigh, carelessly tossing the device onto his bed, allowing it to vibrate incessantly. On Friday, Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen exchanged no words. The same silence persisted on Saturday. On a Sunday morning, as Jiang Muwen entered the community carrying fruits and vegetables, she was called to a halt. The person beckoning her was Suyu, who, upon seeing Jiang Muwen pause, quickly approached her. In the next moment, Xia naturally linked her arm with Jiang Muwen's, as if greeting an old friend after a long separation. Jiang Muwen gazed at Suyu, sensing that she had something to convey. "Auntie, is there something on your mind?" Jiang Muwen inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Suyu got straight to the point. "Well, little Muwen, I must ask, is Wen Yichen?" Suyu's voice gradually softened, her tone stretching as if grappling with unspoken words. The mention of Wen Yichen made Jiang Muwen's heart tighten. The two had not reached out to each other for nearly 2 days. Could this be considered a Cold War? As Jiang Muwen pondered, Suyu's voice broke the silence once more. Has he experienced a heartbreak? Startled by this revelation, Jiang Muwen looked at Suyu in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "What is wrong with Wen Yichen?" she asked. "I've noticed he hasn't had much of an appetite lately and seems perpetually downcast. From my experience, it's likely that he has suffered a heartbreak," Suyu continued, her brow furrowing as if grappling with a puzzle. "But when did he even start dating? How could I possibly be unaware?" Suyu's inquiry left Jiang Muwen feeling hesitant to disclose that Wen Yichen's discontent stemmed from her. Upon returning home, Jiang Muwen, entrusted by Suyuji, resolved to send a message to Wen Yichen, pondering that perhaps through conversation, his anger might dissipate. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately settled on a simple inquiry. "Are you there?" As soon as the message was dispatched, Wen Yichen immediately grasped his phone, and in the next moment, a long-lost smile graced his face. His fingers danced lightly across the screen. "Yes." After erasing the text in the dialog box, Wen Yichen composed a few more words. "What do you want?" "Wait." This still seemed insufficiently aloof. He deleted everything once more and crafted a new sentence. "Oh? Have you finally decided to come and speak to me?" "No." That felt rather awkward, akin to a little girl sulking after a quarrel with her boyfriend. In the next heartbeat, he erased the words in the dialog box again. Jiang Muwen, fixated on the screen, watched as time slipped by, anticipating that Wen Yichen would eventually send a small essay, perhaps a letter of severance, or a confession of feelings. Not available. Contemplating this, Jiang Muwen typed a few more words. "So, shall we still go to the exhibition at the terminal?" Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she hesitated for a long while before summoning the courage to send the message. Immediately afterward, she added, "I heard the tickets are quite difficult to obtain, so if we are going, we should book early." Chapter 52. Seeking vengeance for her. Upon receiving the message from Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen's gaze dimmed. Indeed, she had once again failed her mathematics examination, yet she still harbored a glimmer of hope in inquiring whether he would attend the exhibition. Their next encounter transpired on a Monday morning. As Jiang Muwen stepped outside, she unexpectedly collided with Wen Yichen, who was clad in attire remarkably similar to her own. He, too, wore a mask, complemented by a scarf of the same style and hue. Unbeknownst to them, both garments had been chosen by Suyu, who had unwittingly selected a couple set. Wen Yichen paused, his eyes fixed on Jiang Muwen for a brief moment before he awkwardly averted his gaze. He uttered not a word, but instead kept his eyes lowered, trudging silently ahead. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, yet within that tension lingered an elusive sentiment. Jiang Muwen stole a glance at Wen Yichen and secretly chuckled to herself. To share the same mask and scarf with him was, in its own right, a form of unspoken understanding. This subtle ambience persisted as they made their way, until they simultaneously arrived at the classroom door. Inside, the students' gazes converged upon them, an unspoken curiosity filling the air. Though they exchanged no words, Jiang Muwen could sense the unmistakable scent of gossip surrounding them. Naturally, Wen Yichen was not oblivious to this peculiar sensation. He surveyed his surroundings and, feigning composure, removed his mask and untied his scarf before gradually making his way to his seat. It is unclear when Wen Yichen began to take an interest in the gossip circulating among his classmates, particularly the rumors surrounding him and Jiang Muwen. As he approached Jiang Muwen's desk, his gaze instinctively flickered to the bottle of specially prepared orange juice standing on her table, intensifying his inner turmoil. These past few days had driven him to the brink of madness. On the very first night he realized his feelings for Jiang Muwen, he tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. The following night, he lay in bed, counting sheep for what felt like an eternity. By the third night, he found himself teetering on the edge of despair, not merely due to his newfound affection for Jiang Muwen, but more so because he was at a loss on how to confront her the next day. To add to his distress, he had declined her invitation earlier that day. And now, as evening fell, a sense of regret washed over him. At this moment, Wen Yichen sat at his desk, exuding an air of indifference, as if signaling to others not to disturb him. "Chen Ge," Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice reached Wen Yichen's ears, prompting him to lift his gaze. It was Xiao Manman. He regarded her with profound eyes, concealing the tumult of thoughts within, as he focused on the problems before him. Xiao Manman's voice pierced through once more. Chen Ge, have you not been sleeping well lately? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. Her inquiry startled Wen Yichen, as though she had unearthed a hidden secret. Moments later, Wen Yichen lifted his gaze and cast a glance at Xiao Manman. His distinctly structured hand casually enveloped her practice book before he promptly closed it, stating, "These questions were not assigned by the teacher. There is no need to complete them." Wen Yichen had no intention of instructing her. Moreover, the way Xiao Manman referred to him as Chen Ge sent a shiver down his spine. "Just call me by my name. Calling me Chen Ge. It's rather uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Xiao Manman appeared somewhat bewildered. "But I have seen Bai Su and the others address you like that." She replied, "We are not that familiar." Instinctively, Wen Yichen blurted out this response, and after a brief pause, he realized he may have crossed a line. He looked at her and returned the practice book, murmuring an apology. This exchange only deepened the unease within Wen Yichen, a discomfort that was not born of unhappiness, but rather an inexplicable sensation akin to a feather brushing against his heart. Provoking an irritating tickle, Jiang Muwen settled into her seat and proceeded to open her pencil case. However, as soon as she unzipped it, a startled gasp escaped her lips, and she instinctively recoiled, nearly dropping the pencil case. The sound of Jiang Muwen's exclamation immediately drew Wen Yichen's attention to her. He observed her staring intently at her pencil case, her clear eyes filled with fear, her expression seemingly on the verge of tears. A soft chuckle escaped Zhou Yao's lips, echoing in Wen Yichen's ears. He cast a glance at Zhou Yu before hastily approaching Jiang Muwen's desk, his gaze instinctively drawn to her pencil case. Within it wriggled a small insect. Jiang Muwen had harbored a fear of bugs since childhood, and at this moment, a classmate had maliciously inserted a creature into her pencil case. Observing the insect nestled among her stationery and glancing at the gleeful Zhou Yao, Wen Yichen felt a tightening in his chest. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, he reached out, grasped the insect from Jiang Muwen's pencil case, and swiftly made his way to Zhou Yao's seat. With one hand deftly opening her pencil case, he unceremoniously shoved the insect inside, executing the motion with such fluidity that it left Zhou Yao utterly frozen in shock. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. The few classmates remaining in the classroom appeared stunned by Wen Yichen's bold action. A fury they had never witnessed before flickered across Wen Yichen's countenance. Before Zhou Yao could react, a cold voice shattered the brief silence in the classroom. Wen Yichen furrowed his brows, fixing a steely gaze on the girl before him. "Mind your belongings." With that, he turned on his heel, uttering no further words, and strode towards the classroom. Just as he reached the entrance, Bai Su entered from outside. He glanced at Wen Yichen and sensed something was amiss. Wen Yichen, usually unyielding, now exuded an aura of unspoken authority. Bai subconsciously grasped one of his arms, then curiously inquired, "What's wrong?" After speaking, Wen Yichen instinctively glanced back, then nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing." The physical education class had just concluded, leaving only a handful of students in the classroom, and the silence that enveloped them only intensified the atmosphere of oppression. When the assignment fell onto Zhou Yao's desk, she cast a glance at Wen Yichen, seemingly still troubled by the earlier incident. "Wen Yichen, aren't you afraid I'll report you to the homeroom teacher?" She anticipated a reaction from him. Yet he merely shot her a sidelong glance before indifferently turning away with the homework in hand, leaving Zhou Yao to flail about like a jester. His disregard piqued the curiosity of Yin Lizha, who had just entered the classroom. "Oh, what's this about reporting to the homeroom teacher?" he remarked while unscrewing a bottle of mineral water to take a sip. Jiang Muwen, well aware of Yin Lizha's temperament, feared the situation might escalate. So she shook her head. "It's nothing. Wen Yichen has already resolved it." Before long, it was time to leave school, and Jiang Muwen walked alongside Wen Yichen. Until they reached the bus stop, neither spoke a word, and the air thickened with an enigmatic silence. It seemed they both had unuttered thoughts lingering between them. Yet the uncomfortable quiet had persisted for an entire week. Jiang Muwen cautiously lifted her gaze to observe Wen Yichen beside her, and her mind wandered back to the scene earlier that day when he had defended her. If he had stood up for her, did that not imply that Wen Yichen no longer harbored any resentment towards her? Contemplating this, Jiang Muwen softly spoke, "Wen Yichen, thank you for today." Upon hearing her words, Wen Yichen instinctively turned his face away, casting a fleeting glance at her. In that instant, a hint of a smile, one he himself had yet to recognize, flickered at the corner of his eyes, only to vanish almost immediately, too quickly for Jiang Muwen to perceive. Was such a mere verbal expression of gratitude devoid of sincerity? Wen Yichen raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, his tone indifferent. Jiang Muwen sensed an ulterior motive behind his words. How would you like me to express my gratitude? She inquired. There is an exhibition at the terminal, Wen Yichen began, his voice gradually softening as he pondered how to convey his thoughts to Jiang Muwen without it seeming abrupt. At his suggestion, Jiang Muwen felt a jolt of surprise. The exhibition was something she had longed to attend, yet Wen Yichen had previously declined her company, while Gun Yinshi was unavailable. However, it appeared that Wen Yichen might be reconsidering his stance. After the initial exhilaration, Jiang Muwen feigned disinterest, remarking, "Did you not say you wouldn't accompany me?" A sense of reluctance began to wash over me, especially considering how difficult it was to procure tickets. As Jiang Muwen spoke, an uncontrollable smile graced her face, only to be quickly replaced by a serious demeanor as she directed her gaze elsewhere. After all, Wen Yichen had initially rejected her with such coldness. She could not acquiesce so easily. Moreover, this week marked the final opportunity, and she had heard that the tickets were already sold out. Yet, before long, the subtle expressions on Jiang Muwen's face became uncontainable again, all of which did not escape Wen Yichen's notice. Observing her, the grievances he had harbored seemed to dissipate entirely. Once he averted his gaze, he could not help but chuckle softly at the two of them. It seemed they had always been this way. They could hold grudges against one another for an extended period, but as soon as one of them softened, the other's anger would vanish into thin air, allowing them to resume their playful camaraderie as if nothing had ever occurred. Very well, Wen Yichen feigned a look of exasperation, slightly raising his eyebrows. He then retrieved 2 exhibition tickets from his bag, shaking them gently to make a sound. "If you choose not to go, I shall find someone else to..." Jiang Muwen turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, and upon catching sight of the tickets, her eyes nearly radiated with excitement. In the next moment, she snatched the 2 tickets from Wen Yichen's hand. "I may not wish to attend, but if you cannot find anyone to accompany you, wouldn't it be a shame to let these tickets go to waste?" After Jiang Muwen finished speaking, Wen Yichen withdrew the 2 tickets from her hand, asking, "How do you know no one is accompanying me?" Before she could respond, Jiang Muwen weakly added, "I will also reach the final destination." Once they concluded their visit to the exhibition, the sky outside had already darkened. At that moment, it coincided with the peak dining hour, and the exit passage of the exhibition became increasingly crowded. Although Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen were walking along the wall, they could not escape the throngs of people. Wen Yichen, walking just behind Jiang Muwen, was suddenly thrust forward by an inexplicable force, causing him to stumble unexpectedly. In a reflexive motion, he reached out to steady himself against the wall. Unfortunately, his stumble caused him to collide with Jiang Muwen, and before she could fully react, she found herself wedged between him and the wall. For a fleeting moment, their bodies were pressed closely together. Jiang Muwen looked up, momentarily speechless at this unexpected closeness, her eyes wide with surprise. Wen Yichen, too, found himself at a loss for words, staring at the delicate features of the girl before him, his mind blank. Chapter 54, A Stealthy Kiss. The surrounding noise faded gradually in Jiang Muwen's ears. Before him stood a youthful figure with downcast eyes, whose clear gaze held a mixture of 6 parts surprise, 3 parts confusion, and 1 part shyness. It seemed to be the first time they were so close. And for the first time, Wen Yichen felt his heart racing so fervently. Wen Yichen slightly parted his lips, as if he wished to elucidate something to Jiang Muwen. However, the carefully constructed words faltered at his throat, transforming into a jumbled mess before he could utter them, leaving a faint blush upon his cheeks. Jiang Muwen observed this response with keen clarity, her heart initially startled before slowly succumbing to a sense of delight. Could it be that he harbored even a fraction of feelings for her? Otherwise, such a reaction would be inexplicable. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen gazed at him in a daze. He stammered as he attempted to explain himself, fearing that without clarification, Jiang Muwen might misconstrue it as him having taken the initiative to corner her. As she watched Wen Yichen speak so earnestly, Jiang Muwen found herself momentarily charmed by his adorably foolish demeanor, an expression she had never witnessed in the typically aloof Wen Yichen. "Wen Yichen, are you feeling warm?" Jiang Muwen inquired, her eyes fixed on the blush gracing his face, her tone tentative. With December approaching, warmth seemed an unlikely sentiment. To conceal his true feelings from Jiang Muwen, Wen Yichen merely replied with a nonchalant mm, contemplating whether the heat of his face could indeed be considered warmth. At that moment, Wen Yichen fully comprehended his affections for Jiang Muwen. Being with the one he cherished made every second feel precious, a moment he yearned to seize. She lifted her gaze, astonished as she looked at Wen Yichen, yearning to inquire if he had perhaps left his wits behind on the classroom desk after school, or if he had experienced some sort of shock that led him to this unfathomable conclusion, or if, upon exiting the exhibition area, his thoughts had been jostled out of place. Yet, just as the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back, lacking the audacity to spread her wings on the precipice of Wen Yichen's ire. Wen Yichen cast a glance her way, seemingly attuned to the subtle emotions flickering in her eyes. What? You don't wish to make up for it? His words startled him as much as they startled her. Jiang Muwen, had your thoughts been displaced upon leaving the exhibition area? The tutoring session was consequently extended by an hour, and as night deepened, silence enveloped the bedroom. Jiang Muwen sat diligently at her desk, engrossed in mathematics, while Wen Yichen sat beside her, propping his chin with one hand and idly twirling a pen with the other, observing her with a sense of ennui. Even Wen Yichen could not fathom why he felt compelled to watch Jiang Muwen tackle her math problems, as though he had never witnessed her engaged in such an endeavor before. He noted how her pen lingered over the paper, and he refrained from uttering a single word of disdain. However, this attentive Wen Yichen rendered Jiang Muwen somewhat uneasy, not only unaccustomed to his gaze. She could not continue writing. Wen Yichen, could you please not stare at me? Jiang Muwen ventured cautiously. When you look at me like that, I can't concentrate. Only then did Wen Yichen register her words, his ears suddenly flushing with warmth, and he quickly diverted his gaze. Oh, go ahead and write. Just call me when you're done. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Jiang Muwen finally set down her pen, her gaze fixed on the problem before her. With a heavy sigh, she admitted defeat. Wen Yichen, perhaps the surrounding air had grown too still, for Jiang Muwen dared not speak too loudly. I cannot do it, she murmured, and once again, silence enveloped the space. Moments later, the steady rhythm of breathing gradually reached her ears. Curiosity piqued, she lifted her gaze, casting a glance at Wen Yichen. The young man before her had succumbed to slumber, his head resting upon the desk. The soft glow of the light bathed him in a gentle warmth, and in this tranquil state, he exuded an aura of serene timelessness. His eyelashes delicately rested upon his clean visage, casting a subtle shadow that enhanced his youthful charm. He resembled a boy who had slipped from the pages of a painting, perhaps fatigued from the day's endeavors, leading him to this moment of repose. What enchantment did Wen Yichen possess, that Jiang Muwen found herself unable to look away? Observing his face, so smooth and gentle, she felt an urge to draw closer, as if she could discern the fine, silken hairs that it was as if a delicate fawn had wandered into her heart, only to bow its head and gently sip from the clear pool before it, sending ripples of emotion cascading through her being. Once more, reason and sentiment engaged in a fierce struggle. Reason urged her to awaken Wen Yichen, while sentiment tempted her to steal a fleeting kiss. She recalled a similar internal conflict from before, one that had ultimately left her unfulfilled. Yet this time, sentiment triumphed over reason. With utmost caution, Jiang Muwen leaned toward Wen Yichen, instinctively holding her breath, fearful that he might awaken abruptly. As he drew ever closer, he resembled an enticing dessert, irresistible and tempting to savor. In the next heartbeat, her lips brushed against his cheek. At that moment of the kiss, Jiang Muwen's heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. His skin was soft and warm. He was the joy of her youth, and today, she had finally fulfilled her secret wish to kiss this young man before her. Her lips lingered not for long. In the blink of an eye, she gently withdrew them. Wen Yichen appeared to be in a deep slumber, as he did not stir after her clandestine kiss. Shyly, she averted her gaze and picked up her pen, clearing her throat awkwardly while feigning concentration on her work. Unbeknownst to her, after that soft cough, a subtle smile played at the corners of Wen Yichen as if he found amusement in her bashfulness. Chapter 55. Christmas Gift. Jiang Muwen was engrossed in her work, still reeling from the moment, when Wen Yichen's voice drifted lazily to her ear, laced with a hint of playfulness. What is the matter? Struggling with the problem? The instant he spoke, Jiang Muwen jolted. Startled, the girl before him wore a look of guilty apprehension. I should be able to solve it. Just give me a moment. I'll figure it out. In the next instant, Wen Yichen chuckled softly, a mixture of exasperation and an uncommon tenderness in his demeanor. I recall that before I fell asleep, you were also working on this problem. Sensing her discomfort, Jiang Muwen glanced at Wen Yichen and offered a sheepish smile. Your memory is quite impressive. Wen Yichen rested his chin on one hand while idly twirling a pen with the other, reflecting that compared to fools, this was indeed far. After enduring Wen Yichen's sharp tongue for such an extended period, Jiang Muwen had long since mastered the art of remaining unperturbed. However, she had seldom succeeded in mounting a counterattack. With no other option, she obediently pushed her exercise book toward Wen Yichen, stating, "I can't solve this." Wen Yichen glanced at the problem, showing no reaction as he continued to skillfully twirl the pen in his hand. "Wen Yichen, please," she implored, her voice barely rising above a whisper. Wen Yichen lazily replied with a smirk that hinted at amusement. He was perplexed by this unexpected inclination to tease the girl before him. Jiang Muwen noted that Wen Yichen seemed somewhat off today, not just today, but at this moment. Since awakening, had he perhaps woken up foolish? "I beg you," she finally managed to utter after a lengthy pause. As Wen Yichen completed the final rotation of the pen, he casually grasped it in his hand, declaring, for the last time, "I hope you will listen with a heart full of gratitude." Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was Christmas Eve, coincidentally falling on a Friday. Jiang Muwen arrived home to find a message from Wen Yichen. "I have matters to attend to tonight. There will be no tutoring. Rest well, and may your brain cells enjoy a peaceful Christmas Eve." In his eyes, each study session for Jiang Muwen resembled a grand slaughter, not of humans, but of the unfortunate brain cells. Furthermore, Wen Yichen's words were laden with double entendre, essentially conveying that there was no tutoring tonight, and that she should rest well, calling her a fool in the process. It was indeed a miracle that Wen Yichen, with such a sharp tongue, had thrived to this age. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen obediently rested at home for the entire evening, not even unzipping her backpack. As she drowsily read through this message, a sudden clarity, a large sock, a Christmas gift, perhaps. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. At 17, she was no fool. The idea that some so-called Santa Claus would stealthily stuff gifts into a sock hung at her bedside was merely a tactic to amuse children. Moreover, she was certainly not naive enough to place a sock at her door, awaiting Santa's arrival. With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, she gazed at her phone, then lightly tapped the screen a few times. "I didn't leave a sock at the door." Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen. "How big is the sock?" Wen Yichen. "Quite large." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Muwen typed a few more words into the input box. "You didn't accidentally get drunk last night and leave a sock at my door, did you?" Wen Yichen. "I saw it." Jiang Muwen. "There really is a sock?" Wen Yichen. "Believe it or not." After sending this message, Wen Yichen ceased further communication. Jiang Muwen, filled with skepticism, climbed down from her bed and, wearing her slippers, made her way directly to the door. Upon opening it, she was indeed met with the sight of a single, enormous sock lying on the ground. This vibrant red sock, adorned with a delicate bow, lay quietly at her doorstep, as if patiently awaiting its little owner to claim it. Could it be that Santa Claus had delivered a gift to her overnight? However, she quickly dismissed this notion. Could it be that Santa had inadvertently dropped it at her doorstep while delivering gifts? Unlikely. Could it possibly belong to Wen Yichen? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she bent down to pick up the Christmas stocking. Regardless of the sender, she decided to unveil the gift within. For if someone had placed a present at her door, she would not turn it away. In the next moment, Jiang Muwen untied the bow and reached into the sock. The object felt firm, resembling a small box. It was not particularly thick, suggesting that it did not contain a toy. Contemplating this, she took the gift box, closed the door, and turned back towards her bedroom. With a heart filled with anticipation and excitement, Jiang Muwen extracted the gift box from the stocking. What could it be? As she pondered, she extended her hands, ceremoniously lifting the box lid with great gravity. In the next instant, the gift was fully revealed to her gaze. And as she beheld the Christmas present, her lips twitched in surprise. She stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Inside the gift box lay a set of exercise books. Jiang Muwen meticulously retrieved each exercise book, covering all subjects without exception. Once she had laid them all out, she discovered a greeting card nestled at the very bottom. Upon opening the card, she found the writing to be neat and orderly. Yet it bore no resemblance to Wen Yichen's handwriting. Chapter 56. The Worst Gift, Second Update. Jiang Muwen stared at the card in her hand, momentarily frozen, overwhelmed by a sense of confusion. As she pondered this, she casually flipped through the meticulously prepared exercise books gifted to her by Santa Claus. To her astonishment, upon turning the pages, She was struck by the realization that this particular Santa had taken great care not only to present her with these books, but had also thoughtfully torn out all the answers at the back, leaving them entirely bare. Staring at the exercise books, she found herself caught between laughter and tears. Just then, her phone, resting on the table, vibrated with a new message. Jiang Muwen picked it up to find a message from Wen Yichen. "Have you seen the socks by the door?" Jiang Muwen replied, "Yes." Wen Yichen continued, "What is inside them?" Jiang Muwen glanced at the screen, pausing for a moment, sensing that Wen Yichen seemed unaware of who had placed the Christmas stockings, though her intuition hinted that they were indeed a gift from him. Wen Yichen then asked, He followed up, "It seems you are not particularly pleased with the gifts Santa has brought you this year." Jiang Muwen looked at her phone screen and, with a bittersweet smile, thought to herself, not merely displeased. Unbeknownst to her, a certain mischievous Santa Claus had bestowed upon her an overwhelmingly suffocating gift. Wen Yichen remarked, "Then I kindly ask you to cherish the present from Santa Claus with a heart full of gratitude." Since Wen Yichen feigned ignorance, Jiang Muwen decided to play along, pretending to be oblivious as well. During dinner, everyone gathered around the table, and soon began engaging in the usual gossip that often permeates school life. "I heard that Class A gets their holidays a week earlier than the other classes. Is that true?" Gu Chun inquired curiously. With this question, Bai Su eagerly chimed in, "I've heard that too. However, they say that if you perform poorly on the final exams, there's a strong chance you might be kicked out of Class A." To Bai Su and the others, this might have seemed like a trivial remark, but for Jiang Muwen, it struck a chord, causing her expression to stiffen momentarily. Although Wen Yichen consistently tutored her, her academic performance appeared rather unstable. Gu Nianqi exhibited a similar reaction, her gaze tightening as she instinctively glanced at Enlija. Jiang Muwen noticed Gu Nianqi's subtle movement and shifted her focus to Enlija, who wore a nonchalant expression, seemingly unaffected by the impending danger he faced, continuing to eat and drink as if nothing were amiss. What a carefree spirit. Observing Gu Nianqi's anxious demeanor, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but recall a saying, "When the emperor is calm, the eunuchs are anxious." However, what perplexed Jiang Muwen was that Gu Nianqi's urgency seemed to differ from the ordinary kind of anxiety. Observing Gu Nianqi's demeanor, it appeared she was somewhat reluctant to see Enlija expelled from Class A. If at that moment Gu Nianqi were to ask Enlija, "Are you merely a clumsy oaf?" Finally, Wen Yichen could no longer contain himself. He leaned slightly forward and curiously inquired, "Enlija, are you not afraid of being kicked out?" Upon hearing this, Enlija halted both his actions and speech, lifting his gaze, his bright eyes revealing a "Why should I be afraid?" As soon as Enlija finished speaking, Bai Su's voice resonated among them. "By the way, Enlija, I heard you studied in America before?" "Yes." Bai Su continued, "I also heard you received a disciplinary action?" Gu Chun then posed another question. At this, Enlija's eyes involuntarily tightened. The rumor about the disciplinary action was indeed a case of misinformation. "Do you believe I grew up gnawing on tree bark?" Gu Chun timidly shook his head. "Then that's settled, isn't it? How did you suddenly transfer to our Class A?" Bai Su continued to probe. "They say, you know the principal?" After Bai Su's statement, Enlija instinctively paused. While the rumor about the disciplinary action was false, there was indeed some truth regarding his connection to the principal. "He is my uncle." Chapter 57. Shall we embrace? A mere 5 words. Yet they left the other 5 individuals utterly astonished. No one had anticipated that the seemingly idle school bully was, in fact, the nephew of the principal. If this revelation were to escape, the school would surely be thrown into chaos. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Enlija spoke again. "You must keep this matter confidential." After dinner, the group strolled about together. December in City A was exceedingly cold, with gusts of chill that seemed to seep through clothing and pierce the skin. Fortunately, this day was more vibrant than usual, as the streets were adorned with festive lights, enveloping the frigid city in a warm glow. Laughter and chatter from passers-by filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere that momentarily distracted from the biting cold. The message was sent by Enlija within their study group. "Remember to kiss the person you're with at midnight." To which Enlija replied, "Of course. It's called a New Year's kiss, a custom from abroad, and I find it quite delightful." Jiang Muwen glanced at her phone screen, and then at Wen Yichen standing beside her. The dim lighting cast shadows upon him, his expression inscrutable, exuding an aura that deterred approach. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, yet at that moment, she could scarcely envision the New Year's kiss that Enlija had mentioned. It seemed Wen Yichen sensed her scrutiny. The next moment, he turned his head, his gaze meeting hers. "What's wrong?" "There was nothing much." Jiang Muwen, feeling somewhat guilty, averted her gaze. How could she allow Wen Yichen to discover that she was daydreaming about the New Year's kiss that Yin Lizhe had just mentioned? To her surprise, such customs existed abroad. Jiang Muwen's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a tad embarrassed by the openness of this foreign tradition. Upon hearing her words, a subtle smile graced Wen Yichen's lips, and he bent slightly, whispering in her ear, "Yet just a moment ago, you appeared to be brimming with anticipation." At that, Jiang Muwen's face turned crimson, fortunate that the dim lighting concealed it from Wen Yichen's sight. "I did not." She pouted, perplexed by Wen Yichen's newfound penchant for teasing her. Flustered yet shy, she approached her front door, unzipping her backpack, her small hand instinctively reaching inside to search for her keys. However, after considerable effort, she still could not locate them. Wen Yichen sauntered over, leaning lazily against her door, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Muwen. "What is it? Forgotten your keys again?" he inquired, a gentle chuckle escaping him. Jiang Muwen zipped up her bag and slung it back over her shoulder, asserting, "It's fine. My parents are home." With that, she knocked on the door, yet no one came to answer. Instinctively, Jiang Muwen pulled out her phone and dialed her mother. As soon as the call connected, she was greeted by a cacophony of noise on the other end. "Mom, where are you?" Jiang Muwen inquired. "Darling, are we celebrating New Year's Eve with Aunt Suyu? Is there something amiss?" "Mom, I forgot my keys." Jiang Muwen lamented into her phone, her expression reminiscent of a small kitten that had been wronged. Before she could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. She stared blankly at the phone screen, then slowly turned her gaze towards Wen Yichen. "What did your mother say?" he asked. "My mother is celebrating New Year's Eve with your mother. They asked me to stay at your house for a while," Jiang Muwen replied. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen straightened up and, with a hint of resignation, said, "Well, I suppose I can reluctantly let you in for a bit." Although he feigned disdain, Jiang Muwen perceived a trace of a mischievous smile on his face. Was it merely an illusion conjured by the moonlight, or did it seem that Wen Yichen was rather pleased to have her at his home? Before Wen Yichen could retrieve his keys, Jiang Muwen's voice echoed in his ear, filled with excitement and a touch of anticipation. "Wen Yichen, it's 11:59. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen instinctively halted his movements, his gaze fixed on Jiang Muwen's phone. The numbers 23 verse 59 boldly caught his attention, and in the next moment, the display shifted to 0000. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks erupted behind them, as bursts of color soared into the night sky, blossoming into vibrant flowers of light. Wen Yichen instinctively glanced out the window, where the sounds of fireworks erupted in a symphony, illuminating the dim corridor in an instant. Wen Yichen, amidst the clamor, it seemed he heard Jiang Muwen calling for him. He turned his head, and the fireworks reflected in the youth's eyes, shimmering brilliantly. Upon seeing him turn, a radiant smile unconsciously blossomed on Jiang Muwen's face. Happy New Year! Another year had passed, and celebrating the new year with Wen Yichen was a truly delightful experience for Jiang Muwen. Wen Yichen gazed at her, and a gentle smile graced his lips in response. Happy New Year! Outside, the sounds of fireworks continued to resonate, drowning out Wen Yichen's voice. Jiang Muwen could only observe his lips, attempting to discern his words. This was true for both Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen. He smiled at the girl before him as her cherry-like lips moved, seemingly uttering something. However, the cacophony of fireworks was too loud for him to catch a single word, leaving him to guess her speech from the movements of her lips amidst the explosive sounds. "Shall we hug?" At last, Wen Yichen managed to decipher Jiang Muwen's voice through the tumult. Momentarily taken aback by her question, he wondered if he had misheard. He looked at Jiang Muwen, seemingly seeking confirmation. "Hug." Another repetition reached his ears, causing him to pause once more. Hearing it twice must mean he had not misunderstood. Jiang Muwen gazed at him, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, Wen Yichen approached her. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Chapter 58. Did he just blush? The sudden hug left Jiang Muwen momentarily stunned. She hadn't even said anything. How had Wen Yichen come to hold her so? His embrace was not overly tight. He merely encircled her within his warm grasp. A warmth so comforting that Jiang Muwen felt no urge to push him away. Her head nestled against Wen Yichen's chest, which was padded with layers of clothing, making him feel soft and remarkably pleasant to hold. A faint, soothing fragrance emanated from him, instilling a sense of tranquility in Jiang Muwen's eyes. This young man appeared as a treasure, one she wished to conceal within a precious box. The surrounding sounds of fireworks gradually softened, and the previously chaotic atmosphere sank into a serene silence. Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen tentatively called out to the boy before her. Her gentle, melodic voice gently disrupted the enchanting ambience. What made you suddenly want to hug me? At last, Jiang Muwen voiced the curiosity that had lingered in her mind, questioning what had prompted Wen Yichen's unexpected display of affection. Upon hearing her words, it was Wen Yichen who appeared puzzled. Didn't you ask me to hold you? I did not. An immediate silence enveloped the air. Yet this stillness was distinctly different from the tranquility that preceded it. Jiang Muwen cautiously pried open the delicate moment they shared, only for Wen Yichen to fill it with an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. After a brief moment, Wen Yichen awkwardly lowered his hand, instinctively stepping back 2 paces to maintain a respectful distance from the girl before him. The corridor, once illuminated by a dazzling brilliance, returned to its prior state of quietude and dimness. Wen Yichen gazed at Jiang Muwen, his eyes deep and contemplative, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. Did you not ask me to embrace you? As soon as the words escaped his lips, an undeniable embarrassment washed over him. His ears flushed crimson as he looked at the girl with a sense of disarray. Could it be that he had indeed misheard? That seemed implausible, for he had certainly heard it twice. Did I say that? Jiang Muwen regarded Wen Yichen with surprise. Given the nature of their current relationship, she lacked the courage to directly request an embrace from him. What did you just say? I just suggested calling our parents. Although she had clearly mentioned parents, to Wen Yichen's ears, it transformed into hug. The boy stood momentarily stunned, a faint blush inexplicably blooming across his face. What an utter embarrassment. Wen Yichen feigned a cough, attempting to adopt a nonchalant demeanor, awkwardly turning to open the door. Whatever. What did you think you heard? A surge of curiosity propelled Jiang Muwen to follow Wen Yichen to the door, her eyes lifting in eager anticipation, desperate to uncover the truth. It's nothing, Wen Yichen remarked as he opened the door. Perhaps he was too enamored with the girl beside him, having rushed to embrace her without a second thought after mishearing something. The door swung open, revealing a pitch-black room, as if the world had abruptly returned to its former tranquility. Wen Yichen flicked on the living room light, seized the remote control, switched on the television, and then languidly nestled into the sofa. What are you standing there for? Come sit. He cast a glance at Jiang Muwen, who stood nearby, and naturally patted the sofa. Are we watching television? Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, seemingly incredulous. Do you want to study? Wen Yichen's attention returned to the television screen, mindlessly flipping through channels while watching the flickering images. Wen Yichen's mention of studying stirred memories in Jiang Muwen of the Christmas gift she had received that day. That gift, undeniably was something he perpetually refused to acknowledge. It wasn't much, just around 100. Without a hint of hesitation, Wen Yichen accepted the statement. In the next moment, his hand paused on the remote, and his expression froze. Oh dear, it seems I may have said something I shouldn't have. It really was you, Jiang Muwen exclaimed, sitting up in excitement. After all this time of playing coy, Wen Yichen's true colors had finally been revealed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Without hesitation, she snatched a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Wen Yichen. A pillow soared through the air unexpectedly, catching Wen Yichen off guard. He raised his hand to catch the pillow, appearing as though he had suffered some great injustice. Jiang Muwen, how could you treat your Christmas Santa this way? Wen Yichen exclaimed, simultaneously seizing a pillow and tossing it toward Jiang Muwen. Is this what you call a Christmas Santa? You are nothing but a devil. The more Jiang Muwen thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. After catching the pillow, she retaliated by throwing it back at Wen Yichen. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, playfully waging a pillow fight. No one would expect that these two nearly adult children would be racing around the room, pillows in hand. Laughter soon drowned out the sounds of the television. Eventually, Wen Yichen ceased his retreat, stopping near the sofa, his mouth slightly ajar as he prepared to announce a truce to Jiang Muwen. His abrupt halt caught her by surprise. Although she intended to stop as well, her mind was willing but her body uncooperative. Before she could utter a word, she stumbled and lunged toward Wen Yichen. In the next moment, Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen tumbled onto the sofa together. Fortunately, a pillow cushioned their fall. Otherwise, Jiang Muwen would have landed squarely against Wen Yichen. In a position difficult to describe, both found themselves momentarily flustered, staring wide-eyed at one another, their minds blank. Jiang Muwen stared blankly at Wen Yichen before her, both of their eyes still reflecting a hint of confusion and disarray. She could even feel her heart pounding violently, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. The soft light cascaded over Wen Yichen's face, casting a delicate blush upon his cheeks. This was a side of him she had never witnessed before. Wait, was he blushing? At this moment, Wen Yichen dared not move, his blood coursing rapidly through his veins, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. It was January, and the heating in the house was off, yet he felt an unusual warmth enveloping him, so intense that he wished to fling open all the doors and windows to let the cold air rush in. Jiang Muwen gazed at him, a subtle sensation awakening within her, as if every cell in her body had sprung to life, rendering her unable to remain composed. The young man before her had delicate skin, his clean face a radiant blend of white and pink. The gentle light falling upon him reflecting a myriad of tiny glimmers in his eyes, as if they concealed the vastness of the stars and the sea. Such a boy fulfilled every fantasy a girl could harbor. As she pondered this, she cautiously shifted her position, attempting to stealthily distance herself from him. Unaware that this very action was a torment for Wen Yichen, his body tensed in response, and his brows furrowed slightly. Do not move. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Muwen obediently halted. Her hand, which had been poised to withdraw, faltered and found its way onto his arm after he instructed her to remain still. The mere brush of her fingertips seemed to send a jolt of electricity coursing through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Jiang Muwen, descend swiftly. Wen Yichen's voice was low, tinged with an unusual gravitas. But you asked me to. Descend swiftly. Oh. As she spoke, Jiang Muwen carefully extricated herself from Wen Yichen's side. She nestled beside him, resembling a docile cat, her petite frame appearing even more delicate in proximity to him. As the night deepened, Wen Yichen dimmed the overhead lights, replacing them with a soft lamp beside the sofa, enveloping the room in a tranquil silence, save for the persistent sounds emanating from the television. As he watched the screen, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder and glanced down to find Jiang Muwen's head resting gently against him. The soft glow illuminated her form, and he could discern the subtle rise and fall of her body with each breath. The flickering images on the television cast a gentle light upon her face, and in that fleeting moment, he was overtaken by an impulsive desire to lean down and bestow a tender kiss upon her forehead. Lost in this thought, he found himself unconsciously leaning closer to Jiang Muwen. As he pressed his lips gently against her forehead, the mobile phone lying on the sofa suddenly vibrated. Just a delicate tremor that startled Wen Yichen. His body instinctively quivered, and he straightened up, feeling a twinge of guilt as he reached for the phone beside him. Gazing at the message on the screen, his eyes then drifted back to Jiang Muwen. Perhaps unaware of the tender warmth that flickered in his gaze, a blend of affection and indulgence. She was in a deep slumber, so peacefully lost in dreams that he felt reluctant to rouse her. Remembering the message from Su Yu that had just arrived, Wen Yichen couldn't help but smile wryly. Since Jiang Muwen was staying over at his home tonight, he might as well let her enjoy a comfortable rest in the bedroom. When Jiang Muwen finally awoke, the sun had already risen high. She stretched languidly and opened her sleepy eyes, only to be jolted awake by the unfamiliar surroundings. This was not her room, it was Wen Yichen's room. In a sudden rush, she sat upright in bed, her mind spiraling into a whirlwind of thoughts. Where were her parents? Why was she still at Wen Yichen's house? Moreover, she was not just at his house, she was in his bedroom. Hadn't she been on the sofa just hours ago? If she was in Wen Yichen's bedroom, then where was he? A barrage of questions bombarded Jiang Muwen's mind, leaving her utterly bewildered. How could the world have shifted so dramatically upon her awakening? Just as she pondered this, there came a gentle knock at the bedroom door. A soft creak of the door announced an arrival, and before Jiang Muwen stood the tall figure of Wen Yichen. As he entered the room, her heart fluttered heavily. Perhaps this was the enchanting essence of harboring a secret affection for someone. Each time their eyes met, an exhilarating sensation coursed through her, a delightful yet anxious thrill. He paused at the threshold, lips slightly parted, as if he had words to share. Before Wen Yichen could utter a greeting, Jiang Muwen took the initiative to say hello. Her unexpected salutation seemed to catch him off guard, causing him to hesitate momentarily before responding with a courteous good morning. I have prepared breakfast. Since you're awake, you should go eat, he remarked, turning to leave. Wen Yichen, just as he was about to step away, Jiang Muwen called out to him. Upon hearing her voice, he obediently halted. How did I end up here? She inquired. At her words, a hint of politeness tinged Wen Yichen's ears with a faint blush. How indeed had she found herself there? Was it not he who had carried her in the previous night? He recalled how she had nestled in his arms, her restless hands exploring, akin to a newly born kitten, occasionally extending her soft paws to gently prod at his body. as if testing the boundaries of his restraint. Yet, for a reserved individual like Wen Yichen, these thoughts remained unspoken. What do you think? He countered, his voice laced with curiosity. If I had known, why would I even ask you? Jiang Muwen murmured to herself, believing that Wen Yichen would not hear her. Little did she expect him to catch every word clearly. Had she known that she would question him so persistently this morning, he would not have brought her in. I dragged you in, and you slept like a log. Chapter 60. You are my youthful delight after the new year. Everyone plunged into a rigorous review week, and the much-anticipated holiday post-exams arrived as scheduled. However, on the eve of the new year, the school released a personnel adjustment form concerning Class A. Upon glimpsing the form, Jiang Muwen was understandably taken aback. It turned out that Bai Su's previous statements were indeed true. In Class A, if one performed poorly in the final exams, they would be expelled from the class. Although Jiang Muwen's grades had improved under Wen Yichen's guidance, she still felt a tinge of anxiety. She gazed at the thumbnail of the form, hesitating for a long while before summoning the courage to click on it. Just as her finger was about to touch the form, her phone's notification bar lit up with a message, followed by another. A flurry of messages compelled Jiang Muwen to check the chat group. The sender was Wen Yichen. Congratulations to our 6-member study group. No one has been expelled from Class A? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen felt a sudden rush of joy. Nevertheless, she still wished to confirm the news for herself. Just as she finished verifying, Wen Yichen sent another message. To celebrate that we all safely remain in Class A, let us go on a trip to S City next Monday. I've heard that Lingen Town, there is a lot of fun. As night falls, the enchanting sight of sky lanterns emerges. With this thought, Jiang Muwen contemplated exiting the group chat. However, the dazzling red envelopes momentarily extinguished his desire to leave. His fingertips moved instinctively, landing on the envelope sent by Wen Yichen. Once that envelope was released, it sent a ripple of excitement through the group. Within mere seconds, a flurry of notifications erupted. Wen Yichen has claimed Jiang Muwen has claimed a red envelope. Bai Su has claimed a red envelope. Gun Yinchi has claimed a red envelope. Gu Chun has claimed a red envelope. The instant the envelope was shared, it animated the previously silent 5 participants. Wen Yichen's red envelope was snatched up within 5 seconds. Wen Yichen is the luckiest. Wen Yichen, thank you for the red envelope. Bai Su, traveling? Gun Yinchi, I think I can manage that. Is it next Monday? I should be able to go. Just as her message was sent, Wen Yichen chimed in. I can also make it. Bai Su, I can't next Monday. I have to visit relatives. Thus, the journey to S City transitioned from an original group of 6 to just 4. By the time the 4 arrived in Lingen Town, dusk had settled in. After unpacking their luggage and enjoying dinner, the sky gradually darkened. The restaurant was near the sea, and just a few steps outside, they could see tourists steadily releasing their sky lanterns. Little one, look quickly. The voice of Gun Yinchi reached Jiang Muwen's ears, infused with a hint of surprise. In the next moment, Jiang Muwen followed the direction of Gun Yinchi's finger. As dusk fell, more and more visitors gathered to release sky lanterns, each lantern gently ascending into the inky sky, resembling twinkling fireflies, a sight of breathtaking beauty. The warm yellow light softly illuminated the faces of 2 young men, who, at that moment, appeared as if they had stepped out of a painting. Before Jiang Muwen could fully comprehend the scene, Wen Yichen had already pressed a lantern into her hands, exclaiming, "Let us release the lanterns, one for each of us." As he spoke, he also thrust a pin into her grasp. It is said that inscribing one's wishes upon a sky lantern allows those desires to ascend with the lantern, ultimately leading to their fulfillment. Jiang Muwen accepted the pin, pondering for a moment before slowly raising her hand. Just before she began to write, she instinctively glanced up towards Wen Yichen, who was focused, pen in hand, meticulously inscribing characters onto his lantern. As she observed him, 4 words involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Time stands still in tranquility. Hurry and write down your wish. Then we can release the lantern together. Jiang Muwen murmured in agreement, but just as she lifted her pen to jot down her wish, Wen Yichen's voice suddenly pierced through her thoughts. Big brother, what are you writing? The unexpected shout startled Jiang Muwen. Wen Yichen, step away. Someone is writing a wish. What are you meddling for? As Gun Yinchi spoke, she gently guided Wen Yichen away. Seizing a moment of solitude, Jiang Muwen lifted her pen and carefully inscribed the secret she had long held within her heart. I shall cherish you always, and I yearn for your affection in return. Gazing at the inscription on the lantern, Jiang Muwen paused, then raised her pen once more to add another line. You are the delight of my youth. A sentiment that remains unchanged when reversed. Having finished, She lowered her pen and glanced at Wen Yichen, wondering what wish he might inscribe upon the lantern. Perhaps a taciturn individual like him would only pin conventional aspirations, such as academic success. Wen Yichen, have you completed your wish? Li's, having been dismissed by Wen Yichen from Jiang Muwen's side, approached Wen Yichen with a sense of grievance. Upon seeing Li's approach, Wen Yichen instinctively shielded the inscribed side of the lantern, as if concealing his innermost desires. This subtle gesture did not escape Li's notice. I wouldn't dream of peeking at your wish, he protested. As Li went to assist Wen Yichen with lighting her lantern, Wen Yichen gradually relaxed his guard and shifted the lantern away. He cast a glance at the wish inscribed upon it, then raised his eyes to meet Jiang Muwen's gaze. Although Li verbally expressed his intention not to examine Wen Yichen's wish, when the lantern's desires were laid bare before him, he ultimately could not suppress his inner curiosity. At last, he succumbed to the temptation and stole a glance at Wen Yichen's Kongming lantern. On it, a simple phrase remained: I wish to always be by your side. Chapter 61. Wen Yichen, shall we play together? After pausing momentarily on Wen Yichen's wish, Li quickly diverted his gaze, feigning ignorance as if he had seen nothing. He ignited the candle's flame, and, lifting his eyes, they naturally fell upon Wen Yichen. The flickering candlelight danced through the lantern, enveloping the girl before him in a warm hue. She lowered her gaze, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward, her expression brimming with gentleness. Her delicate face bore two shallow dimples, and as Li beheld her, he found himself momentarily entranced. Wen Yichen truly was strikingly beautiful. It was merely that he had never taken the time to notice her. Bosku. At last, Li called out to Wen Yichen. Upon hearing her name, she looked up, the warm yellow light reflecting in her clear eyes, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners. What wish did you write? Li inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. I won't tell you. Wishes lose their power once spoken, Wen Yichen replied, unable to suppress a smile. Then let us exchange wishes. Just as Wen Yichen was about to refuse, Li interjected, I wrote that I wish to become a big star. What about you? Upon hearing these words from Wen Yichen was caught off guard, finding herself in a predicament where neither speaking nor remaining silent seemed appropriate. After a moment's hesitation, she finally articulated, I wrote about hoping the few of us could continue to enjoy times like these together. Lingentown has always been a renowned tourist destination, attracting numerous visitors even on ordinary weekdays. The local hotels, though not plentiful, were nearly fully booked, and Li's managed to secure only 2 double rooms. The room assignments naturally fell to 2 girls in one room and 2 boys in the other. As the night deepened, Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen shared a bed. After a brief silence, Wen Yichen's gentle voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears. Xiao Wenwen, what's the situation between you and Wen Yichen? This seemingly casual question resonated deeply, like a stone dropped into water, creating ripples. However, this was different. Jiang Muwen furrowed her brow and turned to face Wen Yichen. He and I have grown up together since childhood. In Jiang Muwen's perspective, she and Wen Yichen had been together since they were young. So even if Wen Yichen didn't harbor romantic feelings for her, he wouldn't completely ignore her. She believed that Wen Yichen might simply view her as a close friend. Wen Yichen gazed at Jiang Muwen, and for a fleeting moment, she considered opening Jiang Muwen's head to see what the girl was truly thinking. The affection that was so obvious to others had somehow transformed into an unyielding friendship in Jiang Muwen's mind. Enough about me, Xiaoxi. Let me ask you. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen. As the topic shifted, she noticed the perplexed expression on Wen Yichen's face and cautiously leaned closer. Although the room was empty save for the 2 of them, she deliberately lowered her voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Do you like Li? As soon as the words left her lips, Wen Yichen's heart skipped a beat. She stared at Jiang Muwen in astonishment and then, in turn, lowered her voice. How did you know? However, the surprise in Wen Yichen's eyes quickly faded. It seemed not too difficult for a girl to discern such feelings. Before Jiang Muwen could respond, Wen Yichen's gaze dimmed, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't like me. He likes. The final word almost escaped her throat, but she swallowed it back, leaving her lips slightly parted as she looked at Jiang Muwen. For some reason, she could not bring herself to utter that last word. She was uncertain whether Jiang Muwen was aware of the matter, and she dreaded the potential awkwardness that might ensue from voicing it. Although Li had not confided in Wen Yichen, she had discerned the truth herself. Wen Yichen's unspoken thoughts were evident to Jiang Muwen, who felt a twinge of discomfort, as if someone had snatched away her cherished toy. Xiaoxi. It's nothing, Before Jiang Muwen could finish her sentence, Wen Yichen interrupted with a gentle smile, smoothing the blanket for her. My feelings for him are my own. Whom he loves is beyond my control. Such matters are unpredictable. As long as he is happy, that suffices. For Wen Yichen, contending for what did not belong to her held no significance. Sleep well, good night. On one side lay two girls nestled together in the dark, while on the other, two boys sat in silence, illuminated by the light, lost in their thoughts. These two young men had sat in their respective corners for 2 hours, wordlessly enduring the oppressive quiet, which was laced with an awkward tension. For Yichen and Wen Yichen, two steadfastly masculine individuals, sharing a bed and a blanket was a rejection of their inner sentiments, especially as they were rivals, though they refrained from voicing their animosities. Both were acutely aware that had it not been for the desire to prevent the two girls from thinking they bore any deep-seated grudges, they would have preferred to avoid even the most trivial of exchanges. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into infinity. Initially, the two individuals diverted themselves by scrolling through their phones, yet as the minutes turned into hours, even that source of entertainment began to wane. They had nearly exhausted the content available to them, even revisiting posts from days prior, yet neither was inclined to exchange a single word. In moments of prolonged ennui, fatigue often ensues, however. Despite their heavy eyelids, neither was willing to succumb to slumber. Yichen glanced up, his gaze settling on Wen Yichen. Sensing the scrutiny, Wen Yichen reciprocated by lifting his eyes. The atmosphere thickened with an awkward tension as their gazes locked, neither willing to avert their eyes. If embarrassment could manifest as color, their faces would undoubtedly have turned a vibrant shade of green, pure and unadulterated. At last, a slight twitch at the corner of Yichen's mouth heralded his words. Wen Yichen, shall we team up for a game? Let's play, came the reply. In chapter 62, titled Hello, Brother, these two boys, who typically exchanged no more than 5 words in conversation, found their voices unceasing during their gaming session. Their camaraderie resembled that of old friends who had known each other for years. Unbeknownst to them, they lost track of time, engaging in several rounds of play. After what seemed like hours, Yichen finally set his phone down, stifling a yawn. Wen Yichen, what time is it? Wen Yichen glanced at the clock. It's 2:30. Shall we continue? Yichen inquired. Let us call it a night, he replied. With that, they both exited the game, parting ways for the moment. Upon exiting the game, the two individuals found themselves devoid of any common topics of conversation, and the atmosphere swiftly descended into a profound silence. It was as if they had never met. Rather than classmates, they resembled two strangers reluctantly sharing a room during their travels. This enigmatic quietude gradually enveloped the surroundings in an inexpressible awkwardness. Wen Yichen cast a glance at Yichen, only to find that Yichen had fortuitously shifted his gaze towards him as well. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they both awkwardly averted their stares. Both were weary and wished to rest. Yet the single blanket on the bed felt insufficient for the two boys, who were already discontent with sharing a bed, let alone a blanket. Eventually, Wen Yichen rose and approached the wardrobe, rummaging through it until he emerged with an additional blanket, which he carried back to the bed. With a swift motion, he lifted the blanket previously laid out by the staff and placed the one he had brought onto the bed. He had no desire to share a blanket with Yichen, and the sentiment was mutual. In the depths of the night, after much effort, Wen Yichen finally drifted into slumber, only to be abruptly stirred by a chill that enveloped him. It felt as though something had intruded into his blanket. His brows furrowed in confusion as he pondered the nature of this unwelcome presence, only to suddenly sense something brushing against his leg. In the next moment, Wen Yichen suddenly opened his drowsy eyes, the remnants of sleep dissipating instantly. The room was enveloped in a tranquil silence, accompanied only by the rhythmic sound of Yichen's breathing. A bedside lamp cast a soft, warm glow, and instinctively, Wen Yichen turned his head. Under the dim light, he beheld Yichen, who was startlingly close to him. The one entwining his legs beneath the covers was none other than Yichen, whose own blanket had long been cast aside. The young man before him lay with his eyes closed, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Seeing such a sight from a grown man momentarily unsettled Wen Yichen, leading him to wonder if Yichen harbored some peculiar sleeping habits. With that thought, Wen Yichen instinctively shifted his body away. However, Yichen seemed to sense this movement and tightened his grip even more. In the next instant, he murmured sleepily, "Don't move. I'm freezing." Wen Yichen cast a glance at Yichen. At that moment, he not only wished to move, but also contemplated kicking Yichen off. Had he known such an occurrence would arise, he would have chosen to sleep elsewhere. Yichen, wake up. Wen Yichen did not comply with Yichen's request. His voice was low yet resolute, clearly intent on rousing him. The repeated calls from Wen Yichen began to irk Yichen, who finally opened his sleepy eye. The instant his vision cleared, he was met with Wen Yichen's cold expression. A shiver coursed through Wen Yichen's body as he suppressed his rising irritation and calmly stated, "This is my blanket." Shivering, Wen Yichen averted his gaze, only to discover, to his surprise, that the air conditioning had been deactivated. "I'll activate the air conditioning. You should cover yourself with your blanket." That night, neither of the young men slept soundly. Before they could truly drift off, morning arrived. Confronted with the inquiries from the two young women, who noticed the dark circles beneath their eyes, neither of the young men offered an explanation. Furthermore, neither was willing to divulge the embarrassing events of the previous night. The holiday concluded swiftly, and the new semester commenced. On the second Friday after the start of the school year, Jiang Muwen received an invitation from Wen Yichen. "Wen, would you like to come over to my house?" As Jiang Muwen had apparently never visited Wen Yichen's residence, she was naturally excited by the invitation. Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen chatted and laughed as they opened the door. Wen Yichen's residence was quite expansive, exuding an air of elegance from every corner. Jiang Muwen surveyed the surroundings, noting the cleanliness and simplicity of the rooms, which spontaneously evoked the word sophisticated in her mind. "Wen Yichen, your house is so large." "Not at all. Wen, please have a seat on the sofa. Let me find some snacks for you first, and we'll have dinner later." As she spoke, Wen Yichen shuffled in her slippers toward the cabinet to search for snacks. Wen Yichen's home appeared to be virtually flawless, but the only minor imperfection was the decor, which seemed less like a residence for a family of three and more like a dwelling for a single man. "My parents do not reside here." Wen Yichen unwrapped a snack package and then popped a potato chip into her mouth. "My parents are managing a company in City S, and I live here with my brother." No wonder. The decor of this house seems tailored for a male occupant. In the next moment, the sound of the door opening followed. A deep and resonant voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, prompting her to instinctively glance towards the doorway. A tall figure came into view, the owner of which was bending down to change his shoes. Wen Yichen's brother, Wen Yichen, was 8 years her senior and was currently overseeing their parents' branch in City A. "Hello, brother." Jiang Muwen greeted him. The unfamiliar voice caught Wen Yichen's attention, making him instinctively raise his gaze. Chapter 63, Taking Her Home Brother. "This is my classmate, Jiang Muwen." At last, Wen Yichen introduced Jiang Muwen to her brother. Observing Wen Yichen's icy demeanor, Wen Yichen felt a genuine fear that her brother might devour Jiang Muwen whole. Once the introduction was complete, Wen Yichen merely responded with a curt acknowledgement. Jiang Muwen regarded Wen Yichen. The man before her possessed refined features, exuding an aura of authority without raising his voice. The tailored suit beneath his black coat gave the impression that he was not merely a brother, but rather a sovereign. One cannot deny that the genes of the Gu family are remarkably impressive. If given the opportunity, Jiang Muwen would genuinely like to see what their parents look like, wondering what divine beauty could produce such striking offspring. However, this gentleman appeared rather aloof. Wen Yichen's gaze did not linger on Jiang Muwen. He carried his briefcase and turned toward the bedroom. "What would you like to eat later?" Wen Yichen asked, loosening his Windsor knot. His well-defined hand gently tugged, removing the dark tie. Before he could finish, Wen Yichen chimed in, "We'll eat whatever you cook." As she slung her bag over her shoulder and reached the door, a male voice stopped her. "Wait, I'll drive you." Wen Yichen had changed into casual home wear, appearing less unapproachable than he had when he first arrived. Despite this, Jiang Muwen still felt a sense of inexplicable apprehension. "Brother, I want to go too." Wen Yichen shuffled out of her room in slippers. "You rest at home. I'll take her," Wen Yichen said, grabbing the car keys. Seeing Wen Yichen with the keys, Jiang Muwen was taken aback. She looked at him sheepishly and, after a moment, mustered her courage. "There's no need to trouble you." Given Wen Yichen's insistence, Jiang Muwen felt it impolite to refuse, as the man's presence was quite imposing, and she feared incurring his displeasure. Seated in Wen Yichen's car, Jiang Muwen experienced an indescribable sense of tension, likely due to the formidable aura emanating from Wen Yichen. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Muwen clutched her backpack, hesitant to move even slightly, her breathing becoming cautious. Finally, as Wen Yichen's vehicle arrived at the entrance of Jiang Muwen's community, he intended to drive in further, only to be halted by her brother. Jiang Muwen uttered. Pausing momentarily, Addressing Gu Niansen in such a manner felt somewhat awkward to her. Yet, she was at a loss for his name, and referring to him as Gu Nianqi's brother seemed peculiar. Reluctantly, she settled on the awkward term. It's fine to stop here. I can go in by myself. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Gu Niansen complied and halted the car. All right, he replied while unlocking the doors. Once you arrive home, remember to inform Gu Nianqi. Then I shall take my leave. Jiang Muwen nodded, bid farewell to Gu Niansen, and exited the vehicle. The car slowly turned around, prompting Wen Yichen to gradually halt his steps. After the car had completed its turn, he caught sight of the man inside through the windshield. Coincidentally, the man also glanced at him, and Wen Yichen did not shy away. Their gazes locked, two pairs of icy eyes seemingly capable of freezing the February air. Overwhelmed by questions, Wen Yichen quickened his pace, trailing behind Jiang Muwen. As Jiang Muwen paused briefly at the elevator, Wen Yichen stealthily followed, though she sensed his presence. She turned around and caught sight of Wen Yichen for a fleeting moment, her heart skipping a beat. Initially taken aback, she soon felt a surge. What brings you here? Wen Yichen lowered his gaze, observing her for a while before responding nonchalantly. I had dinner with Bai Su. After uttering this, it seemed as though a thought struck him, causing his mind to drift further away. During dinner, Bai Su had persistently urged him to confess to Jiang Muwen, overwhelming him to the point where now, whenever he attempted to converse with her, his mind would buzz, leaving him momentarily blank. As the elevator doors slowly opened, Wen Yichen stepped in alongside Jiang Muwen. He cast a sidelong glance at her, his heart brimming with unspoken words. Yet, as those words reached his throat, they were abruptly swallowed. Jiang Muwen. After a brief silence, Wen Yichen finally spoke. Jiang Muwen looked up with curiosity, her gaze meeting his deep, inscrutable eyes, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. Wen Yichen parted his lips, but all the questions lingered on the tip of his tongue, unable to escape. Their eyes locked, and an enigmatic silence enveloped the air. After a moment, Wen Yichen averted his gaze, directing it elsewhere. It's nothing, just calling you. Jiang Muwen regarded him with an air of confusion. He had seemed rather peculiar lately, leaving her perplexed about the thoughts swirling within his mind. The elevator doors opened shortly after Wen Yichen finished speaking. He quickly stepped out, and as they reached the entrance of the house, Wen Yichen finally spoke. The tutoring session is at 7 tomorrow evening. Don't be late. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Wen Yichen was seated by the bedside, his face flushed and heart racing, as if he had just sprinted from the first floor to the 11th. He stared at the phone screen, watching the message bubble indicating the other party is typing, and suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. What could he have possibly sent after all those messages? Lost in thought, Wen Yichen sent another message. Did you see it? Jiang Muwen looked at the screen, feeling both amused and exasperated. If she had seen it, she certainly wouldn't be reacting this way. No, I haven't. This only piqued Jiang Muwen's curiosity further. What could be so secretive? Jiang Muwen, what exactly did you send? Wen Yichen, nothing much. Get some rest. Good night. After sending that message, Wen Yichen leaned back on the bed, letting out a deep sigh before closing his eyes. Bai Su had wagered with him earlier that if Wen Yichen confessed to Jiang Muwen, she would undoubtedly say yes. Tonight, for reasons unknown, Wen Yichen had inexplicably followed Bai Su's advice. The evening tutoring session arrived as scheduled, yet as Jiang Muwen sat beside Wen Yichen, she felt an inexplicable tension in the air. Despite the fact that nothing had transpired between them, an awkwardness loomed between them. Wen Yichen exuded an ineffable aura that rendered Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless. After explaining several practice problems to her, he instructed her to tackle the example questions independently. For reasons unknown, she felt that today Wen Yichen was somewhat different from his usual self, though she could not pinpoint the exact nature of this difference. Did you visit Gu Nianqi's house yesterday? At last, Wen Yichen's deep voice shattered the tranquility of the room. Jiang Muwen paused her writing and replied with a soft affirmation. Her brother, she added. Wen Yichen echoed her words. Her brother? Yes, she lives with him, Jiang Muwen elaborated. Wen Yichen simply responded with a nonchalant "oh." Yet, for reasons he could not quite articulate, he sensed that this brother was no ordinary individual. As a young man, Wen Yichen could discern the subtle affections Gu Niansen harbored for Jiang Muwen. How old is he? In an unprecedented turn of events, Wen Yichen, who typically showed no interest in other boys, posed this question, astonishing Jiang Muwen. He seems to be 8 years older than us. Xiaoxi mentioned that he is currently assisting Uncle Gu in managing the company and is doing remarkably well. As soon as Jiang Muwen finished, a flicker of tension crossed Wen Yichen's gaze. Had she not uttered those last few words, he might have remained indifferent. However, now that they had been articulated, he felt an indescribable sensation within him, akin to something that had always obediently remained by his side suddenly sprouting legs and running off with another. It was perhaps due to Wen Yichen's inquiry that Jiang Muwen suddenly opened the floodgates of conversation. At that moment, she set down her pen and began to regale Wen Yichen with tales of Gun Yanxi's brother, a figure almost celestial in his beauty. Oh, did you know? Gun Yanxi's brother is exceptionally handsome. The two siblings are simply ethereal in their looks, stunning beyond measure. Wen Yichen, engrossed in the book before him, exhibited no reaction. He was well aware, having seen the young man with his own eyes just the day before. A boy possessing such striking features, remarkable abilities, and culinary skills was akin to a hidden treasure. Jiang Muwen, caught up in her enthusiasm, failed to notice the darkening expression on Wen Yichen's face. His countenance was clouded with frustration as he stared at the pages, unable to absorb a single word. One hand propped the book while the other pinched the pages, as if he wished to crush the paper to dust. One must wonder, is the future wife of Gun Yanxi destined to have saved the universe in a past life? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Muwen continued to soar dangerously close to the edge of Wen Yichen's temper. As her words lingered in the air, the tension within him snapped like a taut string. In the next instant, Wen Yichen slammed the book shut with a resounding clap. Startled, Jiang Muwen trembled slightly and instinctively fell silent, gazing at Wen Yichen with the wide-eyed innocence of a child caught in wrongdoing. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, the pressure surrounding Wen Yichen becoming palpably oppressive. Had he finished all the exercises? At last, Wen Yichen broke the silence, his icy tone sending a shiver down Jiang Muwen's spine. The moment his gaze fell upon her, she experienced an unexpected jolt in her heart. His eyes were piercingly cold, and Jiang Muwen assumed he was irritated by her chatter, prompting her to offer a wry smile in response. Her small hand fumbled across the table for a considerable time before finally grasping the pen she had set aside. Not yet. I'll get to it right away. It was evident to her that he was displeased, yet she remained oblivious to the reason behind his vexation. Jiang Muwen naively believed that Wen Yichen was simply annoyed by her incessant talking, which had disrupted his reading. She remained unaware of the palpable jealousy emanating from him, as if his jealousy was overflowing from its container. Nevertheless, she was indeed quite noisy, agitating Wen Yichen to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to silence her. It was a mystery what kind of enchantment Gun Yan had cast upon this girl, compelling her to lavish praise upon others at every opportunity. Chapter 65. Holding the umbrella for the mentor, Wen Yichen observed Jiang Muwen, who sat there sulking over her unrequited feelings for Lija. He was already overwhelmed by that situation, and now another formidable rival had emerged, one significantly older than him. Jiang Muwen gripped her pen obediently, turning away to begin her exercises. However, the problems proved to be exceedingly difficult, and after a considerable amount of time, she remained utterly perplexed. At last, she cautiously shifted her gaze to Wen Yichen, then forced a wry smile. Brother Chun, I cannot do it. The sudden address of Brother Chun took Wen Yichen by surprise. He was unaccustomed to Jiang Muwen calling him that, although he understood her intention to evoke a sense of a younger sibling seeking assistance from an elder brother. The way it sounded made him feel rather uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Wen Yichen cast a glance at Jiang Muwen before his eyes fell back upon the problem she indicated, a question he had just explained to her moments ago. Observing Jiang Muwen, he recalled how she had been gushing over Gun Yanxi in his ear earlier, and a peculiar sense of displeasure welled up within him. Why had she not thought of him when she was praising someone else? It was only when faced with a challenging problem that she remembered to seek his help. The more Wen Yichen pondered, the more vexed he became. He resolved to close the pen in his hand and, quite abruptly, uttered, "Do you know? One possesses two ears not merely to let information enter through one and exit through the other." His tone was somewhat brusque, causing Jiang Muwen's heart to flutter with unease. It seemed that Wen Yichen had truly changed from before, and this time, his anger appeared to be even more profound. In the past, he would disdain her while still explaining the problems, yet today, he seemed disinclined to discuss them at all. Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen sensed the gravity of the situation and cautiously called out to him once more. As her words fell, Wen Yichen set down his pen and reclined in his seat. I have already explained this question once. I have no desire to repeat myself. Jiang Muwen cast a lingering glance at Wen Yichen for a few moments before, feeling a sense of grievance, she averted her gaze once more, her eyes falling upon the exercise before her. Alas, it was beyond her capabilities. Thus, she resorted to aimlessly sketching simple geometric shapes on the blank paper with her pencil. Observing Jiang Muwen's dejected demeanor, Wen Yichen found himself momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had perhaps gone a bit too far. Ultimately, feeling a twinge of compassion, Wen Yichen grasped the water pen on the table once more and straightened his posture. Very well, I shall teach you one last time. Didn't you say you didn't want to teach me? Jiang Muwen timidly inquired, not even sparing him a glance. Who has experienced a fleeting emotional turmoil? Witnessing Jiang Muwen's reaction, Wen Yichen realized he had indeed overstepped. Reluctantly, in an effort to soothe her lingering displeasure, he quietly retrieved a sheet of paper from the drawer and meticulously transcribed the steps onto it. Although he claimed he would not repeat himself, he could certainly convey the information in writing. Once finished, he discreetly slid the note towards Jiang Muwen. Several weeks had passed since the commencement of the new academic term, yet Wen Yichen continued to deliver juice to Jiang Muwen's desk every morning, come rain or shine. If there were any notable changes compared to the previous semester, it would be the addition of a bottle of milk on Wen Yichen's desk. After spending over a semester in the company of Jiang Muwen and others, Wen Yichen had successfully transformed into a beverage courier, diligently placing drinks for his two companions on their desks each morning, regardless of the weather. One day, Wen Yichen could no longer endure the situation. When Wen Yichen carefully placed a glass of juice on Jiang Muwen's desk, Wen Yichen followed suit, setting down a bottle of milk beside it. The two beverages were positioned almost simultaneously, yet Jiang Muwen remained blissfully unaware of the exchange. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen were away, Wen Yichen boldly confronted Wen Yichen. Their gazes locked, and a palpable tension filled the air, both radiating an icy animosity. Brother doesn't like milk. You should drink it yourself. Wen Yichen finally broke the silence. She is still growing. What harm is there in her having some milk? Wen Yichen retorted, firmly grasping the milk bottle, showing no inclination to. My orange juice is freshly squeezed at home. It's far more nutritious than your milk, Wen Yichen countered, casting a sideways glance at Wen Yichen. Milk provides calcium. Can orange juice do the same? As Jiang Muwen returned to her seat, she beheld the two beverages on her table, momentarily taken aback. She had merely stepped out with Wen Yichen for a brief respite. How had two bottles of drink suddenly appeared? Coughed just as Wen Yichen finished speaking. Wen Yichen deliberately cleared his throat. My mother asked me to bring you this bottle of milk, claiming it's good for your health. Jiang Muwen surveyed the two bottles, then glanced at the two young men, feeling utterly perplexed. She seemed to perceive the underlying intentions of both. Yet the presence of the two drinks left her in a quandary. Accepting one was fraught with difficulty, and rejecting either was equally complicated. Eldest brother, which one should I drink? At last, Wen Yichen's voice resonated once more. Jiang Muwen forced a smile at them, then cautiously placed the milk into Wen Yichen's hands and set the orange juice on Wen Yichen's desk. Since both of these drinks are so nutritious, I'll leave them for you to enjoy. Jiang Muwen was uncertain how the two boys ultimately resolved the fate of the beverages. But she did notice that when she walked beside Wen Yichen after school, the atmosphere around him felt notably tense. As they stepped outside the school gate, Jiang Muwen felt a cool droplet land on her forehead, quickly followed by another. Is it raining? She instinctively lifted her gaze to glance at Wen Yichen. After a brief pause in the air, she tentatively inquired, Is it raining? It was only then that Wen Yichen, somewhat belatedly, acknowledged, Yes. Wen Yichen, did you bring an umbrella? Jiang Muwen managed a strained smile in his direction. Upon hearing her, Wen Yichen lowered his gaze to her, fully aware from their long acquaintance that the young girl was implying she had forgotten her own umbrella and was seeking to share his. Reluctantly, he retrieved an umbrella from his bag and opened it. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Muwen insisted on holding the umbrella herself, claiming it was to shield her esteemed teacher. Before Wen Yichen could respond, Jiang Muwen took the umbrella from his hands. With a height difference of over 20 centimeters between them, Jiang Muwen successfully shielded Wen Yichen's head completely. If he had raised the umbrella a bit lower, Wen Yichen's head might have burst forth like a spring bamboo shoot breaking through the earth. Chapter 66. Cooking for you. Jiang Muwen may never witness the large, dark face of Wen Yichen hidden beneath the umbrella. At that moment, the despair within Wen Yichen was palpable, even through the barrier of the umbrella. Although Wen Yichen remained silent, Jiang Muwen was oblivious to his feelings and felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to shelter him. After walking a few steps together, Wen Yichen could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand, and in the next moment, his distinctly defined fingers reached for the umbrella handle. By chance, his large hand landed on Jiang Muwen's. The warmth of his palm enveloped her cold little hand, startling her into a momentary pause, prompting her to instinctively withdraw her hand. However, Wen Yichen held on tightly. The umbrella quivered slightly, and his voice reached her ears. "Let me hold it." Jiang Muwen looked up in response, only to discover that Wen Yichen's entire head was concealed beneath the umbrella. A tremor ran through her heart. She had intended to apologize to him, but the image of his head hidden under the umbrella brought an involuntary smile to her face, one she desperately tried to suppress. She glanced at Wen Yichen before averting her gaze. Her small gestures were, of course, clearly observed by the young man beneath the umbrella. He lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the girl beside him, whose lips involuntarily curled upwards, only to suppress her laughter, attempting to maintain a composed demeanor. Witnessing Jiang Muwen's demeanor, Wen Yichen felt a twinge of helplessness. If you wish to laugh, then let it out. As soon as Wen Yichen uttered these words, Jiang Muwen burst into laughter with such swiftness that it startled Wen Yichen, leaving him to wonder if it was truly that amusing. However, upon reflection, he realized that her earlier antics did possess a certain charm, prompting him to chuckle helplessly alongside her. The two continued their quiet stroll, listening to the gentle patter of the rain as it fell upon the umbrella, creating a unique melody. Grateful for the sudden downpour that allowed the unprepared Jiang Muwen to seek refuge under Wen Yichen's umbrella, the distance between them diminished considerably. Amidst the recent academic hustle, Jiang Muwen might have forgotten that today was her birthday were it not for the gifts adorning her desk. "Happy birthday, big brother." As she was about to reach for the greeting card on the table, Inlijia's voice startled her, prompting an immediate thank you before she began unwrapping her presents. The scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of her earlier search for her keys. "Did you forget your keys?" Jiang Muwen inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen ceased his search, cradling his bag in his arms, and simply responded with a murmured acknowledgement. She gazed at Wen Yichen, and a wave of silent glee surged within her. How the tides of fortune turn. Who would have thought that the seemingly infallible Wen Yichen would one day forget to bring his keys? "Well, I have them," Jiang Muwen declared, her voice brimming with pride as she retrieved the keys from her bag, intentionally waving them in front of Wen Yichen. "Otherwise, I could take you in for a while." As she spoke, she opened the door. Just as Wen Yichen prepared to utter a remark, she interjected, "Come in. My home is empty. There is no need for formality." Wen Yichen obediently stepped inside, glancing around. "Where are your parents?" Upon seeing Jiang Muwen enter the bedroom, he followed suit, asking, "What shall we do about dinner?" "Let us order takeout," she replied. "How about McDonald's?" Wen Yichen frowned slightly, realizing that Jiang Muwen's lifestyle appeared rather unhealthy when her parents were away. With that thought, he stole a glance at the clock hanging on the wall. It was still early enough to prepare a meal. "Never mind, I'll cook dinner for you." As soon as the words left Wen Yichen's lips, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Muwen's eyes. Since when could Wen Yichen cook? Just as she was about to inquire, he had already turned and made his way into the kitchen. "Are there any vegetables in the fridge?" he asked, tying an apron around himself. Yes, she replied enthusiastically. Jiang Muwen spoke as she approached the refrigerator, subsequently opening its door. Although the fridge contained scant ingredients, she was determined to rummage through it to find something for Wen Yichen. Even if there were truly no ingredients left, she would still seek out 2 packets of instant noodles to prepare for him. Moments later, Jiang Muwen emerged, embracing the ingredients with eager anticipation, and tentatively inquired, "Wen Yichen, may I order a dish?" Wen Yichen glanced at the items in Jiang Muwen's hands and swiftly took them from her. "No," he replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen obediently responded with a soft "oh" and quietly positioned herself beside Wen Yichen, ready to appreciate the sight of this young man cooking for her. "Wen Yichen, I never knew you could cook," Jiang Muwen remarked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. After her question, Wen Yichen's chopping momentarily halted. Indeed, she had never heard of his culinary skills because he could not cook at all. He remained silent, resuming his task after a brief pause. Observing his reaction, Jiang Muwen sensed something amiss. "Wen Yichen, you surely must have cooked before, right?" Wen Yichen's confident assertion led Jiang Muwen to believe, and she complied with an obedient "oh," maintaining her position as she watched him prepare the meal. The gentle rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, softly illuminating him and tenderly outlining the contours of his profile. The young man before her, with eyes cast down and bangs falling gracefully over his forehead, resembled a dreamlike figure stepping out from the pages of a comic book. Jiang Muwen may never realize that, though Wen Yichen remained silent before her, he is secretly comparing himself to Gun Yinsuan in his heart. He longs for Jiang Muwen to praise him in front of others. The mere thought of this girl, with an infatuated expression, extolling his virtues before other girls brings him an uncontainable joy. Chapter 67. A stolen kiss. Jiang Muwen stood persistently by Wen Yichen's side, creating a sense of awkwardness for him. He was not a master chef, and under Jiang Muwen's unwavering gaze, he felt an undeniable sense of nervousness. At last, he could not restrain himself and called out to her, "Jiang Muwen." Jiang Muwen turned to Wen Yichen, and for what seemed like the first time, she noticed a hint of anxiety on his face. Yet, upon further reflection, it was only natural for him to feel tense, as he had never cooked before and was now being scrutinized by her. After a considerable time, Wen Yichen finally appeared at the door of Jiang Muwen's bedroom. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, his thin lips slightly parted, and after a pause, he softly called out her name. Jiang Muwen stared blankly at Wen Yichen, and after a moment, managed to utter a single word, "Yes." Had he known that after an hour of effort he would achieve nothing, Wen Yichen would have simply prepared a bowl of instant noodles for Jiang Muwen, adding a few slices of sausage and a fried egg. Thus, the elaborate feast Jiang Muwen had anticipated was reduced to 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles. Apart from the haphazardly sliced sausages and a slightly burnt fried egg, the bowl of noodles appeared quite palatable. The thought elicited a suppressed chuckle from Jiang Muwen. It seemed that even a prodigy like Wen Yichen had his limitations. Ahem. Do partake while it's still warm. Wen Yichen gestured somewhat awkwardly towards the instant noodles, then glanced at Jiang Muwen. Wisps of vapor ascended languidly as she gently dispersed them, twirling a few strands of noodles before gingerly placing them in her mouth. Observing the young woman before him, he experienced a fleeting vision of their future domesticity. Jiang Muwen sampled a mouthful of noodles, then instinctively raised her gaze. Amidst the swirling steam, whether due to a trick of the light or not, she perceived Wen Yichen, smiling wistfully. Such a description seemed almost inappropriate for the young man before her. Yet the hint of a smile gracing the corner of his eyes was one she had never witnessed before. "Wen Yichen," Jiang Muwen called out softly. "Aren't you going to eat?" She inquired tentatively. "Yes, that's good then," Wen Yichen responded, casually seizing a pair of chopsticks and taking a bite. Jiang Muwen stared at Wen Yichen, momentarily taken aback. Had she unwittingly become a taster, ensuring the noodles were safe for consumption? "Oh well, it's just instant noodles anyway. It couldn't be that bad," she mused, resuming her meal. "Jiang Muwen, happy birthday." She was in the midst of her meal when the gentle words "happy birthday" floated into her ears, causing her hand, which held the chopsticks, to momentarily pause. The tenderness in his voice softened her heart, and her mind became a blank canvas. She raised her gaze to the young man before her, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. After a brief pause, she softly uttered a thank you. As Wen Yichen was about to inquire about her desired birthday gift, she interrupted him, saying, "It's nothing. No need for gifts." In truth, this birthday was made complete simply by his whisper of happy birthday in her ear. Ever since she entered her second year of high school, this boy had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of her life, arriving quietly yet becoming an inseparable part of her existence without her even realizing it. After dinner, the two settled at the study desk as Wen Yichen left her with a practice problem before lazily reclining against the back of his chair, casually scrolling through his phone. The room was enveloped in silence. Initially, Wen Yichen could hear the faint sound of Jiang Muwen's pen touching the paper, but as time passed, those delicate sounds gradually faded away. Eventually, the room was filled only with the rhythmic sound of even breathing. Had Jiang Muwen fallen asleep? Wen Yichen pondered for a moment, then gradually straightened his back, gazing at the young woman before him, peacefully slumbering under the gentle glow of the light. Her eyelashes resembled delicate fans, gracefully resting upon her pristine face. Casting a soft shadow, she lay quietly on the table, akin to a docile kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to caress her hair. Observing her serene slumber, he felt a twinge of reluctance to awaken her. After a brief pause, Wen Yichen slowly removed his outer coat and carefully draped it over her shoulders. As he leaned closer, he caught a whiff of her subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the scent of her clothing. It was akin to the sweet aroma of first love, sweet yet not cloying, much like Jiang Muwen, who lay dreaming beside him. In her presence, the world seemed to take on a sweeter hue. Lost in thought, Wen Yichen found himself inexplicably leaning down, his large hand gently resting on the table, encircling Jiang Muwen between himself and the desk. The distance between them diminished, allowing him to notice the fine, pearly down on her cheeks. He inched closer until his soft lips brushed against the tender corner of her mouth. Moments later, Wen Yichen straightened himself, cautiously observing the girl before him, fearful that she might discover his audacious kiss. Gradually, a faint blush crept onto his fair face, and a hint of indulgent affection, unnoticed even by himself, flickered in his eyes. "Happy birthday, you silly girl." Chapter 68. A late-night snack. As Wen Yichen turned to leave, he suddenly felt a delicate little hand gently grasping his finger. The fingertips were cool, and at that moment of contact, he involuntarily paused. He stood there, frozen for a few seconds, before his ears flushed with warmth. Had she noticed the kiss he had just stolen? With Jiang Muwen's grasp, Wen Yichen's fleeting thoughts dissipated. He turned back and settled into a nearby seat. "Jiang Muwen." Wen Yichen called her name tentatively. He gazed at her for a while before softly inquiring, "Have you awakened?" After his words fell, silence enveloped the air. So it was merely a sleep talk. He exhaled in relief, leaning back against the chair, glancing at his phone while awaiting her awakening. It was around 9 o'clock when the girl's hand gradually loosened, and she finally opened her drowsy eyes. Suddenly, a rumbling sound pierced the quiet atmosphere. Her stomach growled. In the next moment, Jiang Muwen's ears flushed with embarrassment. How mortifying. She had only eaten a bowl of instant noodles around 5 o'clock, and now she was hungry again. She discreetly picked up a pen, pretending as though nothing had happened, and focused intently on the problems in her workbook. "Are you hungry?" Wen Yichen asked. As soon as he spoke, her stomach audibly protested once more. Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat, and she feigned ignorance, silently studying the page before her. The air was tranquil, yet within that silence lingered a hint of awkwardness. Finally, Wen Yichen softly inquired, "Shall we go down for a late-night snack?" They settled at the entrance of a small eatery on the edge of the neighborhood. Jiang Muwen mentioned a sudden yearning for the eatery's delectable crayfish, prompting them to order a portion. The night market buzzed with an overwhelming crowd on this Friday, seemingly doubling the usual number of night snack seekers. Before long, the steaming crayfish arrived at their table, the enticing aroma instantly awakening their taste buds. Gazing at the alluring crustaceans, Jiang Muwen felt an irresistible urge to reach out and grab one. After donning disposable gloves, they commenced their feast. Jiang Muwen picked up a crayfish and attempted to skillfully peel off its shell. However, her efforts proved futile, as Wen Yichen had already devoured 2 or 3 while she struggled with her first. She glanced at Wen Yichen, then at the crayfish in her hand, and resumed her laborious peeling. The sensation of merely observing without tasting was rather disheartening. This clumsy endeavor did not escape Wen Yichen's notice, and the next moment, a peeled crayfish was offered to Jiang Muwen's lips, the succulent meat thoughtfully accompanied by a touch of sauce. As the crawfish brushed against her lips, she instinctively flinched and raised her gaze, only to meet the serene and crystalline eyes of Wen Yichen. He glanced at Jiang Muwen without uttering a word, merely offering her a look that urged her to savor the crawfish he held in his hand. Receiving the unspoken message in Wen Yichen's eye, Jiang Muwen obediently took a bite of the delicacy, its exquisite flavor instantly enveloping her palate. Just as she swallowed her first, a second crawfish was presented to her. Thus, Wen Yichen would feed her one, and she would consume it, a sensation that momentarily led Jiang Muwen to feel as though she were a creature being tended to by a keeper. Finally, when Wen Yichen once more brought the crawfish to her lips, she mustered the courage to speak. "Actually, I can peel it myself." Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen merely raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, neither quite a smile nor a frown. Noticing his indifference, Jiang Muwen instinctively assumed that the crawfish was meant for her. However, just as she opened her mouth to accept it, Wen Yichen unexpectedly withdrew his hand, and in the next moment, the crawfish found its way into his own mouth. "Wen Yichen, you." Jiang Muwen stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her reaction, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle, casually peeling the shell while feigning ignorance. "Still want more?" When Wen Yichen posed such a question, Jiang Muwen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Casually, she grabbed a small crayfish and began to peel it, mimicking Wen Yichen's technique. As she worked, she murmured to herself, "I can do it myself." Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen raised an eyebrow with keen interest, eager to witness the scene Jiang Muwen described. She meticulously peeled the shell of the crayfish, and eventually, a rather imperfectly deshelled crayfish appeared in her hand. After popping it into her mouth, she ceased her efforts. "Not eating anymore?" Wen Yichen inquired casually. With that, he momentarily forgot about the remaining crayfish on the plate. "There are still a few left," he noted. "I'm not eating anymore. I might gain weight." Jiang Muwen replied, as she prepared to remove the disposable glove she was wearing. In truth, her concern about gaining weight was unfounded. She simply struggled with peeling crayfish. She felt too shy to ask Wen Yichen for assistance or to feed her. If she were proficient at peeling crayfish, she could certainly finish another serving. Upon speaking, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter was bright and clear, illuminated by the warm yellow glow of the streetlights, which cast delicate reflections in his eyes. You speak as if finishing a meal and then sleeping would magically prevent weight gain. He teased her, recalling how she had fallen asleep on the table right after dinner, only to awaken later to join him for a late-night snack. It was truly hard to fathom that such blunt words could escape the lips of a boy so strikingly handsome. Jiang Muwen found herself momentarily silenced by Wen Yichen's retort. However, after a brief pause, it seemed as though a thought had suddenly struck her, and her gaze returned to Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen. While I was dozing off just now, I felt as though something brushed against my lips. As she spoke, Jiang Muwen absent-mindedly touched the corner of her mouth, recalling the sensation that had felt both ticklish and delightful, though she could not discern what it was. In the next moment, a faint blush crept to Wen Yichen's ears. You must be mistaken. Chapter 69. Make-A-Wish. The night market appeared to grow increasingly vibrant. The air filled with a cacophony of voices and the mingling aromas of various delicacies. Wen Yichen seemed somewhat at a loss. And whether it was Jiang Muwen's imagination or not, she thought she detected a subtle flush on the boy's face. She gazed at the youth before her in silence, the warm glow of the lights casting a gentle radiance upon him, reflecting in his eyes and leaving behind a tapestry of dappled shadows. In truth, even without his verbal confirmation, Jiang Muwen could glean something from Wen Yichen's reaction and her own feelings at that moment. A bold conjecture flitted through her mind, yet she found herself unable to voice it. This notion lingered in her heart, creating a sense of discomfort for Jiang Muwen. Wen Yichen, could it be that you? Yet as she continued speaking, her voice involuntarily softened, for some thoughts, even if she had 100 times the courage, would remain unspoken. Wen Yichen raised his gaze to meet hers, and within his captivating eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos. Noticing that Jiang Muwen had remained somewhat reticent, he prepared to rise, stating, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here. Jiang Muwen obediently responded with an O, watching as Wen Yichen stood and gradually faded into the throng of people. As he mentioned his brief absence, Jiang Muwen found no cause for concern. She occasionally glanced at the surrounding crowd and then at the unfinished game set before her. While awaiting Wen Yichen, she idly sipped her drink, feeling a peculiar sense of time stretching as his visit to the restroom seemed rather prolonged. Contemplating this, she took out her phone and scrolled through it for a moment. Suddenly, her attention was caught by a man in front of her, rendering her momentarily speechless. An inexplicable wave of embarrassment washed over her as she realized he was looking directly at her. Although he was not particularly intimidating, there was a certain roguishness about him that made Jiang Muwen feel somewhat unsettled. Could it be that a petty delinquent had set his sights on her? Excuse me, are you here alone? He finally inquired, his tone surprisingly less menacing than she had anticipated. She exhaled softly in relief, shaking her head as she cautiously replied, I'm sorry. But, just as she was about to explain that the seat was taken, he preempted her, asking, could you share your contact information? Reluctant to provide him with her details, Jiang Muwen smiled politely after a brief pause and said, I think I'll pass. That's all right. Just consider it a chance to make a new friend, he persisted. The man exhibited a certain persistence that made Jiang Muwen feel somewhat uncomfortable. If only Wen Yichen were by her side at that moment. Am I not allowed to sit here? Before Jiang Muwen could finish her thought, the man interjected with a question that implied he believed the seat was a public one, his presence there seemingly justified. However, this inquiry truly left Jiang Muwen at a loss for words. She gazed at the man in silence, her small hands awkwardly resting on the table, nervously fidgeting with the plastic tablecloth spread before her. In a daze, she sensed a shadow looming from behind, followed by a warm sensation at her wrist. In the next moment, a force pulled her upward. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor pierced through the lively atmosphere, an almost jarring noise that seemed to penetrate the eardrum and resonate within her bones, causing her nerves to involuntarily shudder. Just as Jiang Muwen stood, another force tugged her backward, causing her to retreat a couple of steps, ultimately nestling herself beside a tall figure. It was Wen Yichen. His large hand firmly grasped her wrist, as if letting go would mean Jiang Muwen would be whisked away by the man across the table. Raising her gaze, She faintly discerned Wen Yichen's face, which was fixed on the man before them. He then offered a polite smile and said, "Please, continue sitting. I won't disturb you." After speaking, Wen Yichen turned and led Jiang Muwen away from the night market. The sounds around them gradually faded, and the crowd began to thin. The night was tranquil. As she walked alongside Wen Yichen, the gentle breeze brushed softly past her ears. Jiang Muwen lowered her head, observing the two elongated shadows cast by the moonlight. A subtle smile gracing her lips. "Wen Yichen, thank you." The unexpected gratitude startled Wen Yichen for a moment, but soon after, a flicker of joy blossomed within him. After composing his expression, he replied softly, "It's nothing." Wen Yichen. Not long after, Jiang Muwen called out to him again. "I'm quite full. Shall we walk a little longer?" Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen glanced down at Jiang Muwen beside him and responded, "All right." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the paper bag in his hand. He had something to give to Jiang Muwen. "Let us sit over there for a while," Wen Yichen suggested as he led Jiang Muwen to a bench beside the path. Just as they settled down, Jiang Muwen noticed the paper bag in Wen Yichen's hand. "Wen Yichen, where did this paper bag come from?" I just bought a few things casually," he replied. Moments later, his voice drifted into her ears once more. "Jiang Muwen, close your eyes." "Why?" Jiang Muwen did not comply. "Please close your eyes." Jiang Muwen softly responded with a gentle acknowledgement before obediently shutting her eyes. Darkness enveloped her, and the only sound was that of a rustling paper, which soon faded into a profound silence. "May I open them now?" she tentatively inquired. Just a moment longer. A crisp sound, reminiscent of a lighter igniting, reached her ears. As her curiosity piqued, Wen Yichen's voice followed, "All right." As the words fell, Jiang Muwen slowly opened her eyes to behold a flickering candle atop a casting a soft glow. She lifted her gaze, the candlelight bathing the room in a gentle warm yellow, illuminating Wen Yichen's eyes, which sparkled as if stars resided within. The boy gazed at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Make a wish. Chapter 70. Sharing cake. Wen Yichen wore a light smile, and in that moment, it felt as if all the beauty in the world converged upon him. In his hands lay her favorite dessert, tiramisu. The cake was modest in size, yet Jiang Muwen could distinctly scent its delicate sweetness. She raised her eyes to Wen Yichen, momentarily lost in the moment. Her gaze gradually shifted to the cake, then to the empty paper bag beside Wen Yichen. So that was what it contained. "Hurry, make a wish." Wen Yichen's voice once again resonated in her ears. Upon the conclusion of her words, Jiang Muwen slowly closed her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she began to make a wish, as was her custom, the first. A wish, once spoken, loses its power. Before she could articulate her desire, it was gently interrupted by Wen Yichen. His voice was tender, akin to a delicate spirit safeguarding her aspirations. If wishes could indeed come true, she hoped that everyone, and that she could forever remain by Wen Yichen's side, sharing each day together. Having completed her wish, Jiang Muwen gradually opened her eyes, and the world before her began to brighten. She softly blew towards the flickering candlelight, and in an instant, the flame extinguished, transforming into a wisp of smoke that danced away with the breeze. Once Jiang Muwen had snuffed out the candle, Wen Yichen quietly removed the candle from the cake and produced a small spoon, placing it gently in Jiang Muwen's hand, encouraging her to indulge in the cake. Jiang Muwen accepted the spoon, raising it to scoop a bite of cake, but paused, glancing at Wen Yichen. "Aren't you going to eat? You go first." At his urging, she obediently responded with an "oh," and then took a small piece of cake into her mouth. The sweet, yet not cloying flavor melted instantly on her tongue, filling her heart with delight. She wondered where Wen Yichen had procured such a delectable cake, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she swallowed, exclaiming, "Wen Yichen, this is delicious. You should have a piece too." Yet there was only one spoon. As Wen Yichen spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the spoon in Jiang Muwen's hand, implying that there was but a single spoon, and that spoon had been offered to Jiang Muwen, who could not consume any more. Jiang Muwen, understanding the undertone of Wen Yichen's words, slightly raised her hand and took a scoop of cake. Before Wen Yichen could react, the morsel of cake was presented to his lips. The soft cream brushed against Wen Yichen's mouth, leaving a delicate trace of white upon his lips. Instinctively, he leaned back, casting a glance at the cake, intending to decline, believing that since there was only one spoon, he would abstain. Who could have anticipated Jiang Muwen's response? "Go ahead and eat." The notion of Jiang Muwen feeding him brought a flush of embarrassment. He raised his hand, preparing to refuse. The ambient light was dim. Yet Jiang Muwen could still discern the hint of bashfulness in Wen Yichen's smile. This expression was a rarity, and witnessing such a reaction from the tall boy stirred something within her. After all, they had known each other for many years, and she held no disdain for him. Why should he be so formal? However, the moment she uttered those words, her heart began to race uncontrollably. It was indeed an utterly commonplace remark, yet for reasons unknown, spoken in that moment, it caused her own cheeks to flush. As if she had just confessed her feelings to Wen Yichen. They were indeed quite familiar with each other. But now their relationship seemed to have transcended the innocent bond typically shared between childhood friends. Both harbored unspoken affections for one another, yet they refrained from voicing their feelings, maintaining a facade as if nothing had ever transpired between them. However, their performances were rather clumsy. There was an undeniable sense of emotion that lingered between them, yet they chose to remain silent. After speaking, Jiang Muwen offered a spoonful of cake to Wen Yichen. At that moment, Wen Yichen appeared to resist, murmuring, "I don't like sweets." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Muwen playfully placed the spoon into his mouth. The unexpected intrusion of cake caught Wen Yichen off guard. "Is it delicious?" In the next instant, Jiang Muwen's tentative voice whispered near his ear, "It's good." As Jiang Muwen observed the delicate, soft white cream at the corner of Wen Yichen's mouth, she couldn't help but laugh. In that moment, Wen Yichen resembled a cat that had stolen a treat and forgotten to wipe its mouth. A trace of astonishment still lingered on his face, and upon noticing her sudden laughter, curiosity flickered across his features. He seemed unaware that cream had adhered to his lips. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, reminiscent of that guilty cat standing there, blinking with its innocent eyes, exuding an air of ignorance. "What's wrong?" Wen Yichen looked at Jiang Muwen in confusion, and following her gaze, it seemed he began to realize something. "Is it on my mouth?" As Wen Yichen spoke, he raised his hand to wipe away the cream at the corner of his mouth. Jiang Muwen, noticing this, quickly bit down on her spoon, gently placing the cake on her lap before retrieving a tissue from her pocket. With the spoon still in her mouth, her words were slightly unclear. Yet Wen Yichen understood her nonetheless. He halted his movements and watched her lift her hand. In the next moment, the tissue delicately brushed against his lips. Jiang Muwen applied the softest touch, as if afraid to harm those tender lips. "How could eating cake be so messy?" she murmured as she continued to wipe. Each stroke as gentle as a feather. Wen Yichen's gaze was fixated on the girl before him. The soft light enveloped her, captivating him entirely. Jiang Muwen sensed his intense stare and, as she continued her task, her movements unconsciously slowed. Gradually, she averted her gaze, allowing her hand to wander aimlessly across his lips. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her wrist, causing her to shiver as he grasped it gently. Her eyes returned to Wen Yichen's face, where his gaze fixated upon her lips, making her feel a touch of embarrassment. Surely he couldn't be thinking. Jiang Muwen pondered, her mind conjuring vivid images, causing a rush of warmth to rise to her ears. She deliberately turned her gaze away, attempting to twist her head in another direction. "Don't move," Wen Yichen whispered softly. As his words fell, Jiang Muwen obediently froze in place, and in the next moment, he effortlessly removed the spoon she had been biting down on. Before she could react, his fingertip gently caressed the corner of her mouth, then softly brushed against it. "Aren't you the same? How can you have the audacity to say that?" Chapter 71. The finals are approaching. His fingertip tenderly grazed Jiang Muwen's lips, the warmth subtly spreading around her mouth, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed with heat as she gazed at him, momentarily at a loss. The moonlight poured gently into his eyes, scattering delicate glimmers within them. She observed as Wen Yichen slowly withdrew his hand, subsequently lowering his gaze to wipe the cream from his fingers with a tissue. His movements were gentle, captivating Jiang Muwen's attention. Wen Yichen glanced at the tiramisu set aside, then casually inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" Eat at his prompting. Jiang Muwen remembered the tiramisu beside her, a gift from him that she could not afford to waste. Wen Yichen sat quietly beside her, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the dessert in her hands. It must be said that the tiramisu he had purchased today was indeed quite delightful. Jiang Muwen seemed to sense the intensity of Wen Yichen's gaze upon her, and when she met his eyes, their glances intertwined for but a fleeting second before he swiftly averted his gaze, feigning nonchalance as he looked elsewhere. "Would you like some?" Jiang Muwen asked tentatively, her eyes resting on Wen Yichen. "You go ahead," he replied, his gaze fixed upon the tips of his shoes. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen did not ponder much. She languidly turned her head and then took a bite of her dessert. The air was tranquil, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed to shift into something subtly different. Suddenly, Wen Yichen's voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her hand, which held the spoon, to pause momentarily. Before she could lift her gaze, his voice resonated again beside her, softly slicing through the air like a gentle plea from a kitten. His languorous tone was undoubtedly a jolt to Jiang Muwen. She raised her eyes to look at Wen Yichen, who was slightly parted-lipped. His gaze fixed intently on the tiramisu in her hand. If he had a tail, it would surely be swaying leisurely from side to side at that moment. Jiang Muwen found herself momentarily entranced by Wen Yichen. After a brief moment, he seemed to regain his senses, blinking a few times before discreetly closing his slightly ajar mouth, clearing his throat intentionally with a couple of coughs. On Monday, shortly after Jiang Muwen arrived at school, she noticed Liza distributing a stack of papers throughout the classroom. The sheets were small, and upon receiving them, the students began to examine their contents with earnest attention. Finally, one of the papers landed on Jiang Muwen's desk, a diminutive slip resembling a ticket. She gently picked it up, her gaze falling upon the text. It was indeed a ticket, Starry Melody, a city finals. Jiang Muwen held the ticket, enunciating each word with deliberation. As the words faded, a profound silence enveloped the air. After a moment, Jiang Muwen finally lifted her head in astonishment, staring incredulously at Liza. The finals of the A-City competition? Indeed, Liza replied, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a child who, having been obedient, seeks sweet rewards. As he spoke, he placed the ticket on Wen Yichen's desk. The sudden revelation left Jiang Muwen momentarily speechless. It seemed that none of her classmates had registered the significance of this news either. No one was aware that Liza had entered a singing competition, and to his peers, it appeared as though he had concealed a monumental secret. The Starry Melody competition is held annually in a city, open to all high school students. In this contest, not only is achieving a ranking a remarkable feat, but merely reaching the finals is a significant affirmation of a contestant's talent. Some participants have even launched their musical careers shortly after competing. Watching Liza's retreating figure, Jiang Muwen envisioned a future where he would shine as a radiant star on stage. Just then, her attention was captured by Wen Yichen, who had entered the classroom. Fixating her gaze on Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen waited until she had settled into her seat before leaning in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially, as if to share an extraordinary revelation. Cici, did you know that Liza is going to participate in the finals of Starry Melody? Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen could not help but let a hint of amusement flicker in her eyes. However, that glimmer of joy quickly faded. Is that so? Wen Yichen's expression seemed largely unchanged, as if everything lay within her expectations. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, and the spark of surprise in her own eyes dimmed considerably. Wen Yichen's reaction was somewhat different from what she had anticipated. Shouldn't it have been that after revealing such news, Wen Yichen would initially be astonished, then elated, followed by a disbelieving inquiry of whether it was real or not? Jiang Muwen looked at Wen Yichen, feeling a tad bewildered. Is this your reaction? After Jiang Muwen finished speaking, Wen Yichen realized her demeanor seemed rather overly composed. She adjusted her expression and feigned astonishment. Oh, the finals? How impressive. Wen Yichen's performance was somewhat exaggerated. It was so over the top that when she uttered the first, Jiang Muwen already discerned the insincerity behind it. Xiaoxi, did you already know that Liza made it to the finals? Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen couldn't help but chuckle, then nodded in acknowledgement towards Jiang Muwen. She not only knew about Liza's advancement to the finals, she was well aware of every competition he had participated in prior. He had repeatedly adjusted their tutoring schedule under the pretext of attending singing contests, and with each progression, Wen Yichen was invariably the first to receive the news. Observing Wen Yichen engrossed in organizing her desk, Jiang Muwen suddenly realized that there seemed to be no tickets on her table. Did Liza not give you the tickets just now? He inquired. Wen Yichen looked up at the sound, her brows slightly arching. He handed them to me a couple of days ago. Chapter 72. The champion. The long-awaited finals arrived on Friday, and Jiang Muwen and his companions, equipped with their tickets, arrived early at the competition venue. Liza had reserved VIP seats for them, conveniently located near the stage. Once seated in a neat row, they awaited the commencement of the finals. Liza had distributed the tickets to each student, yet only a handful actually made it to the event. Wen Yichen settled into her seat and gently placed the handbag she had carried along aside. The contents of the bag brushed against the ground, producing a soft sound. As soon as the noise resonated, Jiang Muwen's gaze fixated on the handbag. "Xiaoxi, what is inside?" he asked. At his question, Wen Yichen lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Muwen's eyes with a mysterious smile. "You will find out when the competition begins." After an indeterminate wait, the competition gradually unfolded. The contestants on stage sang beautifully, each song resonating like a feast for the ears. Jiang Muwen was deeply immersed in the melody when she suddenly felt a gentle tap on her arm. Turning her gaze, she discerned the dimly lit audience, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the stage, which allowed her to finally recognize Wen Yichen's face. "Each of you will receive one. Remember to wait until Lizha comes on stage before opening it," Wen Yichen said, as she retrieved items from her tote bag, handing them out to Jiang Muwen one by one. The items that reached each person's hands were light sticks. After the host concluded the introduction, the lights dimmed once more. Then, the large screen displayed 3 characters, Lizha's name. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, and the stage was enveloped in darkness, leaving only the 3 characters, Lizha, illuminated. Moments later, the screen began to shimmer with specks of starlight, devoid of music or further illumination. Soon, the audience below began to murmur in confusion, with whispers circulating amongst them. Just then, a beam of light slowly descended, perfectly casting its glow upon Lizha. In that warm light, tiny specks of dust seemed to dance around him, aimlessly floating before settling softly on his shoulders. At that moment, he appeared as though he were ensconced within a vast galaxy. Gradually, the lights brightened, revealing the figure of the youth standing on stage, who was captured on the large screen behind him, with his gaze lowered and his lips sealed. It felt as though the entire world had quieted in tandem with him. It must be acknowledged that he was indeed a remarkably handsome young man. On this day, he had applied a touch of subtle makeup, and the instant he gradually lifted his gaze, it was as if all the stars had descended into his eyes, his luminous orbs gazing forward, the corners still retaining a trace of gentle tenderness akin to still waters. As the accompaniment began to play softly, his gaze followed suit, sweeping across the audience. He instinctively sought to locate those 5 individuals, but the darkness of the auditorium momentarily hindered his search. Gradually, the music faded, signaling his cue to sing. He remained uncertain whether those 5 would actually attend, yet the obscurity of the surroundings was perhaps for the best, allowing him to presume their presence in the audience. With this thought, Lizha slowly raised his hand, his well-defined fingers gently grasping the microphone. Just as he prepared to commence his song, the light boards beneath the stage began to illuminate intermittently. He surveyed the audience, his gaze fleetingly passing over the words, Lizha, fighting. They had arrived. Observing the light boards, the corners of Lizha's lips involuntarily curved upward, as if having discovered the sole source of light amidst a sea of darkness. With them present, his gaze now had a place. Following a few moments of silence, he commenced singing, his voice possessing a captivating quality that seemed to penetrate the ethereal air, seizing the most tender part of one's heart. In stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor, Lizha appeared as if transformed. Or perhaps, this young man was inherently destined for the stage, for it was only upon it that he could discover his truest self. Wen Yichen gazed at the young man on stage, a smile involuntarily gracing the corners of her eyes, imbued with a tenderness. He had once confided in her his aspiration to become a supernova in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Wen Yichen felt as though she truly beheld a radiant star illuminating the stage. Ultimately, only 3 contestants were awarded. And when the host announced that the champion was Lizha, Jiang Muwen leapt from her seat in pure joy. Although the accolade belonged to Lizha, she felt as if she herself had claimed the victory. Bai Su and Gu Chun, too, expressed their exuberance with fervent applause for Lizha from the audience. Jiang Muwen, holding her luminous light board, was about to utter a few words when she sensed a force tugging at the hem of her garment. She instinctively turned in that direction, and in the next moment, Wen Yichen's visage came into her view. His brows furrowed slightly, and he discreetly signaled her to sit down with a glance. Whether it was her imagination or reality, she felt a hint of displeasure emanating from his gaze. Once the competition concluded, Lizha dashed from backstage, heading straight for the exit where the 5 contestants had departed. Gulauda, big brother. As Jiang Muwen and the others made their way towards the exit, they were suddenly halted by Lizha's voice echoing from behind them. Turning around, they beheld Lizha jogging toward them from backstage. Moments later, he came to a stop before them. As soon as the competition concluded, Lizha dashed out from backstage, still clad in his performance attire and with his makeup untouched. presenting himself before the five of them. Up close, one could truly appreciate the striking beauty of this young man. His features were exquisitely defined, and his enchanting eyes sparkled with an electric charm. How did you manage to come out so quickly? Gunyanshi wondered, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Please wait for me here. Inlesia spoke, his voice carrying a hint of breathlessness. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's inquiry, a delightful smile emerged on Inlesia's face. Today, I claim the championship. Allow me to treat you all to a meal. Chapter 73. Inebriation. The celebratory dinner hosted by Inlesia took place near the city sports complex. With only the 6 of them in attendance, they gathered around a round table, engaged in lively conversation. Let us congratulate our Inlesia for winning the Starry Voice Championship, Jiang Muwen proclaimed, preparing to raise the small cup filled with drink. However, before he could lift it, Baisu interjected, shouldn't we indulge in some wine on such an occasion? With that, Baisu retrieved the champagne he had set aside earlier. He had ordered it from the beginning but refrained from bringing it out since no one mentioned it. With a renewed sense of enthusiasm, Inlesia took the champagne and expertly uncorked it. The pale yellow liquid cascaded into the glass, releasing a flurry of bubbles upon the surface. Inlesia thoughtfully poured champagne for everyone, subsequently raising his glass. The glasses clinked together, and the liquid within swayed gently before sliding down everyone's throats. The rich and vibrant fruit aroma spread throughout their mouths, accompanied by a subtle hint of alcohol. Observing the lively conversation around him, Wen Yichen couldn't help but furrow his brow. He glanced at the glass of champagne he had already consumed a considerable amount from, and, in the next moment, found himself contemplating another sip. In truth, the flavor of this champagne was rather delightful. Since the dishes had yet to be served, he decided to indulge a little more. With that thought, Wen Yichen lifted his glass again and took a small sip. Thus, one sip followed another, one glass after another, until the dishes finally arrived at the table, and a charming blush began to grace his cheeks. Wen Yichen found himself caught in a dilemma between whether he should pause after such indulgence or continue savoring the pleasantly flavored drink. As the meal drew to a close, he began to feel somewhat lightheaded. Watching everyone revel in their conversations, a gentle smile emerged on his slightly flushed face. He suddenly yearned for another drink. Eager to share countless thoughts, yet reluctant to voice them in front of so many. With this in mind, he slowly turned his head to glance at Jiang Muwen beside him, his eyes reflecting a mix of warmth and a hint of daze. Jiang Muwen, he softly called, his voice sweet and tinged with a touch of innocence. This was a voice Jiang Muwen had never encountered before. As soon as Wen Yichen finished speaking, Jiang Muwen felt a jolt in her heart, her gaze fixated on him. Observing his slightly tipsy demeanor, she found an inexplicable charm in his appearance. Will you talk with me? Wen Yichen asked weakly, his voice somewhat slurred and tinged with a hint of innocence. Something felt off. Jiang Muwen sensed that Wen Yichen must be intoxicated. Just as she was about to utter a word, he continued, if you won't talk to me, how about I recite something for you? Before Jiang Muwen could respond, he began to recite the 3-character classic. He resembled a child, eager to please and showcasing his talents, his voice growing louder with enthusiasm. Wen Yichen's recitation was truly overwhelming for Jiang Muwen. Realizing the situation was spiraling, she instinctively raised her hand and covered his mouth. The moment she did, the attention of everyone at the table shifted to them. On one side stood the flustered Jiang Muwen, and on the other, the amused Wen Yichen whose eyes sparkled with laughter. With that, Jiang Muwen stood up, donned her coat, and assisted Wen Yichen to his feet. Upon hearing her, he obediently replied with a soft likely influenced by his inebriation, sounding like a little puppy softly whimpering. The two exited the restaurant, and a cool breeze brushed against Wen Yichen, causing him to shiver involuntarily. In the ensuing moment, he instinctively gravitated towards Jiang Muwen, his hands finding their place around her arm with an air of inevitability. He then inclined his body, seemingly desiring to meld into her very being. This sudden closeness startled Jiang Muwen, who gazed at him and tentatively uttered his name. In response, Wen Yichen offered a soft, childlike affirmation, unexpectedly, rather than releasing his hold. Wen Yichen tightened his embrace, uttering, Jiang Muwen, do you not wish to frolic with me anymore? Jiang Muwen regarded him with bewilderment, observing the young man pouting, as if burdened by some immense grievance. Even if you don't desire to play with me, you shall. I forewarn you, I have pledged myself to you for this lifetime. Should you refuse to play with me, I shall pester you to your very core. Wen Yichen muttered to himself, his voice hushed, yet audible enough for Jiang Muwen to perceive. Her heart was stirred. The subtle ripples within her heart were now a tumultuous ocean by Wen Yichen's actions, while the perpetrator remained affixed to her, grinning foolishly. Wen Yichen, are you inebriated? Jiang Muwen inquired softly, uncertain whether Wen Yichen's words were the product of intoxication or a candid revelation. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen leaned closer to her ear, emitting a soft chuckle. Jiang Muwen, you are truly astute. You have discerned my state. A warm breath brushed against Jiang Muwen's ear, akin to an electric current coursing through her body, causing her to involuntarily shudder. In the next moment, her delicate, fair face flushed with a faint shade of crimson. To be honest, this sensation was rather unsettling. She genuinely feared that in her current state, she might act impulsively towards Wen Yichen. Fortunately, her reason prevailed, and she attempted to push him away. Wen Yichen, could you please move aside? Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's words, Wen Yichen's brows furrowed, and he gazed at her earnestly. Jiang Muwen, do you truly not wish to play with me anymore? His words startled her internally. Isn't it uncomfortable for you to be so close to me? No, he replied. Chapter 74. I am coming to embrace you. Wen Yichen was rarely, no, never like this. At this moment, he resembled a soft, cuddly puppy, his voice rich and endearing, seeping into her skin and penetrating her very bones, leaving her utterly enraptured. Throughout her life, Jiang Muwen had never encountered such a clingy side of Wen Yichen. My family is not home, Wen Yichen added. Not home. What about your uncle and aunt? They're on a business trip. Wen Yichen deliberately elongated each syllable, as if finding amusement in the statement. Thankfully, his parents were away. Otherwise, it would be intriguing to see their reaction to his current demeanor. Did you bring your keys? Jiang Muwen inquired once more. Guess what? It's rare to see such a side of Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen suddenly found herself intrigued, and as the crowd around them gradually thinned, she decided to indulge in the playful atmosphere. I guess you brought it. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen abruptly halted, and before Jiang Muwen could comprehend the situation, he had pulled her back toward him with a gentle yet insistent force. In the next instant, his warm hands cradled her delicate face. The soft lighting illuminated his slightly flushed cheeks, and he gazed intently at Jiang Muwen. His eyes, previously filled with mirth, now transformed into a serious expression. Jiang Muwen, when did you become so clever? Flattered by Wen Yichen's unexpected compliment, Jiang Muwen felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, as it seemed he had never praised her in such a manner before. Oh, Jiang Muwen, why is your face so warm? Wen Yichen asked, puzzled, as he leaned slightly closer to her. Is it because my hands are too warm? Wen Yichen suddenly leaned closer, the faint scent of alcohol wafting towards Jiang Muwen. He gazed at her, his clear eyes reflecting 3 parts concern, 2 parts curiosity, and 5 parts tenderness. The atmosphere was serene, and after a moment, Wen Yichen softly spoke, Jiang Muwen. His calling her name naturally piqued her curiosity, and she looked at him, softly responding with an I realize today that you are truly quite adorable, Wen Yichen remarked, unintentionally elongating the final syllables of his words, as if fearing Jiang Muwen might not catch what he was saying. However, he quickly shifted his tone, adding, but you are still not as cute as I am. Jiang Muwen stared at Wen Yichen, momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. If she were to capture this moment on camera and show it to him once he sobered up, he would surely be flabbergasted. Given that he was thoroughly intoxicated, she felt liberated from any hesitations. It is said that people typically do not remember their actions when drunk. If that were indeed the case. Yes, you are the most adorable. Jiang Muwen mused, readily echoing his sentiment. Does that mean everything I say is right? Wen Yichen asked in a childlike tone. Everything you say is indeed right. Then does it mean you will agree to whatever I say? He further inquired. Whatever you say, I shall agree to. Drunken Wen Yichen resembled a playful puppy, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle and pamper him. Will you play statues with me? He requested. Wen Yichen, slightly inebriated, gazed at Jiang Muwen, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his eyes. If you lose, you must allow me to embrace you. If I lose, I shall be the one to embrace you. Wen Yichen earnestly articulated the rules of their game. Upon finishing, he raised his hand, declaring, in a moment, I shall read out the instructions. The first to reach that bench wins. As he spoke, he pointed toward a nearby bench and staggered a couple of steps in its direction. Observing Wen Yichen's unsteady gait, Jiang Muwen felt a flicker of concern. Moreover, the rules he had just outlined, did it truly matter who triumphed or faltered? As Jiang Muwen pondered this, Wen Yichen's voice broke the silence. 3, 2, 1. Freeze. The moment the word freeze escaped his lips, Wen Yichen obediently halted in place. This boy, rarely juvenile, exhibited a childlike innocence that was endearingly charming. After his declaration, Jiang Muwen mirrored his stillness. Moments later, the young man turned slowly, as if to ascertain whether she had moved at all. He swayed precariously, as if a gust of wind could topple him at any moment. The two remained silent, gazing at one another, blissfully unaware that Wen Yichen was becoming increasingly unsteady. In the next moment, it appeared as though the young man could no longer maintain his footing. He stumbled slightly, causing Jiang Muwen to be utterly terrified. Instinctively, she took a step forward, intending to rush to his aid. However, just as she moved, Wen Yichen remained rooted in place, a satisfied smile blooming on his fair, flushed face. Jiang Muwen, you moved. Confused, Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen, about to clarify that he was the one who had shifted first, when he continued. You stand still. I am coming to embrace you. His words were somewhat mumbled, yet Jiang Muwen understood him clearly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she found herself momentarily frozen, contemplating whether he truly intended to hold her. Before she could fully process this, Wen Yichen suddenly opened his arms wide, resembling a small bird with soft wings soaring towards her. Before she could react, she found herself enveloped in a warm. His hold exuded a faint scent of alcohol mixed with a unique fragrance that was distinctly his, sweet with a hint of creaminess. Unlike their previous embrace, this time he held her tightly, burying his head gently into the crook of her shoulder. His warm breath cascaded over her neck in waves, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Wen Yichen, is this uncomfortable for you? Jiang Muwen tilted her head up slightly, for he towered over her. To maintain this embrace, he had to bend down. A subtle moment. At this instant, Wen Yichen exuded an endearing honesty. Jiang Muwen, I have a secret to share with you. His breath enveloped Jiang Muwen's neck, a tantalizing sensation that rendered her nearly unable to endure it. His voice was muffled, yet she could discern fragments of his words. What secret? Jiang Muwen. A gentle murmur. Wen Yichen's words were indistinct, and she had not quite grasped his earlier confession of affection. Chapter 75. Do not return having spoken. Wen Yichen smiled contentedly, his laughter a soft whisper, his vocal cords vibrating lightly, imbued with a hint of huskiness that concealed an alluring charm. The warm, tender breath brushed against Jiang Muwen's neck, followed by another wave of delightful tingling sensations. It was undeniable that inebriated, Wen Yichen possessed a more potent allure than when sober. His tender, heartfelt declarations seemed poised to extract her very soul in the next heartbeat. Unfortunately, Jiang Muwen had not comprehended the secret he had just uttered. Steeling herself, an overwhelming curiosity compelled her to cautiously inquire, Wen Yichen, what did you just say? What secret? Wen Yichen leaned against her shoulder, appearing thoroughly content. Yet, Jiang Muwen remained oblivious to his current demeanor. What secret did you mention? She pressed, continuing to seek clarity. Unexpectedly, the young man's demeanor suddenly grew tight-lipped. How could he divulge a secret? But you just mentioned it, did you not? That was then. This is now, replied Wen Yichen with a smile that danced upon his face. Upon realizing that she could not extract any further words from Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen felt a sense of resignation. After all, who among us is without some untold secrets? In the next moment, a soft, childlike voice floated into her ears, sweet and gentle, akin to the fluffiness of cotton candy. Unable to quell her concern for Wen Yichen, she opened the door and ushered him into the bedroom. As soon as Wen Yichen touched the bed, he collapsed onto it, the soft mattress yielding slightly beneath him. He then smiled, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Slowly, he closed his eyes, appearing thoroughly exhausted. Observing Wen Yichen's reaction, Jiang Muwen prepared to assist him in rising from the bed. She recalled hearing somewhere that one should not immediately succumb to sleep after drinking, as it could be detrimental to one's health. With this thought in mind, Jiang Muwen grasped Wen Yichen's arm, straining to help him sit up. Wen Yichen, not yet, please. His eyes still closed. Wen Yichen's voice was languid and tender, as if he had exerted all his strength to utter those two soft words. Jiang Muwen settled him against the headboard and patiently inquired, would you like some milk? I can heat a cup for you. All right. Wen Yichen replied obediently. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen straightened her posture, turned around, and prepared to leave the bedroom. Yet, after only a few steps, Wen Yichen's voice drifted softly from behind her. You ought to hurry, or I might fall asleep. His words were vague, as if he would succumb to slumber at any moment, sinking into a state of oblivion. carrying a cup of milk and wearing her slippers. Jiang Muwen made her way into the kitchen. The night deepened, enveloping the air in stillness. There was not a whisper to be heard, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with only the lights of the bedroom and kitchen illuminating her path. Gazing into the dimly lit living room, an instinctive wave of fear regarding the darkness surged within her. Since childhood, she had harbored and during her parents' business trips, she would keep the house ablaze with light. Listening to the sound of milk heating in the microwave and gazing at the brightly lit bedroom, Jiang Muwen's trepidation only intensified. Though it had merely been a minute, it felt as though an eternity had passed. At last, the microwave beeped, and Jiang Muwen swiftly retrieved the milk, hastening back to the bedroom. Stepping into the illuminated room, she felt a flicker of solace wash over her. Upon seeing Wen Yichen, she couldn't help but smile. The youth had already tucked himself under the covers, reclining against the headboard with his eyes closed. It was only when Jiang Muwen gently called his name that he wearily opened his eyes. In this moment, Wen Yichen seemed transformed. He was no longer the rambunctious boy from earlier, but rather surprisingly obedient, a fact that struck her as almost unbelievable. Jiang Muwen set the cup aside and casually handed a tissue to Wen Yichen, intending for him to wipe his mouth clean. To her surprise, as she extended the tissue, Wen Yichen leaned in, seeking her assistance in wiping his face. Observing his drunken state, Jiang Muwen felt helpless. She raised her hand and gently wiped the milk stains from the corner of his mouth. When she inadvertently lifted her gaze, it collided with Wen Yichen's captivating eyes, which were fixed intently upon her, as if he were about to lean in for a kiss at any moment. Chapter 76. That sister seems quite compatible with you. Wen Yichen's voice, laced with a hint of hoarseness, brushed warmly against Jiang Muwen's neck, sending a shiver through her. After he spoke, his arm around her tightened slightly. However, Jiang Muwen, with her back turned to him, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. He was undoubtedly quite inebriated. As his speech had become somewhat slurred, his breath wafted over her neck, and he seemed to be in such close proximity that Jiang Muwen felt he was nearly kissing her neck. In the next moment, his restless hand began to move. Sensing Wen Yichen's agitated touch, she instinctively trembled and raised her hand to halt his wandering fingers that were tugging at her coat. Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen's heart raced uncontrollably. Surely he wouldn't catch a cold while dressed for bed? His soft, childlike voice echoed in her ears, leaving her in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. In truth, he harbored profound affection for her. Even when intoxicated, his thoughts were consumed by her presence. Yet, it seemed she remained oblivious to the depth of his feelings, perhaps mistaking his devotion for the inherent bond shared by childhood friends. Well, you might as well remove your coat, Wen Yichen suggested, loosening his grip and allowing her the freedom to shed her outer garment. Just as Jiang Muwen had divested herself of the coat, a sudden force enveloped her waist. His strong hand instinctively drew her back into his embrace. The faint scent of alcohol wafted into Jiang Muwen's nostrils, and he uttered not a word. The atmosphere was serene, punctuated only by the rhythmic thumping of her heart, each beat resonating as if striving to escape her chest. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Muwen reassured herself that sharing a bed was not an unfamiliar experience. She and Wen Yichen had often napped together as children, even spending nights in the same bed. Tonight, she decided, could simply be a return to those innocent days. Two little friends sharing a slumber. With that thought, Jiang Muwen closed her eyes. This night felt particularly protracted. She listened to the steady, even breaths behind her. Yet sleep eluded her. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable in Wen Yichen's tight embrace, she shifted slightly in search of a more comfortable position, only to find his grip tightening further. As if fearing she might slip away the moment, he loosened his hold. Uncertain how much time had passed, she finally drifted into a hazy slumber. That night, Wen Yichen slept fitfully, as the early morning sunlight lazily streamed through the curtains. The two occupants of the bedroom remained in a deep, peaceful sleep. A dull thud abruptly jolted Wen Yichen from his dreams, quickly followed by a wave of pain as he realized he had rolled onto the floor. Who could fathom how he had managed to sleep so soundly that he fell from the bed? Startled awake, he was met with a throbbing ache in his head, likely a consequence of the excessive alcohol consumed the previous night. He was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the girl still lost in her dreams, a flush creeping to his cheeks. His eyes lingered on Jiang Muwen for quite some time, almost entranced. Wen Yichen rummaged through his memories, ultimately resigning to the fact that he could recall nothing at all. He only remembered getting intoxicated and dragging Jiang Muwen along, grinning like a fool. Beyond that, his mind was a blank slate. He couldn't even ascertain whether he had uttered any peculiar words or engaged in strange behavior with Jiang Muwen. However, observing her in her present state, fully dressed and serene, he instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had not acted inappropriately. Watching Jiang Muwen sleep so soundly, Wen Yichen felt a twinge of reluctance to rouse her. After all, he had undoubtedly caused her some inconvenience in his inebriated state the previous day. With this thought, Wen Yichen approached her bedside, tenderly adjusting the covers around her, and then, slipping into his slippers, quietly exited the bedroom. In the early spring, a gentle breeze, tinged with warmth, caressed his cheeks and playfully lifted the bangs from his forehead. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a familiar crepe stand, where the vendor, having recognized Wen Yichen, instinctively smiled upon seeing the young man pause in front of his stall, the corners of his eyes crinkling with joy. Here for breakfast? Wen Yichen tucked his hands into the pockets of his clothing and nodded. The usual? The vendor skillfully cracked an egg. Yes, and add another one, just like mine, but no cilantro or green onions, and slather on extra sweet chili sauce. This was Jiang Muwen's preference, and Wen Yichen articulated it effortlessly, as if recalling his own taste for crepes. He was not quite sure when he had begun to remember Jiang Muwen's likes so distinctly. As a regular patron of this crepe stall, the vendor was well aware of Wen Yichen's typical orders. However, this particular combination was a first to escape his lips. While preparing the crepes, the vendor engaged Wen Yichen in casual conversation. "Aren't you bringing crepes for your mother today?" "My mom is on a business trip," Wen Yichen replied. Watching the vendor skillfully craft the crepe, a light breeze causing a slight dizziness. "Then who are you bringing them for?" the vendor inquired, following up on Wen Yichen's comment. Moments later, a knowing smile graced his face as he added, "Oh, for your girlfriend then?" Upon hearing the uncle's words, Wen Yichen's face flushed crimson, and his heart raced heavily for a moment, revealing a faint smile on his otherwise pristine visage. "Emichum." With this admission from Wen Yichen, the uncle lifted his gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, intertwined with a touch of astonishment. Who would have imagined that this seemingly quiet and unassuming young man had a romantic interest? Drawing from his usual memories, the uncle curiously inquired, "Is it that little sister who often walks alongside you?" The little sister referred to by the uncle was Jiang Muwen, with whom Wen Yichen had been attending school together. Their families occasionally dined out together, allowing the uncle to become familiar with them over time. Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen felt his ears grow warm, and he softly replied with a gentle "Emichum." Noticing his shyness, the uncle chuckled lightly. "That's wonderful, indeed a good thing. I think that girl suits you quite well." Chapter 77. The unyielding spirit. As the uncle spoke, he handed the freshly made pancake to Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen accepted the pancake with one hand, placing the payment into the uncle's palm. "Uncle, please, remember to keep this a secret. It must not be mentioned to anyone." Observing Wen Yichen's bashfulness, the uncle couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Upon arriving home, the atmosphere remained tranquil. Wen Yichen pondered that Jiang Muwen likely had not yet risen, so he took an apple and entered the kitchen. In truth, Jiang Muwen had already awakened when Wen Yichen opened the door. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling for quite some time before gradually regaining her composure. Last night, Wen Yichen had been intoxicated, and she had been invited to sleep beside him. Jiang Muwen pondered this and began to feel a sense of unease, uncertain of how Wen Yichen would react upon waking to find her there. Yet, regardless of his response, it should not be unpleasant, right? After all, considering Wen Yichen's character, if he truly disapproved of her presence in his bed, he would undoubtedly have pulled her up from it upon waking. However, recalling Wen Yichen's demeanor after his inebriation only deepened her confusion about this young man. Perhaps due to her swirling thoughts, Jiang Muwen found herself feeling somewhat warm. She tossed aside the covers, dressed carefully, and then cautiously stepped out of the bedroom. As she exited the room, Jiang Muwen heard the sound of a knife striking the cutting board, again and again. The sound was rhythmic, and she could almost envision Wen Yichen standing there, methodically chopping something. At last, she reached the kitchen doorway, where the tall young man was bent over, diligently slicing an apple that he had placed on the board. What could he possibly be preparing apples for so early in the morning? Did he have a habit of eating apples after breakfast? Even if he did, the meticulous peeling and cutting seemed rather excessive. However, after a moment, Jiang Muwen dismissed this thought, perhaps because her own life felt rather unrefined in comparison. Gazing at the young man bathed in sunlight An unexpected warmth blossomed within her, and in the hazy interplay of light and shadow, she envisioned a future where the two of them might share a life together. As thoughts drifted through his mind, Wen Yichen finally spoke softly. "Are you?" His gaze remained fixed on the apple before him, seemingly too preoccupied to glance up at Jiang Muwen. After his utterance, Jiang Muwen continued to stand obediently in place. Sensing her lingering presence, Wen Yichen paused his actions, lifted his eyes, and regarded her for a moment, asking, "Is something the matter? Do you typically eat apples after peeling and cutting them into pieces?" Jiang Muwen, observing the unevenly cut apple chunks created by Wen Yichen, weakly inquired. After all, she had never adopted the habit of peeling and slicing apples. She usually washed them and bit directly into the fruit. Her question momentarily left Wen Yichen at a loss for words, as he too did not possess such a habit. He merely thought that this method might prove to be more convenient, coupled with his innate desire to care for her, which inexplicably led him to carry the apple into the kitchen. Once she had completed her morning routine, Wen Yichen's breakfast was ready. The meal was prepared simply, with soft sunlight cascading onto the table, imparting a sense of warmth to Jiang Muwen. He had made her a glass of chocolate milk, the rich aroma of chocolate enveloping her senses and awakening her taste buds. Just as she settled into her seat, Wen Yichen's voice floated towards her softly. "Jiang Muwen, after I got drunk yesterday, did I exhibit any unusual behavior?" It was indeed his first experience with alcohol, and what made it all the more suffocating was the fact that he remembered nothing upon awakening the following day. "What did I say?" Wen Yichen gazed at her anxiously, seemingly fearful of uttering something inappropriate. He was uncertain about the veracity of Jiang Muwen's words and felt reluctant to inquire further. I have a mathematics competition this afternoon. Once I finish, I can provide you with tutoring." The mathematics competition would not conclude until nearly 5 o'clock. By the time Wen Yichen emerged from the examination hall, the sky had been painted a deep crimson by the setting sun. Accompanying him in the competition was Bai Su. However, their paths did not align, and they parted ways immediately after exiting the venue. The person calling his name was Xiao. Upon seeing her, Wen Yichen couldn't help but flinch momentarily. Although he was not particularly eager to pause and wait for her, he ultimately halted out of courtesy. What a coincidence! Xiao dashed to his side, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Wen Yichen turned his head and continued walking forward, responding to her earlier remark with a mere, indifferent It was truly exasperating. This girl seemed to linger like a ghost. "Are you taking this route as well?" Xiao asked, briskly keeping pace with him. Wen Yichen's strides were long, compelling her to quicken her steps. Noticing his silence, Xiao took the initiative to initiate a conversation. "This competition is quite challenging." "If it were easy, it wouldn't be called a competition," Wen Yichen retorted coldly. Xiao was momentarily lost in thought before she shifted to another topic. "At that time, the math teacher continually encouraged me to participate." She spoke fervently, yet Wen Yichen absorbed none of her words. He was disinterested and unwilling to engage. While Xiao continued her discourse, Wen Yichen's mind had already drifted, suddenly recalling the words of the pancake vendor from that morning who remarked, "You and that girl seem quite compatible," which brought an involuntary, faint smile to his face. Chapter 78. "Could you please stop bothering me? You seem in a good mood?" Xiao inquired tentatively. To Wen Yichen, Xiao had become akin to a piece of gum stuck in his hair, impossible to remove. Nevertheless, she persisted in conversing beside him, gradually wearing down what little patience he had left. "Wen Yichen, you walk so fast." Xiao panted, nearly jogging to keep pace with him. Her strides were no match for his, and after a short distance, she began to feel fatigued. Noticing his silence, she ventured again. "Wen Yichen, could you please slow down a bit?" "I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry," he replied coolly, before resuming his pace. Xiao seemed to grasp his impatience. Yet a sense of reluctance stirred within her. Observing him quicken his steps, she gritted her teeth and sprinted ahead to stand before him. Xiao stood resolutely before Wen Yichen, compelling him to halt his steps. He lowered his gaze upon her, his eyes revealing no hint of emotion, leaving one to ponder the depths of his thoughts. The surrounding pedestrians gradually dwindled, seemingly emboldening Xiao, who remained firmly in front of Wen Yichen, displaying no inclination to yield. Wen Yichen, he regarded her, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. "I am participating in this competition because..." "I'm afraid I'm not interested," he interjected, interrupting her before she could finish. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of Wen Yichen's aloof demeanor, but was unprepared for the sheer ruthlessness of his refusal. He shifted to the side, intending to bypass her and continue forward. Yet Xiao Man mirrored his movement, positioning herself squarely in his path once more. I came to participate because I heard you would be here. Unperturbed by whether Wen Yichen wished to listen, she fervently voiced the incomplete thought. Her reasoning took him by surprise. He cast a glance at Xiao Man before diverting his gaze. You need not go to such lengths. After Wen Yichen finished speaking, he shifted slightly to the side, turning his body in preparation to leave. However, Xiao Man was relentless, stepping forward once more to block his path. This time, she boldly reached out and grasped Wen Yichen's arm, her gaze lifting to meet his, a hint of urgency flickering in her eyes. Is it really necessary? Noticing the lack of passers-by around, she continued, Wen Yichen, I truly like you. May I hug you? The confession sent a jolt through Wen Yichen's heart, causing it to skip a beat. This was not the first time he had heard Xiao Man's declaration of affection, yet each instance left him feeling uncomfortable, as if a lump had formed within him. He lowered his gaze, studying Xiao Man. Apart from rejection, no other emotion surfaced in his eyes. Seeing his silence, Xiao Man cautiously ventured, You haven't hugged any other girl, have you? Upon hearing this, Wen Yichen's eyes involuntarily narrowed, ripples of emotion stirring within his otherwise calm expression. Not only had he hugged someone, but he had also kissed her. Noticing his lack of response, Xiao Man smiled, a sense of relief washing over her. I knew it. I have hugged someone. Wen Yichen's words startled Xiao Man, leaving her momentarily stunned as she stood before him, struggling to regain her composure. Was it Jiang Muwen? Don't guess, he replied. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Man's features. Yet intertwined with that disappointment was a trace of earnest pleading. Then may I hug you? He truly could no longer endure the presence of the girl before him, which prompted him to utter such words. However, as soon as the words left his lips, Wen Yichen found himself momentarily stunned. The impatience reflected in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of remorse. Had his previous statement been too harsh? Soon, Wen Yichen confirmed his own suspicion. His words had indeed been overly severe. Xiao Man seemed deeply wounded by his earlier comment, as tears glistened in her eyes. Wen Yichen, today is my birthday. I just wanted. She merely wished to request a hug from him as a birthday gift. Little did she realize that such a gift was something she could never obtain. Even if she dared to ask, Wen Yichen would not grant it. Throughout his life, he had only ever embraced one girl, and it would remain that way. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Upon seeing her cry, Wen Yichen became flustered. His gaze fixated on her for what felt like an eternity before he finally spoke. Wen Yichen, do you really dislike me? Xiao Man inquired softly, her voice tinged with the remnants of her tears. She accepted a tissue from him, murmuring her thanks. Just as she dabbed away her tears, Wen Yichen posed another question. By the way, where is Zhou Yao? He recalled that Zhou Yao had also participated in the mathematics competition that day, sharing the same examination venue with him. It was unusual for the two, who were often inseparable, to part ways after the exam. As the words fell, Xiao Man felt a tremor in her heart. She deliberately averted her gaze. Whether it was Wen Yichen's illusion or not, he always sensed that this girl was feeling guilty. Chapter 79. Do you mind if I join? After bidding farewell to Xiao Man, Wen Yichen turned away and briskly walked to the bus stop. He did not dwell on the matter. As for Xiao Man, Wen Yichen's demeanor seemed less rigid than before, perhaps due to his hesitation after scaring her to tears last time. However, with his attitude softening, Xiao Man began to push her luck. Since that day, she would occasionally leave a bottle of drink on Wen Yichen's desk or approach him to inquire about math problems. Xiao Man always created an illusion that something was brewing between her and Wen Yichen. Even more suffocating was her shy denial when others inquired about her, claiming there was no relationship between them. This only served to deepen the intrigue. Moreover, with the emergence of a few couples in class recently, the students' gossiping spirit intensified, with some even clandestinely trying to matchmake Xiao Man and Wen Yichen. In these days, such matters had significantly troubled Jiang Muwen. Although she did not voice her concerns, her heart was growing weary from the incessant speculation. Are Xiao Man and Wen Yichen really together? Suddenly, a classmate's voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her heart to flutter. Instinctively, she lifted her head and followed the sound, observing two classmates engrossed in their gossip. I am also uncertain, but for the past few days, Zimonman has been incessantly delivering gifts to Wen Yichen. When I inquired about it yesterday, her reaction suggested there might be something amiss. One classmate at the front spoke, accompanied by a knowing smile. Moreover, have you noticed the way Zimonman gazes at Wen Yichen? A classmate sitting behind shivered as they spoke. However, if there truly were something between them, why would Wen Yichen still commute daily with Jiang Muwen? Perhaps it is she who is persistently pursuing him. Maybe he is already weary of her attention. The two classmates exchanged thoughts, oblivious to Jiang Muwen, who sat behind them. Listening to their conjectures, her heart became increasingly tumultuous. Upon reflection, it seemed that Jiang Muwen's overtures had indeed been on the rise lately, and worse still, Wen Yichen appeared to be rather unbothered by it. Could it be that Wen Yichen? The more Jiang Muwen pondered, the more her thoughts spiraled. If this were the case, then with her presence constantly beside him, wouldn't he find it bothersome? Just then, a cookie wrapped in a paper towel unexpectedly appeared on the table. Before she could react, Gun Yanqi's voice reached her ears. Here. Have a cookie. Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Come on, let's go to the restroom and stretch a bit, Gun Yanqi declared, pulling Jiang Muwen from her seat. Once they stepped out of the classroom, Gun Yanqi leaned in and whispered, "Rest assured, with the bond you and Wen Yichen have cultivated over the years, what else is there to worry about? Xia Man merely stirs up trouble amidst the winds of gossip. If Wen Yichen truly harbored feelings for her, he would have long since walked to and from school with her, rather than lingering with you." Upon hearing Gun Yanqi's words, Jiang Muwen felt a sense of relief wash over her, as Gun Yanqi's reasoning held considerable merit. If you remain troubled, why not confront him directly? That would surely resolve your concerns. Just as Gun Yanqi finished speaking, she caught sight of Wen Yichen emerging from the teacher's office. A stack of assignments cradled in his arms. Upon noticing Jiang Muwen, his gaze instinctively settled upon her, seemingly unwavering. His serene countenance bore no hint of emotion, as if he were entirely detached from the unfolding situation. Feeling the weight of his persistent gaze, Jiang Muwen could no longer evade the moment, summoning her courage. She reached out and grasped the sleeve of his shirt as he approached. "Wen Yichen, I have something to ask you." It was Xia Man's voice, sweet and melodious, laced with a hint of excitement. The two instinctively halted their steps and turned, only to witness Xia Man jogging toward them. At that moment, Jiang Muwen felt her entire being tense. Xia Man had truly become an unrelenting presence. "Do you mind if I join?" Xia Man inquired again, her eyes fixed intently on Wen Yichen, clearly brimming with anticipation. Wen Yichen cast her a fleeting glance before diverting his eyes, indicating that he was indeed reluctant. However, owing to the previous incident, he hesitated to decline outright. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon Jiang Muwen, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, resembling a gentleman seeking the other's opinion. "Jiang Muwen, do you mind?" He was aware of Jiang Muwen's sentiments and anticipated hearing an objection from her, which would naturally allow him to dismiss Xia Man. However, upon uttering those words, it seemed that Jiang Muwen misconstrued his intention. She instinctively believed that Wen Yichen was inquiring on behalf of Xia Man. For a fleeting moment, she even felt like an unwarranted interloper. Regardless of the situation, how could she possibly refuse? This villain was simply too formidable for her. Despite the myriad of reluctance swirling within her heart, Jiang Muwen ultimately managed a wry smile and replied, "I don't mind. Then let's go together." Chapter 80. Shall we part ways? Presently, Wen Yichen was burdened with unspoken sorrow. His intention had been to rid himself of Xia Man, yet he inadvertently created an awkward silence. The three of them proceeded in silence, but this quietude rendered both Jiang Muwen and Wen Yichen somewhat uneasy, even embarrassed. "By the way, Jiang Muwen, you mentioned you had a question for me. What is it?" At last, Wen Yichen broke the tension. It was rare for him to initiate a conversation, yet it only served to deepen Jiang Muwen's discomfort. She yearned to inquire about the nature of his relationship with Xia Man, but with Xia Man walking by his side, could she voice her question? The answer was, of course, no. Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze to glance at Wen Yichen, then forced a bitter smile, murmuring, "It's nothing." As her words settled, an enigmatic silence enveloped the atmosphere once more. Throughout their journey, it was predominantly Xia Man who filled the air with her chatter, while Wen Yichen often found himself on the verge of interjecting, only to be preempted by Xia Man. The topics she spoke of were entirely beyond his interest, and his attention lay solely with the Jiang Muwen beside him. Yet, Jiang Muwen appeared utterly absorbed in her own despondency, her eyes fixed in disappointment upon her own toes. Her silence deepened, and the weight of her unspoken thoughts seemed to descend further. Wen Yichen, acutely aware of Jiang Muwen's demeanor, observed her with concern. He reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve, inquiring softly, "What's wrong?" His voice was as light as a feather, barely disturbing the stillness of the water. only to create ripples that spread outward. Wen Yichen. Jiang Muwen ventured to call him, noticing that his attention was entirely devoted to Jiang Muwen. A flicker of jealousy stirred within her. It was evident to any discerning observer that Wen Yichen had implicitly signaled his desire for solitude, leaving Jiang Muwen with no choice but to smile and say, "All right, I shall turn at the next corner." After parting ways with Jiang Muwen, the two fell into a silence that lingered, despite Wen Yichen's desire to engage Jiang Muwen in conversation. Alas, his natural reticence combined with a sudden blankness of thought rendered him mute. Curiosity compelled her to step into the unknown. In the next moment, a photograph captured her gaze, featuring two individuals, one facing the camera while the other turned away. The person in the forefront was Jiang Muwen, while the figure with their back to the lens was unmistakably Wen Yichen, identifiable even from his silhouette. The two appeared to be engaged in some activity. She could see in the image that Wen Yichen was grasping Jiang Muwen's arm. Judging by their attire, it seemed to be a snapshot from the day of a mathematics competition which Wen Yichen attended. Jiang Muwen possessed a relatively strong emotional resilience. If it were merely this single photograph, she could endure it. However, fate had other plans, as Zhou Yao mischievously added a caption to the image, albeit a simple shtamoticon, which ignited a flurry of comments. "Is this for real? I knew there was something amiss." 99,999. The barrage of expressions and remarks sent a tremor through Jiang Muwen's heart, plunging her mind into disarray. Her gaze shifted downwards, revealing a comment from Wen Yichen. "Delete it." With this remark, Jiang Muwen's confusion deepened. What could his instruction to delete possibly signify? Her mind buzzed, leaving her blank as she stared at her phone screen, unable to regain her composure. If it were true, Jiang Muwen hesitated, suddenly reluctant to contemplate further. Given her imaginative nature and propensity for fanciful thoughts, she feared that continuing this line of thinking might lead her to envision their wedding scene. With deliberate slowness, Jiang Muwen deactivated her phone screen, subsequently placing the device on the desk. At that moment, she experienced more anguish than sorrow. Mechanically, she retrieved her homework from her satchel, contemplating diverting her attention through academic pursuits. However, 30 minutes elapsed, yet she remained unable to pen a single word, unless she deciphered the nature of their relationship. She found herself incapable of writing even a single character. As she pondered, Jiang Muwen's heart grew increasingly oppressed. Perhaps this was the essence of clandestine affection, to secretly admire someone, yet be unable to openly express jealousy. It seemed she possessed no entitlement to interrogate others, and thus could only grieve in solitude, as though having lost something repeatedly, despite never having possessed it. Then, she observed Wen Yichen composing and revising, ultimately dispatching a solitary message. "Are you there?" Upon beholding the message from Wen Yichen, she felt an inexplicable discomfort, akin to an irremovable blemish. After a prolonged pause, her thumb tapped the screen several times, followed by a gentle press on the send icon. "I have an engagement tomorrow evening. May I be excused from tutoring?" Chapter 81. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? No sooner had the message been dispatched than Jiang Muwen noticed the indication that the recipient was typing. She watched as Wen Yichen edited and redacted, ultimately replying with a simple affirmation. In the end, Jiang Muwen relinquished her phone, retrieving her homework. She labored late into the night and, upon retiring to bed, found herself afflicted by insomnia. The following day, she was devoid of any spirit, languishing throughout the day as if she had endured some immense blow. No, she had indeed been struck. She scarcely uttered a word, except for attending classes and dozing off on her desk during breaks. Jiang Muwen, undeterred by the weather, continued to approach Wen Yichen's desk with her queries, while Jiang Muwen seemed to have gradually grown numb to it all. "Wen Yichen, I have a question that troubles me. Could you possibly assist me?" Jiang Muwen's voice once again reached Jiang Muwen's ears, sending an uncomfortable shiver through her. Wen Yichen glanced at the problem, then instinctively shifted his gaze to Jiang Muwen. He slightly parted his lips, preparing to decline. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, as if suppressing something within. Her small hand delved into her desk, retrieving a book of assignments, which she then tossed onto the table. The sound echoed, prompting a small circle of friends around her to lift their heads in curiosity. At that moment, the atmosphere surrounding Jiang Muwen was heavy. Despite her silence, others dared not inquire about the unfolding events. The noise naturally caught Wen Yichen's attention, and he instinctively looked up, gazing at Jiang Muwen's silhouette, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. Was she unhappy? He glanced at Jiang Muwen, then at Jiang Muwen, hesitating with the pen in his hand. In truth, He had no desire to explain, yet he felt constrained by the bonds of camaraderie, unsure of how to refuse. At long last, Baisu could no longer endure the sight before him, resting his chin upon his hand. A lingering trace of languor danced in his gaze. Had she not been paying attention during the lecture? How could she possibly stumble upon such a simple problem? Did she genuinely believe that Chungu had nothing better to do than explicate these issues for them? Upon hearing Baisu's remarks, Xiao Man fell momentarily silent, casting an awkward glance toward him before shifting her gaze to Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen, with his refusal, Xiao Man found no further reason to linger by his side. With a resigned exclamation, she departed, her demeanor significantly diminished. Wen Yichen, has your mind been struck by a mule? Once Xiao Man had taken her leave, Baisu turned his scrutiny toward Wen Yichen, questioning, are you truly oblivious to the implications? It is as if a weasel were wishing a chicken a happy new year. As he spoke, Baisu slid a chair closer to Wen Yichen. Do you reside in the mountains? Are you unaware of the recent rumors circulating among our classmates regarding the two of you? His voice was hushed, intended solely for their ears. I have nothing to do with her. Look at their current state. Isn't it only making matters worse? Though his assertion held merit, refraining from clarification would only lead their peers to assume his tacit acceptance. Ultimately, this matter had spiraled to such an extent that it could not be clarified even by leaping into the Huangpu River. Why not simply treat her with indifference? Baisu regarded Wen Yichen, momentarily overwhelmed by a desire to pry open his mind to uncover its contents. You have no idea. Last time I scolded her, I made her cry at last. Wen Yichen divulged this incident to Baisu, revealing his own trepidation regarding Xiao Man, fearful that any further comments might provoke her tears once more. I find her quite resilient, Baisu mused quietly to herself, then lazily leaned against the back of her chair. Despite my earlier remarks, she did not shed a tear. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Jiang Muwen, and she subtly inclined her head, signaling Wen Yichen to pay more attention to Jiang Muwen, for her demeanor today seemed rather unsettling. Following Baisu's gaze, Wen Yichen looked over at Jiang Muwen, who was engrossed in her book, her petite figure hunched over. He leaned slightly forward and gently prodded her with his pen, yet received no response. With the teacher about to enter, Wen Yichen found himself helplessly anxious, contemplating seeking out Jiang Muwen after class. Little did he realize that Jiang Muwen's mood was so profoundly low that it rendered him hesitant to approach her. Thus he chose to follow her discreetly. She remained silent, and he trailed beside her, attentively observing her every move. Suddenly, the cheerful voice of Xiao Man echoed from behind, startling Wen Yichen, causing him to flinch. The girl approached with a light jog, glancing at Jiang Muwen, who appeared somewhat discontent. A surge of delight coursed through Xiao Man at this sight, and she lifted her gaze, eagerly addressing Wen Yichen. I thought I wouldn't be able to join you today. As the words hung in the air, a brief silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Muwen cast a glance at Xiao Man, pondering whether she truly belonged in their company. After an entire semester, why did she still cling to them like a piece of gum entangled in someone else's hair? As Wen Yichen spoke, he unconsciously took hold of Jiang Muwen's. His grip was substantial, enveloping her delicate hand entirely, the warmth of his palm radiating to hers, igniting a fervent flutter in her heart. In the next moment, a gentle force pulled her forward. Although his strength was not overwhelming, it possessed an enchanting quality that made her willingly quicken her pace alongside him. Chapter 82. The Inn. Naturally, Xiao Man had overheard the conversation between Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen. She stared at Wen Yichen, momentarily unable to comprehend the nature of his relationship with Jiang Muwen, a realization that eluded her. As fate would have it, just as Xiao Man finished speaking, Wen Yichen hailed a taxi, which gradually came to a stop before them. He opened the door and, with a gentlemanly gesture, placed his hand on the frame. Before Jiang Muwen could fully process the situation, a gentle nudge guided her into the vehicle. Once seated, she instinctively glanced at Xiao Man. Their eyes met, and Jiang Muwen made no effort to avert her gaze, while Xiao Man, watching from outside, appeared almost green with envy. The taxi moved forward slowly, enveloped in silence, as neither Jiang Muwen nor Wen Yichen uttered a word. At last, Jiang Muwen finally spoke up. Just a moment ago, Wen Yichen had mentioned that his mother invited her over for dinner. Aren't you busy tonight? Wen Yichen instinctively inquired, recalling the message Jiang Muwen had sent the previous day, which lingered in his mind. After a brief pause, he quickly amended his words. If you wish to come, I can ask my mother to prepare an extra portion. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected invitation, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, she softly replied, "No need." Jiang Muwen's prior claim of having other commitments was merely an excuse. The recent events had left her mind in disarray, rendering her indifferent to other pursuits. The ambience grew somewhat awkward as Wen Yichen yearned to clarify his thoughts to Jiang Muwen. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Muwen did not press for an explanation, and he feared that a direct approach might seem abrupt, for he was ill-equipped for subtle hints. Thus, Wen Yichen followed closely beside Jiang Muwen in silence. Her reticence compelled him to remain quietly by her side. The soft glow of the table lamp illuminated the empty chair, and Wen Yichen found himself lost in thought as he gazed at it. Bai Su was right. He must have indeed been kicked in the head by a donkey. It was clear to everyone what scheme Xiao Man was concocting. Yet, was it not Jiang Muwen who truly deserved his concern? Before long, the phone on the table began to vibrate. Wen Yichen instinctively glanced at the screen, noting it was a voice call from Xiao Man. After a brief moment of hesitation, he moved his finger to the screen and gently tapped it. There were matters he ought to clarify with Xiao Man. When the call connected, however, Wen Yichen remained silent, quietly gazing at the book before him. Wen Yichen, Xiao Man inquired tentatively, her voice somewhat noisy, suggesting she was not at home. "Would you like to join us?" She followed up. "No, thank you. But everyone is here," Xiao Man replied, her tone laced with a hint of discomfort, implying that his presence was expected solely because of the gathering. "Is that so?" Wen Yichen retorted dismissively, his gaze still fixed on the pages of his book. "Everyone thinks that." Yet, before Xiao Man could finish her thought, Wen Yichen interrupted her, fully aware of her intention. What she was about to say was precisely what he detested hearing. "Xiao Man, I am merely assisting you as a classmate, nothing more." As soon as he uttered those words, the girl on the other end fell silent. The surrounding noise persisted, and after a brief pause, she tentatively spoke again. "Is that person?" "Jiang Muwen. 1. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now." Before Xiao Man could complete her sentence, Wen Yichen reached out and disconnected the call. The unexpected phone call from Xiao Man left Wen Yichen staring at the book before him. Yet his heart was increasingly agitated. On one side lay his desire to read, thwarted by his inability to absorb a single word, while on the other sat Jiang Muwen, lost in a daydream, gazing vacantly at a blank assignment. Her mind was equally devoid of thought. Perhaps a stroll through the supermarket would suffice. After dinner, the number of patrons in the supermarket gradually began to swell. Surrounded by a dazzling array of goods, Jiang Muwen found her spirits lifted. As she wandered, her gaze settled upon a box of snacks perched atop the highest shelf. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand, determined to retrieve the coveted treat. However, her height proved inadequate. Even on tiptoe, she could merely graze the edge of the package. Casting a glance around to ensure no one was watching, she lifted her hand once more and, with a leap, her fingertips brushed against the packaging. Just as she was about to grasp the box, her hand slipped away. Jiang Muwen raised her eyes, longing for the snack. After a brief moment, she stubbornly stood on her tiptoes again. Just as her fingers neared the coveted box, a distinctly defined hand reached out and snatched it away. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a familiar male voice resonated from behind her. "So, the something you mentioned was simply a trip to the supermarket for egg milk stars?" At the cessation of his words, Jiang Muwen's heart involuntarily quivered. "What, Wen Yichen?" The girl suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine and mechanically turned around. Although she had done nothing wrong, she felt as if she were a child caught red-handed in a misdeed. Chapter 83. I'm sorry. The delightful sound of the egg and milk stars colliding resonated in Jiang Muwen's ears, one chime after another, coupled with the slightly mischievous smile adorning Wen Yichen's face. It seemed as though he could enchant her soul in an instant. "Why should I care?" Jiang Muwen murmured softly, raising her hand to seize the egg and milk stars from Wen Yichen. However, just as she extended her hand, Wen Yichen lifted the treat. He appeared to have grown a tad taller, at over 180 centimeters. This gesture elevated the snack even further beyond her reach. "Wen Yichen, please hand me the egg and milk stars." Jiang Muwen glanced at the snack in his grasp before shifting her gaze back to him. Perhaps even he was unaware of the hint of delight dancing in his eyes, a subtle smile interwoven with a touch of affection. "Come and get it yourself," Wen Yichen said, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Had it not been for the sight of a figure leaping excitedly in front of the shelves today, he would never have anticipated Jiang Muwen's presence in the supermarket. Jiang Muwen watched helplessly as the snack was lifted above her head, fully aware that it was now beyond her reach, yet stubbornly rose on her toes, attempting to jump a couple of times. After jumping twice, Jiang Muwen, realizing that she would not obtain what she desired, stopped and muttered, "If you won't give it, then so be it. I don't wish to engage with you." This was merely an offhand remark, yet unexpectedly, Wen Yichen nearly took it to heart. As Jiang Muwen turned away, Wen Yichen instinctively raised his hand to support himself against a nearby shelf. He gazed at her, his bright eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Startled by his sudden move, Jiang Muwen was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Wen Yichen would resort to such a tactic. His action caught her off guard, leaving her mind momentarily blank and her heart racing uncontrollably. Wen Yichen assumed that this girl would remain obediently in place, yet to his surprise, she pivoted and prepared to escape from the other side. In an instant, he swiftly placed his other hand on the shelf, causing the egg and milk stars in his grasp to emit a soft rustling sound upon impact. With both hands positioned thus, he effectively ensnared Jiang Muwen within the confines of his embrace. Their eyes locked, and Wen Yichen appeared momentarily stunned, staring intently at her. As if a flicker of confusion lingered within his gaze, it seemed that the unfolding events had completely caught him off guard. Amidst the surrounding din of lively chatter, the two of them seemed to exist in a world apart from the vibrant atmosphere. At last, Wen Yichen spoke, but after a prolonged pause. It seemed he could only muster the utterance of a single word. He paused for a moment, as if there were words he longed to convey to Jiang Muwen, yet they remained trapped within him, refusing to escape his lips. He reorganized his thoughts and spoke again. "You." He clearly wished for her to acknowledge him, to elucidate the recent events that had transpired, but the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, choked and unutterable. In this moment, Wen Yichen seemed transformed into a mute. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious to the sentiments he yearned to express. The inability to articulate his thoughts tormented Wen Yichen. He gazed helplessly at Jiang Muwen, his hand braced against the shelf gradually clenching into a fist. "Wen Yichen, will you say so?" Jiang Muwen leaned against the shelf, tilting her head slightly upwards, observing the boy before her, his ears flushed with embarrassment. It must be said, in this state, he appeared even more endearing. As soon as Jiang Muwen finished speaking, Wen Yichen seized the opportunity to continue. "What I mean to say." As his words hung in the air, Jiang Muwen's heart raced, intrigued by the struggle he had just exhibited and curious about what he might reveal next. "I want to say that between Xiao Man and me." Before Wen Yichen could finish, her heart leaped violently, as if it might burst forth from her chest at any moment. "We have nothing at all." At last, Wen Yichen articulated the very words he had longed to say. Noticing Jiang Muwen's silence, he pressed on. "That day, the photo Zhou Yao posted was not as everyone imagined. She attempted to embrace me, but I stopped her." He had initially brushed off the matter, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yao captured a photograph and disseminated it, subsequently leading to Zimmerman's increasingly malicious embellishments. As her words lingered in the air, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Muwen stared blankly at Wen Yichen, as if she had never dared to hope that this taciturn fellow would voluntarily elucidate the situation. Now that he had spoken, the grievances and irritations she had harbored within her heart began to ebb away. She parted her lips slightly, at a loss for words. The young man before her furrowed his brows, tightening her chest with an inexplicable sensation, as if her heart had been tugged. For a fleeting moment, an urge to embrace him surged within her. Yet, despite this impulse, she found herself lacking the courage to act upon it. "I'm sorry." Not long after, Wen Yichen's voice reached her ears once more. The sudden apology caught Jiang Muwen off guard. To her, it seemed that as long as he clarified the matter, there was no need for an apology. His words left her feeling slightly unsettled, and she was unsure how to respond. Tentatively, she lifted her hand, gently extracting the egg and milk star from his grasp. "Why do you suddenly apologize as if you have committed some grave error?" Jiang Muwen's final words were spoken softly, almost as if she feared he might overhear. In her eyes, there seemed to be no necessity for Wen Yichen to apologize, for their relationship was merely that of friends. She merely harbored a secret admiration for him, and they shared no intimacy. As she contemplated, Jiang Muwen grasped the egg custard star and gradually crouched down. With utmost caution, she edged sideways, stealthily slipping out from beneath Wen Yichen's arm. Wen Yichen watched, wide-eyed, as the girl before him diminished in stature until she vanished from his sight. Observing her turn and take a step away, Wen Yichen's brows furrowed. Was she avoiding him? Chapter 84. Exploring the Haunted House 1. Chapter 85. Exploring the Haunted House 2. Moments later, Wen Yichen. Chapter 86. An unseen tenderness. Perhaps she was overwhelmed with fear. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's voice, she appeared as if she had spotted a beak. Jiang Muwen slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 87. Experiencing life as the shorter one. When Lisa sent out the message, the small group of 6 erupted in excitement. They were all aware that Lisa had brought the camera to the haunted house. Chapter 88. An apology. It was Wen Yichen into whose arms Jiang Muwen leapt. Had he not caught her, she might have fallen into the water. Chapter 89. Don't hold so tightly. Chapter 90. A special existence. After Bai Su finished speaking, an unprecedented silence enveloped the air, creating an atmosphere that was somewhat awkward. Though no one voiced it, their expressions conveyed. Chapter 91. May I kiss you? He was saying. Chapter 92. A genuine kiss. When Yichen stared blankly at Jiang Muwen, as if he hadn't quite recovered. The blood throughout his body was coursing rapidly, his face flushed crimson, and his heart pounded. Chapter 93. Do you want to keep me company? Jiang Muwen began to massage Wen Yichen's face indiscriminately, preventing Wen Yichen from stopping her. Ding. Chapter 94. The head teacher wants to see you. Upon Jiang Muwen finishing her sentence, silence fell over the other end of the line. This sudden stillness caused a feeling in Jiang Muwen's heart. Chapter 95. Taking the blame. The air seemed to congeal. Everyone looked at the memory card discarded on the table, and no one dared to utter a word. An inexplicable emotion settled. Chapter 96. No need to pretend to be nice. None of them harbored any resentment toward the words spoken by the head teacher. Lise took the memory card from the table and led the way out of the office. Chapter 97. Brother. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wen Yichen didn't elaborate on the certain things he was referring to, which only made Xiaomian feel more uneasy. Before Xiaomian could speak. Chapter 98. You dress as a woman, I'll dress as a man. As soon as these words were spoken, the air was filled with silence, and the atmosphere seemed somewhat delicate, tinged with an indescribable awkwardness. Chapter 99. Close your eyes. Wen Yichen stared blankly at Jiang Muwen, wondering what difference this made from him dressing in women's clothing alone. Chapter 100. Little brother's uncontrolled scene. Upon hearing Bai Su's words, Jiang Muwen paused her actions. She was aware of her clumsy technique, but hadn't realized it was this inept. Chapter 101. The Ice Beauty. Jiang Muwen was acutely aware of whether she had glimpsed something untoward, and Wen Yichen, observing her flustered demeanor, was equally cognizant. Chapter 102. Help me take a photo with my sister. Chapter 103. You don't need to be so afraid of me. Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Wen Yichen's face revealed an inscrutable smile as he leaned slightly towards Wen Yichen. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't give it to you. Chapter 104. Her in the photo. Those simple words detonated within Jiang Muwen's heart like a string of firecrackers, erupting in a flurry. For a fleeting moment. Chapter 105. Pinned on the bed. Second update. In the photograph, the sunlight fell perfectly, highlighting the girl's profile. She was smiling softly, her gaze seemingly fixed on the distance. Chapter 106. Succumbing to feminine wiles. First update. Stunned, Wen Yichen gazed at Jiang Muwen. Upon feeling the fluid trickling down, he immediately released her hand. Jiang Muwen had contemplated documenting their daily lives, but she dismissed the notion, fearing Wen Yichen's discovery. However, upon further reflection, as Gu Niansuan finished his inquiry, Lisa's voice promptly echoed, "No objections here. What about the rest of you?" Gu Niansuan slowly surveyed the group. "It's no wonder you're famished, considering you barely touched your meal." Gu Nianqi, phone in hand, leisurely approached Jiang Muwen and took a seat beside her. A subdued yet endearing voice escaped Wen Yichen's throat. At that moment, he resembled a helpless puppy yearning for sustenance, startling Jiang Muwen. "Are you two having a clandestine affair?" First update. The sanguine currents within her commenced a frenzied dance, as Jiang Muwen's once tranquil respiration gradually escalated into a hurried cadence. Her eyelids descended, delicate lashes fluttering with a gentle tremor. Chapter 113. Gazing upon the sunrise. Bai Su, as if sensing the lethal glare emanating from Wen Yichen, fixed his gaze upon him for a fleeting moment before belatedly realizing, "I was merely inquiring about you and little Jiang." Chapter 114. A single kiss wouldn't hurt, would it? First update. Wen Yichen's query instantly banished all vestiges of slumber from Jiang Muwen's mind. She lifted her gaze, regarding Wen Yichen with a mixture of surprise and delight. Upon seeing Jiang Muwen. Chapter 115. I'll just change my clothes. Second update. Gu Niansuan regarded Wen Yichen, and finally, after several seconds, his thin lips parted slightly as he uttered a languid mourning. Though the word was spoken softly, Chapter 116. An accidental encounter in the bathrooms. First update. Jiang Muwen's expression remained frozen for a fleeting moment, before another question flitted across her mind. Wasn't she just watching the sunrise? Chapter 117. Waiting outside, a soft and delicate voice fell into Wen Yichen's ears. As he gazed at Jiang Muwen in the mirror, he found himself momentarily dazed, as if a deer had wandered through his heart. Chapter 118. Childhood memories. The gentle voice entered Wen Yichen's ears, causing his hand to instinctively pause. What's wrong? Wen Yichen inquired. Chapter 119. Just as adorable as you. Although Gunyanshi was fully aware that Yin Lizhe was speaking falsehoods, she couldn't help but laugh at his words. It must be said, being with Yinli. Chapter 120. Don't even think about it, I will wait for you below. After Gunyansuan casually uttered this sentence, she leisurely descended the staircase. The so-called barbecue was simply the boys. Chapter 121. Professional experience. Upon Gunyansuan's inquiry, Gunyanshi was momentarily taken aback. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't assist anyone else with this task. Chapter 122. The old ox grazes on tender grass. First update. In recent days, there has been a filming task at the rooftop studio. You may assist there, but remember to be obedient and avoid causing any trouble. Chapter 123. She is no one else. Second update. It was the voice of Wen Yichen, calm and devoid of any hint of anger. Yet it still caused Jiang Muwen to instinctively shudder. Chapter 124. Feeling wronged. First update. Upon hearing Gunyansuan's words, Sister Xian was naturally frightened. She wisely closed her mouth and timidly shook her head. After a moment of silence in the air, Gunyansuan. Chapter 125. Do you intend to scald me? Second update. As Wen Yichen spoke, he instinctively moved closer to Jiang Muwen, his hands clasped behind his back, and then carefully bent down, as if harboring a secret to reveal. Chapter 126. Why apologize when I did nothing wrong? First update. However, the words lingered at the tip of her tongue, only to be swallowed back by Jiang Muwen. If she were to voice this now, few would likely believe her, perhaps. Chapter 127. This generation of childhood friends is difficult to manage. Second update. Jiang Muwen stared blankly at Gunyansuan, seemingly still in a daze from his words. The temperature within the office seemed. Chapter 128. Gunyansuan requests to add you as a friend. First update. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Muwen nearly dropped her phone in surprise. Her heart felt as though it had momentarily ceased to beat, and it took a considerable amount of time for her to regain her composure. Chapter 129. Another celebrity has arrived. Second update. A barrage of questions exploded in Jiang Muwen's mind like firecrackers, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally clicked to agree. Chapter 130. May I reach beneath your clothing? First update. Jiang Muwen stood there in a daze, watching Wen Yichen struggle to peel off the stubborn adhesive, her heart a mixture of amusement and sympathy. If only this moment with Wen Yichen could be captured and held. Chapter 131. Can you come to my home? Second update. Jiang Muwen gazed at that shoulder, her hands pausing in their movement, momentarily entranced. Wen Yichen seemed to have noticed Jiang Muwen's. Chapter 132. You've seen it before. First update. Jiang Muwen's heart sank momentarily. She then slipped into her slippers and walked languidly towards the bedroom. The pungent scent of the medicinal plaster grew increasingly intense, and before she could reach the bedroom door. Chapter 133. Your dog will starve. Second update. After Wen Yichen spoke, Jiang Muwen obediently replied with a soft "oh," and then cautiously applied the ointment to Wen Yichen's shoulder. Once finished, she kindly. Chapter 134. Carrying to the car. First update. When Wen Yichen inquired, Jiang Muwen found herself momentarily flustered. There seemed to be an element of surprise in Wen Yichen's tone, which, amid her astonishment, inexplicably stirred a. Chapter 135. The deceit of pigs' trotters. Second update. Once Wen Yichen finished speaking, both were taken aback. Jiang Muwen's heart trembled, and she mechanically lowered her hand. Chapter 136. Power outage. First update. Why is it gone? Wen Yichen asked with conviction, just as he prepared to continue. He heard a soft voice from the girl behind Wen Yichen. Chapter 137. I'm going to take a cold shower. Second update. Jiang Muwen was momentarily rendered speechless. She had anticipated that after Wen Yichen's trip, his skill in retorts had remarkably upgraded from 1-0 to 2-0. She blushed. Chapter 138. Wearing his clothes. First update. After Wen Yichen finished speaking, he took the clothes and walked straight out of the bedroom, leaving Jiang Muwen alone at the desk, feeling the fervent sunlight of the sweltering summer. It felt like. Chapter 139, A Hint of Couples Affection, second update. As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Muwen's face flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that they were not truly a couple, yet in the eyes of everyone else. Chapter 140. The sun has yet to rise in the west, has it? First update. Wen Yichen glanced at the ice cream by his lips, then at Jiang Muwen facing him. After a moment, he slightly parted his lips and allowed the ice cream to melt into his mouth. Chapter 141. A Satisfying Revelation, second update. Yin Lijia's words were spoken lightly, heard only by Gun Yanxi. He genuinely desired to transform himself, not wanting to remain stagnant in the future. Chapter 142. Jiang the Immortal's Tribulation, first update. Wen Yichen's statement truly bewildered Xia Manman, a girl aware of her own merits. The implication in Wen Yichen's words was already quite apparent. Chapter 143. A Barren Harvest, second update. Before Jiang Muwen could finish speaking, Wen Yichen gently raised his hand, cupping the girl's cheek, seemingly to prevent her self-deprecation. In the next moment, Jiang Muwen. Chapter 144. Time is abundant, first update. It is often said that when one is feeling sorrowful, witnessing the happiness of others only exacerbates their own distress. This sentiment proved undeniably true as Jiang Muwen surveyed her surroundings. Chapter 145. Whom are you addressing with such sarcasm? Second update. Zhou Yao seemed to have noticed Xia Manman's reaction. Whether she intended to console Xia Manman or express envy towards Jiang Muwen remained unclear. The next moment, she leisurely began to speak. Chapter 146. I believe in you, first update. The air grew still. The homeroom teacher's sudden remarks startled both Wen Yichen and Jiang Muwen. Wen Yichen stared intently at the homeroom teacher. Chapter 147. When have I ever been upset with you? Chapter 148. Don't overthink it. My dear. Jiang Muwen gazed at the screen, nearly losing her phone from her grasp. Regaining her composure, she gently tapped the screen with her finger. The call connected. Chapter 149. May I embrace you? Jiang Muwen looked at Yin Lija with a troubled expression. She had yet to formulate her thoughts, yet he had already taken note. Chapter 150. Surely, I must take responsibility? At the moment when the bear-like arms encircled Jiang Muwen's waist, her mind went blank. This embrace felt entirely familiar, devoid of any awkwardness that typically exists between strangers. Chapter 151. A tender affection. Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze, quietly observing the bear before her. A delicate blush crept onto her fair features, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 152. Love extends to all. After a brief silence enveloped the air, Jiang Muwen took the initiative to wave her hand, feigning that she was not Jiang Muwen. As she waved her hand, the other gently brushed. Chapter 153. A True Win, second update. The boy's fingertips tenderly glided through Jiang Muwen's hair, lightly touching her skin, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Yet it felt as if an electric current coursed through her body. Chapter 154. The Arrowhead Headband, first update. Given Jiang Muwen's unusually expressive demeanor, Wen Yichen could not have anticipated such a reaction. For a fleeting moment, even the smile on his face faltered. Chapter 155. The Wall Push, second update. Although Wen Yichen claimed he merely wished to have a bite to eat, his true intention was to seek refuge in a fast food restaurant, away from the bustling crowd outside, yearning for a quieter place to sit. Chapter 156. Your headband is glowing, first update. Soft lips brushed lightly against Jiang Muwen's face, causing her to momentarily freeze. It felt as though the air had been suspended in that instant. Chapter 157. The affection in the corner of her eye, second update. At this moment, Jiang Muwen was intently gazing ahead, the light cascading down upon her, reflecting in her eyes, as if she were enveloped by a constellation of stars. Chapter 158. Love Letter in the Nesting Doll, first update. As Jiang Muwen finished speaking, a subtle change flickered across Wen Yichen's expression. His gaze became complex, leaving one momentarily perplexed about the boy's thoughts. Chapter 159. The photos went viral, second update. Chapter 160. Arranging the room, first update. Upon hearing Tuo's words, Jiang Muwen's heart skipped a beat, as if her heartbeat had momentarily faltered. The girl stared at her phone screen, seemingly unable to regain her composure. Chapter 161. You may continue. Happy New Year. First update. The youth, clutching a cushion, instinctively leaned towards Jiang Muwen. A hint of curiosity blossomed in his clear eyes. Chapter 162. Masquerade Ball, second update. The words fell, causing Jiang Muwen's heart to tremble involuntarily. What did it mean? Quite literally. Chapter 163. Where is Wen Yichen? First update. After Wen Yichen spoke, he turned and exited the men's restroom. The boy walked briskly, his long cloak billowing gently behind him, carving a graceful arc through the air. Chapter 164. My first kiss is gone. Second update. After Jiang Muwen asked her question, silence enveloped the air. The boy before her remained silent, his gaze lowered as he quietly observed Jiang Muwen. Chapter 165. Shamelessness. Jiang Muwen fixed her gaze intently upon Wen Yichen, causing him to feel a moment of embarrassment, leading the boy to instinctively turn his head away, as if he were feeling guilty. Chapter 166. I will make it up to you. Wen Yichen regarded the girl before him, already envisioning the astonished expression she would wear upon discovering the truth. Nevertheless, regardless of Jiang Muwen's awareness. Chapter 167. Whispers. After Jiang Muwen posed her question, a faint blush crept onto Wen Yichen's cheeks. He deliberately cleared his throat twice before turning away. Chapter 168. Is Senior Wen Yichen here? As Wen Yichen perused the comments, a smile graced his clean visage once more. When the final comment caught his eye, he instinctively clicked. Chapter 169. Please help me put this on. I'm sorry. I have someone I like. The low, gentle voice fell softly into the quiet air, stirring a ripple of emotion in an... Chapter 170. Just the two of us. Lisa spoke with tenderness, subtly laced with a hint of affection, which made Gu Nianqi's heart swell with sweetness. This was her first time wearing. Chapter 171. New shoes chafing. First update. Wen Yichen's words, delivered with a lightness that belied their significance, rippled through Jiang Muwen's heart like a series of cascading waves. His utterance was akin to a string of firecrackers tossed into. Chapter 172. Covering his ears. Second update. Reluctantly, Jiang Muwen could not withstand Wen Yichen's insistence. Eventually, she inched closer to him, obediently laying her head on Wen Yichen's. Chapter 173. It started to snow. First update. Jiang Muwen may never realize that a mere casual expression of concern could stir tumultuous waves within the boy's heart. Wen Yichen. Chapter 174. Making a wish. Second update. The atmosphere was tranquil. After Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen fell silent, his choice seemingly taking her by surprise. Chapter 175. I think you've frozen, stupid. First update. Jiang Muwen lifted her gaze, fixating directly on the boy, but after a moment, her eyes dimmed. Perhaps it should hang a little lower. Chapter 176. Descending the mountain. Second update. Wen Yichen murmured softly as he slipped the gloves onto Jiang Muwen's hands. Jiang Muwen stood gracefully before Wen Yichen, gazing at him patiently. Chapter 177. A sudden surge in followers. First update. It was a rare sight to see Jiang Muwen so anxious. Wen Yichen, observing her, instinctively reacted with surprise, which was soon replaced by a gentle smile. Chapter 178. A sky full of stars. Second update. While pondering, Jiang Muwen swiftly exited the comment section and feverishly scrolled through the fan page, ultimately achieving her relentless pursuit. Chapter 179. A little closer. First update. Happy Valentine's Day? Chapter 180. Celebration. Second update. The sky erupted with vibrant fireworks, illuminating the dark canvas with twinkling stars, leaving Jiang Muwen somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 181. It's nothing. First update. The girl hadn't even realized it, and the bamboo skewer in her hand was already empty. Wen Yichen thoughtfully chewed a couple of bites. It tastes delightful. Chapter 182. Be still. Don't move. Second update. Are you looking for me? Came Wen Yichen's voice. Chapter 183. Graduation photo shoot. First update. Everyone, adjust your collars. We will begin shortly. The photographer's voice resonated from the front. The photographer departs. Chapter 184. A bamboo horse. Second update. The days leading up to the examination passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Chapter 185. You still owe me a kiss. First update. Gu Nianqi gazed at Weibo, and after a moment of silence, she hesitantly spoke. Is this person Wen Yichen? After Gu Nianqi finished speaking. Chapter 186. I like you. Second update. Jiang Muwen ran swiftly and finally reached Wen Yichen. The two stood face to face, and in that instant, the air fell into a profound stillness. Chapter 187. There will be interest. First update. Wen Yichen's hands were large and warm. The girl quietly followed behind him. As the summer breeze, tinged with a hint of heat, brushed against Jiang Muwen, who lifted. Chapter 188. Is it too soon? Second update. The pure black suitcase stood obediently before the two, the air still, Such an unexpected scene momentarily left Wen Yichen bewildered. Chapter 189. Are you smitten? First update. Jiang Muwen shyly inquired, and upon finishing her words, she couldn't help but lower her head bashfully, appearing somewhat embarrassed. How? Chapter 190. Trending on social media. Second update. A tingling sensation coursed through the girl's body like an electric current, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Under the fingertips, there was an involuntary twitch, followed by a firm grasp on the cover. Chapter 191. The couple's suite. First update. Wen Yichen spoke with an unchanging expression, causing Jiang Muwen to feel somewhat embarrassed. In the next moment, the girl took the initiative to lift the blanket that was draped over her. Chapter 192. I came to find you. Second update. She seemed to be the same as before. Chapter 193. No slacking off. First update. Chapter 194. I am dead. Second update. This time, Wen Yichen did not close his eyes. He felt an unusual warmth enveloping his body, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed, despite the air conditioning being on. Chapter 195. Enhancing affection. First update. After the message was sent, the playful tussle of those two little rascals in Wen Yichen's mind came to an end, as emotions triumphantly overcame reason. Chapter 196. Waiting for you to grow up. Second update. Jiang Muwen held him tightly, yet Wen Yichen did not feel discomfort. Intriguingly, he seemed to quite enjoy Jiang Muwen's embrace. Chapter 197. Husband. First update. Relying on the fact that Wen Yichen wouldn't dare to touch her, Jiang Muwen's audacity grew. Her voice laced with a mischievous smile as she watched Wen Yichen's appearance. Chapter 198. Became the top scorer. Second update. Wen Yichen's voice was slightly hoarse, as if suppressing something, his warm breath gently caressing Jiang Muwen's neck, causing her to feel momentarily overwhelmed. Chapter 199. She lives next door to me. First update. The news of Wen Yichen becoming the top scorer in a city spread like wildfire, which should have been a happy occasion, but Jiang Muwen felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 200. A university is quite good. Second update. Seeing these two comments, Jiang Muwen's mind exploded. Chapter 201. What are you thinking about? First update. No one told Jiang Muwen that he entered Q University, but in her eyes, Wen Yichen should enter Q University. However, Wen Yichen's question just now. Chapter 202. So proactive. Second update. Wen Yichen flicked her forehead, as if dismissing Jiang Muwen's wildly imaginative conclusion. The force exerted by Wen Yichen was not particularly strong, yet it struck Jiang Muwen's. Chapter 203. Becoming a trainee. First update. When Wen Yichen smiled like that, Jiang Muwen's soul nearly floated away. It was truly life-threatening. The girl's legs instinctively softened. Chapter 204. Wait for me. Second update. However, in this moment, the boy appeared entirely unfazed by the awakening disturbance. He instinctively presumed it was the teacher arriving. Gradually, the boy, still in a haze. Chapter 205. I am her boyfriend. First update. Upon hearing his roommate's words, a look of surprise blossomed in Jiang Muwen's eyes. How did you know? Jiang Muwen did not confirm. Chapter 206. Don't stand too close to him. Second update. Wen Yichen's dismissal was delivered with utmost bluntness. His indifferent face bore no excessive expression, as if he were entirely oblivious to Chu Mo's feelings. Chapter 207. Subtle care. First update. Chapter 208. Don't be afraid. It's all right. Second update. Yinan seemed startled by the male voice on the other end of the phone. For a moment, she even began to doubt whether she had dialed the correct number. Chapter 209. His birthday. First update. Chapter 210. Does he have feelings for you? Chapter 211. The meticulous care of Wen Yichen left Jiang Muwen feeling somewhat embarrassed, her delicate hands hesitantly hovering in the air. It's fine. I can manage. Chapter 212. What do you like about Wen Yichen? Yinan inquired, causing Jiang Muwen's heart to skip a beat. She softly responded with a faint She still remembered Wen Yichen advising her to. Chapter 213. Hold hands. Jiang Muwen appeared momentarily stunned, wondering if she had drunk too much and was hallucinating. She gazed at. Chapter 214. The soft, sweet voice carried a hint of inebriation. Those simple words struck a chord deep within Wen Yichen's heart. In that instant, Wen Yichen. Chapter 215. Wen Yichen was an exceptionally fastidious young man, and Jiang Muwen's sudden retching startled him. In the next moment, he cautiously attended to Jiang Muwen. Chapter 216. Why is your face so warm? Her lips were incredibly soft, and when they brushed against Wen Yichen's, he momentarily froze, the tension in his mind unraveling completely at Jiang Muwen's proximity. Chapter 217. Jiang Muwen felt shy about her presence on Wen Yichen's bed, rendered speechless by her embarrassment. She recalled that last night was Christmas Eve, and she and her classmates. Chapter 217. A gentle kiss. First update. His voice was deep, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, as if he had not rested well the previous night. After Wen Yichen's words fell, Jiang Muwen grasped. Chapter 218. Wrapped in the same scarf. Second update. Wen Yichen's scarf appeared not only warm, but also evoked an irresistible urge to reach out and caress it. Upon seeing it, Jiang Muwen. Chapter 219. The lucky koi. First update. His kiss was fervent, leaving the girl momentarily breathless. Inch by inch. Chapter 220. Happy New Year. Second update. Wen Yichen. Wen Yichen, not here. Chapter 221. Fulfilling the bet. First update. The sudden kiss caught Wen Yichen off guard. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, it sent ripples through the boy's heart. Chapter 222. Frizzled. Second update. In an instant, all the lights focused on Wen Yichen, and the melodious accompaniment gradually faded into silence, transforming into a serene stillness. The singer. Chapter 223. I really like you. First update. His voice was slightly husky, clearly indicating he had just awakened. Happy New Year. Farewell. Wen Yichen spoke fluently with just a few simple words. Chapter 224. Who wants to have children with you? Part 2. As he spoke, Wen Yichen reached out to grasp Jiang Muwen's hand. His restraint seemed to be nearing its limit, if Jiang Muwen continued to fidget. Chapter 225. This couple is locked in. Part 1. A hazy aura slowly enveloped Jiang Muwen. In that fleeting moment, she felt that there was no need to lock their names on the love bridge. Chapter 226. The reward system is quite developed. Part 2. A warm breath repeatedly brushed against Jiang Muwen's nose, their breaths intertwining, and in the next second, Wen Yichen's soft lips gently pressed against hers. Lips. Chapter 227. Can you endure it? Part 1. Wen Yichen's voice was low and muffled, coming through a door, making Jiang Muwen feel somewhat unreal. After the sound reached her ears, she. Chapter 228. Do you still want to escape? Part 2. Wen Yichen understood that Jiang Muwen was feigning ignorance. He certainly could not resist. He was a normal man. How could he withstand the allure of the one he adored? Chapter 229. He wouldn't be lying to you, would he? Part 1. Little White Dragon. Jiang Muwen stared at her phone screen in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by how she suddenly found herself accompanying them. Chapter 230. The early bird catches the worm. Second update. Upon hearing this, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but pause. Her demeanor seemed somewhat ungracious. Yet, at this moment, she was reluctant to pursue the matter further. Chapter 231. A Clash of Titans. First update. The punch came unexpectedly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Wen Yichen truly despised hearing Chu Mo utter such words. What did it mean to be close to the water? Chapter 232. Do I feel sorry for him? Second update. The altercation between Wen Yichen and Chu Mo appeared to be known only to a select few. After Chu Mo's departure, the incident quietly faded into oblivion. Chapter 233. I will feel jealous. First update. Jiang Muwen gazed at Wen Yichen in confusion. How had she not noticed before that her boyfriend was not only sharp-tongued, but also quite articulate? Chapter 234. My feelings for you are genuine. Second update. Having been too preoccupied previously, I failed to seek you out. This was my oversight. Wen Yichen's voice, low and husky, seemed tinged with a hint of restraint, sounding somewhat heavy. Chapter 235. I adore you intensely. First update. As Jiang Muwen read Wen Yichen's letter, an inexplicable surge of emotion unexpectedly blossomed within her heart. She has always been curious about when Wen Yichen developed feelings for. Chapter 236. It became even more fascinating. Second update. Wen Yichen did not hang up the phone. He was waiting for Jiang Muwen to end the call first. After Wen Yichen spoke, Jiang Muwen could not help but chuckle softly. Chapter 237. Strawberry flavored? Second update. Wen Yichen spoke nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, as if he were merely stating the most ordinary of remarks. Yet, upon saying this, he indeed. Chapter 238. Developed a rash. Second update. All right. I shall not tease you any longer. Upon finishing his words, Wen Yichen then placed the ice cream back into Jiang Muwen's hands. Go on, eat it. Jiang Muwen. Chapter 239. Quite adorable. First update. However, just as Wen Yichen raised his hand, Jiang Muwen instinctively leaned back, her small hand rising to securely cover her mask, fearing Chapter 240. Hello, President Gu, second update. Chapter 241. Is it really Gu Yichen? Second update. Jiang Muwen glanced at her phone screen, then lifted her gaze to look at Gu Yichen before cautiously connecting the call. The phone had just been placed down. Chapter 242. Do not address me as President Gu, second update. Jiang Muwen naturally comprehended Yinan's flattery upon finishing her words. Jiang Muwen could not help but stifle a laugh when Yinan remarked that in this day and age, even deities have begun to. Chapter 243. May I add you on WeChat? First update. Once Yinan concluded, Gu Yichen felt her heart flutter involuntarily, her gaze once again landing on Yinan. Before she calmly replied, then you may simply call me sister. Chapter 244. I will accompany you, second update. When Yichen's parents had gone out to enjoy themselves, Jiang Muwen obediently uttered a no, yet her thoughts seemed to drift far away. Night. Chapter 245. Killig, first update. Jiang Muwen glanced at Wen Yichen. Their eyes meeting. At that moment, his gaze appeared to shimmer with a hint of scattered light. She observed him for a while. Chapter 246. You must be properly treated. Second update. After Jiang Muwen spoke, Wen Yichen instinctively paused for a moment, and after a brief delay, he turned his head to gaze at Jiang Muwen beside him, for he certainly. Chapter 247. Have you ever done it? First update. After Jiang Muwen finished her sentence, she unconsciously turned to look at Wen Yichen, and in that fleeting moment, her gaze coincidentally met his enchanting eyes. Their eyes locked, and for a moment. Chapter 248. Where does it hurt? Second update. At this moment, Wen Yichen was at a loss on how to communicate this matter to Wen Yichen. I and she. Chapter 249. I wish to hold you close. First update. Wen Yichen gently massaged, a wave of warmth enveloping her abdomen through the thin fabric, bringing a comforting heat to her entire being. It seemed as if. Chapter 250. Does he regard you as a sister? First update. Let's not discuss it any further. Remember to take good care of yourself. After leaving those words, Wen Yichen hastily ended the call. In this flurry. Chapter 251. Embrace, second update. At this moment, Wen Yichen was consumed by jealousy, while Jiang Muwen struggled to comprehend what exactly was provoking his envy. The air seemed to freeze in that instant, as Jiang Muwen. Chapter 252. A return gift, first update. Upon receiving the message from Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen was momentarily taken aback, followed by an inexplicable wave of emotion that surged within her, almost making her want to cry. Chapter 253. Shall we blow up the kitchen together? As she gazed at Jiang Muwen's gradually receding figure, Wen Yichen seemed momentarily lost in thought, his distinctly structured hand gently caressing the spot that Jiang Muwen had just kissed. Chapter 254. Soaked like a drowned rat. Jiang Muwen felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, prompted by Wen Yichen's teasing. Wen Yichen lowered his gaze upon Jiang Muwen. Chapter 255. Would you like to try? Everything appeared so ordinary, as if the thoughts that had just crossed her mind had never existed. The hairdryer was taken outside by Jiang Muwen. Chapter 256. Sweated quite a lot. When Jiang Muwen awoke, the dawn light had already illuminated the world outside. In her hazy state, she sensed that her body was being embraced. Last night, the hour was uncertain. Chapter 257. The strawberry mark, first update. Before Jiang Muwen could utter a word, she felt a warm hand caress her skin, followed by a wave of tingling sensations that instinctively made her shiver. Chapter 258. Taking responsibility for you, second update. Her gaze once again fell upon Wen Yichen. Chapter 259. If only the young plum blossom were here, first update. Chapter 260. Escorting you home, second update. By Xiaoshu initially intended to utter these words to provoke Gu Yichen. Her subtle affections for Yin Lizhou were evident to their circle of friends, and since she had. Chapter 261. The bed is spacious enough to sleep. First update. Oh, what is the matter? Chapter 262. Only like this one in bed, second update. Who could have predicted that, after many years, Gu Yichen would encounter this young boy once more? The joy of such a reunion was truly overwhelming. Chapter 263. Hands, stay where they belong. Jiang Muwen suddenly received a message, causing Gu. Chapter 264. Don't cry and beg me later. Jiang Muwen was comfortably lying in bed, and in a hazy state. She felt the bed sinking. Shortly after, it seemed that the blanket was being lifted, as if she were being. Chapter 265. I love to take advantage of your bargains. Lu Xinmu should be right behind them. It is uncertain how Lu Xinmu would react upon receiving the news. But after Jiang Muwen sent the message, she felt. Chapter 266. Ugly people cause trouble. Jiang Muwen looked at Lu Xinmu with a bewildered. Could it be that Jiang Muwen would delete this junior? Lu Xinmu was taking things too seriously. Chapter 267. A refined scoundrel. Jiang Muwen stared at her phone for a while, feeling uncertain. She was slightly tempted, but also wary that the other party might be a fraud. Chapter 268. After all, I am not a paragon of virtue. Jiang Muwen's heart trembled at the thought of this. Wen Yichen. Chapter 269. Turning back upon finishing his words, Wen Yichen raised his gaze to look at Jiang Muwen. When is the submission due? As he inquired, he casually lifted. Chapter 270. Everything is wonderful? Jiang Muwen appeared somewhat bewildered, as if she hadn't fully grasped the situation. No need. I have water, Jiang Muwen said with a gentle smile. Lu Xinmu, however, took the water, stating, if you don't drink, then I will. Lu Xinmu stared blankly at Wen Yichen. The aloof and refined senior she remembered seemed so unfamiliar at this moment. All right, Jiang Muwen responded, proceeding to repack the clothes she had taken out into her suitcase. Jiang Muwen naturally discerned Wen Yichen's intentions. Just as Jiang Muwen was about to question whether Wen Yichen had misunderstood the concept of picking anything, he reached out to grab the bikini. Embracing Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen felt a peculiar sensation coursing through her, as if her entire being was unwinding. Wen Yichen chuckled softly, the slight upward curve of his lips seemingly capable of captivating Jiang Muwen's soul. Chapter 277. Are you jealous? Second update. After Jiang Muwen finished speaking, Wen Yichen leisurely replied, I'm sorry, I left my phone upstairs. With that, Wen Yichen sat upright in front of Jiang Muwen. Chapter 278. You are mine. First update. An unexpected surge of force caused Jiang Muwen to suddenly collide against Wen Yichen, her small hand instinctively grasping the bathrobe he wore. Chapter 279. Try biting again? Second update. Finally, Wen Yichen softly called her name. His hoarse voice carried a hint of restraint, as if he struggled to maintain control. Chapter 280. Still putting up a front in front of me? Third update. As Wen Yichen pulled her close, Jiang Muwen found herself unguardedly leaning into him, the contact of their skin setting her heart racing. Chapter 281. Yours is sweeter. First update. It's nothing. Jiang Muwen's cheeks flushed at his teasing, and she couldn't help but silently marvel at the man's remarkable vitality. Chapter 282. Don't move. Second update. Wen Yichen gazed at Jiang Muwen, who resembled a deflated balloon in her current state. What's wrong? The voice of Wen Yichen. Chapter 283. Is it not you? First update. His warm, thin lips seemed to. Chapter 284. Embracing affection. Second update. Wen Yichen could distinctly feel a soft body gradually leaning towards him, a faint fragrance of hair lingering at his nose, prompting an instinctive. Chapter 285. Cuddling for warmth. Second update. After Jiang Muwen uttered this sentence, Wen Yichen teasingly raised an eyebrow. What? Do you wish to continue? Wen Yichen deliberately lifted his voice. Chapter 286. Offering oneself? First update. Jiang Muwen, puzzled about what Wen Yichen would present to her, suddenly felt a coolness on her wrist. It was a bracelet. When did you buy this? Chapter 287. The allure of a man is not so great. Second update. In Liza. At that time. Chapter 288. Can you go as far as possible? First update. Gun Yinshi, oblivious to the sudden leg extended by Li Yun, remained unaware of the depths of Li Yun's scheming. In the next moment, Gun Yinshi felt herself. Chapter 289. By the way, just came to see you. Second update. Gun Yinshi spoke nonchalantly, as if the matter held no weight in her heart, her delicate face radiating calmness, leaving one to ponder her true thoughts. Chapter 290. Serious as a window tinting service. First update. Gun Yinshi bit her lip and gently shook her head. It doesn't hurt. The wound was exposed to the air, causing a pain akin to tearing and burning. Chapter 291. Self-taught. Second update. Wen Yichen's hand was large, the warmth radiating from his palm resting upon Jiang Muwen's eyelids, instilling in her an unexpected sense of tranquility, prompting her to obediently close her eyes. Chapter 292. Excessive XX leads to baldness. First update. If she believed it, that would be truly strange. Do you think I would trust that? Jiang Muwen replied languidly, as if hiding a deeper sentiment within her gaze. Chapter 293. You're too thin. You must eat more. Second update. Jiang Muwen looked at Wen Yichen, her heart fluttering. If he was capable, even the most unlikely of creatures would manage to climb a tree. How should one put it, this man? Wen Yichen. Chapter 294. Is yours smaller than mine? First update. Wen Yichen did not elaborate further. After his gaze lingered a moment longer, Jiang Muwen found herself involuntarily shifting her gaze toward the area he had been looking at. Chapter 295. Where do you think you can escape to? Second update thus. Jiang Muwen found herself unexpectedly pressed against Wen Yichen, suddenly experiencing a sensation of weightlessness. His movements were fluid and almost seamless, leaving no time for Jiang Muwen to react. Chapter 296. Taking the initiative. First update. Jiang Muwen spoke somewhat ambiguously, her body quivering at Wen Yichen's touch. Who would have anticipated that he would choose this manner to wipe the cream from the corner of her mouth? Chapter 297. Not only unfazed, but even bestowing a kiss. Second update. Chapter 298. Bullying a classmate. First update. Wen Yichen seemed to have witnessed something. His previous words grew softer, and he hesitated for a few seconds before speaking again, his tone markedly altered. Chapter 299. Could it be that she is truly affected? Second update. In the next moment, a thought abruptly surfaced in Jiang Muwen's mind. The unattainable white moonlight and the long and winding road must surely refer to Class A. Chapter 300. Then let us marry. First update. Jiang Muwen's words remained incomplete, yet Wen Yichen fully grasped the essence of her message. Her period had been overdue for almost a month. Chapter 301. Do you wish to marry me? Second update. If it truly comes to pass, I shall humbly apologize to them and then beseech them to grant me their daughter's hand. Wen Yichen's soft lips gently brushed against Jiang Muwen's. Chapter 302. Are you Ms. Jiang's family member? First update. As Jiang Muwen was just supported by the edge of the pool, she began to retch. The dinner had already been digested to a considerable extent, and what emerged now was. Chapter 303. I certainly will not purchase it for you. Second update. Seeing that Jiang Muwen had nearly recovered, Wen Yichen could not help but chuckle lightly. What are you laughing at? Jiang Muwen inquired, puzzled. Chapter 304. A very handsome boyfriend. First update. The atmosphere gradually descended into a tranquil silence, with Wen Yichen's gaze still fixed upon Jiang Muwen, followed by a resigned smile. What do you think? Chapter 305. Shall we sleep together? Second update. Junqing let out a serene hum, appearing remarkably composed. When will I be able to resume a normal diet? Jiang Muwen gazed curiously at. Chapter 306. Such remarkable stamina. Esteemed guest? First update. Observing that Wen Yichen displayed little reaction, Jiang Muwen patted the hospital bed twice with her small hand, signaling for him to join her. It's fine. I shall remain seated in the chair. Chapter 307. Not the slightest interest at all. First update. This scene resembled a painting frozen in time. Not only lacking beauty but also exuding an awkwardness. The remnants of connection between the two had. Chapter 308. Perhaps we should settle the accounts. Second update. Since Lu Xinmu entered this school, she had heard that Wen Yichen had a girlfriend. They had been together for at least 3 years, hadn't they? Chapter 309. I missed you, so I came back. First update. Although Wen Yichen spoke softly, Lu Xinmu still heard him from behind. Although she was unaware of the exact words he uttered, she seemed to grasp some of their essence. Chapter 310. Something must be wrong. Second update. The sudden embrace caught Jiang Muwen off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her petite frame was nearly enveloped by Wen Yichen, and the position caused a flush to rise on her cheeks. Chapter 311. Hello, dear childhood friend. First update. Neither of them spoke. Jiang Muwen slightly parted her lips, yearning to inquire about something, yet ultimately restrained herself. She was acutely aware of Wen Yichen's temperament, which was somewhat aloof. Chapter 312. The flower on the high mountain. Second update. A pause enveloped Wen Yichen's heart, reminiscent of receiving a love letter from a cherished girl during his school days. Jiang Muwen paired that string of characters with. Chapter 313. I give you 3 months. First update. Ever since a cat joined Wen Yichen's household, he has begun to invite Jiang Muwen over under various pretenses, all revolving around that feline. Chapter 314. Just offering support. Second update. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a profound silence. Such a scene for Gun Yinsuan. Chapter 315. I want to give it a try. First update. This notion briefly flickered in Yinan's mind, but she swiftly compelled herself to dismiss it. Pretending to be calm, she tucked the stray hair from her forehead. Chapter 316. Congratulations on your graduation. Second update. S-City is quite pleasant. You should consider giving it a try. At last, Jiang Muwen spoke up. Wen Yichen has a bright future ahead and should not confine himself to this. Chapter 317. Old couple. First update. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Baisu deliberately clicked his tongue near Wen Yichen's ear. Only after Baisu's voice reached Wen Yichen did he turn around. Chapter 318. What is that little mind thinking? Second update. Before Jiang Muwen could utter a word, Wen Yichen's voice fell into her ears again. I have heard that the second button of a shirt is closest to the heart. Chapter 319. Be good. First update. Jiang Muwen felt a sudden jolt within her, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the ring box held by Wen Yichen. The contents within truly aligning with her thoughts. Chapter 320. What brings you here? Second update. The distance between the two was not substantial. As Wen Yichen turned, he spotted Jiang Muwen sprinting towards him. Chapter 321. Indirect hints. First update. I went out to attend to some matters. Gun Yinsuan's voice floated softly into Jiang Muwen's ears. I happened to pass by and saw someone who resembled you, so I paused to take a look. Chapter 322. I miss you so much. Second update. It seems to have been this way for some time. Every time Jiang Muwen sent out a message. Chapter 323. He actually glared at me. First update. Jiang Muwen's voice quivered, laced with a hint of tears, as if she were making a heartfelt plea. Fortunately, Wen Yichen was asleep, likely oblivious to her words. Chapter 324. Go find him. Second update. Upon Yin's remark, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but feel curiosity swell within her, reflecting on the events from last night to today. Chapter 325. If you wish for it. Hold on a bit longer. First update. When the tall and upright figure came into Jiang Muwen's view, she was utterly taken aback. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue vanished without a trace. Chapter 326. Let me kiss you. Second update. Jiang Muwen instinctively felt a start in her heart, and then, in a tone of playful reproach, called out Wen Yichen's name. There are other. Chapter 327. It wasn't intentional. First update. The husky voice fell into Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. It was rare to see Wen Yichen exhibit such a dependent side, which was quite endearing. Chapter 328. Are you not planning to rest tonight? Second update. Before Jiang Muwen could finish her words, Wen Yichen's kiss descended upon her. He straightened up, his large hand cradling the back of her head. Jiang Muwen clearly. Chapter 329. I am quite petty. First update. Jiang Muwen replied softly, her voice reminiscent of a gentle puppy's whimper. After her utterance, Wen Yichen's entire being involuntarily. Chapter 330. We will settle the old and new accounts together. Second update. Suddenly, a deep voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her to feel a delightful shiver. Wen Yichen's voice was truly melodious, low-end. Chapter 331. But it's so boring to be alone. First update. It's nothing. Jiang Muwen said with a faint smile as she slowly settled into her seat, retrieving the breakfast Wen Yichen had prepared for her from its packaging. Chapter 332. Still stubborn? Second update. That's a fact, isn't it? Jiang Muwen murmured softly. Why don't you admit that your palms are just too warm? As soon as the words fell, Jiang Muwen. Chapter 333. Jiang Muwen, my fiancé, First update. Outside the door, two male colleagues stood in bewilderment. Their eyes locked in a silent stare. The atmosphere was suddenly enveloped in an eerie stillness. Chapter 334. An uninvited guest. Second update. Wen Yichen. Upon hearing Su Huai's remarks, Wen Yichen nearly choked on the sip of water he had just taken. Before he could respond. Chapter 335. An insignificant person. First update. The matter suddenly brought up by Su Jiaxuan left Jiang Muwen unable to resist. Chapter 336. A triple blow. Second update. With Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but chuckle, finding it rare to hear such sweet yet earthy sentiments from him. Chapter 337. I have no work prepared. First update. The incident of having her painstakingly designed work plagiarized was utterly unacceptable to Jiang Muwen. Most infuriating was that the plagiarizer ultimately turned on her. Chapter 338. I will support you. Second update. As Jiang Muwen spoke, she opened the document in her hand, revealing her proposal to the open air, and in the next moment, she tossed the document aside with a gentle flick. Chapter 339. Well, good night. First update. Jiang Muwen felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Wen Yichen's words. Looking at Wen Yichen on the screen, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. That would be quite embarrassing. Chapter 340. What? Don't you recognize me? Second update. Chapter 341. I want to hold you a little longer. First update. After Wen Yichen's words fell, Jiang Muwen suddenly came to her senses. Seeing Wen Yichen's slightly outstretched hands, she leaped towards him. Chapter 342. Because I miss you. Second update. Jiang Muwen seemed momentarily taken aback, blinking her eyes as she looked at Wen Yichen with a puzzled expression. You just sit here quietly, Chapter 343. What are you expecting? First update. Not quite. Jiang Muwen murmured softly. Although she felt a tinge of discomfort, it did not escalate to anger. What we share is merely. Chapter 344. Fingers intertwined. Second update. After pushing Wen Yichen away, Jiang Muwen leaped down from the sink with a swift motion. This time, she felt her cheeks flush from Wen Yichen's teasing. Chapter 345. Wen Yichen, aren't you supposed to be resting? First update. Observing the ambiguous smile on Wen Yichen's face, Jiang Muwen felt her ears grow warm. She then pulled up the blanket and playfully chided. Chapter 346. Does Gun Yinsuen have affections for you? Second update. Jiang Muwen was eager to inquire what urgent work Wen Yichen was engaged in. Yet just as her fingertips grazed the screen, she hesitated. Wen Yichen had specifically taken a day off today. Chapter 347. A case of unwanted advances. First update. Whether it was Jiang Muwen's mere perception or an undeniable truth, she could not shake the feeling that the group leader's intentions were somewhat impure. Consequently, she felt a certain aversion towards this leader. Chapter 348. Is this the childhood friend? Second update. Jiang Muwen first attempted to initiate a voice call with Wen Yichen, but he did not answer. After 2 consecutive attempts, there was still no response. Chapter 349. May I come find you? First update. Jiang Muwen stared at the screen for a while, and then her heart sank as she noticed that sitting beside him was Su Jiaxuan. An inexplicable sensation washed over her. Chapter 350. I am weary. Second update. Jiang Muwen suppressed her discomfort and turned away with a sigh. Recently, I have caught a cold, and I am feeling quite unwell. After she spoke. Chapter 351. Is it better now? Perhaps a gastric hemorrhage? First update. Amy's suggestion seemed somewhat beneficial. Jiang Muwen occupied herself with numerous tasks, which distracted her from constantly dwelling on Wen Yichen. Chapter 352. Where's little one? Second update. Gastric hemorrhage? Jiang Muwen felt a tremor in her heart. She had initially thought her stomach ailment had merely recurred, never anticipating such severity. Chapter 353. Not the kind of affection a sister holds for her brother. First update. Gun Yinsuen's sudden inquiry startled Yinan, causing her heart to skip a beat. She paused for 2 seconds before shyly lowering her gaze. Gun Yinsuen's perceptiveness was truly remarkable. Chapter 354. I want you to repeat that. Second update. Chapter 355. I have already informed Wen Yichen. First update. Presently. Yinan appeared as if she were made of wood, staring blankly at Gun Yinsuen, unable to collect her thoughts. Just moments ago, Gun Yinsuen had said. Chapter 356. Self-delusion. Second update. Jiang Muwen remained silent for a moment, then spoke with a dawning realization. So, he agreed to come? Jun Qingli responded with a soft Chapter 357. My bracelet is missing. First update. Wen Yichen hurried down the corridor and stopped beside a trash can. He gazed at the ring lying in the ashtray, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. Chapter 358. That person is Wen Yichen? Second update. The familiar voice reached Jiang Muwen's ears, causing her heart to momentarily pause. It was Fang Che's voice. Wen Yichen observed. Chapter 359. It seems I have truly missed him. Jiang Muwen fixated intently on the words inscribed on the small card, and suddenly, her mind erupted with a deafening silence, leaving her momentarily stunned as she crouched there. Chapter 360. Whose phone call is this? Second update. Jun Qingli gazed incredulously at Jiang Muwen. Despite Wen Yichen's tone being filled with concern while he answered the call, how could it not be? Chapter 361. Let us cease this mutual torment. First update. Upon Wen Yichen's words, Su Jiaxuan instinctively paused, regarding him with a feigned expression of incomprehension, before mustering a strained smile directed at him. Chapter 362. I wish to go to City S. Second update. Initially, I inquired of Wen Yichen, if you become a lawyer in the future and we part ways, will you ensure that I am left with nothing? Not even a shred of clothing. Chapter 363. Am I seeking tenants? Third update. Jiang Muwen glanced at the message sent by Su, her heart inexplicably fluttering. 1. Mr. Wen? Is she merely being overly sensitive, or is it truly? Chapter 364. You may stay upon your arrival. First update. Jiang Muwen observed. Chapter 365. What is wrong with me? Second update. Never mind. 3 years have already passed. Jiang Muwen compelled herself to dismiss the thought that had just crossed her mind. Having arranged her belongings, the day waned. Chapter 366. Mr. Wen's return gift. First update. The man's voice persisted from beyond the room, a deep timbre that paradoxically instilled a sense of tranquility within Jiang Muwen. Her weariness intensified, and at last, she succumbed to slumber. Chapter 367. Can this truly be a man's handwriting? Second update. Jiang Muwen's heart palpitated. For a fleeting moment, she questioned her sanity. Yet, upon further reflection, encountering Wen Yichen here seemed plausible. Chapter 368. Such an obtuse mind. First update. Wen Yichen paused after a few chews, silently observing the array of dishes before him. After a brief interlude, he extended his hand once more, selecting another morsel. Chapter 369. May I visit your room? Second update. Jiang Muwen contemplated subtly probing Mr. Wen, hoping to elicit some information. However, Mr. Wen did not respond to the message after it was sent. Chapter 370. Are you seeking Wen Yichen? First update. Upon beholding this message from Mr. Wen, Jiang Muwen's mind instinctively exploded, although she understood that this was most likely Wen. Chapter 371. He will seek you out. Second update. Chapter 372. The truth is finally revealed. First update. Perhaps a subtle hint is in order? Chapter 373. A long-awaited reunion. Jiang Muwen stared intently at the figure of the man before her, the drowsiness that had previously enveloped her instantly dissipating. Mr. Wen. Chapter 374. Could you look at me? Upon hearing Wen Yichen's words, Jiang Muwen's small hand, which was holding onto the sliding door, involuntarily tightened its grip. Her small fists clenched tightly, as if she were suppressing something. Chapter 375. Could you utter a word? This time, Wen Yichen's tone seemed somewhat different from before, a sharpness tinged with a hint of helplessness and entreaty. Yet, Wen Yichen. Chapter 376. I won't devour you. Jiang Muwen, witnessing Wen Yichen's pained expression, felt a pang in her heart. In that instant, she was overcome by the sensation that she had committed some misdeed. Wen Yichen. Chapter 377. How could I resign myself to friendship? As Wen Yichen finished speaking, Jiang Muwen couldn't help but shift her gaze to him. She looked at him, her eyes tinged with a layer of astonishment. Chapter 378. Is he inferior to his own door? First update. With a smile that was neither genuine nor false, Wen Yichen caused Jiang Muwen's ears to flush crimson, prompting her to hastily divert her gaze. There was nothing. Chapter 379. Wen Yichen's thieving vessel. Wen Yichen remained silent, only loosening his grip on her arm once he noticed Jiang Muwen had steadied herself. Forgetting the key. Chapter 380. Is this not sufficiently sincere? Wen Yichen spoke with an air of indifference, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the neckline of her attire. The soft light cascaded over Jiang Muwen, enveloping her in a gentle glow. Chapter 381. I shall just sign. Wen Yichen's tone was casual, as if the entire situation bore no significance. Little did he know, at that very moment, Jiang Muwen yearned to. Chapter 382. The logic of a straight man. After Jiang Muwen's words fell, a red fingerprint was left on the paper. Upon noticing the mark, Wen Yichen felt a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 383. Miss Jiang. It is time for bed. Jiang Muwen paused for a moment before comprehending the implication behind Wen Yichen's words. In the next instant, her ears instinctively flushed with warmth. Chapter 384. Unsolicited affection. As night deepened, Jiang Muwen, upon seeing Wen Yichen enter the bedroom, quietly retrieved a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. She carefully poured it into. Chapter 385. Time ahead. Second update. Upon finishing her words, the air fell into a profound silence, which, in its stillness, even Jiang Muwen was unsure of what she was. Chapter 386. Return home early. First update. The embrace was laden with profound emotion, causing Jiang Muwen's heart to instinctively shudder. It did not seem like a moment shared between strangers. Chapter 387. Ultimately, it is still a matter of deep affection. Second update. Indeed, after the words were spoken, Wen Yichen's expression momentarily froze. However, it quickly. Chapter 388. I feared you no longer desired me. First update. After an indeterminate span, Jiang Muwen succumbed to exhaustion, nestled there, drifting into slumber. Ding at last, the elevator. Chapter 389. Behave, you hold my utmost affection. Second update. Upon hearing Jiang Muwen's utterance, Wen Yichen's heart leaped emphatically. In truth, Wen Yichen felt his heart pound heavily. In truth, she had never truly left his heart. Chapter 390. I will help you remove your makeup. Third update. Her soft and sweet voice was akin to a gentle intoxication. Chapter 391. I still wish to apply a face mask. First update. Jiang Muwen's grip was gentle, alternating between left and right, hardly affecting Wen Yichen. Chapter 391. I still wish to apply a face mask. First update. Jiang Muwen's grip was gentle, alternating between left and right, hardly affecting Wen Yichen. Noticing Wen Yichen's lack of response, Jiang Muwen extended further. Chapter 392. A complete turnaround in attitude. Second update. For the first time in his life, Wen Yichen found himself performing such an act for another, an extraordinary sensation. Although the experience was not particularly remarkable, it unexpectedly stirred something within him. A once dead fawn within his heart had suddenly revived. Chapter 394. Let us reconcile. Second update. There was an urgent matter at the department. A once dead fawn within his heart had suddenly revived. Chapter 394. Let us reconcile. Second update. There was an urgent matter at the... His words were imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Once he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen instinctively felt. Chapter 396. An abundance of gossip. Second update. Following Jiang Muwen's words. His words were imbued with an ineffable tenderness. Once he finished speaking, Jiang Muwen instinctively felt. Chapter 3. First update. Wen Yichen's knock drew the attention of his colleagues within the office. The sound of the knock drew everyone's gaze to him in unison. Chapter 398. Have we not reconciled? Second update. Wen Yichen's words were natural, catching Jiang Muwen off guard for a moment. So, this meal was a celebration of their reconciliation? Chapter 399. Why haven't I seen you this enthusiastic before? First update. Jiang Muwen's words were soft. A celebration of their reconciliation? Chapter 399. Why haven't I seen you this enthusiastic before? First update. Jiang Muwen, her voice as gentle and endearing as a kitten's. So easily, she had crept into Wen Yichen's. Chapter 400. If you can't sleep, get up. Second update. Wen Yichen was still wearing the casual short-sleeved shirt he had slept in the night before. The slightly loose-fitting garment unexpectedly complemented his physique. A hint of something lingered on Wen Yichen's face. Chapter 402. It seems like something is missing. Second update. This one is different. A hint of something lingered on Wen Yichen's face. Chapter 402. It seems like something is missing. Second update. This one is different. It has a faint fruity scent. Jiang Muwen patiently explained to Wen Yichen, then leaned slightly closer to the lipstick to confirm that it truly. As she gazed at the bow tie adorning Wen Yichen, Jiang Muwen finally spoke again. Wait a moment. Chapter 404. The minister's wife has arrived? At Wen Yichen's remark, Jiang Muwen appeared to be amused, unable to suppress a gentle laugh. When did your words become so sweet? Jiang. Chapter 405. My wife's tolerance for alcohol is poor. Wen Yichen lowered his gaze, glancing at the juice Jiang Muwen had offered. A faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. In a bit, I will be discussing a few matters, you certainly. Chapter 406. Then let us marry. The term my wife genuinely took Jiang Muwen by surprise. Instinctively, she raised her eyes to meet Wen Yichen's gaze as they clinked their glasses. Ahem. I request a brief hiatus. The author has an examination tomorrow and needs to cram today. The 2 chapters missed today will be compensated later this week with additional updates. Thank you all for your long-standing support and readership. I cherish you all. A heartfelt gesture. The first update will be released promptly at midnight tomorrow. Everyone. The first update will be released promptly at midnight tomorrow. Everyone should get a good night's sleep and wake up to find the updates waiting for them. P.S. Give it your best. Engage in diligent study and ensure you rest well. The author, along with Chun and Xiao Wenwen, sends heartfelt wishes for your success in the upcoming tests. Chapter 407. One's place in the Jianghu, bound by fate. First update. For Wen Yichen. This was not the first time he had heard Jiang Muwen express such sentiments. He gazed steadfastly at Jiang Muwen, his resolve unwavering. Wen Yichen's agreement came with remarkable ease. Chapter 408. Is it merely affection? Second update. As night deepened, Jiang Muwen lay obediently in bed, with Wen Yichen by his side. The atmosphere was tranquil, and both faced each other. Chapter 409. Do you still have your school uniform? First update. In the present moment, Jiang Muwen resembled a child whose temper had yet to fully dissipate, sitting silently in the passenger seat. Observing Jiang Muwen's silence, Wen Yichen. Chapter 410. We are truly married. Second update. So, do you wish to wear it or not? Jiang Muwen raised his hand, gently pulling Wen Yichen's hand down. Chapter 411. From now on, call me Mrs. Wen. First update. Eventually, Jiang Muwen complied and took a seat in Wen Yichen's car. Once they were halfway through their journey, Jiang Muwen presented the 2 marriage certificates. Chapter 412. Just say you treasure these certificates. Second update. Jiang Muwen instinctively reached for the phone beside him and cautiously tapped on the screen. It was already past 1 o'clock. The warm-toned lighting resembled. Chapter 413. Aren't you exhausted? The air conditioning in the room was quite strong. But Wen Yichen's embrace was a haven of warmth. Jiang Muwen nestled in his arms, inexplicably yearning to linger a while longer. Chapter 414. I fear disturbing the aesthetics of the city. Are we home? Jiang Muwen asked softly, her voice tinged with a profound drowsiness, gentle and lingering. Chapter 415. A novice before a master. Jiang Muwen gazed intently at Wen Yichen, sensing a hidden motive behind his words. Nevertheless, she obediently leaned in, gently touching her lips to his. Chapter 416. Can inspiration truly be found? Wen Yichen, in a rare display of levity, prompted Jiang Muwen to raise her eyebrows. What do you want me to do? Anything at all. Chapter 417. A poor, pitiful creature. Regarding the matter of their marriage. Neither Wen Yichen nor Jiang Muwen divulged much within the company. This was before Wen Yichen embarked on his business trip. Chapter 418. I'll handle it. Jiang Muwen recounted the entire incident to Wen Yichen in meticulous detail. Upon finishing, she felt utterly deflated, harboring resentment. Chapter 419. Adding insult to injury. Qi Yin? Qi Yin gazed at Wen Yichen with an expression of bemusement, as if Wen Yichen were regaling him with an absurd jest. Chapter 420. An undeniable authority. Second update. Xu Xiaoning remarked. It seems there is nothing. She cast a fleeting glance at Wen Yichen, only to swiftly avert her gaze once more. Chapter 421. Public execution. First update. Jiang Muwen observed her eyes still harboring an inexplicable curiosity about what Wen Yichen had communicated to Xu Xiaoning, and why there was a necessity for an apology. Chapter 422. Are you a fool? Second update. In truth, revealing the nature of their relationship held little significance for Jiang Muwen. What was truly suffocating was the relentless barrage of gossip from their colleagues. Chapter 423. It was Big Brother who asked me to deliver this to you. First update. A warm breath gently caressed Jiang Muwen's ear, causing her to pause moment. It wasn't long before she found herself unable to suppress a soft laugh. Chapter 424. Do you prefer boys or girls? Second update. Jiang Muwen's gaze was fixed intently upon Wen Yichen, momentarily entranced. After a brief interval, Wen Yichen finally lifted his. Chapter 425. Are you aware that it is late? Chapter 426. Come to bed. Jiang Muwen turned to the side, her gaze drifting towards the nightgown resting on the floor. She then lifted her eyes to the slightly ajar bedroom door, instinctively inching closer to the edge of the bed. Chapter 427. May I have a refill? As the sound of footsteps reached Jiang Muwen's ears, her heart skipped a beat. I've gone too far, she thought. Chapter 428. You're drunk again, Jiang Muwen. After a moment of silence, Jiang Muwen finally spoke. Surely, I'm not so easily intoxicated that half a glass would incapacitate me. Chapter 429. Excessively adorable, a succulent piece of steak was presented before Jiang Muwen's lips, causing her to pause momentarily. Her hazy gaze fell upon the morsel held in Wen Yichen's hand. Chapter 430. Springtime slumber, grand finale, awakened by a sudden, endearing presence. Wen Yichen involuntarily opened his drowsy eyes. Instinctively, he raised a hand, gently covering. Chapter 431. Extra 1. First meeting after separation. Concerning those hidden diaries, it is believed that everyone harbors clandestine keepsakes during their youth, such as the secrets within diaries. Chapter 432. Extra 2. Birthday 2. The frequency of Wen Yichen tutoring Jiang Muwen gradually increased, and Wen Yichen slowly grew accustomed to Jiang Muwen's little mind. Chapter 433. Extra 3. The agony of pursuing a lost love after several tutoring sessions. Jiang Muwen honorably fell in love with Wen Yichen, for individuals as intelligent and aesthetically pleasing as Wen Yichen are a rarity. Chapter 434. Extra 4. The cautious Mr. Wen diary. Epilogue. Subsequently, Jiang Muwen created the Weibo account 1 Green Plum, and those diary entries were transformed into sentiments that evoked collective envy. Chapter 435. Extra 5. Concerning their child later. Wen Yichen did not reap the reward of a little daughter as he had wished, but rather a charming little son. Chapter 436. Extra 6. Concerning sunrise viewing in time, the family was indeed blessed with another little daughter. Wen Yichen was utterly enamored with the arrival of his little daughter. Regarding Chapter 437. Gun Yinsuan and Yi Nan. Extra 1. Concerning the couple Gun Yinsuan and Yi Nan. The first encounter with Gun Yinsuan occurred during the summer vacation of freshman year in college. Chapter 438. Yin and Nan. Side Story 2. In the whispers of society, Yin exists like an elusive flower upon a lofty peak, austere and unyielding in demeanor. Chapter 439. Yin and Nan. Side Story 3. Today, let us delve into the character of Yin, the gentle yet formidable ice block. Yin possesses an extraordinary ability to master self-restraint, particularly when it comes to concealing her emotions. Chapter 440. Yin and Nan. Side Story 4. Today, we shall recount the tale of President Gu and Nan on their inaugural outing together. It appears that Yin, this proverbial ice block, rarely indulges in leisure, as Nan observes. Chapter 441. Yin and Nan. Side Story 5. It was only after their last ice skating escapade that Yin became acutely aware that her feelings for Nan transcended the fraternal affection typically held between a brother and sister. Dear readers, I must take a brief hiatus. Wishing you all a delightful summer break. The author is currently preoccupied with final examinations. Once the monumental assignments are completed, updates will resume. This week marks the conclusion of the semester. We will catch up together soon. I apologize for this temporary pause and sincerely thank you for your patience and continued support. Much love to you all. Chapter 442. Wen Yichen and Wen Yichen. Side Story 1. The books proclaim that when two souls are meant to unite, they shall inevitably find their way to each other, no matter the twists and turns of life. 1. Regarding heartbeats, if one were to inquire about Wen Yichen's feelings towards Wen Yichen. Chapter 443. Wen Yichen and Wen Yichen. Epilogue 2. It is well known that Wen Yichen is notorious for his carefree demeanor in Class A. Encountering him feels akin to facing a school bully. Chapter 444. Wen Yichen and Wen Yichen. Epilogue 3. Concerning Wen Yichen's debut. After 3 years of rigorous training, he indeed made his debut. Wen Yichen has exceptionally high expectations for him. Chapter 445. Wen Yichen. Epilogue 1. In City A, as night deepens, Wen Yichen has just concluded a social engagement and slips into his car. He inserts the key and secures the seatbelt. Chapter 446. Wen Yichen. Epilogue 2. Wen Yichen, it seems that some may have forgotten me, so allow me to reintroduce myself. Perhaps you might recognize Wen Yichen? Yes, indeed, I am his half-brother. Final thoughts from Dao Dao Bao. After much contemplation, I find myself compelled to pen a concluding remark, as it seems more formal. A touch of ritualistic sentiment. Hence, what to do when you can't restrain your childhood sweetheart has finally reached its conclusion. The main text and epilogues were written from October 2018 to July 2019, marking it as the novel with the highest word count I have ever penned. Immense gratitude to all for your continued support and affection. 90° Bao. I appreciate all your votes and rewards. I have seen every comment. Heartfelt thanks to the reading platform for all the recommendations, which have allowed me to connect with wonderful readers like you. This book has brought me immense rewards. The journey of writing it was fraught with challenges, as my own emotional instability resulted in delays and interruptions, for which I sincerely apologize. However, I am grateful to have persevered. I have always perceived it as a tender seedling, and to my surprise, it has blossomed into a completed work. Initially, I intended to write it in a steady, measured manner, but once I began, I found myself unable to stop. Eventually, I let my creativity soar, producing content fervently. Moreover, there remains an unfinished side story featuring a beloved character, by Sue. Regrettably, due to my inadequate typing skills, I have chosen to share this character's tale within the readers group. I warmly invite everyone to join and witness it. The details can be found in the group introduction. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your affection and readership. Encountering you amidst the vast sea of literature is truly serendipity. I cherish you all. Until we meet again in my next book.